Suddenly, a bright flash appeared in one dimension, as if symbolizing the beginning of something. After one flash, there were 3 of them, and it already looked like a constellation of stars. Suddenly, a guy appeared in this space, quickly following somewhere. The place where the guy was called the Abyss and had no boundaries with anything else. This world was very cruel and dangerous. A huge number of monsters wandered across the expanses of this galaxy in search of prey. One of these creatures was the ferocious 7-headed dragon orc. He was insanely powerful and dangerous. His razor-sharp teeth could easily bite anyone. For a second, the guy hovered in the air to concentrate and release a charge of powerful force. A bolt of powerful energy was released from the hands of the protagonist and struck the 7-headed dragon in a second. The main character fought this creature with dignity and dedication, and was sure that one-on-one it would not be difficult for him to defeat it. Suddenly, from behind, the guy heard a loud roar of some kind of animal. He was a little scared and looked in that direction. Directly behind him was a huge and ruthless planet devourer in this dimension. They called him Vulcan. And now the guy had to deal with several powerful monsters. They were ferocious and ruled the territories that belonged to them right here in the Abyss. Suddenly there was a strange wind noise, which meant the approach of another monster, but no one had yet suspected what kind of creature it was. In such a place, it was very rare to meet 2 creatures at the same time, but all 3 monsters were already participating in the battle. The guy quickly fell into the trap of a merciless spider, which instantly enveloped him in a sticky web. When the monster approached the main character, he saw that right in front of him was the ruler of the spatial cave of the arachnids. Adio. The spider quickly began to descend with a loud hiss straight towards the victim and was looking forward to the killer bite. The guy's eyes lit up like 2 constellations. He was ready to fight this creature, and a moment later, a charge of light was released directly at the monsters. At one point, it seemed to the guy that this fight had taken more than 300 years, but it would have been much easier to deal with them one by one. The huge monsters were defeated. He lost too much time killing them, and now he needs to quickly find a way to return to Earth. When the guy left this location, he received a notification that he had achieved success worthy of the title of Invincible Training Master, and that the world was now resonating with him. His presence became more noticeable here, and as a constellation, he became much stronger. When the Earth was first connected with the Abyss, humanity learned that mythology was not just a product of the imagination. The creatures called constellations were the closest to what people considered deities. They blessed them and expanded their ranks of followers. But as with any other rule, as the number of followers grows, the authority of the constellation also grows. The Earth, with nearly 10 billion souls, was like a gold mine for the constellations, which fought to steal each other's followers. But among them, there were also much more evil constellations that wanted to take over the Earth not with the help of blessings, but with pure force. And this man, no, after these battles, it's difficult to call him a man. This constellation appeared to stop this completely young constellation. Skylar. The man was frying the meat at that moment and was careful to ensure that the piece did not burn and that he managed to turn it over in time. In a bright golden frying pan, there was an incredibly appetizing steak that was just about ready to be eaten. Someone asked where this frying pan was from. The guy replied that it was a frying pan made of adamantine. The goblin was very surprised that meat could be cooked in it, especially the meat of a planet-eating bear. Even the constellations were wary of this. The ruler of the Goblin Kingdom asked what kind of oil it was, because it contained a huge amount of magical power. The guy thought for a second because this name was on his tongue. He replied that there was some kind of constellation similar to a cow, and he released it in exchange for milk. Then the goblin shouted that how could he fight the constellation? But at that moment, Skylar only wanted normal food. The guy added that his main top priority was collecting ingredients, since his hobby for tens of thousands of years in the Abyss was cooking. Then the main character took special kitchen utensils with which he made food fresh and added that this was a very valuable ingredient. But this was his first meat in 300 years, so it was possible to show off. The goblin couldn't believe that when the guy defeated the constellation, instead of killing for the sake of territory, he simply took the milk. His master was truly different from other constellations. He watched as the guy deliciously devoured a juicy steak. Skylar said it was time to eat and invited his friend to try something so valuable. Cutting off a small piece of steak and putting it in his mouth, he began to slowly dissolve it and feel this unusual taste. After the goblin ate a piece of constellation steak, he felt a powerful force that literally burst out of his body. The power of adamant was preserved in the meat. With the help of magical power and thanks to the oil from the mystical constellation, the meat was elevated to a higher level and its magic circle was activated. The old goblin opened a new circle of mana and thanked the master for this dish, which was the best in his life. The guy watched all this from the side and could not understand what was wrong with him. Apparently they really say that goblins are very strange. Skylar looked up and thought how much he missed the Earth. These events developed on Earth several tens of thousands of years ago in the very distant past. In the gym, the guy was asked why he was lifting weights. Did he really want to become stronger than he is now? It was the Korean teacher who reminded Skylar that he needed to be in class now. In the distant past, the main character was an ordinary person. These events developed before he became a constellation with the title of Invincible Training Master. The boy was simply obsessed with strength from an early age. Skylar was an orphan who had no one to rely on and knew that he had to train to be strong. Every day he became stronger and stronger. In the era of the Abyss, a new profession arose. It was called Hunters and was very honorable, because they were engaged in protecting people from the dangers of dungeons and monsters. There are cores and items that drop after killing monsters and are very highly valued, as well as artifacts from dungeons where monsters appear and attract many people wanting money and fame. The main character had nothing to lose, and so he became a C+ rank human hunter. Sitting together in the gym, the guy's boss asked him to slow down a little while working out. But Skylar knew that going into a dungeon with B rank monsters was too much. The boss said that now they can barely cope with a rank C dungeon. He added that even hunters of this rank suffer losses in these dungeons, so there could be no talk of a rank B then. When the young guy once again lifted the barbell, he thought about the skills of magic, martial arts, and artifacts dropped in the dungeons and that they were all magnificent. No matter how much people used them, they were still too weak. Then the guy thought that it was really possible to become stronger only by raiding difficult dungeons. The boss was surprised by these words, because the guy really doesn't care about his life. Doesn't he have a girlfriend? The guy threw the weight and said that despite the fact that he was a good guy, they still broke up. Skylar told her that he couldn't go on a date because of training, and in the end, she sent him to meet the monster. There were no disagreements between them, and it was an amicable parting. In one of the locations, one of the monsters was heading straight towards the main character. The guy was ready to fight with the ruthless monster, and as soon as he approached him, he crushed all the mighty power directly into him. The hunters who were together in this location sympathized with the guy, because being a martial artist is not at all easy. They are hardy, and therefore make good tanks. But their damage cannot be compared with the damage caused by magicians. They couldn't fully understand why he decided to become a martial arts master, but while farming they got a martial arts scroll. And due to the fact that everyone is only interested in magic, it became useless, and it was from that moment that Skylar decided to start studying it. He didn't care much about what people said about him. He doesn't regret starting to learn martial arts. As it turned out, martial arts are simple and not as bright and convenient as magic. But the true nature of martial arts, in which fighters received as much as they trained, was well suited for the main character. In addition, no one canceled the absence of regrets and desires to achieve great results in training. The guy trained day and night, and it was still not enough for him. He fell into the corner of the room and thought that he had achieved C+ rank through hard training. But there were still several martial artists who managed to become stronger than him. Then the guy decided that he should train more, longer, and more often. Even in a dream, the guy was training. Perhaps it was not so effective, but it made sense because in any case, it was considered spiritual training. Suddenly, Skylar saw a bright flash in front of him and asked who was right in front of him. When the light dissipated a little, he saw the constellation of the abyss of the great magician, and the virtuous goddess of the scales appeared before him between the two scales. She asked the guy to calm down because they had little time left, and she got straight to the point. The main character could never have expected that the girl would offer him to make a deal with her. She said that people who meet the constellation always ask a lot of questions, but the guy quickly interrupted her and replied that he agreed to the deal. The great magician asked the guy in surprise how he could agree so quickly and didn't even want to ask anything about it. Then the main character asked only one question, whether he could gain power by making a deal with her. The great magician replied that maybe this was enough for Skylar. The guy asked why she chose him, because there are many hunters who have higher ratings and more fame. In response to this, The girl recalled that she is the virtuous goddess of Libra, and she has the ability to see the future. She told the story that a great danger would befall the Earth in a few years. Evil constellations will begin to attack the Earth in full force, and when that day comes, the guy will think that the current dungeons and monsters threatening the Earth were just a kindergarten. The goddess predicted this and added that he was the key to preventing this future. The guy was surprised at her words, because how could he influence the future alone? The girl turned to Skylar and said that she would make him much stronger through long, hard, and inhumane training. The guy was shocked by these words and was at a loss. He did not know what to answer. At that moment, the virtuous goddess of Libra did her best to make the guy as scared as possible, because she knew that only a madman would agree to such a contract. The girl added that through long, hard, and inhuman training, he could become her avatar and extended her hand to him. Even the virtuous Libra goddess was unsure, as offering such a deal to a hunter was unheard of. This contract was completely unfair and illogical. By concluding it with a constellation, you become an avatar. All this was something super complicated due to the fact that a person's soul is tied to a constellation, and from that moment on, he will have to live in its constant limitation. The gods appear before people and offer powerful power and magic, which will arrive immediately after the conclusion of the contract and guarantee an instant increase in rank. Constellations are very impatient, and there is a lot of fighting to get an avatar, and this is a well-known fact among hunters. The guy was happy when he heard that some kind of training was coming. A training facility was prepared for the main character in the Abyss, and the goddess immediately warned that time flows differently in the Abyss and on Earth. He would have to train alone for several decades, even several hundred years, but even if the guy refuses during training, he still won't be able to come back. The main character was greatly frightened by these words. He immediately imagined one of the rooms in one of his favorite games. Skylar immediately remembered that this is how the hunters became stronger. They signed a contract with the constellation, and it would probably be dishonest to become stronger without doing anything. The guy thought that other avatars also went through this and became stronger the moment they signed the contract. The great goddess said that she knows how difficult this decision is and demands a lot from a person. She invited Skylar to think for another week and give an answer, but the guy made it clear that he agreed from that moment on. The goddess suggested that he think again because it doesn't matter where exactly he decides to do this. Then the guy replied that he was not so strongly attached to this world and was just asking to be allowed to leave one letter. If he could become stronger, he agreed to this and would even save the whole world as a bonus. At that moment, the goddess began to cry. Because of the rumors that people on Earth were greedy, she was very worried. The girl thought that it was great happiness that her prophecy had come true this time. The guy heard this and asked her to slow down. Had she really made a mistake before? And suddenly a sharp flash lit up in front of the guy. The constellation goddess soared sharply above the main character, and a bright flash similar to a star appeared above her head. She asked the main character to think about the letter that he wants to leave, and the girl will use powerful force and leave it where he wants. The goddess opened a portal to another world and asked the guy to pass these tests, and only then would she accept him as a personal avatar. The main character had never seen such miracles before and slowly approached the portal, trying to touch it with his hand. The portal seemed somehow liquid and soft, and as soon as Skylar touched it, the portal, like a black hole, sucked him inside. After that, the portal immediately closed, and in the room where the guy constantly conducted unbridled training, there was a letter signed for everyone. A few moments later, the guy found himself in another world, where the concentration of magic was at a completely different level. There was an abyss right in front of him. It looked like an ordinary dungeon. Scientists on Earth assumed that the dungeon was a breakaway part of the abyss. The guy remembered that all this is a training facility, but if this is so, then why is there nothing here? The main character looked at his hands and realized that from now on he could start training right here and began to perform martial arts training. At this time, the supreme magicians were watching him. The girl was sure that this time she interrupted the vision in time. The other gods watched the main character train mercilessly and added that he really looked like an excellent candidate for an avatar. Although Libra goddesses can see the future, their skills are not perfect, but if they try hard, they can only see part of the future. The rest is just speculation and theory. In the future that the Libra goddess saw, Skylar was training in the abyss. He ruthlessly suppresses the invasion of evil constellations. The goddess made a very strong man her avatar, and it was an ideal plan. And no matter how long it could take, the main thing is that he swore allegiance to the goddess. The other constellations began to worry even more, because she was too sure of this, and this made them have bad feelings. It remains to wait a little for him to arrive for training, because she has already prepared everything. The guy noticed how a powerful tornado appeared not far behind him, moving towards him. All this looked very dangerous for him, but this was the least test that the Libra goddess could do for the guy. The main character thought that this was a test of the goddess, and it was impossible to become stronger without coming face to face with danger, especially if she prepared the task, and it definitely makes sense. Skylar immediately fought with the lightning tornado. Its power was so powerful that the guy felt like his body was being torn apart. But the guy was persistent and said that he had to pass this test, and as soon as he thought about it, a strong whirlwind lifted him sharply into the air. The voice from the tornado said that you can only become stronger by overcoming pain and difficulties, because this is God's plan. After a powerful magical storm swept through, the illusion magic that covered the territory of the virtuous Libra goddess dissipated. But this magic was used as a basic security measure, and before Skylar could understand it, the magical storm raged again. Even the great goddess could not foresee this. The two constellations asked each other why the guy had not yet come to them. The goddess must have sensed his presence when he entered the training citadel, but somehow there is still no news of him. The girl screamed that she had left him 10 meters from the citadel and he needed to go a little forward. Couldn't he find her after wandering around a little? Couldn't Earthlings act on their own? The Libra goddess had prepared everything he needed for his training, even getting top-notch equipment so that he could train safely and effectively. Also, the girl did not forget about earthly toys so that the guy could have fun in his free time. It was all the least she could do for a hunter who had to endure such terrible conditions. It was to prepare a comfortable environment for him so that he could concentrate on his training. A warrior suddenly appeared and turned to the lady and reported that he had inspected the perimeter of the training citadel and could not find the person she was talking about. The girl replied in horror that this could not be, because she definitely sent Skylar there. Then the warrior suggested that perhaps a magical storm from the abyss had thrown him back. Then the goddess turned to him and asked him to do his best to find him and return this man. He had to be found and saved, because he couldn't just stay and wander the abyss forever. And the noble warrior accepted the lady's order and said that he would find him at any cost and went in search of the abyss. The abyss was an endless void, and even the constellations were able to master only part of this world, and it was simply impossible to find a person who was carried away by a magical storm. The violent flow of mana could simply destroy his body. The guy felt as if he was in the deep sea, although he had never been there. Highly concentrated magical power circulated through his breath and thereby strengthened his body. The guy's bones and muscles were strengthened. His potential increased dramatically. The main character wandered in this storm and took it all as a test of becoming an avatar of the constellation. A few weeks later, a storm released the guy and brought his body to the ground. Skylar could barely stand, but he was glad that the first training session had gone well and that it was finally over. He raised his head up and was horrified. It seemed to him that in front of him was the place where the next training would take place. The place to which the magical storm brought the main character was an empty corner of the abyss, which was not owned by any constellation. Suddenly, a stone monster appeared right in front of the guy, and he thought that the training was that he had to defeat it. Skylar noted that this monster looked like Onyx from Pokemon and was similar to an A-rank monster. The main character simply looked at his opponent and could not believe that the goddess really did not overestimate him, because he was hardly a C-rank hunter. But Skylar immediately threw these thoughts aside and was sure that the goddess had carefully planned everything for him. And at that moment, the guy ran straight at the monster. He had enough time to properly wave at him. The main character put all his strength into one blow. But the monster didn't even notice this, and there was no reaction. The guy couldn't even scratch him. Suddenly, the stone monster uttered a terrible cry that should have frightened the main character. But this didn't stop the guy in any way, and he was going to smash him into rubble and would train until he could take him down. One day, the main character received this book as a bonus in an auction. It was about a divine space art with a D-rank skill. Two guys talked about how martial arts were not popular. Moreover, they were also hard, and no one needed this book. Then one of the guys decided to simply sell it. He said that no normal person would buy it. Skylar sat next to him and asked if he could buy this book, because he had always been interested in studying martial arts. The man easily sold this book and said that the guy had strange taste for his age and warned him not to rely only on this skill. Everyone knew that it takes a lot of time to cultivate strength. Even if you think that this skill will make someone stronger, it is better to learn something else. If mana is the vital part of a magician, then ki is an integral part of a martial artist's abilities. This damage varied depending on the amount of Kai achieved, and so it was natural that the divine space art that slowly cultivated Kai would be unpopular. But Skylar was completely different. He had many opportunities to learn other martial arts. He really liked space arts. The guy massaged the stone monster non-stop, because in the divine space art there is no special way to cultivate Kai. However, instead, Kai permeates every movement from a fist to a milky kick and returns back to the body. By repeating this process, a tiny amount of Kai accumulates inside, but each kick and blow slowly increases the protagonist's Kai. If this training is repeated endlessly, then in the end he will become a master of martial arts, of course. This was all about theory, but not everyone is capable of such training. The guy thought that he did not have any talents, but in fact he was deeply mistaken, because he has the talent to endure fatigue and make endless efforts. This is why he was able to withstand 100 years of repeating the same skill. Thanks to this, he learned a B+ rank skill, the Fist of Internal Destruction technique, and then a new level of divine space art. The young man had reached the level of an advanced martial artist and was now a B-rank hunter. Then the guy remembered one hunter who was able to become an A-rank martial artist. He was a hunter from China, the only martial artist to achieve A rank. The young guy became a martial arts expert, or in other words, approximately at the level of a six-circle magician. The girl asked with great surprise whether he was going to apply for a higher rank and immediately received a positive answer. The guy planned to become the first S-rank martial artist. The main character was not very inspired by this thought, because he will be able to reach the level of this guy at this rate only in 1,000 years. At that moment, the stone monster looked at Skylar. The guy asked him why he was looking at him like that, because there was a fair fight between them. The stone snake didn't just ignore him. After the guy had cultivated Kai for decades, it could no longer ignore the damage it was receiving. At this moment, the snake could not hold back her tears, because the guy forcibly chose her as a mannequin when she was just doing normal daily activities. At one point, the guy felt a little lost and decided to go somewhere, because it was a training ground, so now he can go wherever he wants. Suddenly, the stone snake landed the young man directly on his head and moved forward. The main character thought this idea was fun, because simply walking through the abyss was an incredibly boring task. At one point, the guy heard a sound that he heard 100 years ago. When he first fell into the abyss, these were the sounds of a magical storm. The guy regarded this as a gift from the goddess, which would lead him to the second test. But the dragon had a different opinion and believed that the man would simply die. The main character kindly asked the beast to go with him, but he was afraid, because even the most powerful monsters can die if they get caught in a magical storm. Then the monster jumped sharply and, together with Skylar, found themselves in the epicenter of a magical storm, because he had no choice but to agree with him. After the destination, the monster was exhausted, and the guy joyfully exclaimed that everyone was really moving so happily in the abyss. When the guy reached the advanced level, he realized how incredible the magical storm was. It filled his body with mana and made him stronger, eliminating fatigue. All this was an incredible training in restoring the entire body. To control such constellation power is truly amazing. But the guy did not fully understand that it was just pure luck that he did not die immediately as soon as he was caught by the magical storm. Because if he had not taken this as a test from the goddess and allowed the stream to take over his body, the storm would have immediately torn apart it to pieces in 1 second. The young man wandered through the abyss and wondered that there was no food here, because he had not eaten for more than 100 years, but still had no feeling of hunger. The guy wanted to choose something, and the monster kindly invited him to try the stone. The monster said that theoretically he could eat it, because technically speaking, the stone of his body is meat. He gladly shared a piece of the stone body, but the guy regarded it as revenge for using him as a punching bag for 100 years. The monster kindly looked at the guy and waited for his reaction, because he had no bad intentions. But Skylar refused such a treat, because no matter how hungry he was, he didn't want to eat the monster. In response to his words, the creature happily threw it over its head and threw it into the air several times. From that moment on, the main character learned everything he should know about the stone snake. At this moment, the guy received a battle epiphany based on the movements of the stone serpent. It was about the fist of the stone serpent. strong enough to pierce the ground. The punch was strong enough to pierce the ground, but also flexible as if it were floating through the air, and the advanced level master immediately tried out a new fist technique. After that, he was very surprised, and now the guy is not going to stop using divine space arts because it was quite good. After this, the main character began to understand much more, having received a new level of martial arts and looked forward to the next training. The guy stood on the edge of a cliff and talked about where the next training would be. Having seen the photo, the guy decided that the next training would be underwater and ran down. He also ordered his friend to stay on land, as the stone could drown. The guy elegantly entered the water and, taking in as much air as possible, dived straight to the bottom. But this was no ordinary water, and a poisonous one that immediately entered his body, and the charge of Kai that he received from the divine cosmic arts began to deplete. Sea monsters began to attack the guy, and if his strength runs out, his life will be in danger. But with each attack, his body got used to the poison and his resistance increased. On the shore of the poisonous ocean, like a faithful dog, the monster was waiting for its owner. He saw something happening inside the water. It was Skylar, who with a powerful leap from the water found himself directly on land. The guy said that the ocean of the abyss was very dangerous and that at the bottom he saw something shining and he should get it. Skylar didn't know how he would swim through the poisonous ocean, but if this was all a test from the goddess, then there must be a way. Then the guy began to think about what he should do and how to act in this situation. He then decided that with the help of the divine cosmic art, he would accumulate enough Kai power to swim across the poisonous ocean. But the guy couldn't imagine that all this would take a lot of time. He was, of course, glad that he was getting stronger, but he didn't understand why this process was so long and he had been stuck here for 200 years. Then the young man saw his friend eating a lot of stones and asked how tasty it was. He also needed to eat something, but thanks to his mother, he was not hungry. But living without food was difficult since everything seemed very gray. When the main character was wandering along the shore, he saw a monster from the poisonous ocean in the distance. The guy's eyes lit up when he saw this fish in front of him. All that remained was to cook it correctly. The main character decided that in order to eat normally, he should have cooked it first. Then the guy went to get some supplies and with great force began to knock something out of the rock. He managed to create his first kitchen utensils, and for the first time it turned out pretty well. The guy found a large stone slab and put the fish on it and began to cut it. But as soon as his knife cut the head, the stone accessories melted. The main character was confused and did not understand how to prepare it further. The brilliant ideas were much faster than him, and he thought that maybe he should eat it raw, just like sashimi. The stone friend could not stand such thoughts and took something out of his jaw and offered to use it for the guy. Skylar held adamantine in his hands. It was a treasure among treasures, highly valued among stone-type monsters. The guy really liked this material because it didn't melt when it came into contact with this liquid, and you can make a cutting board from such things. The young man was happy about this because now, by training in the abyss, he will be able to make any kitchen utensil. At that moment, the main character remembered the words of the boss, who kept shouting at him that a person should have a hobby, and now he finally understood what the boss was trying to tell him. Now, if a guy can improve his cooking skills after receiving kitchen utensils, he will be able to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, as he will be able to cook food that will help him in his training. Skylar finally cooked a fish steak and immediately began to taste it, even though he only lived once. On Earth, the main character was not picky about food and adhered to a strict diet. Many of his friends asked what was for dinner today, but upon hearing the answer, they immediately said that they ate elsewhere. After the guy finished eating a steak made from poisonous fish, he felt some kind of burning inside his body. Green, poisonous smoke came out of all his orifices. Even though the guy absorbed all the poison, he was successfully eliminated with the help of the divine space art Kai. At one point, Skylar realized that the poisonous meat had increased his Kai and his tongue was simply slightly numb. The guy came to the conclusion that poison was one of the ways of energy, because until he was poisoned, he could convert it into Kai. Then the main character decided that it was time to start the hunt, and he was ready to eat each of them. Thus, several centuries passed. The guy pulled out poisonous fish over and over again and swallowed them with pleasure, during which time Skylar's mind and body changed greatly. During this time, the deadly poison had been successfully eliminated many times with the help of the divine space art Kai, and his body now had maximum resistance to the poison. After the main character gained resistance to countless poisons, he received an A-rank skill, perfect immunity to poison. The poison no longer affected him, and moreover, he himself could release and use poison. Thanks to this, his skill reached the level of an expert. The guy reasoned that he had gained complete resistance to poisons and reached the level of expert, and could not even dream of this on Earth and should already be a rank A hunter. But even A-rank hunters are considered strategic weapons, and this will still not be enough to save the Earth from disaster. And the main character proceeded to the next stage, namely to continue to train hard. This was the end of his journey with the stone monster. He thanked his friend for everything and said that the further path of the protagonist would be too dangerous. The guy added that his further path lies through the water, and since he is a stone type, he definitely won't get through and ordered to return home. Due to his resistance to poisons, the ocean was no longer considered a threat for the guy. And now, the cruel sea monsters had no choice but to flee from the hunter. From that moment, Skylar became the emperor of this ocean. When the guy was wandering around the ocean, he noticed a source of magical power, which he saw on the first day, and now he will finally be able to look at it up close. But this was not a source at all, but a portal to the place of the next training, as the young man had previously thought. The closer he got, the more the thought of what the next training would be like enveloped him. When the main character got to the next location, all of his Kai gates were automatically activated, and the power completely overwhelmed his entire body, and he received automatic protection from attacks. The body of people who had reached the expert level could independently prepare for battle when it sensed hostility. But even people who are not martial arts experts should be able to sense it upon arriving in this territory. The main character came face to face with an unquenchable thirst for blood that could only be found in a high-level dungeon. Any attribute of a constellation is the laws established on their territory. One of the monsters asked the guy what race he was, and when he heard that the guy was a human, he decided that most likely he was here for the first time. Then the monster offered to explain something, to which the main character was very surprised and thanked him for such kindness. The creature took a huge sword in his hand and shouted that newcomers should be cut off their heads so that they would know that this land was ruled by the Lord of Blood and Battles. Skylar heard about the Lord of Blood and Battles and decided that this training ground had a rather harsh theme. And the battle began between a monster from hell and a guy who randomly ended up on this earth. After several successful attacks, the main character formed a Kai fist, concentrating all his power and released it directly at the monster's head. The rest of the demons couldn't believe it, that some human could defeat their boss on this earth. The guy shouted that he had come to take a test and ordered them to attack him, but the demons did not understand what test they were talking about. Then one of the demons suggested that the guy wanted the attention of the Lord of Blood and Battles, and noted that the young man did not look so bad for a person who looked like a weakling. At this moment, all the monsters and demons of this dimension began to attack the guy to kill him. But the main character was not at all afraid of this and hit the monsters with crushing force. Blow after blow, they could not force him to stop using these strange techniques. At one point, the guy realized that he was fighting in an area that was too large and open and was very much surrounded. One of the demons shouted that he looked better than he looked, but he was still human and meant to be dog food. The demon unleashed the dogs straight on Skylar, and they savagely went straight at him. The guy was in the territory under the rule of this constellation, where the main attribute was the second law of nature, which was that a person should always be ready to defend. In the territory controlled by the Lord of Blood and Battles, there was only one rule. All his avatars would endlessly fight each other, and the guy decided to find an advantageous position and win. After walking a short distance, he came across an abandoned building and decided to go inside. The guy immediately knocked down the door and immediately asked forgiveness from the unknown owner of the building, but he was going to borrow this house for a while. But the young man was met by a rather kind monster who greeted him and offered to try the newly prepared soup. But it turned out that Skylar walked through the doors of the restaurant, and he was shocked that even in such places they exist. The guy felt embarrassed about the broken door and asked if he had something to eat. Otherwise, he hadn't eaten anything normal for a long time. Unexpectedly, the monster immediately poured a poisonous vat of stew right on the protagonist's face. Skylar found himself on the floor, and the satisfied monster stood nearby and asked how well the soup was prepared. But unexpectedly for the monster, the guy got up, because there is no longer any poison that can harm him and he is able to freely control it. The guy quickly stood up and said that there was a good eatery here. The monster could not understand who was in front of him. At that moment, other demons appeared at the door of the restaurant and were able to find him. They had one goal and a thirst for killing this man. The guy abruptly built a shelter from tables and chairs and invited the demons to approach him. Then Skylar picked up a chair and shouted that he could fight with them here for an eternity. The guy fought monsters and demons for several hours using only a chair, and thanks to this, he acquired a new skill using chairs as weapons. The main character was happy about this, because a better level of understanding can only be achieved in deadly situations, and he understood why the goddess had prepared such a test for him. At this time, the Libra goddess could not find a place, because there had been no news about Skylar for a long time. She also hoped that her assistant was also fine. But he had already flown around a bunch of dimensions and did not understand how he was supposed to find the only person in the abyss. After some time, the main character exhaled loudly. He wondered only one question: how many more times he would have to do this. Due to his mastery of combat, Skylar's sensitivity increased, and he felt something supernatural coming from the cauldron. When the guy took the cauldron in his hands, suddenly the owner of the building took him by the leg and shouted that the Lord of Blood and Battles does not want fights to be interrupted by insignificant deaths, that here his power will endlessly revive him to continue. So no one can die here. The monster burst into tears like a little girl and asked to take pity on him, because he went through all the circles of hell to get this adamantium cauldron. But the main character ordered him to shut up, because he believed that he got it by beating other creatures. The guy added that the point is that now the winner takes all. The adamantium cauldron and this restaurant now belong to Skylar. The young man picked up a huge stone plate, because in one story about martial arts, he learned that a retired martial artist owned a small classic eatery. The guy came here only to look for a suitable place for battles, but suddenly acquired an eatery that inspired him. The main character proudly left the building, because now it was no longer an ordinary eatery, but a place called a taste factory. The amazed monster screamed for the guy not to even think about it because it was all his, but Skylar no longer cared. He offered him an excellent bet. If he wants to take the restaurant back, then let him defeat him, because the rules work here that way. When the guy entered the kitchen, he was surprised at what frequency the demon chef was holding this place. Right on the table in front of the guy were all the ingredients, dishes, and even a special place. The experiment section should now have no problems. Then the main character decided to check what kind of products were on this table. First of all, he took some piece that looked tasty and satisfying and looked like meat. As soon as the guy took a small bite, he realized that he had taken poison and was not very happy about it. He could not understand where the poison was coming from in the restaurant, so the young man began to try one of the strange fruits. When he tried one ingredient after another, he realized that there was poison everywhere in this restaurant and could not understand why there was so much of it and whether demons really fed on it. The guy came to terms with this and decided that he should eat everything raw and use his immunity to poison to turn it into Kai energy. But Skylar suddenly remembered that the poison did not affect him in any way, and now he would simply use it as one of the ingredients for cooking. From that day on, the guy fought monsters to gain experience during the day, and he experimented with recipes at night. All this continued in the diner for several hundred years. The main character calmly went about his household chores, cleaning the restaurant and clearing dirt from the floor. But every time the monsters and demons returned and shouted at him to give back his restaurant. But the guy shouted that this was now a pub and not some crummy restaurant, and quickly threw all the creatures out of the building. At one point, the main character discovered that he had obtained a new skill through countless battles. He had obtained an A-rank skill, harmony of body and mind. Now the divine space arts had become more natural. The man received a surge of wild energy. The circulation of Kai in his body accelerated sharply. The body-mind harmony skill was a state in which the body moves in accordance with the mind. After acquiring this skill, the body becomes much faster than before. Every martial artist wanted to gain this skill, but achieving it was very difficult. Magic skills are popular and used by many, and therefore they were often sold at auctions. Various scrolls with magic spells were available to everyone who participated. But because of this popularity, the scroll of harmony of body and mind was difficult to obtain. Some could only crawl through dungeons and hope for a miracle. The main character did not understand why, but he was able to achieve harmony of body and mind through prolonged, deadly fights. The guy thought that all the martial arts masters would go crazy because of this. But one question remained. when he would return and whether he would be able to at all. At this time, the Lord of Blood and Battle was pleased with everyone who received his blessing and continued to conduct continuous battles. The demon chief could not believe that an army of monsters could not defeat one person after 100 years. The main character sat calmly on the table and meditated while the monsters did not understand how to open the closed door. This building was so powerful and strong that they could not demolish it to kill a person. By the time the demons realized that their strategy was not working, the protagonist also realized that something needed to change. He looked at his hands and realized that he had stopped getting stronger, that his strength was leaving every day. Of course, he absorbed some energy through his research and cooking, but his progress in martial arts completely stopped. The guy was still inside. He could no longer experience things like harmony of body and mind. Behind the door remained the cries of monsters who shouted about adamantium nuggets and fresh meat of a void beast, from which their strength would increase sharply. All these were unsuccessful attempts by the monsters to lure the main character out. Over the years, the demons had come to an agreement that as long as Skylar was hiding in a diner or pub, they wouldn't even scratch him, and so they tried with all their might to lure him out. Suddenly, the doors of the pub opened, and Skylar shouted that he could forgive a lot, but asked the demons to end this unsuccessful production. The monsters were surprised, because they could not expect that the guy would actually come out to them. And at that moment, all the creatures flocked to the guy as if they saw an appetizing and tasty piece of meat. All this time, the demonic pub was not only a refuge, but also the reason for Skylar's stagnation. Being isolated in the pub meant he stopped getting involved in the fights to the death that had accelerated his growth. That's why he decided to play along with them, even though the demon's acting was quite one of the worst. But during the fight between the demons and the guy, a huge and powerful demon turned out to be, which became a small problem for Skylar. The demon shouted that today would be his last day and he would no longer need to pretend to be a strong guy who would simply be hidden in this building. In response to this, the main character turned to the boss of the demons, saying that he was afraid that at this rate he would not advance in martial arts. These words angered the creatures and they began to attack the guy, but he was so fast and agile that they could not even touch him. 1 rank. A martial artist described powerful strength as a state in which he was overwhelmed with confidence. Before this, Skylar could not understand this, but now that he had reached the expert level, the young man realized that earlier in battle the guy always felt backed into a corner, randomly attacking in all directions from all over Kai. The feeling he felt due to his lack of confidence had completely disappeared, and he was now completely calm and empowered. The whole world told him that he was stronger than all the demons around him. He could dispel the enemy's attack with the help of divine cosmic art. The main character easily took the demon by his sword, because now he had learned to use the enemy's strength against him. At that moment, he learned the martial art of the samurai, in which the forces of opponents are used against them. After a successful battle, the guy was glad that he managed to get a piece of fresh meat and an adamantine ingot. Soon the guy returned to the pub again and shouted that next time he would gladly fight them at any time if they brought him more gifts. The next day, a piece of meat and 2 beautiful ingots were waiting for the main character. The demons brought them as promised and offered to fight them again. The guy immediately left the building and was surprised. There was no one opposite him. He could not understand where everyone had gone because they so wanted to fight with him. Suddenly, the demons began shelling from the air. They decided that the guy specialized in close combat and therefore decided to finish him off with long-range attacks. Skylar successfully emerged from this attack, and thus his body became even stronger after the attacks of the demons. All the demons asked the same question: when would he finally die? But over and over again they received a direct blow from spells, because now Skylar had acquired the skill of invulnerability. From that moment on, the more the demons spent energy, the stronger Skylar became, and each time widened the gap between them. More than several hundred years of these events have passed, but ruthless battles between man and demon continue to this day. A line of demons had already lined up to wait for the legendary battle, but when the main character came out, he announced that there would be no fight. One of the demons waited the whole morning to fight under the pub and was very upset about it, but the resourceful guy offered to take a number for the first fight next time. The guy warned that he would not fight with those who would not stand in line and would cause scenes, but one of the demons reassured the main character by saying that the demons who wanted to fight would listen to him, because it was difficult to find a strong man like a man, and they were forced to keep a queue. When Skylar returned to the pub, The young man thought that somehow he had become close to these guys and believed that this was natural after hundreds of years of battles. The boy held in front of him a rank A hunter card. It was a magical item received upon first registration in the association, and when the owner fills it with magical Kai, it shows the owner's statistics. The guy had forgotten about this card a long time ago, and after a while he decided to take it out and look at the result of his long training. When the boy took the card, he was shocked, because he received so many skills that on Earth he could only dream about it. But one of the last skills seriously interested Skylar. He did not know what it was and what this skill gave. It was a worldwide resonance. The guy couldn't believe his eyes, because this skill was D rank when he first learned it. He had never seen rank rise so quickly, but this was all due to training in the Abyss, which had already taken several centuries and even more than 1,000 years. One of the A-rank skills was perfect immunity to poisons, the ability to freely control poisons and gain Kai when absorbing it. The second skill was harmony of body and mind, the ability to use the body the way the owner wants it. The third skill meant the ability to redirect the opponent's power back, even if it is greater than the main character. The fourth skill was invulnerability, when the skin became harder than steel and it was able to block most attacks. The guy knew about all the abilities that he received, but then he noticed the consistency card. It was one of the skills that he heard about back on Earth. The idea behind this skill was that hunters use mana or Kai as a source of power. When using the skill and when the quality of this source drops, it will result in loss of effectiveness or unsuccessful use of the skill. However, if the owner has an unimaginably large amount of pure Kai, he will achieve legendary level, creating the illusion of 3 colors during key meditation. Skylar was puzzled, because this skill was available to hunters who had trained in a unique rank A martial art similar to the Divine Twilight art. But the guy didn't know that although the Divine Space art is weak in growth rate, it allows you to create Kai stronger than any other martial art, and Skylar has been training this art for more than 1,000 years. A martial arts specialist card meant that a person had the ideal physique to learn martial arts. This primarily meant that they had a high affinity with Kai, and most people with this skill received it at birth. The guy suggested that this might be due to the magical storm, because he never had any innate talents. Skylar was grateful to the goddess for this, because she really had planned everything and made the magical storm the first part of the training. But the girl still did not know where it was. Through countless battles, his understanding of martial arts had almost reached perfection, and he could flawlessly copy any martial arts at a glance. It was believed that it was difficult to master even one martial art in a lifetime, and this skill would allow him to use various techniques depending on the situation. This skill was really strong, but in the end, the guy saw one of the abilities that didn't even have a rank. It was a world resonance, where the world resonates with the main character because he is close to reaching the peak of existence. But the guy did not understand a single word and thought that perhaps the hunter's card was broken. But at that moment, Skylar had no idea that this was the thing for which the whole Earth will go crazy. While the guy carefully studied the hunter's cards, he prepared a whole vat of luxurious soup. At this moment, the demons reasoned that Skylar was a strong opponent and could not understand how he could be so strong. One of them competed with him for 500 years, but he was still stronger. The guy turned to the losers and offered to try one of the delicious dishes of this establishment. The monsters gladly tried what the main character had prepared with the condition that after eating they would defeat this person. Skylar practiced cooking continuously, making changes to the menu, and each time it became tastier and tastier. But sometimes the demons didn't like the food and they weren't going to eat it because even pigs wouldn't eat it. The main character accidentally poisoned the demon and decided that next time it would be better not to add this ingredient to the soup anymore. Suddenly, someone's voice shouted that a warrior was coming for battle. He was not a prisoner who could be tortured like that. A huge demon walked towards the guy and refused to play his games and asked the man to fight him. As soon as the demon approached a meter, he immediately received a powerful blow from his fist right in the chest and jumped back several meters. The guy could not understand what he didn't like about his food and forbade him to enter here even after he was resurrected. After that, Skylar smiled and apologized for this situation and told the demons not to be shy about trying the food. The demons liked the young guy's food so much that they offered to serve this dish to their master, the Lord of Blood and Battles. The young man was greatly flattered by this and was glad that they liked everything so much. Demons were really different from people. They thought that this food was very tasty, and those who ate to their fullest did not come to the pub for more than a month. After spending so much time in the kitchen, the guy received the skill of beginner abyss cooking. The main character continued to train diligently and intensively every day, and he really was not mistaken, because his skills did not improve at all. He could no longer cultivate Kai. It felt as if his body was blocked because he was too full, his growth was stopped. The guy thought about the fact that his main martial artist was only an expert, and despite the fact that he wants to become stronger, he no longer had a role model, since there was no longer a martial artist stronger than him. The guy had to destroy this wall, and there was only one way to become stronger. This was a battle with a new enemy. With an enemy that is many times stronger than these weak demons, the guy needs to fight with someone who is stronger even than him. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door of the pub and asked the owner to come out. When the guy opened the door, he kindly invited me to try the excellent meat that he had prepared this morning. The main character kindly invited the guest to sit down at any free place, while he brought the meat without rice. Skylar was a little wary, because in front of him was a completely new demon. He looked at its statistics while showing the table. The demon said that he had heard a lot about him and was eager to see his skills. Skylar knew that this guest was very strong and much stronger than him. He possessed enormous magical power that was strong even for the demonic race. And at that moment, the main character realized that a new stage for training was beginning. The guy kindly served the guest and brought him the dish of the day, meat without rice. The demon began to slowly taste the main character's food. It was clear from him that he was much stronger than the guy. When the demon finished eating, he thanked him for the food and added that he had heard that the owner of this place likes to collect valuable minerals. At that moment, he took out a huge adamantine ingot, which was of an unprecedented size. The guy held this ingot in his hands and did not know what to say. He believed that the demon had paid him too much and offered him another portion of rice, but the demon refused, saying that one was enough and everything was delicious. The demon turned to the man, saying that his name is Verariggoth. He is the first avatar of the Lord of Blood and Battles, and the one to whom he gave the bloody axe, and he has an offer from his master. The guy was very surprised by this and clarified what kind of proposal he was talking about. Then the demon added that all this time the Master Lord of Blood and Battles had been watching him, and now he wants the guy to become his avatar. Verariggoth was sure that Skylar would accept the offer, but despite the fact that he is a wanderer from the outside world, the guy is not crazy enough to go against the will of the constellation. The main character cautiously asked for forgiveness, but he simply cannot accept the demon's offer. Verariggoth was furious because the guy refused his master's offer. The guy said that he was under a lot of pressure and that he was the very strong opponent that the young man had been waiting for so long. The demon did not understand this, because the guy had a talent worthy of praise from the master of not hiding his fighting spirit in front of someone who was definitely stronger than him. And it was this quality that the Lord of Blood and Battles desired. The demon shouted about why the guy was not happy if he rejected such a sweet offer. Then the demon suggested that perhaps the guy was already an avatar of another constellation, but he did not feel the presence of the constellation in him at all. The main character replied that he was not an avatar yet, but had already promised the constellation that he would become one when he passed her test. The creature tried to find out because perhaps the guy had been deceived, but the main character was persistent and did not understand what the demon was trying to achieve, because if he wants to fight, he will be ready for it with joy. The demon asked the guy not to rush and listen to him, because what he was talking about did not add up in his head. Constellations enter into a contract with an avatar because of their desire. Not a single constellation will accept someone unworthy as an avatar. And to be desired by one constellation meant that other constellations from the abyss would also desire this, and therefore the constellation immediately entered into a contract with the avatar candidate so that others would not do this. But if they want to train the candidate, they do it on their own territory. All this is due to the fact that there may be cases of the candidate being intercepted by other constellations while he is wandering outside, and if this happens, then the constellations will laugh at him for 10,000 years. But the guy shouted that Verariggoth missed something, because the constellation to which he promised could see the future, and the guy was sure that she chose this strange method because she foresaw it. The demon was not completely sure, because foreseeing the future is a rare and special skill, but the main character replied that this is what proves that his constellation is better than he thinks, because she was able to think through the fact that nothing would happen if he trained outside its territory. After these words, Skylar boasted about the training he had endured and all the trials he had faced hundreds of years after he was caught in the magical storm, and how carefully these trainings had been planned. But the demon replied that this makes even less sense, because the magical storm of the abyss is not something that can be controlled, and even the constellations cannot do it. It is a dangerous and strong catastrophe. The guy already had less confidence in his words, and he added that shouldn't at least one constellation be able to control this? The demon said that if it were, it would immediately conquer the entire abyss. He also asked if the guy was sure that it was not the constellation that sent him, but that he was simply caught in a magical storm. But the main character did not want to listen to the demon's words and ordered him to shut up. Skylar didn't think that Verariggoth was lying, because it was the truth, and now he learned a lot. But he enjoyed the process of becoming stronger so much that he didn't have a single question until that moment. The guy was angry. He didn't understand how stupid he was and why he hadn't thought about it before. At one point, the young man wanted to burst into tears, but this was impossible, because every tear leads to the exhaustion of Kai and his courage. Skylar left the pub and headed forward. Now he knew that he was not at the training facility, but simply in another location. And now he urgently needed to return to Earth, because he had wasted 1,000 years. But the demon upset the guy because he could not leave this territory of the Lord of Blood and Battles. And at that moment, Verariggoth, gifted with a bloody axe, showed his true form, and the blessing of the Lord of Blood and Battles enveloped him. He felt sorry that he had to break such a gem as the guy who was right in front of him. He reassured the guy, told him not to despair, because his master is very generous, and when the main character dies, he will bind his soul and resurrect it. The guy did not understand what kind of nonsense Verariggoth was talking about. He refused to play their games and immediately attacked the main demon. The demon noticed that the guy had a special walking technique, and he did not feel any magic, and his movements were much faster than teleportation magic. The main character demonstrated a divine space art movement technique using Kai, and it was called the moonwalk. The demon replied that his master was interested in him for a reason, but he did not intend to continue this any longer and ordered him to prepare to serve his master. Verariggoth used bloody baptism. It was condensed mana, and to use such an amount of mana you need to be very strong, and even the invulnerability skill did not make it possible to hold out under it for a long time. The demon shouted that now the end had come for man, and the Lord of Blood and Battles was waiting for him. A shower of crimson mana melted and destroyed everything it touched. This technique showed in all its glory the difference between the strength of Verariggoth and the strength of a human magician. But thanks to the skill of harmony of body and mind, the protagonist's senses became sharper. His Kai consumption significantly decreased, and the effectiveness of the martial art he used increased. The divine cosmic art unceremoniously warned him, and it was because Skylar was in great danger. When faced with a crisis situation, when the enemy was much stronger than the guy, his mind was very calm, and the discomfort of wasting time due to misunderstanding had already disappeared. It was that similar moment when the guy got into a magical storm, where it was not the speed that was important, but the feeling of the flow, and then he would be able to dodge. The degree of proficiency in martial arts was increased, and the guy received an S-rank skill, incredible speed, a technique that allowed him to move in the blink of an eye to the desired place. Verariggoth could not believe his eyes because the guy completely dodged the bloody baptism. Until this moment, he thought that martial arts were studied only by weaklings and expressed great respect for the man. In the Abyss, magic skills are the most popular, they cost mana, and magic users can take an unlimited amount of mana from outside. On the other hand, martial arts expend the user's inner strength. Compared to magic, martial arts have a limit. After meeting the main character, the demon understood why martial arts were created, because it really amazed the mind. And he told an old story that slaves staged an uprising on the territory of some constellation. They wanted to resist the law of this world, and since they went against the constellation, they could no longer use mana. However, it was not so easy to suppress the uprising because of their wonderful skill, thanks to which they could be used without borrowing mana from outside. The guy thought that we were talking about martial arts, but what if he used magic? The demon added that after his body had melted from the bloody baptism, he would have already met the Lord of Blood and Battles. And at that very second, the guy flew straight at the demon so that he could see the real power of martial arts. The demon understood that there really was a special person in front of him, but he was Verariggoth, and his master gave him a bloody axe. And then the demon used the magic of a bloody axe and struck the main character with a powerful blow. The guy shouted that with this magic the fight was unhappy, and perhaps he at least has weaknesses in close combat, because it couldn't be that magic was capable of anything. For the first time in a long time, the main character was on the edge, because an enemy appeared before him that was significantly superior to him in strength, skill, and magic. With each attack he inflicted, he felt himself becoming stronger. Collecting the required amount of Kai at one point, he created Kai fists. And as soon as he managed to do this, he made a powerful fist of the cosmos, which struck the demon with such force that Verariggoth could not have expected it. But even this was not enough, and the demon was amused by interesting tricks. But this was not enough to completely defeat him. Several skills, such as using speed or evasion, were only suitable for defense, but the problem was with attacking power. In order to break through the dozens of layers of protective magic with which Verariggoth defended himself, he had to deliver a powerful blow. Then the main character thought that Kai's fist was the result of Kai compression. But such compression was unlikely to be enough, but he decided to try anyway. In theory, the Kai fist did not fully utilize Kai compression, and it was possible to compress Ki to the state of materialization, and this technique is called Ki materialization. The protagonist's idol, the greatest martial artist on Earth, was the first who was able to materialize Kai. But he could only hold the materialization for a moment due to the fact that this technique absorbed a huge amount of energy. He could not use it in a real battle. But Skylar has long surpassed the idol among martial artists more than 100 years ago. And with a powerful stream of energy, he struck Verariggoth right in his heart. The guy couldn't quite believe that he managed to do this, and he destroyed the bloody shield spell and the Master's blessing. The main character succeeded in destroying all of Verariggoth's defenses. But if he uses the manifestation of Kai again, his energy will be depleted. The battle between man and demon was still ongoing, and the demons below the rank were wondering when the end would be, because at this rate they would grind this place into powder. Verariggoth had been fighting with the main character for 6 months, and this man was a legend. So the main character used the Fists of Space. His energy was quickly depleted due to the use of this skill. The scanner was at a dead end. Although he could break through Verariggoth's defense with the materialized Kai attack of the Divine Space Art, but he could not use this deadly attack from the huge Kai consumption. Although his skills quickly restored his energy, he still needed time to use the cosmic aura once again. Verariggoth turned to the guy, saying that they had already spent too much time on this and he could no longer restrain the Lord of Blood and Battles. And at that moment, a loud noise was heard, which meant that the Lord of Blood and Battles blessed the demon with the strength to win. The main character could barely stand on his feet while Mr. Verariggoth gave him additional strength. Skylar understood that he was in great danger and knew why the demon had decreased in size. He did this to increase his speed, to be more mobile and sharp, so that the main character could not keep up with his fast and lightning-fast attacks. The fight between the demon and the guy continued. The main character repelled one attack after another, continuing to accumulate energy and try to defend more than attack. The demon's attacks were so strong that at one point Skylar's invulnerability was broken and he needed time to restore it. He understood that if he lost concentration, he would die immediately, and there was no way he could relax and stop. From the moment he entered the abyss, the main character never used all his energy completely. After all, in the abyss where the environment is full of dangerous enemies and creatures, using all the power was equivalent to suicide, and there was no way to completely use it up. But the main character understood that he was not in a situation where it was necessary to accumulate energy and spend it in small parts. And then at one moment, Skylar released all the juices from his body, accumulating such a flow of energy that with one blow he cut off the demon's hand. At this moment, the protagonist learned Space Breakthrough Kai. It was a completely new technique that was added to the Divine Space Art, and the art improved. Verariggoth felt that even after such a crushing blow, no matter how, he had to defeat this man. After all, if he does not end this, then Skylar will become even stronger and more powerful to such an extent that he will no longer be able to bring him even the slightest damage. Considering the fact that they were in the territory under the control of the Lord of Blood and Battles, the demon could not lose this battle. Verariggoth could not just stand by and watch as a new constellation was born in the territory of his great master. Suddenly, the demon saw a bright light that began to slowly blind him. He wondered where it came from. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw that Skylar was standing in front of him, hundreds of times larger than him. At that moment, the main character realized what it meant to drain all the energy from Kai. The wall that the main character encountered, the amount of Kai that was in his body, all this was now absolutely unimportant, because all the powerful energy was inside him. And now, if he can bring all the energy outside the body, then the world will become his energy. At this moment, the guy has achieved a perfect understanding of the Kai materialization skill, and now he can freely use this materialization. The skill of world resonance has strengthened, and now the world is waiting for its defeat. The Abyss constellation watching the battle showed great interest in this. From that moment on, all the constellations were ready to have the main character as their avatar. The guy finished off the enemy blow by blow, and at one moment the demon was able to utter his last words that he had lost this fight to a man. The guy defeated the first avatar of the Lord of Blood and battles of the Demon King Verariggoth, gifted with a bloody axe. The main character received power from the whole world thanks to the skill of a master of the craft. The demon was trampled straight into the ground and added that the guy had now earned the right to reject his master's offer. Although this battle was long and difficult, Skylar thanked the demon from the bottom of his heart. Verariggoth added that he should listen to his words, because no matter what kind of constellation offered him to become his avatar, he should not accept it from him. The demon advised the guy to become so strong that not a single constellation could look down on him, thereby becoming famous in this abyss and becoming a constellation. The main character looked at the enemy whom he had just defeated and replied that he understood everything and would definitely listen to his words. At that second, the demon disappeared, saying that he would look forward to the next battle. The guy looked at the bright flash and shouted to him to come back, because he must return what he deserved. The main character began to think about the words so that he would become a constellation, becoming a master, the level at which he accepted the world as a whole person. Skylar began to feel something that he could not previously. It was the looks of the constellations watching him, their pressure and how powerful they were. The main character decided that he could compare with them if he became a little stronger. Suddenly, other constellations of the Abyss began to ask Skylar to meet him. The Abyss constellation did not move. They could not do this, since they were constantly targeting each other's territories, and if one of them accidentally left the post, he would fall in an instant. That is why the constellations watched the world without leaving their own thrones, watching the avatars or those who were worthy of becoming them. The guy couldn't believe that all this time someone was watching him, as if he was being shown on regional news. After a great battle, the Lord of Blood and Battles placed a bounty on Skylar's head, and every creature that was in this territory hunted for him. But from that moment on, the main character had nothing to fear, because he declared that he would become a constellation while others watched his triumph. On the ground in the gym, the men saw some guys showing on TV who had entered into a contract with the constellation. He talked about how everyone is jealous of him because they also want to sign a contract with the constellation, but in reality, everything is not so colorful and wonderful. The guys were surprised by his words, because they did not understand how they could talk about this directly and openly. The man spoke about the rules of the constellations that bind him, and you are under surveillance 24 for 7 hours. Skylar heard his friends loudly discussing this guy about how he was handsome and became an avatar and, in fact, he already had everything. But why was he whining that it was so hard for him? At that moment, the guy realized what that hunter from TV meant. He was obliged to act in accordance with the rules and obey the order of the constellation. But if he disobeyed, then an unimaginable punishment awaited him. To be an avatar, whom everyone envy, means to be a slave in beautiful shackles. All this time while the guy was thinking, small demons attacked him and tried to avenge the honor of their master. Since childhood, the guy wanted to be strong, not so that strong guys like them would pay attention to him. He wanted to choose his own path. No matter how strange it turned out to be, Verariggoth was right, and the guy cannot leave fate to the discretion of the constellation after he has come so far. At this moment, the main character received various messages from the constellations with an offer to give him new skills or those who were simply impressed by the level of his martial arts. All this greatly irritated the guy. Skylar didn't know how to use magic correctly, but it was as if there was no need to use it, and it was better to achieve everything with the help of martial arts. Suddenly, one of the constellations of lava and magma gave the main character an adamantine ingot and added that he looked like a hipster. Skylar thanked him for the gift, but immediately received an offer from the constellation to receive more valuable minerals in exchange for the contract. But the main character shouted that he was going to become a constellation and it was pointless to lure him with such gifts. After the battle over the demon, everything was destroyed and the main character returned to the pub and did not understand why he was considered a hipster, because he does not look like him at all. When the guy returned back, he saw that the whole establishment looked like some kind of barn with a lot of garbage and complete chaos. Among the piles of garbage, the guy dug out a golden vat in which he cooked food. He carefully wrapped the vat with a rope and no longer paid attention to notifications from the constellations. The guy got ready to set off. The main character left the modest restaurant that brought him so many emotions and went into an unknown world. At one of the locations, a creature with a double head was following the path, when suddenly a voice was heard asking if they had seen a human male here. It was one of the guardian angels of the constellation, who continued to search for the guy all over the world and showed what the guy looked like. The creatures smiled when they saw who they were shown and asked what kind of ugly creature was in front of them, and why would they even answer some angel. Suddenly there was a loud noise and the same creatures that were in front of the angel crawled out of the ground. The evil dogs began to threaten him that he had entered the wrong area and had completely lost his sense of smell. They added that this area is not under the control of any constellation and is the most secret and isolated neutral zone in the abyss. The dogs immediately pounced on him so that the angel could feel the fierce claws of freedom. But as soon as the creatures got closer to the angel, they immediately received a powerful blow, after which they flew back several tens of meters. Then the man duplicated his question, asking if they had seen this guy. Then, in horror, the dogs apologized for making such a mistake and answered that they had not seen anyone. After these words, the guardian angel flew further to look for Skylar and thanked the creatures of this location for the information. The virtuous angel of the goddess of Libra continued to look for man all over the planet. He talked with races capable of speaking. He endlessly asked if anyone had seen Skylar. While the angel wandered through the abyss, he received various notifications from other constellations, since avatars rarely leave their territory and everyone was wondering what was happening. For the constellations sitting on the territory and bound by their own rules, observing the avatars of other constellations was quite simple entertainment. And at that moment, the angel used the goddess veil skill and now he was hidden from the sight of all the constellations, and one of the observers was furious for using such a cheap trick. And the constellations continued to send different notifications. Some asked to remove the veil, and some offered various riches in return, only to see what was hidden behind the veil. The virtuous goddess of Libra sent this particular angel on this impossible mission, because he will conscientiously complete it without giving in to temptations from other constellations, even if he himself considers this mission impossible. Meanwhile, in an abandoned sector on the territory of the Lord of Blood and Battles, the main character continued to train. Now, thanks to the master degree, the divine space art has been refined, and now the amount of Kai does not matter, and the skill of a martial artist has allowed him to use all martial arts perfectly. But despite this, Skylar continued to practice a powerful cosmic fist punch. Just like when he first learned the divine space art, he put his whole soul into every blow. Unexpectedly, the guy received a notification that since he continued to live as the power befits him, his essence has increased greatly. When the main character decided to leave the area after defeating Verariggoth, a change occurred in the mysterious world resonance skill. When he took the card in his hand, it shone brightly, and he read that the world now resonates with him because he is close to reaching the peak of existence, and his title has changed to the Invincible Master of Training. At this moment, Skylar realized that when he reached the master level in the divine cosmic art, he had refined all the skills to the level of flawlessness. And now, in order to become stronger and gain constellation status, he needed to obtain the divine space art master degree. On the guy's way, he met demons who shouted to him that he could not escape anywhere because he was in the territory under the control of the Lord of Blood, and now they would kill him for humiliating their master. But Skylar continued to think that he should strengthen the essence by following the principles, and the world tells him that this is the path to becoming a constellation. These thoughts did not leave the guy, and he walked confidently towards his goal, scattering all the demons that came his way. The only principle he must follow is that he is an invincible master of training. He must train all the time and never lose. The guy confidently walked towards his cherished goal. It suited him perfectly, because he really wanted it. the main character continued to train and left the corner of the abyss, in which the gaze of the constellations could not reach him, and each time he became stronger and stronger. This was the whole strength of the essence. In the battle with Verariggoth, the main character acquired 2 new skills related to his essence power. One of these skills was a good giant fighter. His power grew when he entered into battle with a strong opponent. The second skill was called self-control. The power of this essence grows as he lives in accordance with the essence. Self-control is a skill that tells the owner how to live as a constellation. Constellations are beings that write the rules and are the rules. What if the Ophiuchus of plague and darkness used a healing spell? Or if the Lord of blood and battle tried to resolve everything peacefully, the power of their existence would weaken, and their strength would be significantly reduced. In order for the main character to use this skill, he must fight someone who is stronger than him, but there is no way he could lose to him even once. It all sounded really complicated, and he liked that it was time to get serious, and at that moment, a bright flash like a star lit up in the sky. Skylar thought that this was another monster, and it looked like it was really huge. The star fell straight into the ground, and the guy hoped that this time it would be much stronger than him. Suddenly, a huge silhouette of a terrible monster appeared from underground, flew up and was ready to attack Skylar. The main character could not believe his eyes. He could not have expected that this creature would appear here at that very second. In front of him was his old friend Onyx, who had been looking for the guy all this time and finally found him. The guy joyfully threw himself into the arms of his old friend, during which time he grew significantly and was much larger than usual. Suddenly, a whole company of people like him appeared behind Onyx. It was his family. The creature warned the guy that it was unsafe to be here and wanted him to run away from here. Suddenly, a ferocious roar was heard and the ground underfoot split into 2 parts. Skylar's old friend Onyx and his family were city-sized monsters, but this monster that had just appeared was on a completely different level. The guy saw a supergiant monster that had never appeared on Earth before. It could be classified as the highest rank. The whole world should be on full alert when it appeared. The main character felt that the monster emitted too much magical power, that goosebumps ran across his skin, and that he was definitely stronger than Verariggoth. The guy discovered the hydra of a 9-headed serpent, whose strength was at the level of a constellation. All this time, Skylar found the attention of the constellations annoying. There were constellations that became so watching the adventures of the main character, but most mocked or mocked him, and some were even hostile. One of these constellations was the Lord of Blood and Battle, whose first avatar suffered a crushing defeat. To all of them, Skylar was a beast who had not yet reached adulthood, so they must make every effort to prevent him from becoming a constellation. That is why the guy went to the neutral zone, where the constellations could not follow him. But the lawless zone was a place where the strongest ruled. This was a place that was ruled by monsters comparable in strength to constellations, and they were not bound by the rules like constellations. The creature was amazingly strong and used powerful magical powers and went at everyone like a bulldozer. If the guy defeats the Hydra, then his power will essentially increase much. The World Resonance skill now resonated, and the guy received a notification that he was now an invincible training master. The main character's skills forced him to fight this monster, but even without them, his choice remains the same. The guy accepted this fight and immediately shouted sharply for this clumsy snake to attack him. Hydra bullied his friend and his family, and it didn't matter how strong it was, because now the monster would regret it. The creature began to attack the main character. It considered him an insignificant creature and eagerly awaited his death. It added that even the constellations fell to their knees due to his poison, and his breath would incinerate him in a second. Extreme power emanated from his 9 heads, and most opponents would simply freeze due to telepathy and bloodlust. But Skylar is already used to this, because he has already been in many battles in the territory of the Lord of Blood and Battles. The guy took off sharply and delivered a powerful blow to one of the Hydra's heads. This blow was so strong that it took off his head in a second, and the Hydra could not understand how this brat dared to do this. But the Hydra restored its head thanks to the divine regeneration skill, and all the guy's efforts were in vain. The monster turned to the guy, saying that he was able to cut off his head, but now he must pay for touching him. The entire body of the Hydra was suddenly filled with the strongest poison, from which neither the hero nor the constellation could withstand. The guy didn't understand why the creature said what it was going to do and why it needed all this. but in front of him was a monster that even the constellations of the entire abyss feared. They could not do anything even if they knew what would happen next, and only the nine-headed Hydra announced the fate of the enemy. The enemy has no choice but to accept the fate that the Hydra prophesied for him. When the monster filled the entire atmosphere with the strongest poison, a bright flash appeared inside this vapor. In the distance, the Hydra saw a guy who managed to cope with this poison and survive. The monster could not understand how he stopped their poison. At that moment, the guy felt as if his head was going to explode because of this telepathic scream, and if he did not have perfect immunity to poisons, he could have suffered. But these feelings were not the same as when fighting Verariggoth. It was far superior to the power of the divine space art and the materialization of Kai. The guy shouted that he wanted to blow his head off and began to perform one of the most powerful blows that he had mastered. At that moment, the main character realized that his power of existence had increased significantly, because this effect increased as the power of the entity increased. All this was written right in the skill description, and the guy couldn't believe that he now had such incredible skills. The main character was not driven into a corner, and on the contrary, he was able to defeat the Hydra with one blow. But even after this blow, when the Hydra lost several of its heads, the battle did not end there. Despite the fact that the guy blew off the Hydra's heads with his numerous series of blows, she regenerated them too quickly. The monster wanted to kill this man as soon as possible. His breath was too dangerous that being nearby was already fatal. Skylar had an invulnerability skill that was supposed to protect him from any damage, but even in the battle against Verariggoth, he could not block all of his powerful magic. But the Hydra was many times stronger than Verariggoth, and it was impossible to block its attacks with invulnerability. And then the main character decided that with the help of the moonwalk, he could run through this breath and get straight to the monster's throat. From that moment on, the guy began to move as quickly as possible, moving faster through the poisonous breath of the Hydra. And at one moment, a miracle happened. While Skylar moved between safe zones, repeating the phrase faster and faster, the flames and poison emitted by the Hydra stopped and time immediately slowed down. Hydra couldn't control her breathing intentionally, but none of Skylar's martial arts had that effect. And finally, the main character realized that all this was happening for the same reason that his attacks were much stronger than they should have been with his level of martial arts and skills. The power of the essence is not the same as enhancing magic or martial arts. It is the power that allows you to change reality. In accordance with his imagination and desire, he received an epiphany on how to use the power of the entity, because it was a power that could change reality. Now the guy is able to control this as he wishes. As a result of insight, the skill of the power of the essence increased, and this power allowed the constellations and creatures that had reached the peak of existence to rule in the abyss. The constellations used this power to transform the abyss and create a kingdom and bestow gifts and blessings on their followers. As long as the constellations have enough essence power, they can do whatever they want. Hydra was furious. She could not believe how the guy dared to do this. The monster shouted that he would not forgive this and would certainly kill him. This being had a gigantic soul and a strong will. With the current power of the essence, Skylar could not shake or change its will. But did he need to do this? Because his goal was to change the power of the protagonist's essence, and not the Hydra. The power of Skylar's essence penetrated his materialized Kai and became a sharp blade capable of cutting both the huge body of the Hydra and the poison that could seal divine regeneration. And the guy, with great speed, like a razor blade, began to rush through the Hydra's body. She could not believe that this was possible. The main character remained calm and did not give free rein to his emotions, because this was also a training session. And thanks to this power, the Hydra heads could not regenerate, and they immediately lost to this man. They used Plan B, namely to hide in a cave and wait until regeneration returned to them again. But with so many heads like a Hydra, it was difficult to come to a consensus, and someone did not want to return to the cave with such a body, because it was a great humiliation. Not fire, not poison, not brute force never affected the monster, but without regeneration, the Hydra quickly died, and for it was a shame, because they lived for 10,000 years and never faced such humiliation. And at that moment, while the Hydra was arguing with each other, a sharp ray of light crashed into them straight from the sky. It was Skylar, who used the most powerful fighting technique to say goodbye to the snake and admit that it was a truly strong opponent. After this battle, The main character greatly increased all the skills that were used during the battle, and the world began to resonate with him even more strongly. The main character inherited the Hydra's divine regeneration karma, and now his invulnerable body endlessly regenerates from now on. The guy noted that life is a strange thing, because being a martial arts master, he never thought that he would receive so many A skills. Now he just had to look at them. Even one such skill would make the guy an A-rank hunter, but it no longer mattered once he decided to go beyond being a hunter and set foot on the path of the constellation. The guy asked the Stone family if everything was okay with them and how they were feeling. Everything was fine, and the Stone friends said that the guy had changed a lot. But this was to be expected, because after several thousand years, anyone can also change a lot. The main character looked at the monster who was lying on the ground and asked his Stone friend if he needed meat, bones, or scales, because this needed to be sorted out somehow. But the Hydra's body exuded a frightening, poisonous aura, which required him to forget about it, because even touching the monster's body was dangerous. But this didn't stop the guy, and he quickly began chopping the snake into small pieces. There was so much meat that it was impossible to take it on the road, and he decided to eat the meat right before leaving. At this point, the Stone friend asked the protagonist to take one amulet as a gift. It was as a sign of gratitude for protecting his entire family from Hydra. When the guy took the gift in his hand, he received a notification that in front of him was an artifact, the subspace necklace. Thanks to this necklace, the guy could fit all the pieces of Hydra right into it. Hydra bones could be used to create various items and weapons, and the tough Hydra scales could be made into armor if carefully processed. The guy was delighted with such a generous gift, because he could throw a boiler there and even unenriched ore, and all this was very convenient. The main character said that during this time he had accumulated a large amount of adamant, and even the piece that his Stone friend gave him also remained. But the guy still did not know how to process this ore. Skylar already imagined that as soon as he found out a way to melt this material, he would immediately make a frying pan and a cutting board. But the gifts from the Stone friend did not end, and he presented another stone. From the moment Skylar decided to become a constellation, he began to see messages about other constellations. He could also see the amount of power that beings like Verariggoth and Hydra possessed. The reasons why he was able to use the subspace necklace was not because he simply became smarter and observant, but because he was a being capable of reaching the peak of existence. He could also hear the world talking to him. In his hands, he held unenriched orichalcum. It was a metal that radiates pure magical energy. And then the guy had a moment of eureka, because he could make a knife and cutlery from orichalcum, and a frying pan and board from adamantine, and it was just the perfect plan. The Stone friends thought that the guy apparently had problems with his head, but they believed that he was a very kind and strong person. The guy raised the necklace up and said that it cannot hold things indefinitely just because it is a storage artifact. The main character decided that there was nothing to be done about it, and he could just eat what was left. Skylar was a generous guy and said he would be happy to share the food with a friend. He had studied cooking for thousands of years while he was the owner of a demonic pub, and his cooking skill was quite high. But even so, these ingredients were not so easy to handle. This was the meat of a powerful being who survived after refusing to become the avatar of the constellations, and in front of him was an ingredient that did not exist in the territory of the Lord of Blood and Battles. Absorbing abyssal monsters gave power proportional to the creature consumed, but if cooked incorrectly, the dish would be deadly poisonous. But Skylar still refused to give up on this idea. For the guy, cooking dishes from complex ingredients was a kind of training. The main character tried to calm down his Stone friend and suggested that he try the dishes and not be afraid of it. The guy made tartare because it can be difficult for the stomach to digest, and he thought it would be good for him. But Onyx was also a powerful creature. He managed to escape from the Hydra, but it was simply impossible to avoid the terrible poisonous meat prepared by the main character. Having tasted a few pieces of fresh tartare, the Stone friend immediately screamed from the taste, and bright flashes of light began to emanate from his mouth and eyes. The Stone friend quickly called the whole family and offered to try it, because it was incredibly tasty, and the guy was incredibly happy that his friend liked it. Skylar decided to share the secret of why there is no poison in the meat, all because the Chief of the Abyss took care of everything and he could not poison his friend's family. And the guy immediately received a notification that the giant stone made of snakes, and his entire family decided to trust him and honor him. After this, a bright light began to form in his hands, and followers appeared like a constellation. And at that moment, the power of the entity increased significantly, and the main character felt the energy coming from his snake friends. Skylar finally understood why the constellations want to increase the number of followers, because the real reason why the constellations were so interested in the Earth. This was a world with billions of potential followers, and any constellation that captured the Earth would receive the power of an entity capable of changing the entire abyss. The guy needed to quickly find a way to return to Earth before the future predicted by the goddess arrived. Skylar sat on the ground and thought about further actions. At one point, he raised his head and looked at his stone friend and was horrified. He couldn't understand what he had done wrong, why his body had grown so much, whether he had fed it the wrong thing. He remembered that some foods should not be given to animals. For example, chocolate should not be given to dogs or onions to cats. Perhaps hydra meat is harmful to give to stone snakes and it harms their liver or something else. But Onyx tried to say that all this was not so. But it was all to no avail, because he did not understand this language yet. Being close to a friend sure was cool, but Skylar couldn't stay here because the journey as a constellation couldn't be stopped, and that steadfastness in his personality was the reason the goddess chose him. The main character looked around and thought that there was definitely something in this territory. On the ground, he noticed a drawing of some creature and could not fully understand who it was. The silhouette looked very dangerous, especially the face that was depicted in the drawing. Then the guy thought about whether some demon could cause him at least some damage, because after he visited the territory of the Lord of Blood and battles, he lost all desire to fight demons. But now Onyx was trying to say that there was a demon that was much stronger than Verariggoth and Hydra, and he was here. And if all this is true, then the guy was looking forward to meeting him, and at that time he entered the territory of the owner of dreams and desires. The surrounding constellations were watching him. The avatars of the owner of dreams and desires learned about this and immediately headed towards the main character. The guy hoped that all this was a welcome party. When all the avatars gathered, they asked one question: is there really an invincible training master in front of them? And the guy answered that everything is correct. One of the avatars greeted Mr. and added that his master wanted to meet him. Suddenly, a notification appeared that one of the avatars was using soul seduction, and the Kai power of the divine space art immediately resisted the seduction. The guy replied that this was too rude for a greeting, and the avatar immediately apologized, because they are not able to control this ability. The avatars added that their weak abilities would not work for him and turned to him as a constellation, and this was the most pleasant thing he had heard in a long time. Then the main character asked what would happen if he refused to meet their master. They replied that in that case they would simply be forced to let him go and swore that their master would not harm him. The guy was still wondering what they wanted from him and agreed to meet with him. On the way to Mr. Skylar asked the avatar if she had ever heard about Earth, about a planet outside the abyss. The girl replied that she had once heard about rumors where one constellation was fighting for the gate leading there. After these words, the guy sharply shouted at the girl and asked her to tell everything she knew. The girl added that she heard it from someone who heard it from someone who heard it from someone else, and she didn't know anything else about it, and perhaps her master might know something if the guy is really interested in the land. She was delighted and said that she had heard that there were a large number of souls on Earth and they would be able to assist him in capturing her. But the guy replied that he did not think of capturing it. He planned to stop the seizure of the Earth by other constellations. The avatar was surprised by this answer, because for her, the guy turned out to be not only strong, but also noble. The guy knew that they are called nightmares, but they seem to be good and sociable demons. Even if they cannot control their seduction skill, they do not seem dangerous. Suddenly, a demon appeared in front of the main character, who began shouting for him to give up all his wishes. He asked to be released. He knew that the guy was going to be eaten and asked to share with him too, because these were sweet and pure desires. When the guy passed by this demon, he continued to talk about desires for endless training and strength, and that he could not miss it. The main character asked what it was just now, but heard in response that they are nightmarish creatures that are weak to the desires of other people. Skylar said that it turns out that they live off the desires of others, but he does not have a strong desire for desires, and he will be fine without a loved one, and he does not need good food or a comfortable place to sleep. The demon could no longer endure this pure and unshakable desire to train. It attracted her so much, and the taste of it was very sweet. The girl promised that she would keep all her desires under control, and the guy had nothing to fear. She asked him to trust her, because she is one of the most beloved avatars of the owner of dreams and desires. After some time, they reach the chamber of the owner of dreams and desires, and they will finally see the master as soon as he goes inside. The guy asked if she would go with him, but the avatar was not a significant figure and could not take part in their conversation. The main character said that he was not a constellation, and since the girl told about everything here, he wanted her to go with him to the end. This greatly touched the avatar because Skylar was the first to treat her so well. When the main character followed her, he thought that perhaps it would be more dangerous than he thought, and that he would have to use this avatar as a human shield. He was sure that the constellation would never want to lose its own dear avatar. This meeting took place on the territory of another country, and a lot could happen. Despite the fact that Skylar was invited, he did not let down his guard, because the title of Invincible Training Master is not given to just anyone. When they entered the hall, the main character was enveloped by a feeling as if he had just woken up, and he was surprised that the avatar suddenly just fell asleep. And at that moment, a voice was heard that addressed the avatar and said that he must be having a good dream about how he devours the desire of the main character. The guy turned back and asked if he was the owner of dreams and desires. The girl replied that everything was correct, and added that he was the constellation who had been putting on so many performances lately, and she had long wanted to meet him. The guy upset the girl by the fact that he was not yet a constellation and that he still had a lot of work to do on this. But the little girl immediately replied that the one who has entered the path of the constellation can also be a constellation, since he is capable of the same thing as them. She added that this also applied to the main character, but couldn't he use the power of the essence like other constellations? At this moment, the guy had a question. Why the owner of dreams and desires looks like a child? Then Skylar began to slowly remember what exactly happened when he entered the constellation chamber. Has he really not done enough because the guy has been wandering in the abyss for 10,000 years? He has refined the divine space art and reached the peak of martial arts and even reached a level that is above all existing ones. Does he really need to become a constellation? Because he should just enjoy the peace of enlightenment. After these thoughts, the main character asked the question why they are trying to charm or seduce people and destroy their minds. Then the little child replied that this is the essence of dreams and desires, because the creatures that enter this room embody all desires and find peace, and it is very difficult to refuse such a gift if you are not a constellation. The girl added that the only thing he is not capable of is waking up from his own consent, to which the guy quickly exclaimed what she meant by the word awakening. The goddess of desires said that she was sure that the guy was confused, but she would not explain everything to him at this moment. Then the main character asked what she wanted to achieve from him. The little girl smiled sweetly and said that she would be happy to explain everything if he joined them in an alliance. This didn't particularly surprise the main character, because all the constellations were thinking about only one thing: well-being and power, and who was next to them. The girl was amused by the answer. She laughed and added that the guy is really right. All constellations are selfish and they cannot live differently. She said that selfishness does not always mean loneliness or defeat. Otherwise, it allows them to cooperate. Skylar then realized that she had decided that forming an alliance would be very useful for her. The goddess of desires replied that the guy was right. Mortals look at them as gods, but it's not easy for the constellations either, because if a constellation shows even a hint of weakness, a strong constellation will attack it without hesitation, and therefore an alliance is necessary for them. Some constellations are not happy with a future of survival. The destruction and devastation caused by the constellation's obsession with conquering lands will lead to despair in which no desire can exist, and nightmares will no longer have anything to feed on. The guy asked if expanding the territory wouldn't solve this problem, or if they could find slaves to take their desires. Then the girl replied that such an idea about a wish collection farm could only come from a constellation that was originally a person, because constellations cannot enjoy limitless potential like mortals. The girl turned to the guy, saying that just as contrition or complacency is now inaccessible to him, she cannot freely control what does not relate to dreams and desires, without the risk of losing the power of her essence and becoming weak. Nightmares require high-quality, three-dimensional desires, not those that generate fear and anger, but desires that are filled with ambition or a sense of achieving a world of abundance. The girl was only a god of nightmares, and she could not do such a thing in the real world. The guy couldn't believe that they couldn't live without others, and it looked pretty strange. Skylar came to the conclusion that the goddess wants to create an alliance of weak altruistic constellations. But he asked if she didn't think she had revealed too many weaknesses to him, and what if he turned out to be bad and greedy? The girl replied that she had thought about it, but thought that it would be easier to negotiate with him than with other constellations of the abyss. The main character found it very strange to be so trusting in this decrepit world. But in fact, the guy radiated great desire, but none of it was about conquest or power. The only thing they had was continuous training every day, achieving perfection in martial arts and tasting various products in the abyss. The main character still had a few questions, because it seemed to him that this all sounded like a very good deal. The question he asked was what he would have to do if they created an alliance, what responsibilities he would have. Skylar added that he is a fairly busy person and may not be able to help her all the time. This made the girl laugh a lot, and she said that he is a really amazing constellation and wants to learn more about his responsibilities than what benefits he will have from it. She said that as long as other constellations do not attack the alliance, nothing needs to be done. There is no point in responsibilities, and the constellations do not take part in what is not beneficial for them. The goddess of nightmares added that if he has to do something, then let him do it. The battle between the constellations drags on for so long that sometimes it becomes very boring. It doesn't matter where Skylar is, because they will always have time to come to each other's aid. After these words, the guy agreed to the deal and they both shook hands. He added that he is a newcomer who has just begun the path of becoming a constellation, and is sure that the abyss is full of dangerous and feigned constellations, and the main character really thought correctly. After all, being in an alliance seemed safer than trying to cope with everything alone, and he thought that he could get help in returning to Earth. At that moment, the guy saw the name of the alliance, and it sounded like an alliance of small constellations. The main character did not really like the name, because he had not been in society for too long. If Skylar does not keep his promise in the alliance, this could affect his essence power. The girl asked if everything was okay and if he liked the name, but the guy quickly responded by saying that he thought the name was really good. Suddenly, a fiery whirlwind appeared behind the girl, which meant that the lava and magma kitten greeted him with its paw. The kitten said that he would treat him very well if he became his avatar. But instead, he did something stupid by joining the Minor Constellation Alliance. Then the guy remembered that they had said earlier that the kitten was a member of the small union of constellations. Skylar didn't understand why the cat was talking to him through telepathy when it was right in front of him. Then the girl said that usually the constellations do not leave the territory where they are located, and thus the members of the alliance arrange a meeting remotely. The guy compared it to a video conference that could take place on Earth and asked if other members of the alliance would join now. Everyone laughed loudly, but only Skylar did not understand what they were talking about. As it turned out, there were only 2 members of the constellation in the alliance. The kitten was angry with what the guy said, because there was nothing wrong with the fact that there were only 2 of them, and began to threaten the main character that he would not give him the gift he had prepared. The animal turned to the guy and said that he had heard that he was collecting adamantium and orichalcum, and offered to make the items he needed from them. Then the girl shouted that the kitten was the most famous blacksmith in the abyss. He said that he could make a weapon for the main character as a gift for joining the alliance. The guy could not have expected that he would receive a gift for joining the union, but at the moment he did not have enough orichalcum, and he asked to take this chance when he had a little more of it. Then the kitten asked the owner of dreams and desires if she had given him a gift. The girl said that she thought that it would be much more difficult to come to an agreement with the guy, but he quickly accepted her offer before she could bring gifts. The kitten laughed that the guy did not take advantage of such an offer, but Skylar replied that he could still leave their alliance if he did not receive the gift. Then the girl made a small wave of her hands and added that the constellations are arrogant and selfish creatures by nature, and therefore, before their meeting, they prepared something that might interest the main character. In his hands, the guy held an A-rank martial arts scroll, Kai Vampirism, as well as several orichalcum ingots. The girl said that Vampirism Kai is a martial art created by nightmares, and she believes that it will suit him, even if it has the effect of absorbing magical energy. There is not a single nightmare who could become a master of this art unless he is someone like the protagonist who has achieved such greatness. And she added that using magic is a much more effective way than learning martial arts. The guy asked how many days it took them to collect so much material. It took more than tens of thousands of years to collect them. The guy really liked these gifts. He expressed great gratitude and now felt that he could make the things he needed. The lava and magma kitten excitedly asked the guy what kind of weapon or armor he wanted to create. He added that with so many materials, the guy could create an epic sword or shield. Then the cat began to boast that he could create any unique design. He offered to create an indestructible shield from adamant or a powerful sword from orichalcum. But the guy interrupted the great blacksmith by saying that this was not the equipment he wanted. The main character approached the cat and told him that he wanted kitchen utensils. Lava's kitten asked to answer seriously and could not believe that the guy wanted an adamantine frying pan and a cutting board and to make a knife and utensils from orichalcum. But the guy was extremely serious, because from the moment he received the first adamantium nugget in the abyss, his dream still did not change, and he wanted the best kitchen utensils with which he could cook any ingredient in the abyss. After the lava and magma kitten heard this, he simply pretended to be dead and did not want to answer. The guy didn't understand what was wrong because it felt like he was forcing him to do something terrible. But a promise is a promise, and the cat fulfilled his request with all his heart. Then the girl said that her time had come to answer his question and tell him what awakening was. Skylar was interested in all this because he was still an incomplete constellation and had just begun to tread this path. When the guy defeated Verariggoth and reached the degree of master, he saw a message from the world, which said that his global resonance was becoming stronger and the world was eager to hear his cry. And the demon at the last moment said that Skylar should become a constellation. The guy wondered if this meant that he was still a person with powerful martial arts, and he needed to take one more step to become a constellation. But the girl replied that he was already a constellation, because there is no such thing as an incomplete constellation or a novice constellation. A constellation is a constellation. Then the main character asked what awakening is, because she said that he still needs to awaken, but the girl meant that he still did not understand it, which is a constellation. Skylar was very surprised by these words. The girl understood that there was a special creature in front of him, even among the constellations. But the guy was still tormented by this question, because what did she mean by the word special? Is it really all because of his martial arts? And if so, then the problem is that he does not know how to use magic. The girl tried to calm the guy down by saying that she didn't mean that, but that mortals very rarely become constellations. Then the goddess told the story of how she was born into a constellation, that the power of the existence of dreams and desires was released by nightmares and came together to create her. This was her true form as the mistress of dreams and desires, since most of the other constellations are the same, such as the Lord of Blood and Battles, as well as the Kitten of Lava and Magma. They are constellations from birth, and for a creature who believes that being a constellation is natural, and for a girl, the fact that she does not understand that he is a constellation surprises and irritates at the same time. The goddess of desires simply asked the guy to adopt the fact that he is a constellation, and that's all. After all, he overcame such a difficult path to becoming a constellation. Is he really disappointed that there are no more difficult trials ahead of him? And at that moment, the guy recognized the girl's words and said that he was a constellation, and suddenly a bright flash of light enveloped the main character. The global resonance was activated, the whole world accepted his cry. As a constellation, an invincible training master, he can use the power of the constellation. The world asked to see how a new star opens its eyes in the dark depths of the abyss. While the new star was being reborn, a bloody battle took place in one of the dimensions of the abyss. One of the avatars tried to defeat the monster, but its attacks were too useless to defeat it. But unexpectedly, he saw a notification that the invincible training master was watching their battle. And after that, the invincible training master granted him a blessing, thanks to which he was able to defeat the ruthless monster. The avatar was happy about this and swore that he would never disappoint him. Meanwhile, Skylar watched the battle. Using a small amount of the essence's power, he gave a great blessing and even sent several messages. But the girl asked what he was doing with someone else's avatar, because he was now in an alliance, and if it were an avatar of another constellation, he would have problems and warned the main character to be careful next time. This puzzled the guy because now if he wants to do something, he will have to think carefully first. Avatars are the most important factor for the existence of a constellation. Any impact on other people's avatars can be regarded as a provocation. Skylar could now get an answer to any question just by thinking about it. The guy thought about the fact that before he didn't even realize that he was already a constellation and continued to rush from side to side, trying to become the strongest. Despite the fact that the main character was lost and wandering through the abyss, he accepted this as training for the goddess, and even believed that the magical storm was a convenient way to travel, as well as a training tool. He really didn't think about anything. Even if he did, he considered it an incredible learning experience. But the little girl reminded him not to forget that the gaze of the constellation is distant and incredible. She added that if a guy has an avatar, he can try to concentrate on it, but the main character did not have an avatar yet. Skylar became interested in where his friend was now, and he decided to spy on him and made sure that everything was okay with him now. The dream goddess said that he can also expand the range of vision using the power of the essence, and he can also accumulate more power of the essence than the limit allows, so there is no need to save it. Based on this constellation, they can use personal avatars to explore the abyss, the so-called scout avatars, or watch through the eyes of allied avatars. In this way, it was possible to share vision between the alliance. And since they were all in the same alliance, they could share each other's eyes. And the girl added that there are places that not everyone can see. These are places where nightmares are hidden, and she can hide certain areas if she does not want them to be seen. The guy was very interested in what the goddess of nightmares was really hiding. She gave an example that to greet the guy, she sent one of the best warriors to him, who had great self-control. Otherwise, it is difficult for nightmares to control their own desires. Then the guy remembered their first meeting and seemed to guess what she was talking about. The main character had no more questions and thanked the girl for all the explanations. The girl was glad to meet the constellation, sincerely expressing gratitude. The goddess also warned that since Skylar became a constellation quite recently, he should clash less with others, despite the fact that he fights well. In the fight between constellations, the one with more avatars and the greater power of the essence has an advantage. The guy remembered that he had the last most important question that he wanted to ask the goddess, whether she knew anything about the Earth. The girl slowly began to remember, and it seems she once heard about it, that this is a planet that is outside the abyss. Many strong constellations are waiting for the portal to open there due to the fact that there are a large number of souls on Earth that are very rare in the abyss. Skylar admitted that he only asked this question because he came here from Earth. He thought that everything was not so bad, because thanks to the girl's explanation, he finally understood that the constellations that arrived on Earth were only looking closely at each other, but did not collide. This is because they will only weaken if they fight, and some cunning constellation could simply take control of the souls and defeat the constellations that are fighting. And so instead of just fighting, they decided to increase the number of their followers. The goddess said that the guy was really lucky, because when the portal opened, there were relatively good constellations nearby. The girl added that evil and cruel constellations will not come to a common agreement and will simply try to seize power by force even when they have something to lose. But that is their nature. The little girl was sure that he was nervous about leaving his home planet with a constellation that had come from nowhere. She added that it would also be nice to have followers in their constellation alliance who are the souls of the Earth. Suddenly, the guy waved his hands up and with a sharp movement cut off the long braids and made the appearance the same as before. The reason why the guy's hair grew so suddenly was that he became a constellation, and the changes in his essence were reflected in his appearance. The girl asked if he had made the decision to return to Earth no matter what and not forget about his mortal origin. The guy replied that this is not the case at all. It's just that long hair greatly interferes with training. At the end of the meeting, the goddess decided to give him advice since he plans to return to Earth. She said that if the portal to Earth is open and the nearest constellations are watching him, she didn't think it would be a good idea to openly reveal that he was a constellation. After all, even good constellations are hostile against him. Even if these are constellations capable of fighting for the Earth, they are much stronger than them, and no matter how good the constellation is, they will not turn a blind eye to the fact that they could lose the soul they owned. The goddess asked to hide the fact that he is a constellation and not to use the power of the essence, because then the constellations will not take their eyes off him if they find out that he has returned back to Earth. She suggested mingling with the ordinary inhabitants of the Earth, and after that, quietly and carefully acquiring followers. They will become souls that accept the essence of the main character, and so the constellations on Earth will discover the loss too late. The guy thought very seriously, because he had never thought about becoming an actor or star. The girl objected, because really, becoming a hero destroying monsters is not enough. The guy replied that they are called hunters, and if you think about it, famous hunters also have fans, just like he had an idol, whom he previously perceived as a fellow hunter. Skylar said that there is a constellation on Earth that knows about him. The goddess thought that perhaps it would be nice to add him to them. This would not interfere with increasing the strength of their alliance. The girls became interested in who the guy was talking about and found out whether he could be trusted and how he knew about him. Then Skylar tried to tell the story of how he fell into the abyss after meeting the goddess of the scales as briefly as possible and as simply as possible. No matter how the guy tried to embellish this story, it did not help, and the girl considered this story bad. The goddess of fear said that she had heard about this constellation. Then the guy shouted that he guessed that even in the abyss, the ability to see the future is not so common, although it seems that this is not so. But she could have a plan. The girl replied that she had heard that she was a constellation that constantly makes a mockery of her own actions by misunderstanding the prophecy. She added that predicting the future is very difficult, and what is the point of prophecies if you cannot benefit from it? And she did not fully understand whether this constellation would somehow help their alliance. Considering the fact that she tried to stop the evil constellations, most likely she is collaborating with others, and this will not be enough to join their alliance. Then the kitten said that despite the fact that she seems so stupid, she can share her visions and they can help her interrupt them. And then they asked the training master to ask the guy to join their alliance since he was returning to Earth. They were sure that she would help them, but were worried about how she would react to the fact that the main character had already become a constellation. The guy needed to find a way to contact her, and he asked if his friends knew where she could be. But he could not get an exact answer, because no one suspected or knew her name and, moreover, where she was. Skylar awakened as a constellation and joined a formidable alliance, but he was no closer to returning to Earth. The guy felt that he must personally find her, because she is a key figure, because the more creatures know about her, the closer he is to the Earth. On the way back to the constellation, one demon flew up and said that she would be happy to accompany him through the owner's territory. She asked if he planned to return back to Earth, but the guy firmly answered that he still had important things to do here. Lava Kitten was currently making his equipment, and the guy should stay here until he was finished. The girl replied that she remembered those valuable minerals that the main character had been collecting for so long, and was absolutely sure that if the great blacksmith kitten made it, then this equipment would become legendary. The guy couldn't wait for this equipment, which would fulfill his long-awaited desires. The girl asked the constellation where she should take him, because this territory is full of beautiful places. The guy knew where he wanted to go. He said that he had heard from the owner about the Fountain of Enlightenment, about a place for them to train in order to learn to control their own desires. If the main character must wait here, then he must also undergo training that is only possible here. The girl laughed loudly because these were the words of a real training master. The demon told a story that in the old days many nightmares used this place, but since the owner was born, it has become forbidden. This was because it was incredibly dangerous here, and many had heard about how most of the nightmares went crazy during training. Then the guy picked up the Well of Enlightenment. The essence of the training was to drink water from the well. However, if this were really the case, then it would not have been sealed. The stronger the desire of the person drawing out the water, the heavier the water becomes. You can try to meditate and get rid of these desires, but this will not reduce the amount of water. If you let go, you can return to Earth. Doesn't the main character want to go back to the old gym and touch the old barbells and dumbbells? Doesn't the guy miss the spicy chili ramen or what happened in the latest issue of the novel he read or the movie about Batman and Superman? Isn't all this interesting to him? Then the girl's voice was heard that so much time had passed when they broke up and it didn't happen on a good note. But their love had not passed, and they had already stopped hating each other. If the main character lets go of this rope, then they can be together again. His friends watched this and believed that even if he was a master of training, it would not be easy for him, because this well excites and intensifies desires, and the bucket becomes many times heavier. The kitten asked if the master would be okay, but the girl added that the constellations are on a completely different level than nightmares, and at least he just won't go crazy. The goddess was wondering what kind of illusions were tormenting him, and there was probably something incredible there. But at this moment, the training master continued to undergo tests and hold the bucket of water. When others from the Alliance looked at the guy, they were horrified and could not believe their eyes what was happening there. At this time, the main character was training with this bucket. He worked out to strengthen his muscles and did several repetitions in a row. He used the weight of his own desires and thus got rid of them. The guy was addicted to training, and it is not surprising that thanks to this he became a constellation. They heard how the guy was ready to do 5 more approaches during the workout, and the kitten muttered that this was too much. The essence of the training was that you must pull out a bucket of water as heavy as your desires, and the one who wants to pull the bucket out of the well will see illusions corresponding to his desires, and the water becomes heavier. The demon added that the constellations say that many nightmares have gone mad trying to complete this training. She asked if the main character had any problems, but he was absolutely fine. He just found a good exercise machine for the first time in a long time. The guy thought that most people couldn't lift the bucket, and it was such a weak temptation. The movies with Superman and Batman were not very good. What about ramen? You need to constantly monitor your nutrition during training. Starting over from scratch with an ex-girlfriend, then the guy has long had such a thing as the consciousness that if they get together, nothing will change. All these illusions were too weak, and this machine was just improved squats with weights. Then the goddess was ready to swear that there are no creatures without desires, and the constellations are no exception to this. The girl added that the constellations are weaker in terms of restraining their own desires, and why would an omnipotent being restrain them? This is a constellation that has a good foundation and not counting its combat skills. Is it possible that only the formerly mortal constellation has this power? Skylar spent most of the day exercising with a well of enlightenment. He could do cardio with light weights if he cleansed his own heart, and strength training if he gave in to his desires. And the remaining time he rested and worked on tactics, sparring with a new friend. The girl thought that it would be difficult for the main character to stay here for a long time, but apparently he had a good time here. Then the goddess added that he was a person who had the potential to cultivate avatars and found his own kingdom, and the guy was very interested in these words. The girl replied that everything was correct, because first of all, he is a master of training and can cultivate avatars. She thanked the guy for the productive training, because thanks to him, her avatar became much stronger. At this time, the kitten of lava and magma lay exhausted and shouted that he would not do anything like that again, and now he could take the objects. The couple looked at the created objects and were pleasantly surprised. The girl believed that this was the end of his carefree training. The guy was holding in his hands an orichalcum knife created by the famous constellation blacksmith, thanks to which he could easily prepare any ingredient, and the sharp blade could also be used as a weapon. Then the main character decided to test a new tool and hit it straight into the ground, and from the impact there was a powerful burst of energy that blinded everyone. The girl screamed for him to stop, because if he wasn't careful with it, he would destroy everything around him. When the turn came for the adamantine utensils, the girl and the cat were already ready for it. All the dishes were right in the corner, and the guy decided to check them with the help of the accumulated materialized Kai. But after a powerful blow, not a single scratch appeared on them, and at that time the kitten boasted that these utensils were stronger than even magic armor. The main character turned to the kitten saying that he would like them to be a little larger, but the cat replied that it was the fault of the one who provided such materials. But the guy thanked the cat for the great job anyway. Skylar's short break in the world of nightmares was over. Although he was a man, when he entered here, he left already as a constellation. When the guy left, all the demons screamed and asked that someday he would visit their kingdom again and that they would look forward to him, as well as that wonderful dish. But why is the invincible training master Nightmares remembered as a master of dishes, and all because he made some food with the help of new items and offered to try meat from Hydra? When the guy first decided to demonstrate his cooking skills, his friends did not believe that they would now try Hydra meat. The main character suggested calling another Nightmare, because he had so much meat that he made as much as he could, and it was incredibly difficult to do it in portions like in a cafe. The hostess shouted that she could run away if she thought that she could not eat it, because hydro meat contained a deadly poison and there was no need to expose the body to such danger. But when the girl tried this dish, she was incredibly happy, because it was incredibly tasty. She felt how every spoon of the dish warmed her. And at that moment, every nightmare wanted to try this dish. The obsession caused a little fuss and the situation was resolved thanks to the intervention of the hostess. The guy could practice cooking, increase the power of the essence, but he was a little uncomfortable because in the end, because of him, the hostess's avatars made this ugly scene. The main character thought that apparently managing a kingdom is not so easy. At that moment, the guy entered the territory of the Ophiuchus of plague and darkness. He realized that this territory really suited him. Then the guy decided to use a little of the power of the essence so that this gloomy guy would not stress him out, and hid the essence from the whole world and immediately disappeared from the visibility of the constellations. As soon as he did this, he realized that the world had become so quiet and calm and could not believe that he was being overwhelmed by a stream of messages from the constellation because he could not do something so simple. And at that moment, the Ophiuchus of Plague and Darkness ordered all avatars to find an invincible training master, and when they find him, not to fight alone if they cannot defeat him for anything. Suddenly, the main character met a skeleton who turned to him and said that he had entered his master's territory, and such impudence would not go unpunished. But his master was generous, and he offered to become his master's avatar. If the guy joins him, he will forget about this disrespect and recognize him as a valuable subordinate. Then the skeleton turned again to the training master and said that if he refused this offer, then his master would come and deal with him. But the guy only heard the smell of rot around, and he asked this owner to appear right in front of him. He shouted loudly for the harbinger of plague and darkness to stop hiding behind the avatar and show up. The main character did not understand why this skeleton was still here, what he was doing here, and why he could not call the owner. Then Skylar decided, since he did not show himself, he would force the skeleton to do it and punched him with a powerful blow. The guy continued to insist that the Ophiuchus of Plague and Darkness show up in front of him and stop hiding behind a weak avatar. And if he doesn't show up, he will consider him a coward who can't even protect his own territory. The owner and the cat were stunned that the main character decided to start a war between the constellations. They tried to stop him, saying that this was madness. Then the guy remembered that they could watch him, and the hostess said that calling a middle-rank constellation to a fight was reckless. But Skylar did it because he had to return to his own roots. After all, even after he fell into the abyss, the guy was never a force to be reckoned with. Being a weak person, he always struggled with hostility from the point of view of the powerless. He did everything he could. However, after he became a constellation, nothing changed. He hid all the time from the older constellations and, like the last coward, remained in neutral territory away from the prying eyes of the constellations. The main character has lost the reason to fight and must now follow his own path, living as a constellation, putting his own life on the line and fighting the harbinger of plague and darkness. The fact that his opponent was a constellation did not change anything. Skylar's friends screamed sharply because the protagonist's opponent really heard him and came to fight. The Ophiuchus of Plague and Darkness appeared to the main character at his request, and the kitten screamed that it was too late to escape. A mid-rank constellation, the harbinger of Plague and Darkness, came along with an army of skeletons. He appeared before the avatars and those doomed to death. The messenger of Plague and Darkness thought that his opponent was crazier than he expected. The messenger did not understand why a constellation much weaker than him challenged him. The constellation turned to the guy saying that if he is defeated, he will be completely destroyed, and even if he gets involved in this battle, nothing will work out. But if he loses, he will lose a lot. However, if the harbinger of plague and darkness does not accept his challenge, then his status and reputation will greatly decline. The creature approached the main character and asked how he dared to challenge. But Skylar, without further ado, despite the fact that he was the first to challenge, did not lower his vigilance and immediately began the first battle with the constellation with a powerful blow. The guy understood that the difference in strength between them was too great, and he had to end it quickly, using all his power. But if the fight dragged on, he would definitely lose. In one blow, he put all the power of the cosmic fist and added a little essence power. This blow was truly powerful. No one could have expected such an outcome of the battle. Having been born as a constellation, he first felt pain, as if his essence was being torn apart. Other constellations, including the harbinger of plague and darkness, rarely fought in person because it was very dangerous. The messenger didn't understand what kind of technique this was, why this magic was so crazy, and how anyone could even call it magic. Skylar kept throwing punches. His attacks were working, and he couldn't miss this chance to win. The main character did not understand why the messenger pretended to be weak, perhaps so that he could attack unexpectedly. Everyone around watched the bright flash in the sky because it was a battle of constellations, although the radiance looked more like the end of the world. No one understood how such a pitiful constellation could resist their inimitable master, the messenger of plague and darkness. Despite the fact that the guy carried out a large number of successful attacks, He still heard the smell of rot and understood that it would not be easy further. But as soon as he came closer to the constellation, he heard it loudly begin to shout that it was giving up. The skeleton began to repeat that he lost this battle and asks the main character to stop. But the guy couldn't believe that he was really giving up and continued to deliver crushing blows. And then the constellation swore that his territory and all his avatars, he would give everything to him and swear by his own life. Skylar's partners were very surprised by this. They could not have expected such an outcome of the battles. The kitten joined the conversation and said that he was really giving up, because the constellations cannot lie about the oath of their own lives. But the main character did not understand what he meant, and why the constellation should give up. Then the guy decided to end it and finish the fight. The messenger of plague and darkness swore his own life and submitted to him. Several skills were activated, and the main character's power increased incredibly, and he realized that from that moment on he could continue to fight. After all, his martial arts work even on constellations. And at that moment, the guy began to see and feel rivers of pus and buildings made of rotten tumors. A kingdom of plague and darkness. He felt every avatar, his new kingdom and new avatars were waiting for a new king. But the guy wasn't very inspired by this, and he said that he was giving the kingdom back and asked him not to thank him, because he didn't need his kingdom, because the fight with him was enough. The Herald of Plague and Darkness was confused as he looked at Skylar walking off into the distance. Battles between constellations are very dangerous. Both sides take risks, and the winner takes absolutely everything from the loser. This is to prevent a future threat from the loser, as completely erasing the loser's existence was common. But he spared his life and left his kingdom with the avatars. Although he was glad about this, there was a feeling of loss. The kitten turned to Skylar and considered that leaving the kingdom and avatars was a big mistake, but the main character didn't care, because he wouldn't be able to control it anyway. Thanks to his training with the nightmare, he learned a new technique that allowed him to get so close to the enemy that he could not use magic and not give him a chance to use the power of the essence and then defeat him. And at that moment, the guy realized how strong he was now because he could fight with a constellation even much stronger than him. And the main character began to visit various territories, and the feeling of fear of the new enemy completely went away. One of these told the main character that he could not be defeated so easily as a rotten weakling and asked the guy to get ready to face his entire kingdom. Right in front of him was a mid-level constellation, the one who turns back time. At that moment, the skill of the good giant fighter and martial artist were activated, which Skylar hoped for and vowed to defeat him with all his power. Having heard rumors of what happened to the Harbinger of Plague and Darkness, they prepared for all sorts of scenarios. In other words, Skylar now had to fight all the avatars of the kingdom. It took the guy 200 years before he appeared before the constellation and won. Some constellations already knew Skylar well, and in a battle with them, they warned that there would be too little sense and offered to immediately find a compromise. But there was no talk of any deal, because the guy wanted only one thing, victory over the Avatar, and after 150 years of battles, Skylar emerged victorious. Many mid-level constellations said that the invincible training master was sinful, but the guy didn't want to hear it and immediately went on the attack. In this battle, the Unwavering Alliance destroyed him thanks to the power of the lava kitten and the magma that complemented him. Skylar defeated him in 6 hours. The joyful goddess and the cat rested carefree and did not envy the battle constellations and other high-level constellations. The girl was sorry that she still had not found a way to return to Earth, but it seemed the guy was in no hurry to do this. He had not been on his own territory for a long time and continued to improve in the field of cooking. Cooking in the Abyss turned from a mid-level skill into a high-level skill, and his essence power increased incredibly. The guy thought that when he met a constellation, he would fight it, but when he met a monster, he would immediately eat it. The guy was sitting alone and talking about when he could return to Earth, and suddenly a portal opened in front of him. It was a gate that accidentally appeared in the Abyss. For Skylar, it became a way to meet a new opponent, but who knows? Maybe this gate led straight to the ground, just like in any lottery. If you try, you won't know. When the guy entered the portal, he immediately found himself among massive mountains and green forests. The main character could not believe that he had actually won this lottery and ended up on Earth. It seemed to Skylar that this was all true, and he decided to find people first and noticed a village in the distance. It didn't look like some big city, but when the main character came to this village, he was surprised because goblins stood in front of him. Then he thought whether it was possible that during his absence, people disappeared and goblins appeared. Then the kitten said that although it looks like Earth, it is not it. He was on the planet of goblins. This planet was called Ephesus, or otherwise Goblin Paradise. Despite the fact that the guy saw goblins from time to time in the dungeons, he believed that they were ordinary monsters. Contrary to his expectations, they were able to create a real village. Although the Goblin Kingdom looked like Earth, it was much closer to the abyss, which meant that portals appeared here much more often. Compared to humans, the goblins of Ephesus fought the monsters from the abyss for much longer. And so, the system for fighting monsters was much better than that of humans, however. This system only worked when they faced ordinary monsters. And suddenly their world came to an end. Because a wolf devouring the planet stood in front of them. The appearance of this monster was commensurate with the power of the constellation, and the dwarves immediately shouted that the end had come for them and Ephesus would be destroyed. But the goblins were brave and tried, despite the fact that it was dangerous, to get closer to the enemy, because their king was the strongest magician of Ephesus. And the brave Goblin King, who was sitting on a tame dragon, rushed straight towards the formidable enemy, and if he did not fight him, then how could he look his own people in the eyes? The goblin was not a coward, and he would never run away from his own duty. It was Odegon, the king of the goblins and the strongest magician of Ephesus. He shouted that even if this was the end for the hilt, the goblin would at least leave a scar on it that the beast would never forget. But suddenly a bright blue flash appeared above the beast. Odegon could not understand who it was and where this light came from. Skylar surprised everyone with his spectacular appearance. He only had one chance, because in terms of combat power, this wolf is comparable to a mid-level constellation, but was not a constellation, since its existence is not focused on one thing. He had the opportunity to stop him right now at this second, and he used everything he had. And indeed, the attack was so powerful and strong that the planet-devouring wolf was immediately defeated. The main character was glad that, fortunately for him, everything went according to plan. Several skills were activated and his essence power was significantly increased. Skylar always felt a sense of crisis when faced with constellations and monsters comparable to him. Powerful creatures that mortals dare not confront have an incredibly low pain threshold. The kitten said that such strong creatures have practically no experience in fighting opponents equal to them, and he praised the guy for using such a strategy. The main character thanked the cat and said that if he had withstood his last attack a little longer or had been prepared in advance, this battle would have lasted for several centuries. At that moment, the main character saw surprised goblins in front of him, who stood and looked at him in surprise. The guy hoped that they would not attack him, especially after they saw this battle. Then one of the goblins got significantly closer to Skylar, and this made the guy panic a little. But the goblin fell to his knees in front of him and said that when the other constellations were busy and did nothing, he was the only one who came here and helped his people. He bowed low to him and said that he was now his god and his master. From this second, the Goblin King Odegon swears allegiance to him, and all the goblins who were there bowed their heads before the main character. Thanks to this, the Goblin Kingdom of Ephesus was now under his control, and his constellation power increased depending on the number of souls that bowed to him, and the world began to resonate with him. The power of the constellation was increased. The power of the constellation awakened, and the guy gained the skill of constellation of the territory belonging to the invincible god, and now he has become a middle-rank constellation. The kitten of lava and magma told the guy that he was so filled with his own consciousness that it would be nice if everything went exactly the same way with the Earth. But the guy didn't think that people would be so simple because the Earth is different from this planet, where there are only a few hundred goblins. After all, if Skylar defeats a huge monster on Earth, he will simply become famous. And that will be all, because people are not like goblins, they will not obey, because the reality is that they are constantly trying to destroy and subjugate others. While the guy was leaving the scene, the Goblin King caught up with him and shouted that he would go with him and would always take his side. The main character addressed the goblin by name, and he was very grateful to him for remembering his name. Skylar said that he was going into the abyss, and that it would be difficult for mortals like him to follow him. But this did not stop the goblin, and he would follow him even into the darkest depths of the abyss. Odegon added that he is the king of the goblins and is not like the dwarves who break their own promise due to difficulty, and if he and his people do not repay the savior, they will live with even greater regret. The main character noticed that magical power surrounded his entire body. Even compared to earthly hunters, He was a powerful force to be reckoned with. The guy agreed to the goblin's proposal and said that his abilities as a magician would be very useful for him, but warned him not to regret it later. The goblin asked what his owner wanted to find in the abyss, and then the guy talked about a planet called Earth and asked if he had ever heard of it. But the Goblin King heard this name for the first time. They set off on a long journey because they must arrive on time, because most likely she is too far away. This story was until today about how Skylar became an invincible training master and how the Goblin King became his subordinate. The goblin and the guy looked at the meat and thought about what to do with the large pieces of animals. But there was no longer room in the spatial necklace, and then the goblin suggested using the magic of space. At that moment, when Skylar was loading huge pieces of meat, the dwarf turned to the owner, saying that a strong magical storm was beginning nearby and they must find shelter. The guy looked at the storm and said that he had been waiting for it for a long time to move a long distance. The main character added that he spent too much time fighting 3 monsters at the same time, and now must use the storm to move faster. The goblin did not like this idea much. They were standing right in front of a magical storm, and the goblin was ready to do anything for his master and would go where his master would go, even if he died. Odigon looked at a piece of land the size of a continent that was destroyed in an instant. Although a magical storm is not that rare in the abyss, but this particular one was very strong. The goblin asked the guy if he had ever traveled with the help of a magical storm, and the main character replied that if everything is done correctly, then this is a very fast and good way to travel in the abyss, and also very convenient. Odigon said that even the constellations avoid this, but he will follow him to the ends of the earth. But suddenly the magical storm began to disappear. The magical power began to concentrate and transform. Since the size of this magical storm was too large, it would produce a lot of byproducts and disappear. But the guy did not understand what byproducts the goblin was talking about. Odigon then revealed that many places in the abyss are actually byproducts of a magical storm, and that this magical storm will leave the dungeon. A dungeon is a part of the abyss that has special rules, and some dungeons are connected to other places. Monsters of the abyss appear exactly there, and if you don't deal with them, they will simply wipe everything off the face of the earth. One of these appeared in Nevada, USA, in the Mojave Desert. This dungeon is called the Mirror Illusion of Chaos, and had an entry limit of about 10 people. There were 2 weeks and 11 hours left before new monsters would come out, and people had no information which monsters would appear again. It was the sacred right of people to name things. But since when did they have a dungeon with monsters and constellations? According to the Federal Dungeon Analysis Department, this dungeon was a C rank. Fortunately, this dungeon rank was quite popular. If this dungeon rank is popular, then B rank hunters will appear and the danger will be significantly reduced, and the rewards here were quite large. It was at this moment that a team of hunters named Gangster received permission to enter the portal and were already on their way. A team of hunters called Gangster was recently created by the son of the founder of the Parker Foundation. It was the most controversial team. Since magic and the monsters of the abyss entered the earth, people's lives have changed a lot. The core of monsters with magical powers has become the most environmentally friendly way to obtain energy on Earth. And thanks to the connection of the Earth with the abyss, humanity has received a new environmentally friendly way to obtain energy. In addition, other parts of the monsters were also very useful, and thanks to all this, the level of biology and other sciences increased greatly. Against the backdrop of these numerous opportunities, the Parker Foundation quickly began to develop, and a pharmaceutical company specializing in artifacts from major players in the abyss industry, all of which belonged to the Parker Company. And the leader of the gangsters was Richard Parker. He was a B-rank hunter, and was also the youngest son of the second chairman of the Parker Foundation. When his team arrived, they immediately began an attack on the dungeon called Mirror Illusion of Chaos. The young people began to check the list of participants and said that they saw that there were 8 people on his team, but only 10 could enter this dungeon. One of the list of participants had an E+ rank, which meant that he was only a beginner. But the guy was too confident of victory and said that he had 7 C-rank hunters and him, and with such a B-rank hunter, it shouldn't be a problem. No one was against this, and they continued on their way. Hunters of rank E can only use 1 or 2 circles of magic at most. They cannot even inflict any damage on monsters from the dungeon of rank C. The dungeon with this rank contained large rewards, and with luck, someone would be able to obtain items worth tens of millions of dollars. Usually these rewards do not go to E-rank hunters who did not make a significant contribution to the battle. After the final roll call, permission to enter the Mirror Illusion of Chaos was issued and the team was warned to make final preparations. One of the newcomers had high hopes for the leader, but the leader told him not to worry and just do the job he was hired to do. The guys thought that he must be a porter for the leader and he just hired him for money. The newcomer would not receive a reward until they returned from the dungeon, and the whole squad, one by one, began to pass through this portal. At the moment when the squad completely entered, the dungeon status changed to the fact that battles were currently taking place there, and the time countdown was temporarily suspended. When everyone entered, there was suddenly a loud explosion and a powerful stream of energy came from underground. All the workers and soldiers were shocked by this phenomenon. One of the workers shouted that monsters would most likely come in and it would all be the end for them, but as it turned out, it was just that the dungeon had grown in size. And then the scientists assumed that there must have been an error in assessing the rank of the dungeon and that this was not a rank C dungeon, but a rank A dungeon. The workers wondered what would happen to the gangster team now, because they were now in complete danger. But it was too late to do something and they did not have time to do anything. When the team went inside, they found that they were in a ruin-type dungeon and were very happy, since last time they were in a swamp-type dungeon. At this point, the man ordered a report to be sent to the dungeon control team and added that after someone sends a report to call the Parker Foundation and report it just in case. But they understood that even if they followed the instructions and informed everyone, the chance of saving them would be minimal. At this time, in the dungeon, the newcomer pointed out to his leader that he had noticed some creatures in the distance. This was a huge horde of monsters that ran towards the squad. The first day of the raid of a group of hunters into the dungeon was very suspicious, because it was very good, much better than the dark and slimy underground tunnel. This location resembled a temple that was destroyed. Then one of the soldiers suggested finding a way out first, while the others would try to find the boss. The team captain warned his soldiers to be sure to look between the ruins, because monsters could jump out from around the corner, and allowed them to use enhancement magic to scout out the surrounding area. One of the soldiers reminded the captain that there are 2 exits from the dungeon. The first is connected to the outside world, and the second is to kill the boss guarding the center of the dungeon. And in C-rank dungeons, instead of looking for a way out, it is better to immediately find the boss. When one of the soldiers was looking for a way out, he unexpectedly found a monster that was located not far from the squad. The captain of the detachment ordered them to line up and not be nervous, because their movement would be very easy to predict. But in front of them were monsters of rank F, which were not worth a penny. Monsters surrounded them from different sides, and one of the soldiers shouted that the magic of the second circle would be quite enough for them. Flaming arrows attacked the monsters, but they continued to advance and continued to advance. The fighters were confident that they could cope with them, because these were ordinary ghouls and they could be stopped with just a couple of zone of effect spells. After several shots towards the monsters, the fighters' mana was depleted, but the monsters continued to attack them. One of the fighters turned to the captain, saying that if this continues, they will not last long, and at most they will be able to throw a couple more flaming arrows and that will be the end. But the guy ordered not to worry, because he would do it on his own. C-rank dungeons can only be completed if there is at least 1 C-rank or higher hunter on the team. With Richard Parker, a B-rank hunter, it was a piece of cake. However, the gang members realized that something was wrong here, and this time it simply wouldn't happen. A bright flash of light appeared in the same location, and at that same second, Skylar appeared along with his new friend Odegon. After such teleportation, the goblin suddenly became seasick, and he apologized to the owner and immediately recited a spell against nausea. The Goblin King was greatly surprised by the fact that after going through all this and moving through time and space, the main character remained calm, as expected from his master. As soon as they landed, the guy smelled rot and assumed that there were ghouls nearby and ordered his partner to check if this was true. The goblin shouted that magic is a really convenient thing, and if the main character needs to learn, he will be happy to help him with this. The guy asked Odegon to check the area he had just flown through, and thanks to the fact that constellations can be seen through the eyes of his own avatars, he could see what his partner sees. The guy asked to check one of the places, especially check in the shadow of the building right in front of the goblin and inspect everything carefully. Approaching closer, the goblin noticed a dungeon food ration for rank C hunters, but warned the owner that there were some symbols here and it all looked very unusual. The goblin added that if you look closely, You can tell that this was used to wrap a special magical weapon, most likely made by the same tribe that built this temple. Suddenly, Audégon shouted that the owner could see this, because he was circling right above a huge horde of ghouls. There were several thousand of them. The Goblin King suggested using the 7th Circle Zone of Effect spell to wipe out the pitiful ghouls in one fell swoop, turning them into ashes. They can take care of the boss who is hiding somewhere. But the guy asked the goblin to calm down, because since there were ghouls crowding there, didn't it mean that they were surrounded by someone or something? And Skylar at that very second rushed to the rescue to save those who were trapped. The main character thought that if his instincts did not fail him, then those who were inside would probably lead them to the ground. When the main character discovered the monsters, he deprived them of their heads with powerful blows per second. He added something that they found in the square. It was earthly food, and asked Audégon to turn into something with the help of magic, because if he appears in this form before those who are stuck here, then they will have a lot of problems. Not all goblins in the abyss appear to be adequate creatures. Hunters from the earth are already accustomed to meeting goblins in dungeons. Audégon couldn't believe that he could be considered a dungeon monster. But despite this, the Goblin King complied with Skylar's request and used the magic of the 6th circle, polymorphism. And right in front of the guy, a handsome and tall guy descended from heaven. The guy could believe in such the power of transformation. Audégon did not want to brag, but added that among the goblins he was known for his incredible beauty. The guy said that now he looks like a perfect person, but his outfit was like that of a wizard. The main character was surprised, because the monsters simply surrounded the hunters and did nothing to him. He was wondering what kind of boss was in this location, and maybe he was hiding somewhere nearby. But the goblin reasoned that perhaps this was not the case, and if he had intelligence, he would not have simply surrounded them. Perhaps constantly sending ghouls was all that the boss of this location could do. There was a possibility that these ghouls were not controlled by a really strong black magician, but by a monster called Tarun. In the abyss, they are known as the Ghoul Kings. He looked like a monster assembled from 1,000 ghouls. Those who see only ghouls and try to find the one who controls them risk suffering from a surprise attack. For most, ghouls do not pose much of a threat, but those whose skills are at an average level can be overwhelmed by numbers. At this time, a group of hunters found themselves inside the cave. The only food they had left were gloves and boots. It was the 28th day of the raid on the Mirror Illusion of Chaos dungeon. As soon as they arrived on the first day, they lost some of the necessary provisions. But they found shelter underground, in which they were able to hide from the evil ghouls. They were forced to leave all the food and quickly get to a safe shelter. They had the opportunity to seal the passage so that no one could get inside. The captain of the squad was in deep despair, because fortunately for him, there was no other entrance and the gangster team spent a whole month without the opportunity to do anything. One of the soldiers turned to the guy with the lowest rank and noticed his very huge backpack on the back. The guy did not want to show what was in the backpack until his commander-in-chief gave the order to show all team members the contents of the bag. The commander allowed them to look and take what they needed, but in such a situation they still had little that could help, and no one could refuse such a generous offer from the captain. But from the large backpack, all they could find were several bottles in French which were intended for skincare. Then one of the soldiers shouted that it was all because of the leader of the group, that they found themselves in such a situation and now he should be held accountable for this misconduct. The second eldest gentleman refused to give any comments and said that they should do whatever they want to him, because he will not take anyone's side. He added that in this situation, internal conflict is a direct path to the death of the entire group, and everyone needs to calm down and focus on surviving until the rescue team arrives, and that's all that can be said as the second in command. But one of the soldiers reminded that there could be no rescue squad, because only 10 people could enter this portal. And all because their leader took a useless porter. The rescue party can only consist of one person, but even one person cannot defeat all these ghouls. Suddenly, an uprising occurred in the squad. The soldiers wanted to throw out the leader to the ghouls and force them to clear the way for liberation, and at the same time look at the actions of the B-rank soldier. But the commander replied that they were simply sucking up to those who have money and power, and they would never be able to force him to do what they want. But it was as if he had no choice, because there were 6 C-class rank hunters against him. Suddenly, their boss began to use a high-speed ice bullet. It was a 5th circle spell that attacks the enemy with ice bullets at a certain distance. At this moment, The guy was decisive and offered to fight if they wanted, and he would kill the first 3 immediately who attacked him. The guy asked his colleague why he still hadn't said anything, because they had said so much and were thinking such things about him. But the man replied that they wouldn't even listen to him if he said anything. He added that he still considers him a decent person, and it seems that after this he will be able to change. But the commander asked not to praise him, because until the very last moment he did not understand what was happening here. He had no hope and believed that he would still die here along with these assholes. And after all, they had already held out here for almost a whole month. Even if the rescue team arrived immediately after he surrendered, wouldn't he regret it? The guy added that if someone really comes for them, he will give away all the fortune that he has. And at that moment, the commander's words were interrupted by a powerful explosion. Skylar, who was ready to help them, came to their aid. When he went inside, he immediately asked if there was anyone from the Earth among them. When Skylar entered, he saw 2 men standing in front of him and asked them if they had come from the Earth. The commander did not know how to react and answered and looked at the guy in surprise. The team that was behind was delighted, because they thought that there was a rescue squad in front of them. After a few seconds, everyone began to rejoice and rejoice, because after a month they finally came to save them. But the second commander said that they were idiots and should better prepare for battle. The soldiers were outraged by this and thought that their commander had gone crazy. But he added that the soldiers should not dare to discuss the orders of their superiors. If he says to jump, then they will jump. If they say to fight, then they will fight. He pointed his finger and asked if there was a limit of 1 person to enter the dungeon. Then how could 2 people be here? The main character looked thoughtful and clarified whether there was a limit for 1 person and apologized for this misunderstanding. He said that he did not get to this place through the entrance to the dungeon, but the frightened people asked, if not through him, then how? And the guy said that they got here through the abyss. After the opening of the portals, accidents often occurred when many were sucked into them or into the dungeon, where they disappeared. Most people did not return, but there were lucky ones who did. But the squad didn't want to believe it. They could be either monsters or illusions for them. It was hard to believe that they were really from the abyss. Then the guy replied that it doesn't matter whether they believe him or not. But do they really have a choice here? One of the commanders thought about this situation. 2 energetic individuals of unknown power level who could have entered this place from the abyss and exhausted conflict-torn hunters who have been starving for a long time, otherwise simple hunters below the B rank. And he agreed, because even if they don't believe, in such a situation they have no other choice. The main character turned to everyone and asked them not to be too suspicious of the saviors, because in any case, all people of the Earth, and this was true. After Skylar was convinced that people had come from the Earth, his body was covered with goosebumps and he suddenly began to tremble a little. The commander noticed this reaction and thought how many emotions this guy had. Apparently, he really was lost in the abyss. Then one of the guys shouted what to do with these ghouls now. But the main character reassured them by saying that they were all dead and the way was clear for them. Skylar remembered the plan for returning to Earth, which he shared with his allies, so as not to attract the attention of earthly constellations and quietly expand the number of his own supporters. And instead of attracting excessive attention, he was going to carefully reconnoiter the current situation on Earth. The team asked who the second guy was standing next to the main character, whether he was also missing, but the guy replied that he had an even more tragic story than him and had lost his memory. Oregon didn't like this much, because at such a young age it was difficult to lose his memory and he didn't want these non-entities to feel sorry for him. One of the commanders said that even if he was a magician, they could not defeat all the ghouls alone. Even if 2 people were incredibly strong, it was still impossible. But the guy added that he uses martial arts, and at that moment deathly silence fell and the eyes of all the soldiers looked only at the main character. The team began to whisper among themselves various questions, such as how he can use martial art, since this is the first time they have seen such a thing, and how long ago he fell into the abyss. Skylar decided to ask why they were staring at him so much, but it turned out that they had not seen the martial arts master for a very long time. The main character said that when he fell into the abyss, martial arts masters were not at all held in high esteem, but he asked what year it was and heard in response that it was 2039, and by earthly standards, 30 years had passed since the guy was in the abyss. The soldiers began to remember what was the biggest record for being in the abyss and remembered that one person stayed for 28 years, but now he is in a mental hospital. Skylar then said that talking about martial arts and dungeons is not that important now. He asked Odigon to give some light, and he replied that he would do everything as the master said. And Skylar immediately reminded him that he told him not to call him master, but only by his name. The guy immediately began to chop with his feet one of the large stones, which was located right at his feet. A group of soldiers saw this for the first time. They watched in surprise as the guy skillfully juggled with a stone and considered it incredible. The main character was surprised by this. If this was their first time, then apparently they really don't have martial arts masters, and he handed out a plate to everyone. The guy carefully laid out several pieces on a plate, but the soldiers were confused because they did not know whose meat it was. Skylar said that in one TV show to survive at any cost, he saw that a person can eat almost anything, and recommended that others watch the program because it can be useful in life. He put a delicious steak on a stone plate and added that thanks to this transfer he survived in the abyss. The main character began to fry the meat in a frying pan and reassured the guys that everyone would get food because there was enough meat for everyone, so let them be patient for a while. A few moments later, each piece of delicious meat was on the plate and the guy invited everyone to try it. At first, people doubted whether it was worth eating this meat, which was given to them by the one who returned from the abyss. But the enchanting aroma of the meat quickly convinced them. For those who were one step away from starvation for a month, it was a real feast. The guy was very surprised that they were very quiet, and perhaps they realized that Skylar gave them low-grade meat. But when each soldier tried this meat, their eyes filled with tears of joy because it was incredibly tasty. One of the soldiers suspected that this meat was unusual, and his mana began to be replenished. Normally, if he used several flaming arrows, he would fall from magical exhaustion. But now he felt as if he could use a dozen of these spells. The soldier was grateful to the guy for giving them the special meat and considered him a very generous person. But due to the silence, Skylar was disappointed and decided that they looked so hungry that they would eat anything, and next time it would be better to throw away the low-grade meat. The dungeon was designed in such a way that the ghouls were not only ordinary monsters, but also a crowd that formed a boss, and if they took them all out, they would clear the dungeon. So in order to get out, they had to finish off the rest. The guy was asked how he knew all this, but he replied that it was all because he had seen enough of everything in the abyss. The situation became tense between the soldiers and the chief captain separated from the squad. Skylar suggested that while they were locked up, they had an internal conflict and apparently they were trying to kill each other. Odegon added that internal conflict during a crisis was unimaginable for the goblins of the hilt and considered the humans pathetic. Then the guy recalled that he was also a human and asked the goblin if he really didn't know about this, and he answered in horror that he didn't want to offend him and asked for forgiveness. One of the squads of hunters who rebelled against the commander said that Odegon was a very beautiful name. Apparently, they found another leader to take command and said they would take care of the remaining ghouls. A group of people tried to suck up to the man who could take them to dungeons and higher-level rewards, and they really sympathized with him because he had lost his memory, and if he didn't mind, they swore that they would be useful to him. But Odegon quickly became suspicious of their cunning plan and decided that he would allow them to do what they wanted, because the master asked to talk with them carefully. Skylar asked what they were doing, and one of the commanders replied that it was difficult to find a strong hunter who could lead others into a high-ranking dungeon. The soldiers were very polite to the guy because he was their savior, and since he had been here for more than 30 years, he was also an elderly man. But the main character suggested taking into account only his earthly age of 28 years. Skylar knew that people were trying to show off their relationships in front of powerful hunters, but he was just wondering why they only bothered Odigon. The guy asked, even though he was a strong magician, why they didn't approach him. But the commanders had mixed reactions and said that the reason was that he is a martial artist. Even among the martial arts masters, there was a rank A hunter. The guy did not understand why they were treated so poorly, because every martial arts adept was incredibly strong. When the men found out that Skylar was talking about Master Lee, they grabbed their heads, and the guy didn't understand why they were reacting like that and what was wrong with his master. In 2009, just when the guy fell into the abyss, there were the same hunters who chose the path of martial arts. Although it was believed that martial arts were inferior to magic, and most of these hunters went to China, the place of their greatest concentration. Although the martial artists were weaker, with the involvement of a large number of disciples, the revival of the martial arts era was possible, and there was also a living legend who had reached the A rank, which meant that the martial arts had a bright future. Or so they thought, Shocking news came out that Master Li was involved in a rank manipulation scandal. In 2011, similar scandals came to light in various countries. Hunters bribed judges and changed ranks. C ranks became B ranks. B ranks became A ranks and built incredible heroes. Master Li was also considered an A rank hero in China, but in reality he was a B rank hero and was a fake. The guy couldn't believe these words, because he even bought his photos and posters. How could he be fake? The commander added that after this scandal, the reputation of martial artists suffered greatly and many abandoned martial arts with the thought that achieving a high rank in this way was impossible. Today, no one uses martial arts, because after the incident, this tradition disappeared and there are no more students in schools where martial arts are studied. Skylar couldn't quite believe that his master had lied about this, and he began to calm down, because he needed to calm down the Kai energy, because sadness can cause muscle atrophy. Then the guy asked another question, whether everything was all right on Earth, but he was not completely understood. And he added that whether there was an invasion of various constellations on the Earth. Then they asked him how he knew about this, because he was talking about the incident in 2011 when there was a disaster, but he was already in the abyss. The main character was upset, because while he was lost in the abyss, the goddess's prophecy was fulfilled and he was late. In the fall of 2011, when a case of rank manipulation was discovered, that day, everything was not as usual, and a bright flash similar to the sun was approaching the Earth. It was a portal that was different from normal dungeon portals, and the monsters had intelligence. It was an army that had a purpose, an army that followed orders and acted on a strategy to take over the Earth and lay the souls of Earthlings at the feet of their constellation. The guy began to shake the man violently and demanded that he tell him what happened next on Earth. Was it really that the Earth was grabbed by evil constellations and he was late? But the man asked the main character to calm down, because where would they be then if this happened? And he replied that they fought back. The man said that there were a large number of victims, but they were able to stop them. All countries on Earth mobilized some of the best hunters who stopped the invasion. From these words, the guy began to choke, because then he didn't need to do anything else, and why did he wander through this abyss? After Skylar went into the abyss, 2 years passed and evil constellations invaded the Earth. And yet, the hunters of the Earth fully mobilized to fight back and achieved success. The main character did not know what to do next. Was the goddess's prophecy wrong, or she simply miscalculated? All this was quite strange, because this was not just a small skirmish, but a full-fledged invasion of the constellations. And even if the mortals sent all their forces, would it be possible to stop them at all? The girl added that it was not just a matter of different levels of power, but that the constellation and mortals are completely different, and even if there are many hunters, they are just like small insects to them. Skylar clarified that they stopped the invasion. But how? And the hunters said that it was more like a truce. They were not sure that they needed to expand the territory they occupied, and the people would suffer too many losses if they tried to regain the lost territories. And they were worried whether the truce would continue, but it still continues, and probably because of the constellations, they promised to protect the Earth. It immediately became clear to the girl that if there were constellations here initially, then this makes sense. Because even if the Earth is captured by new constellations, they can transfer the power of the Avatar and force them to fight. She added that unlike Skylar, constellations rarely fight, but against him they would need to go out and fight in person. Then the guy understood why the truce was still ongoing, because the invasion of the constellations changed the hierarchy. This is what caused the connection of the abyss with the Earth. And in order to avoid a full-scale war, a compromise was reached to restore the balance of power. The truce became possible because they either did not want to fight or did not want to lose their own avatars. Otherwise, he had nothing to do here. The guy added that in order to stop the invasion of evil constellations, he went into the abyss, but returned too late. But the kitten replied that this was not the case at all. Although they were a couple of decades late, the situation is not over yet. The truce cannot last forever, because there are so many other constellations in the abyss that could still decide to invade the Earth. The kitten immediately warned the guy to be extremely careful with any new constellations, because they are unlikely to comply with the truce agreement. This meant that if the situation worsened, the Earth would turn into a battlefield where the constellations would fight for dominance over the Earth. At this time, Odaigon was praised for his smart shots and admired for his wonderful magic. One of the soldiers praised the guy and said that he had never seen someone use the magic of the first circle so well. The guy was very annoyed by this, because all he heard was people admiring and praising Odagon's magic. The soldiers expected that if they returned to the ground, it would be simply amazing, because he was at the level of B rank or even A rank. They discussed the guy and realized that he had lost his memory, and the soldiers were going to convince him to leave this Skylar and join them. They had one goal, to take the place of the main character, and then they would no longer need to obey the commander-in-chief of their squad. Skylar looked at Odagon and wondered if everything was okay with him, because he looked like he was eager for a fight. But he was even more frightened by the commander-in-chief of the detachment, because he also looked as if he wanted to fight with someone. Then the main character directly asked if he wanted to fight with these guys, but he sharply waved his hands and said that this was all wrong. Skylar didn't mind at all that he fought with them, because he was in such shock, and even if fighting each other in a dungeon is a crime for hunters. The guy began to worry that perhaps his thinking had become abnormal after being in the abyss for too long. But his friends warned him to be careful, because on Earth it is not enough to simply hide the power of existence. They added that a great battle between the constellations could break out on Earth, and if the main character did not properly hide his identity as a training master, it could provoke a conflict. But the guy swore that he would be careful. Then he asked one of the commanders what was happening to the people who returned from the abyss. The man said that they were undergoing a medical examination, where they were asked about their experience, and one day one guy told about a giant-sized cat with a giant smile. The man also added that after the invasion of evil constellations, most countries banned becoming avatars of evil constellations. The guy was surprised by this and replied that after the war, people became very strict, and it was true. The fighter said that in any case, the procedure is not that complicated, and asked what country Skylar was from. He replied that he was from Korea, and then he would be offered new citizenship. He also added that most likely everything will be fine for the guy who lost all his memories. The main character turned to Odagon and said that he had received enough information about the situation on Earth, and now he was also wondering what the skill level of the hunters was and whether there was a way to find out. The cat suggested that there was a spell called Level Assessment, which showed the level and characteristics. This would be enough and suggested using it on them. The kitten asked why he asked Odagon to do this, but the guy replied that he could not use magic. But that was not the reason. Due to the fact that the guy was a constellation, he did not need to use magic in order to see the power level. For this, he would not need to use the entity's own power. Any constellation could easily do this. And at that moment, the main character used the Eye of Sauron and looked at the commander-in-chief of the detachment. The guy revealed the whole essence of Richard Parker. He saw his level, strength, agility, magical power, and intelligence. The kitten added that if he masters this ability, he will be able to see much more information, and he can also train this skill. Suddenly, the soldiers saw that the mirror illusion of Chaos Dungeon had been cleared, and it will soon close and the main character will finally head to Earth. The soldiers were very happy about this, because they would soon be home on their native land. The main character looked at the frying pan made of adamant and saw that the kitten of lava and magma had done a good job, and it was much easier to cook complex dishes on it. Due to Skylar's use of the Eye of Sauron, his life force increased as he used this ability. At this time, a problem arose on the ground near the portal to the dungeon. Strange phenomena began to pass near it, and suddenly the dungeon turned out to be dangerous and unstable, and it was impossible for reporters to be able to pass here. People saw it and couldn't believe their eyes, because there was an entrance to the dungeon, and this meant only one thing. It had been successfully cleared. A bright light formed, in which stood a team of hunters, as well as the main character and his partner. When Skylar appeared, the first thing he was surprised by was how bright it was here, and how beautiful the earthly sky looked. In a group of hunters, a gangster managed to clear the dungeon of the mirror illusion of chaos in the Mojave Desert. The final rank of the dungeon became C rank, and the commander was furious, because for him it seemed impossible, since there were 1,000 ghouls there. The man said that he received help from a qualified magician, and that only F-rank monsters were not enough, and they knew this very well. The dungeon's prank was determined by the strength of the main boss. They looked at the test's stats, and that's why it was rated C rather than F. In any case, the sheriff congratulated him on his safe return and added that his father was very worried about him. Since the Earth didn't know about the Ghoul King Tarun, they didn't know that they had completed an A-rank dungeon. The main character was holding a magazine in his hands, and he was wondering why the commander of Parker's group was a real celebrity and why so many paparazzi showed up around him. At that moment, doctors entered the room and announced that Skylar, according to the results of his tests, was absolutely healthy. The girl was very surprised because she had never seen such a perfect body, as if God had given it to him. The guy replied that the only thing that could be done in the abyss was to train. The doctor added that he was also mentally stable and he was really lucky. After all, 30 years have passed and now he will have a hard time with rehabilitation, and if he wants to move to another country, they will be happy to help him. But the girl acted as if she didn't want him to stay in this country. On the contrary, several men asked Odagon not to worry about the fact that he had lost his memory and the American government was on his side, because America was the richest and most powerful country. Only high-ranking magicians received such treatment. With martial artists, things were completely different. But the guy was firm and replied that he would always be the same, and no matter how many offers he received, he would always follow Mr. Skylar. People tried to find out what happened to this guy in the abyss, that he was so devoted to the main character, but the guy did not reveal all the secrets and replied that he met him when Odagon had already lost all his memories. People then began to speculate that perhaps it was because he was the first person Odagon had met since losing his memories. They also approached Skylar and asked that if he ever seriously thought about moving to another country, they would help him with whatever he needed. But he replied that there is no better country for a hunter than America. At this time, a group of individuals were quietly talking to each other using a simple telepathy artifact. Odagon suggested that he could easily get inside using magic and tell them what they were talking about. The guy agreed to this proposal and immediately heard them say that he will stay here even when he gets a green card, that now he says no. But he will soon understand that America is really better and they still worry about it. They were also talking about a magician named Odagon. They were sure that other countries would try to find out everything about him, and for this, they would place spies next to him so that others could not get close to him. As soon as the guy heard that they would be spying on them, he asked Skylar if he could get rid of all the spies right now. But the main character asked him for an unheard situation, because he must understand what is happening here. There were several other procedures that a returnee must undergo in order to receive a Green Hunter card, and one of them was a test. The protagonist was asked to take one survey for 30 minutes, and was warned to be careful that the electrodes did not fall while they were conducting the survey. When the guy started the test, he read the first question, which asked whether he had ever entered into a contract with a constellation of warriors of madness and blood. It was necessary to write a fragment in which this warrior was ridiculed. Perhaps it might seem childish, but this is the most effective way, because a servant who has entered into a contract with the constellation will never be able to mock the master. This was the best way to determine if someone had made a contract with an evil constellation. They adopted this method after contact with the constellations. Next, the guy was asked to measure a certain amount of mana into the crystal ball as much as he could. After the main character began to measure the amount of mana, the ball turned yellow and immediately began to collapse, and the measurements ended there. The guy thought that in order to move around here more freely, it would be better for him to get a higher rank than 30 years ago, because he is probably a rank A hunter. The amount of mana contained in the measuring crystal ball was much higher than that of the average hunter. When hunters passed the exam, they filled the ball with their own mana to increase their rank. The crystal ball changed color to determine the total amount of mana. It was a little unusual for the main character to control his own strength, but it was not his fault that in the abyss he came across only strong men, and perhaps revealing himself with real strength was still a mistake. His partners watched him and didn't understand whether he did it on purpose or not, because you shouldn't attract too much attention. It could reveal his essence. The earth is not like an abyss. It had its own rules. In the abyss, he can find strong opponents at any time and fight with them as much as he wants. But on Earth, this happens under strict control. The opportunity to rise to rank A is given only to hunters of rank B. Rank C cannot jump over a step. In order to reach the rank of hero and become famous as planned, you need to grab every chance and increase your hunter rank to the maximum. The doctor turned to the guy and said that all the measurements had been taken and the results would be ready soon and he could wait in the hostel. Skylar really hoped that he would be given at least a B rank. As soon as they left the laboratory, the doctor immediately picked up the phone and made a call to one clan and said that he had called about a matter in which they were interested. When the guy began to look at the cards, he discovered that his friend was given a B rank. He was surprised at how well Odagon hid his abilities. But when the main character opened his own card, he could not believe what he saw, because he was awarded the rank C+, and his age was indicated as 57 years of life. He could not believe that in 30 years the average amount of mana of a hunter had increased so much, and at that moment the clan commander approached them from behind. Skylar asked why he came, but the guy reminded him that he said that he would definitely reward him for saving his life, because he returned after 30 years and must have nowhere to settle. And the guy offered to stay at his house and be there as long as he wanted. On the way home, Odegon asked if he thought it was suspicious that the guy had suddenly become so polite to them. But the main character immediately recalled how he repelled the wolf's attack and said that he would not forget this either, because the goblins gave him a warm welcome and promised to repay him for saving him. He told how they prepared him a bath of acidic slimes and offered to gladly accept the sacrifice of the children of their nobility. But the goblin could not believe that all this caused him inconvenience. But as it turned out, it was all about the difference in culture. In any case, this guy probably also wanted to repay for the rescue, but Odegon had a different opinion. He believed that the race was annoying and incapable of magic, and yet gratitude was alien to it. The main character was surprised by these words, because in fact, he was also a human, and the goblin remembered this and immediately asked for forgiveness. Skylar turned to Richard Parker. He introduced himself to him as very famous in business circles, and then the guy added that he was looking forward to him giving him all his fortune. The main character said that he heard someone in the dungeon promise to give away the entire inheritance for saving the commander, but the guy screamed in fright that this did not happen. Skylar said he was joking and replied that he didn't need much. He asked for a place where he could temporarily settle until he could settle down somewhere, because he had been in the abyss for too long and had not yet gotten used to the land. But Parker replied that he could live in his house as long as he wanted, which he could easily give as his savior. Odegon decided that the guy was too arrogant, having only borrowed some house. Suddenly, one of the sports cars slowed down Parker's entire motorcade. From the sudden braking, everything inside was mixed up. No one could understand what was happening here. Parker's driver said that someone was blocking the way with a car. The main character immediately thought that perhaps this was an assassination attempt, and some evil constellation found out about his essence. At this time, Odegon opened the door and turned to the gentleman with a request to sort out this situation. The guys got out of the car and decided to first see what kind of crazy person was blocking their way. Skylar could not have thought that he would see such a car in the middle of the desert. But all that could be said about it was that it looked quite American. A man who was very stylishly dressed got out of the car, and Skylar, along with Odegon, felt that he was different. He was still a mortal, but he could not be put on the same level as people. The man was very strong. When the man came closer, Richard Parker immediately recognized that in front of him was Sam, nicknamed the Dragon. Richard introduced himself to him, and Sam immediately learned that he was the youngest son of the Parker family. The man said that he heard that his father had a lot of worries because he became a hunter and advised him to do what he wanted. Then the man turned to the guy and said that he no longer had much hope, but in front of him was the real Skylar. The main character couldn't believe it, but in front of him was the leader of his clan. The man heard rumors that they were here. A lot of time had passed, and they really hadn't seen each other for a long time. Everyone stood in a stupor, and Richard could not believe that the dragon knew Skylar, but it was all true. All the guards ran out of the car and were surprised that in front of them was a rank S hunter, the dragon Sam. They were talking about how they heard he got married again last month, and it was his 19th wedding, and it was all too confusing. After all, was this man really in front of him when, in the distant past, he suggested that he take his time, because their forces were not suitable for a rank B dungeon, and now he was the leader of the most famous clan. In 2011, attacks from evil constellations suddenly broke out around the world, and the city of Seoul was no exception. That period was called the Seoul Disaster, at which time all the clans of hunters located in the city responded. And the leader of the clan of the Great and Incomparable was one of those who tried with all his might to save the country. Thanks to the dedication of hunters like Sam, the Republic of Korea was able to somehow eliminate the threat of occupation. They did everything they could, defended everything they could defend, and were true heroes. All those fighting the threat were called heroes, and as one would expect, apart from the title of heroes, they received nothing more. At this time, in the hospital, the guy turned to one of his partners because he still couldn't manage to pay, because healing magic was not included in the insurance. And even compensation for the treatment of hunters did not help him. He did not qualify for this article because he did not receive a shrapnel wound from a monster. And after that, Sam moved to America because the attitude towards hunters here is much better. He talked about how he received support, hunted monsters, promoted his own company, and even appeared on TV once, and that's how things gradually worked out. The guy asked how much money he had, that even his rich son couldn't object to him. Then Sam asked if he knew where he lives now, in Hunter's Hills. But the guy didn't know what kind of area it was. But as it turned out, it was the richest area in Los Angeles. He jokingly called the guy a brat and said that, as before, you couldn't get a word out of him with pincers. After all, who else is capable of disappearing, leaving only a letter of one measly page? The man suspected that he had gone crazy in training, but he didn't think he would reach such madness. Perhaps he should have been taken to the hospital earlier. Sam added that some even wanted to announce his death because only a few returned from the abyss alive. The guys were even planning to organize a wake in this honor. But when the man found out that he had been discovered, he was very surprised that he was on the list of those who returned from the abyss. Then Sam turned to Parker and finally asked what he was doing in his car. The boy was frightened and said that he saved his life, and as a sign of payment, he was with him. The man was very surprised by these words, because he already thought that he was taking him to the family estate for an autopsy. At this point, the destination was changed from the Parker's house to Sam's house. The guy saw how the world has really changed in 30 years, and all the streets of the city are now teeming with mechanisms. In Los Angeles, after the gates opened, rich and famous hunters began to flock to the city. All their fellow clansmen were rising stars who wanted to join them, and people who considered hunters from a business perspective. It was currently the most densely populated city on Earth with hunters. Sam continued that from the moment he arrived in America, he asked to be informed about the latest news about who returned from the abyss and threatened that if even one name was missed, he would leave for another country. It was funny to watch the FBI and CIA make a report with straight faces. Otherwise, he would have quickly changed his citizenship and the government would have suffered huge losses. The main character looked out the window and said that he had a very cool house, and what kind of house was it the size of an Olympic stadium? But Parker interrupted the guy and said that these buildings are for hired workers and servants, and the real house of Sam the Dragon is located further. They immediately approached the real house, past fountains, palm trees, and beautiful parks. When the motorcade passed along the streets, the main character saw hunters who were standing in line for coupons. He didn't understand why these coupons were needed, because this was not a bank. But Sam replied that in order for them to see him at least once, they needed to get a coupon. But Skylar could not fully understand why they needed this and what it was all for. But these people came to ask for a chance. The guy asked what chance they were talking about, but the man said that they would still have time to discuss all this. When they went inside, they saw beautiful pandas. The guy couldn't believe that the pandas were in America. Had he really stolen them? But as it turned out, it was a gift from the Chinese government. They then begged on their knees for him to come and send it to him. The main character asked what was bothering the Chinese government that they made such a generous gift. Then the man remembered that the guy was in the abyss and knew nothing, and then he urgently gathered all the secretaries in one place. He ordered the best teachers in politics, economics, culture, and other sciences to be selected for him to teach Skylar everything. At this time, Parker's driver said that at the moment there was a great chance to meet the dragon and that some people had been waiting for months to see it. But the guy continued that their last name was clearly not Parker, and why on earth should he beg for this chance? Besides, he had the feeling that next to him he was aging by a year every minute. At this time, one of the secretaries asked whether there were too many teachers and too much information, and whether he could find out the true reason for this commotion. But as soon as the man introduced himself in front of him, he immediately heard that he was fired from that very second, because he hired them for a lot of money in order to entrust them with troublesome work. Sam's words and requests were not like a joke, and he did not ask not to answer stupid questions. Then the man turned to the sixth secretary and asked where all the models that should be at the party were, because he remembers exactly that he missed one and ordered him to work faster. After Sam gave everyone instructions, he turned to Skylar and said that now they could calmly think about everything. The guy couldn't believe that the man had changed so much in such a period of time, because such situations were not a reason for dismissal. But the man objected, saying that he did not know how much he was paying them, and quickly ordered the seventh secretary to come to him. When the secretary approached, he said that in 2 weeks he received about $230,000. But the main character still could not understand how the size of the salary is related to dismissal on the spot. Then Sam replied that when he hired them, He clearly warned that he paid the highest salary. But in return, one mistake, and the employee was fired, and they all knew about it. But Skylar was very disappointed with this approach, and then Sam decided to leave the 7th secretary. The guy turned to Sam and asked why he wouldn't become a role model, as befits a real leader of the clan. In one of the audiences, a Stanford University teacher who specialized in the science of artifacts and caves spoke to the main character. She also had experience as a manager of 2 rank B and 1 rank A hunters. These words really surprised the guy, and he decided to surprise her in return, and told her that in high school he once lifted a barbell of 500 kilos in total. The teacher decided to briefly explain what happened over 30 years, and 30 minutes later, the guy screamed loudly in the audience. He couldn't believe that evil constellations had occupied China, North Korea, Europe, and Latin America. South Korea was not captured, as it was one of the countries that resolved the situation relatively quickly. But after that, many Korean hunters went abroad, because many found America especially beneficial. Also, clan leader Sam also moved here at that time. His leader was so kind. What did he have to go through? This was the kind of man who was abandoned by women every day and who discouraged him from going to the B-rank dungeon. But suddenly he became the Dragon Sam, an S-rank hunter with a lot of money who married 19 times at the age of 70. The Lava and Magma Kitten said that everything worked out perfectly and that this hunter could become an excellent avatar. Really, this person cannot be trusted. You could trust him. Then Skylar went to Sam and told him everything about how he suddenly went into the abyss to prevent the end of the world. And while he was stomping around there for a couple of decades, he suddenly became a constellation, and whether he wanted to come under his wing and become an avatar. The man was very surprised by the guy's words, and he replied that he didn't indulge in drugs. The kitten of lava and magma said that there is no need to do this, and he can and will understand everything if everything is explained to him in detail. But something still haunted the guy. The leader did not give up for 30 years. Trying to find him, the guy decided that he was the one who could be trusted, because there was training equipment here like a gym in the backyard, and the guy didn't want to just get involved him into the affairs of the constellations. When the guy came to the gym, he said that it was more like a concert hall and that he must have invited various pop stars to parties here, but Sam replied that there was a cooler place for that. The kitten of lava and magma exclaimed in surprise, because it was the magic of the wrong side of the world. But the guy did not understand why he was so surprised, because it was not complex magic. The kitten said that this is rather a very popular magic among the constellations, and that mortals do not know how to use it correctly. Sam said that even if you get injured in the wrong side of the world, they will not be reflected in reality. Roughly speaking, this is magic, something like super advanced virtual reality technology. But this constellation was used to train their own avatars. But the kitten said that most often the constellations use it as a playground to relieve boredom. The guy asked if the magic of the underside of the world had taught the constellation, but Sam exclaimed that this magic was known to many and the constellation had nothing to do with it. But if you think carefully, there was a possibility that the constellation initially gave this technique to someone, all this as some kind of evil plan. Skylar said that with such training equipment to prepare for war, all the hunters on the planet would be fully armed. But the man did not understand what kind of war he was talking about. He replied that all these devices are only for sports training. Then the main character exclaimed that they really use this magic to play football. Then the man snapped his fingers and said that this was all a thing of the past and now he would demonstrate everything. Now at the forefront of the entertainment business, the most popular area is hunting sport. It was about a competition in which 6 hunters gather in a team to measure their strength with the opposing team. At this time, there was also the extermination of monsters, temporary attacks, mortal combat, etc. The rules were endless. When one team successfully kills the weekly boss, it is awarded 5 points for victory. All this looked very interesting, and the main character entered the underbelly of the world. The main character had to limit the power, because the seamy side of the world could be destroyed. He thought that since the magic was created by people, it would not be able to fully correspond to a being of the constellation level. Then the guy's strength, agility, and health were greatly limited, and he immediately felt as if a bunch of weights were hung on him. In a battle with limited power on the wrong side, the constellation increases its own real power. It all looked like a real workout, and he was even a little happy about it. The lava and magma kitten suggested that this is a great chance, because other constellations cannot see Skylar in the dungeon and the underbelly of the world, and therefore he can make full use of all his abilities. The kitten meant for the main character to reveal his own essence to the leader and make him an avatar. But the guy didn't want to do this because he had a great life and he didn't want to drag him into it again. The main character believed that he was not suitable for the role of a leader who controls avatars, because he was more accustomed to playing the role of a fighter and participating in battles. But the kitten added that in competition with other constellations, there will definitely come a time when he will need avatars, because it is not in the spirit of the constellation to personally engage in battle. Sam asked why the guy became like a pillar, because half an hour ago he looked completely different. Skylar believed that thanks to the wrong side of the world, training for a hunter seemed to take place in reality, but the man reproached the guy, saying that this was not training at all. Everything that happened there was only about sports, and the most popular sport in the world. Skylar asked if hunters didn't train in the dungeon and just fight each other, but Sam replied that that was what competitive sports were all about. The main character asked why people like to watch it so much as if it were football or baseball. The man replied that it was simply ridiculous to even compare, and added that the most that can be compared is fighting with each other, because this is also a sport for hunters. The strongest hunter is chosen through one-on-one fights, and once you watch this, the rest of the sporting battles will begin to seem incredibly boring to you. But no matter how much Sam hoped to surprise the guy with this whole story did not excite Skylar's blood. He was confused and worried that the land was now in danger. The guy spent all his time training and was afraid to find out that he was already late. He was constantly overcome by anxiety while he was trying to find his way back to Earth. But in general, the hunters of the Earth became sports stars, and Skylar did not understand then what time they were catching monsters. Then the kitten added that this world and fighting with each other is quite common for the constellations and for the god of training, who does not take avatars under his wing. This may be new, but for the constellations with an army of avatars, it looks like an indirect war. The kitten suggested that this could be due to the spread. The main character thought that in this case they shared this deliberately in order to find candidates for avatars, and Sam added that recently there were many among the hunters who had never even cleared the dungeon. The guy didn't fully understand then why they became hunters, but there was only one answer, just for the sake of money and fame. All one had to do was choose a sport that a person liked, and having succeeded as an athlete, he was able to earn money that he would not be able to spend in his entire life, and the line in front of the house was just waiting to get this chance. After Sam finished, he asked what happened to the guy during this entire period. What fly bit him, that he fell into the abyss during training, or that he was deceived? But it seems the man hit the nail on the head, and Skylar replied that it was a very long story. But before he explains everything, he has one small request. The guy asked to increase the power of the backside because his strength is too limited, and this is very disturbing. But the man didn't believe it, because this room is aimed at rank A hunters, and asked what rank the guy had. Skylar replied that he had a C+ rank, and he did not have the opportunity to fully demonstrate his combat skills, because he simply broke the internal energy measuring device, and even that was not enough. Sam couldn't fully understand why he was assigned to rank C+ anyway, because it couldn't be that someone paid for it. It seemed to the man that the guy had become much stronger, since he was uncomfortable being here and everything was exactly like that. Sam again asked the guy to tell why he went into the abyss, and if this is a long story, then let the main character tell it more simply. But in simple terms, Skylar went there with only one mission. Everything was to protect the Earth. The man could not believe these words. Had he really wandered through the abyss and become a constellation, and now he had returned to protect the Earth? Sam was very surprised. Then it turns out that he is older than him in age. But all this was unimportant. Then the man yelled at the guy because it was hard to believe, because many people who returned from the abyss lost their minds. But since Sam couldn't believe the words of the main character, Skylar, he decided to demonstrate all this with his own power. That's why the guy asked to remove the restriction, and he didn't care about the others at all, but he wanted to share it with him. The man then took off his jacket and replied that no matter how strong he became, he had never encountered an S-rank hunter before. Sam said that he had crossed paths with various opponents many times, and with his last breath, he received an A+ rank skill and increased the level through death. The guy laughed, because the man loved fantasy novels so much that he eventually became one of the main characters. Then Sam flew into the air and shouted that the little brat was not far away, and that it was not for a fan of battle stories to talk about this, and immediately offered to fight once. The man asked the guy if he had ever heard of artifacts in the form of tattoos. Suddenly, Sam began to fire magic projectiles and shouted to the guy that he could now dodge this. But the main character did not see the danger in this, and did not see the point in dodging at all, and released a powerful stream of energy from his hand. This blow surprised the man, and as the first champion in a one-on-one battle at one time, he realized that the opponent in the ring must be forced to focus on defense, attack first, and not allow him to catch his breath. Sam activated the magic of the sixth circle, which was called the Path of Lava, and turned to Skylar and asked when he even learned this type of magic. But in response to this blow, the guy activated the Kai protective barrier and easily stopped the powerful lava shot. When the man saw this, he shouted whether it was because of this skill that false rumors began to spread in China. The main character did not understand what he was talking about, and added that there was a viral fake video with a similar skill to his. The guy was very surprised by this. He could not even guess that they even managed to fake something like this. It greatly amazed him. Unfortunately, his barrier has consumed quite a lot of energy, and at this rate it will soon be empty, and apparently there's no way around it since he has limited strength here. The guy had to control all his power so as not to destroy the reverse world, and this was a very big headache, because a lot of time had passed since he fought like a real person. And then Skylar decided to show his absolute maximum and concentrated all his power into one magic ball. This ball was so fast that Sam did not even have time to use fast teleportation, and his magic was destroyed, and after being hit, he received great damage. He was shocked that it was cancelled even before activation and how a guy could use these skills so quickly. But Sam didn't give up on this. He had no choice but to strengthen his own body with magic. But the guy literally found himself next to the man in a second and quickly used several techniques. Sam had a lot of hope when he tried to switch to close combat against someone who uses martial arts. His friend admitted that he was quickly confused because he usually never dealt with martial artists and recognized the guy as very assertive. Sam asked the guy how martial arts levels work and how he reached the highest level in martial arts. The main character replied that it doesn't quite work like that, because at the moment he has the highest level, and if you step a little further in development, you can go beyond the boundaries of a mortal. And at that moment, the man realized that in front of him was a real constellation. Sam replied that he couldn't imagine how ridiculous it sounded, but it sounded ridiculous that Skylar's friend, honest and with kind eyes, had changed for the worse. And the men began to argue which of them had become more successful, and then Sam asked what he needed from him. Skylar began by saying that he wanted to ask him for help, and then proceeded to explain the current situation in detail. Although the constellations have agreed to a truce, the treaty is only temporary, and new constellations can emerge from the abyss at any time. And those constellations that have concluded a truce may be plotting to seize the Earth right behind them. As for the rest of the constellations, they already had many servants on Earth, and in general, there are a lot of them. But on the other hand, the guy has to start everything from scratch, so he is now at a disadvantage. In these words, the man heard that the guy was not going to ask for his help. After all, he lived his own life, and that's why Skylar didn't want to get him into trouble. The man couldn't believe that the youngest of the clan had been defending the Earth by fighting in the abyss for 10,000 years, and he was just trying to be cool just because he was older. Sam loudly slammed his fist on the floor and shouted that why the hell was he worried about him? Because it was he who should worry, and not the other way around. And who could help the main character if not his old friend? The man added that he would help him, and in general, he was not in a position to refuse the offered help, and he was absolutely confident in the words. At this moment, the lava and magma kitten sent a message that he was very pleased with the way the guy was negotiating. The kitten thought that he had really brilliantly lured him to his side, but in any case, these were the sincere feelings of the main character. He didn't want someone he knew to be drawn into a battle between the constellations, and it didn't look like Sam would back down. And the man was faced with a choice whether he agreed to become a servant of the main character and serve under his command. The man did not think for a long time and decided to obey someone younger and let it be as it will. And at that moment, he became a servant of the invincible avatar of training, and his soul was tied to the constellation, and if it disobeys the orders of the constellation, it could be subject to severe punishment. The young people had a delicious breakfast in one cozy establishment, and Sam still could not believe that he would agree to an agreement with the constellation. After all, concluding a deal with a constellation was tantamount to selling his soul. He was interested in everything. If he concluded this agreement, he would be able to keep an eye on the main character and his clan whenever he wanted. But if it would be very stressful, then the guy could simply not do it. Skylar's plan was to first hide the fact that he was a constellation, since it would be a very big problem if he was discovered. Sam thought about this, because it seemed that the constellation needed to hide its own power. The guy said that in any case, he's going to continue to increase the number of servants while hiding the fact that he is a constellation, and he will need them when he collides with other constellations. The man replied that he could be trusted. Then Skylar asked if he could defeat the great demon one-on-one. But Sam clarified that the guy didn't fight with him in the abyss, because hunters always act together and it's completely pointless to try to defeat the monster one-on-one. There was some uncertainty in the man's words, and the main character thought for a second that he might lose. Sam added that whether it was the world of the underbelly or a one-on-one battle, a solo or team game, he was absolutely sure that he was not afraid of any of it, and he wanted to not care if he had to fight against the constellations or anyone else. But the guy knew very well that magic, which is often used in sports called the magic of the wrong side, constellations were also often used, and it was very strange that people participating in hunter competitions used this magic. The whole reason was that this magic is very widespread and is associated with the fact that the constellations fight in a similar way when the servants of the constellations are sent to the underbelly to fight each other. There was a very good chance that the constellations intended to make hunter competitions like one-on-one battles so popular that it would be easier for them to choose servants based on their strength. The guy thought, maybe this is too much for such complex speculations. After all, do the constellations really look at such nonsense? But everything was true, and the kitten of lava and magma added that one should not underestimate the boredom of the constellations. After all, even now most of the constellations are fighting each other in the carriage out of boredom. In any case, if the services fight the same way as in hunter competitions on the ground, then this could be a great help for Sam, because he participated in such battles and is a champion hunter. How many servants the main character would have depended on all this, because he should become the object of their envy. He himself understood what he was talking about. He understood that the guy needed to become famous as a hunter and become one of the most powerful hunters on Earth. Everything is always very interesting with such hunters. As soon as a Class A portal opens, the government of the country will be on its knees begging them for help. And despite the fact that people claim that the hunters of their country are the strongest, everyone realizes in their hearts that this leads to their faith and devotion. Sam certainly understood everything, because Skylar certainly has incredible power. The other thing was how they would demonstrate his power in the game. Then the man said that he would introduce him to a clan, but the guy did not even suspect how many groups of clans Sam was responsible for, because this was not just one clan, because the profit of the clan groups of the company went beyond the boundaries of this world. All the cores and items in the dungeons are purchased by the company, including support, bonuses, and other things, and with sheer devotion, Skylar can be rewarded handsomely. But the main character still didn't understand why Sam was telling him to join the clan, because he could do it on his own. Then the man menacingly replied that he was going to hide the fact that he was a constellation. Then why did he need all this if he needed to hide his own power properly? However, the main character decided to limit his own strength to the maximum possible level, and so far he has managed to control it and can fight a monster or an S-rank adventurer. The man would send the guy to a clan that accepted the best candidates, so he recommended that he look for a few nuggets there, because he could take them as servants if they proved that they were useful enough, and that was a pretty good idea. Skylar wondered if they would mind if he joined their clan, because his rank is still C+, which specializes in martial arts. Sam replied that they definitely wouldn't like it and suggested that the guy just raise his rank, because as soon as he becomes an A-rank adventurer, he will immediately be considered a strategic weapon controlled by the state, because only those who have achieved high results can receive the S rank. Come to think of it, it sounded very cool that the old man had an S rank, since less than 10 people around the world had received this rank. He shouted that it was enough to sit and it was time to do everything they could, and immediately went to the qualifying round for the competition. The guy clarified which qualifying round Sam was talking about, but he added that the main character cannot even imagine how many hunters want to take part in this competition, because he needs to go through the qualifying round and win in order to be accepted as a professional in the league. The next preliminary round will be in exactly a week, and during this time the guy can get used to it a little. The guy didn't understand what he needed to get used to and what to do. Then Sam took his phone out of his pocket and asked if he knew what a smartphone was and showed him that this phone is used for almost everything, including watching the news. The guy carefully took the smartphone and didn't fully understand how to use this thing. But one good thing was that now he could safely watch Korean news anywhere. Sam was in the office and called several employees. He asked the hunting department to immediately bring him equipment for evaluation, because he needed to re-evaluate someone. Then he thought that they would need another reliable manager. But when he looked at these guys, he realized that they were not suitable for him at all. The man asked what his daughter was doing now and began to list that she was not the 10th or even the 8th, but let them call him the 11th, who has the worst character. He ordered Laura to be brought here immediately, but he was not entirely sure that she would show sympathy for Skylar, because he was also difficult to deal with. At this time in training, the man could not believe that he had lost control of the magic of the third circle. Laura turned to him saying that he had a lot of mana, and this did not mean that he could cope with high-level magic, and he should have first studied the magic of the first circle more carefully. The guy then shouted that he was a C+ class hunter and had already received an offer from the rest of the close-ups, and how could she force him to repeatedly practice magic in just the first circle? When Laura was returning from the training class, she turned to one man and said that the guy did not deserve training and that the girl no longer wanted to train with him and ordered that they take care of him from now on themselves. When the manager entered the classroom, he immediately began kicking him because this stupid idiot didn't even know who she was, because she was not just an ordinary manager. Miss Laura was a Class B hunter and a renowned Class A manager. She is the person who turns worthless rookies into diamonds in any clan. He didn't say anything because she didn't like it when her identity was revealed. But he had just let his own boss down and didn't realize what an idiot he was. One fine day, there was a big stir at the stadium where the competitive fights were taking place. When Skylar approached this place, he was surprised that this qualifying round would really take place here. Some hunters came in luxury cars. They enjoyed great popularity and fame. This did not surprise the main character, because then and now, the habits of hunters did not change. But in order to get into the professional league, you had to become the winner of this tournament. One of his representatives also said that this is a qualifying round for the league of rank C, but many hunters of rank D or E will also take part in it, and in any case, there will be a chance after this, and you need to take it as a new experience. At this time, Origon was so engrossed in playing games on his smartphone that he didn't even pay attention to what people around him were talking about. The guy shouted to stop playing these games and the competition would start soon. The main character didn't understand how he could play these games all day long. Were they really that addictive? When Skylar came to the recreation area at the stadium, he saw that there were journalists and cameramen around, and it seemed to him that this was all a way of recruiting for the clan. One of these journalists was scratching his head and did not understand what kind of incredible hunter had to appear in the qualifying round to be sent out so early in the morning. At that moment, the operator approached him and completely agreed with his words and offered to wait until the majority dropped out. It seemed to him that he had seen this journalist somewhere, but as it turned out, he was a scout from the Gambit clan. The man hoped that this time the damn appraiser did not fool him and told him the whole truth. After all, then they said on the phone that it would be just a bomb, because the guy even ground the measuring device into powder. The journalist had been studying the protagonist's dossier for a long time. He learned that the guy went into the abyss for 30 years, and everything was fine with his head, and all the tests were checked, and no deviations were found. The men decided that if he lived 30 years ago, it was understandable why he used martial arts and suggested sending someone to recruit him. At the beginning, the journalist could not believe that it was possible to break the measuring device, and no one could pay them to talk about this nonsense. There was no way they could just ignore it, because the money had already been received, and it was unlikely that they would have contacted them if this guy was useless. The boss ordered the worker to personally check everything, and if his mana was in excess, then try to offer him to master magic. But the guy didn't understand how he should force him to master magic. But that was his concern, because the journalist receives a salary for this. The qualifying round for Skylar began, and he was invited to enter the center of the stadium. When the guy entered the wrong side of the world, he needed to limit his strength, because otherwise the wrong side of the world could simply collapse. But the main character should have limited much more power, because in Sam's house this thing was level A. Skylar successfully entered the underworld. He limited strength, agility, and endurance. The guy could also use melee ki, but with limitations. This did not stop the main character, because the more difficult the situation was, the higher he rose, and it sounded logical. One bald guy at the stadium asked Skylar what this crazy guy was muttering to himself, but the guy replied that he thought it was a good experience. The man was inspired by this when he saw his new opponent and decided to immediately leave him soft-boiled. The referee shouted that they would be instantly disqualified for fighting without giving a signal. The rules were already known to everyone, but he reminded that they could use any skills without restrictions. Also, if they want to give up or are no longer able to fight, the fight will be stopped. There were not as many people in the stands as we wanted, but there was still a live broadcast from the qualifying match of this competition. For viewers of the broadcast, this was very interesting because they had not seen a martial arts user for a long time. In their eyes, Skylar was no different from a living fossil. The journalists carefully read his file and decided that he was worth a look. But when they read that he was a martial arts user, they couldn't believe that they still existed and had already forgotten the last time they saw them. For the first time, the bald fighter met a person who has martial arts skills. He decided that as soon as the battle began, he would immediately increase the distance and use the magic of the second circle, and after that, he would release enhanced magic projectiles. As soon as the referee announced the signal to start the fight, one fighter immediately flew into the air, and for a second it seemed to him that he was much faster than his opponent. But it only seemed to the man, because Skylar's fist was already a few centimeters from his face. Everyone who watched the broadcast and was in the stadium was very shocked, because after a few seconds the referee gave the signal to start the fight, it was already over. Skylar was too surprised by this, because he did not believe that the fight ended so quickly and that the opponent was too weak. The referee stood on the podium to announce the winner as the second fighter was carried away on a stretcher. The journalist could not believe that the guy managed to deal with his opponent so easily, and he immediately reported this by phone. Over the phone, the boss heard that the appraiser was right, and they had found a simply amazing diamond that would immediately become their driving force. He still couldn't believe that there was a treasure to be found among martial arts users, and even though it was difficult to expand its boundaries, they wouldn't hesitate to try and recruit the guy. And the journalist decided that he would achieve success at any cost if he did not want to lose this job. While Skylar was resting in the waiting area, other fighters were performing at the stadium. At one point, a journalist entered the room. He turned to the hunter and asked him to ask a few questions, but the guy immediately realized that in front of him was a clan scout. The journalist was flattered that the guy immediately realized that there was a clan scout in front of him, and he replied that the guy was fundamentally different from the current hunters. The man added that although the guy already knew, the current hunters in the past are no match, because in a real battle they cannot be called hunters. Skylar replied that he also thinks so, but it seems to him that everything is not so bad, and there is absolutely no difference where to train if the strength in the end is the same. The man carefully asked if the guy knew why he was here. Skylar replied that the scout had come to recruit him, and there could be no other reason. The journalist introduced himself as a representative of the Gambit clan, and he really came to hire him. The man hoped that the guy already had an idea about this clan, but the main character replied that he was hearing about them for the first time. Skylar said that he had recently returned from the Abyss, and not much time had passed since his return, and he simply could not hear about it. The man began gesturing with his hands and convincing the guy that it was most likely difficult for him to navigate the current situation, and he was overcome by anxiety about what to do next and which team to join. But he didn't even have to worry about this, because their clan would help him completely. And the journalist began the greatest presentation about their clan, that they provide great support, that training is carried out only by top-level hunters, and most importantly, they guarantee a share of 1.5 people in percentage terms in trips to the dungeon. But Skylar was not particularly inspired by his speech, and he replied that since he was used to fists, he should look for a clan with martial arts users and laughed loudly. Then the man began to be put under pressure that his potential was at the level of a rank C hunter, and increasing his rank was not such a simple matter. But the guy was firm and refused to sign the contract for the second time, and the journalist shouted that he would greatly regret it. The main character was offended by this phrase, and he asked why and asked several questions. He reminded the man that he had only seen him in the qualifiers and whether his clan was too generous to him to offer such fees and such impressive distributions. Then the guy resorted to a counterattack and shouted that this was the reason for the strength of their clan. It was courage. But Skylar replied that it was more like a trick than courage. The journalist did not understand what kind of trick he was talking about, and the main character added that if, for example, they got information about his abilities in advance. After all, the guy was aware that this was often done in the past, when clans kept newcomer hunters by bribing the appraiser. At that moment, there was a knock on the door and told Skylar to get ready for the next fight. The journalist wished him good luck and said that he would support him in the next fight. The main character was at a loss what to do in this situation, but he gathered his will into a fist and decided that first he should show what rank B is capable of. When the guy entered the ring, he put 90% of his internal energy into speed and limited the power of martial arts. And with this, a new martial art of B+ rank was successfully formed. The system asked Skylar to name the new technique, and since it is incredibly fast as light, he decided to call it the Light Dispersion Mastery. The main character's strength was constantly growing, but the speed was too slow and there were few ways to fix it. But the lava and magma kitten thought it was nonsense and said that a good solution would be to recruit avatars and prepare a constellation temple or increase the number of believers. The idea was simply brilliant, but first the guy needed to deal with the qualifiers and then continue the main mission. Before the fight began, Skylar became curious and decided to check his power level and saw that he was close to C rank and was specialized in close combat. But he didn't fully understand why an opponent who specialized in close combat would hold a bow in his hands. As soon as the referee counted 3 seconds before the start of the fight, the enemy immediately took his bow and arrows and began to make the first attack. But the guy hardly had time to shoot an arrow from his bow. Skylar was already near him and with a powerful push pierced him right into the body. The man did not believe where such speed came from and decided that things would not go any further and decided to go straight to close combat. He unleashed the full power of his blows with numerous fists, which were aimed directly towards the main character. But the guy dodged these blows without any problems, using a well-honed fighting technique. All the people in the stands jumped up and shouted that this technique was a martial arts user's steps, but such close combat with Gregory was very dangerous. Skylar immediately launched a counterattack and with a strong blow threw his opponent back several tens of meters. The operators could not believe it. They photographed this fight and were completely surprised by this monster. No one could understand where this hunter came from, because it was not for nothing that they said about him that he returned from the abyss, and from that moment it became clear why no one saw this martial arts user. The journalist immediately understood that he could not miss this chance, and he must sign a contract with him by any means. Otherwise, he would not be able to explain anything to his clan. The spectators were impressed that the guy finished all the fights with one blow, but since these were qualifiers of rank C, there was nothing surprising here. The news quickly spread throughout the city. People were perplexed and did not understand who this guy was and whether he really was the one who returned from the abyss. People did not understand why hunters do not study martial arts, because they look very cool. All this was not bad. But among the participants in the competition, there was one hunter, a newcomer to the Star Clan, who specialized in one-on-one battles and therefore never went on raids, but acted exclusively against people. The scanner continued its true path to first place and defeated one participant after another. Even the newcomer from the Star Clan was no exception for the main character and, like the others, he was carried away from the battlefield on a stretcher. And then the long-awaited finale came and one of the rivals from the Rainbow Clan entered the battlefield. He knew that the protagonist's movements were too obvious, but he couldn't block it at all. And a few seconds later, the final whistle sounded, indicating that the battle between the opponents was over. The referee loudly shouted that among them there was the winner of the qualifying round of rank C, and it was Skylar. The spectators in the stands couldn't believe that the martial arts user had won the finals. But only the main character knows that in the abyss alone, he practiced fighting for about 10,000 years, and his level allows him to determine the enemy's tactics only by his breathing. All the hunters seemed like a mere trifle to Skylar. When the guy received the long-awaited cup, he walked back along the red carpet, where the entire audience rejoiced and congratulated him on his victory in the qualifying round. Despite the fact that it was a victory in qualifying rank C, the victory over all participants was a significant event, because in the eyes of the constellations, Skylar began to look like a real treasure. After these events, the constellations had already appeared on Skylar, and the kitten of lava and magma said that this is why he advised him to hide his power. The warrior, shrouded in madness and blood, warned the kitten so that the constellation, which does not have an earthly agreement, should not interfere in matters. But the kitten replied that the contract for the avatar has nothing to do with the agreement, so he can do whatever he wants. But the warrior warned him that he could attack a constellation that does not have an agreement at any time. The kitten did not agree with the warrior's words, and a skirmish between the constellations began between them. Despite the fact that it was only an exchange of messages, the pressure was simply deadly, and the kitten answered the warrior with such confidence because no one knew where his territory was. The warrior warned the cat that he would never forget about this, and at one moment he would wash himself with the blood of his avatars. At that moment, the guy added that he had no intention of concluding a contract with such a loser like this warrior and ordered him to get lost. The constellation could not stand such impudence and replied that all arrogant mortals would face inevitable punishment. The guy shouted back so that the constellation should not be proud of the fact that she managed to cheat death. It cannot even create a riot in front of other constellations and still continues to be called a warrior shrouded in madness and blood. Other constellations admired the words of the main character and noted that the guy is very confident in what he says. The main character added that he does not know what concerns the rest of the mortals, but at one point he will enter into battle with him, because Skylar has never seen any particular need to stand on ceremony. At this moment, the lava and magma kitten was greatly impressed by the mortal's response and handed over 10 soul fragments to him. The rest of the constellations were in shock. The main character was very surprised by this, but this was only part of the kitten's strategy, and he asked to accept them. Soul fragments among the constellations act as currency, and now the kitten specifically gave them to Skylar in order to provoke other constellations. The guy needed money if he didn't want to be looked down on. Until that moment, he only cared about power, and he didn't even think about money. At this time, in one building in the city, one of the employees turned to Sam. He apologized and said that at the moment an additional investigation was underway to catch the appraiser. Sam couldn't figure out what clan this brat came from, and his ward suggested that the Gambit clan might be involved. Despite the fact that the Gambit clan, although considered an influential clan, it could not be compared with the Dragon clan, because the Dragon clan was vested with the powers of the government at that time. The Gambit clan was just a newcomer that was just beginning to gain strength. The man did not understand what they were up to, because they all knew that in their current situation it was dangerous to deal with him, and they still agreed to such a provocation. At that moment, the secretary knocked on the door and said that the results of the qualifying round were known and that the winner was Hunter Skylar. The man turned to the boss and said that he would immediately call the appraiser to assign a new rank, and if problems arise, he would take full responsibility for it. Skylar's ability was measured, and the man gave it a clear rank of B. The boss shouted that he was really blind, because there was at least a B+, but the man replied that this rank was also worthy of admiration. Besides, they knew that martial arts users were inferior in real combat, and it would be better to start with a B rank. The man was ready to attack the appraiser, but Skylar stopped him in time and asked him to stop. He quietly whispered to him that he should be careful, because the constellations were starting to show interest in him, and there was nothing wrong with moving slowly. This answer stopped Sam, and he agreed that rank B also satisfied the basic conditions. But the guy exclaimed what conditions he was talking about. The man said that he got him into the Icaros clan, but if he were a C-rank hunter, he would be looked down upon. Sam added that it doesn't matter who he is, because in any case, he can show a bunch of weaklings what abilities he has. At one point, the man threw his bag and said that there was one good weapon in his collection, and he decided to give it to Skylar. The guy didn't understand why he needed a weapon. Was Sam really afraid that he would be humiliated? But it wasn't because of that. It's just that the main character would look very cool with this weapon. From his bag, Sam took out a sacred moonsword, which was a Chinese artifact of rank A. The guy asked where he got such a relic, but the man replied that the Chinese government gave it as a gift as payment for help. At that time, China was on the verge of destruction due to the invasion of evil constellations in the north, and several extremely problematic dungeons were discovered at once. 3 rank A monsters escaped from this dungeon, and the man went to help and received this as a gift. In the end, the guy had a hard time believing this story, but accepted this gift. But that was not all, because Sam wanted to introduce Skylar to the manager. He shouted that in their time, even a dog and a cow had managers. He asked not to worry about the abilities of this person, because it would be his daughter, and Skylar was very surprised. One calm evening, everyone was in the house and doing household chores. Skylar chose attack tactics and prepared dinner for Laura. The guy prepared Laura's favorite dish. It was Texas barbecue, when hefty pieces of meat are marinated with seasonings and then smoked for a very long time. But this spicy brisket turned out to be much tastier. In fact, there is a special magical taste that cannot be compared with other tastes and aftertaste. And unlike her dad's dishes, the meat that Skylar gave had a fundamental difference in the ingredients. Odegon asked the guy if he had cooked the rotten meat again. Otherwise, why was she trembling and silent? Suddenly, the girl shouted loudly that the guy should become a cook. She immediately invited the guy to open his own restaurant, and she would even become his investor. But the main character didn't even think about it because he prefers Korean food. Skylar pulled over a small bowl of rice and offered to try it, since he had prepared it just in case. The rice was incredibly delicious. Every grain of rice was cooked perfectly and had a strong magical taste. The girl ate this dish with pleasure, even though she didn't eat carbohydrates at all. The guy laughed and replied that eating so much would definitely not harm her. The girl was very worried that she would gain weight, but nevertheless her plate was completely empty. After a delicious dinner, she returned to business and said that now she would be his manager, and her responsibilities would include monitoring his schedule and movements. This graph showed what level the hunter's abilities were and what was needed to make him stronger. Although this analysis was the responsibility of a first-class manager, she was a top-class manager. The girl liked how confident he was in a real battle, and she and her father thought that they needed a real team to complete the dungeons. She said that this could make a huge jackpot, because the government handed over this city to her father's clan, and the world is now such that somewhere there is even a guild that has received an entire country. Laura added that the Icaros clan is full of psychos anyway, but their abilities are quite consistent with the pay they receive. And if the main character is going to join them, then he must undergo special training to comply with them. She left her personal number, and if the guy needed anything, he should call her immediately. When the girl left the hall, she agreed with her father's words that the guy looked too normal for someone who had returned from the abyss. Despite the fact that he was overconfident, first of all, he should have been taught to resist magic users. Soon he will have to face monsters from the B-rank league. At this time, in the gym, Odegon turned to the owner and said that if there were psychos in that clan, he would be happy to grind them into powder. The main character turned to his friend and asked him not to call him master anymore, but added that there are enough psychos among the hunters and the word master will no longer confuse anyone. Skylar asked that if he wanted to kill someone, he would first ask his permission. At one point, the guy put all his sports equipment aside and decided to conduct a test. The main character closed his eyes and concentrated on meditation. This meditation allowed him to join the broadcast of the constellations. All this was in order to study in advance the countless constellations that would be encountered in the future. The guy continued to send signals, but the lava and magma kitten said that only constellations at the same level responded. A constellation battle is when two constellations choose an avatar and compete. The loser pays the appropriate price, and naturally the constellations must be at the same level, and there is no reason to accept a battle from a constellation from which there is nothing to take. Then the guy decided that all he could do was declare his mighty power and recruit avatars, because he still lacked a lot. Suddenly, the main character remembered that why there was no news about the virtuous goddess of Libra. He became worried, because something could happen to her. The next morning began at the training base of the Icaros clan. Individual training rooms and dormitories were located here. There were too many individual gyms here since everyone had their own set of abilities. They all trained differently, in any case. If the guy needed something, he could always ask for it. Skylar said he planned to go to the training room first and asked Odegon what he would do. But the answer didn't take long, and he showed that he really liked the game of Golden Escape and was going to kill his boredom a little. And the main character went to the gym to train physical strength. But when the guy came in, he saw that someone was already working there with a weight of 5 tons. Most likely it was a strong melee hunter. It turned out to be a very strong girl who turned to Skylar and said that she was seeing this newcomer for the first time. The main character replied that he was simply amazed by her training, and the girl replied that flattery would not work with her. She introduced herself as Eliza and extended her hand to the guy and offered to try to get along with each other. Skylar gladly extended his hand in response and added that he was very glad to meet you. But as soon as their hands touched, Eliza felt a powerful energy that forcefully pushed her away from the guy. She was very surprised, because for the first time, someone who was much weaker than her was standing right in front of her. The girl asked if he was also a melee magician, but the main character replied that he was more of a martial arts user. Eliza was very surprised, because meeting a B-rank martial arts user here is very rare. Then Skylar said that he learned all this while wandering the abyss for 30 years. The girl confidently said that martial arts are not so useless and she is able to master everything that can be used. Then Eliza began to willingly show all the fighting techniques of jiu-jitsu, wrestling, Muay Thai. She studied all the necessary types of arts, because it's not very pleasant when monsters breathe right in your face. At one point, the girl realized that Skylar didn't know her at all and boasted that she was from the ranked league and was in 19th place. After that, the girl shouted for the guy to follow her, because now she was going to test why martial arts were really good. They came to the hunter's training room, where other fighters were already training, who looked at the newcomer with contempt. One of them asked who the guy was standing next to Eliza, and she proudly imagined that in front of them was a new rookie martial arts user. Then a guy approached the couple and introduced himself as Anthony and added that despite all this, he was already familiar to him. But Skylar did not understand who was in front of him. Anthony couldn't believe that he hadn't heard about his achievements, because the guy cleared the dungeon and set a new record for night raids and rose to rank B in the shortest possible time. Then the girl screamed that Skylar had just returned from the abyss and he knew nothing about it. After which Anthony asked Skylar to stay behind to clarify something. The guy added that he is the ace of this clan, and the rules of the clan are very simple for the main character. You just need to trust him and obey him in everything, and then all problems will be resolved. Skylar thought that the guy was some kind of psycho, but Eliza reassured him that he was always like this and advised him not to mess with him. After numerous dialogues, the couple finally decided to fight each other. They entered the main arena of the training camp and stood facing each other. Eliza was looking forward to the fight and was excited to see what martial arts techniques Skylar had. The protagonist decided to teach the first lesson and started with the first rule, that she should never come close to a martial arts user. Much to the guy's surprise, she had a very good reaction and reflected his first blow. But no matter how fast her magic was, it was still inferior to the blows of a martial arts user. The girl was not going to sit back in defense and immediately launched a powerful attack and made a sharp blow of magical power. The blow was really fast and powerful. The guy was surprised that she performed a pretty good attack speed for a magic user, and it would be good to recruit her into avatars. And at that second, Skylar delivered his favorite technique called the Milky Blow, which knocked the girl off balance. Eliza could only use protective magic, but as soon as she thought about it, Skylar had already punched her right in the stomach, despite the fact that the protective circle of magic was activated. The girl couldn't believe it, because she was sure that she had activated magic. But the fact was that the guy used a different force to strike, which was significantly different from strengthening the muscles of magic. Eliza did not want to admit such a resounding defeat, and taking the guy by surprise, she suddenly shouted that she was not finished yet. But Skylar was ready for this and easily repelled her blow. He wondered if now she felt what martial arts were. After these demonstrations and abilities, the guy could recruit her to become an avatar. But something told him that it would take several stages. But despite all this, the girl was not enough, and every time she tried to attack the main character in order to hit him at least a little. But each time the next attempt was a failure, and she again lay in the training camp ring. Once again, the girl stood up and told the guy that he was really different from all the others and suggested that he try it one last time. Skylar replied that she had chosen the wrong opponent, and she would not be able to fight until victory. The main character liked such persistence from the girl, and he happily accepted her attempts to attack. A few minutes later, the girl turned to the guy and suggested finishing this workout for today. But Skylar had already gotten the hang of it and asked if the girl was showing weak character, because now the most interesting things would begin, and suggested doing a full-fledged training session one more time. After the training, the girl turned to the guy and said that she had not been so tired in sparring for a long time. But Skylar added that this training was not enough for him and asked what she now thinks about martial arts. The girl was persistent and replied that she would put him on his shoulder blades with her own strength and would continue to train until she became stronger. The guy didn't quite understand her answer, because with the help of martial arts, she could remove all unnecessary flaws. But for Eliza, it was a matter of pride. Pride was not to allow her to learn from the enemy, because from now on, Skylar is her enemy, of course. When they meet, they will greet each other, but she will never accept help from the guy. Eliza turned around and said goodbye to the guy, saying that she needed to go about her business. The Magma and Lava Kitten said that the guy should take better care of his opponents, but Skylar did not accept these words, because he could not lose to her on purpose. The next day, in the training room inside the Imagination, Skylar was one of the first to wait for all his partners. Among all the hunters, Parker came to training, which greatly surprised the main character. This was too suspicious, because the guy joined Ikaros and this was too strange a circumstance, because doesn't his family really have their own plan? One of the men asked if everything was assembled here. It was the clan mentor, hunter of rank A, Ernest. The man introduced himself as the mentor of the Ikaros clan and greeted the new faces and added that he hoped that among them someone would become a worthy hunter. Ernest asked those present what the most important weapon of a hunter against monsters is, and Skylar immediately answered that it was a man. And this was an absolutely correct answer, because unshakable faith in one's own strengths, nothing would have happened without it. And thanks to this faith, with which anyone can become stronger, Skylar also lasted for many years in the abyss. The protagonist's partners laughed at his answer, because for them it was considered a great delusion. But the teacher made it clear that the main character's answer was correct, and then one of the students shouted that last time he said something completely different. Otagon believed that a strong creature capable of helping him would be the hunter's main weapon. Parker thought seriously, but soon answered that it was teamwork. And this was also the correct answer, because a hunter's weapon that can repel monsters is not magic or an item, but the most powerful weapon is unity, because even an S-rank hunter will not go into a dungeon alone. The mentor added that even if he is awakened or has a high rank, people by nature are weaker than monsters and no one knows what can happen in the dungeon, so one should be prepared for anything. Suddenly, the teacher drew lots and announced that today there would be pair training. Bright rays of light connected the students with each other, and they saw with whom they would have to train today, and the main character thought that it was good that Otagon was next to him. But after looking a little more closely, he saw that his beam connected directly with Anthony, who turned to the guy and asked if he was nervous and asked him not to worry, because his body, with the help of magnificent magic, would solve any problem. Skylar could not understand one thing: why he, as a constellation, should be paired with this eccentric. After each of the pairs confirmed their readiness for training, the teacher began it with the art of illusion of the highest level. A wyvern formed right behind him, which was the strongest monster designated for rank B and higher. This monster made all the students hold fear and look at the wild beast with horror. The teacher noticed that the newcomers did not even hesitate, and he came to the conclusion that the chairman would not recommend just anyone to this clan. A few seconds later, the teacher gave the task for the students to evade the attacks of the wild monster. One of the couples was very terrified, and their tactics did not coincide with each other's opinions. Anthony decided that despite the wide radius of his breath, his magic would allow him to evade and used third-level acceleration. Skylar noticed this and decided that since they were connected by magic, he would be dragged along with him, and it looked very arrogant. The main character did not think for a long time and then accepted his own magic, which was many times stronger than his partner. Thanks to the actions of the main character, they successfully dodged the powerful attack of the wyvern. The teachers took notice and believed that the pair were superior to magic in terms of speed and evasion, and that this guy was the most outstanding martial arts user he had ever seen. The power of Skylar's skills was incredible. Regardless of rank, such a hunter was strong even in real combat, and the man understood why the chairman liked him so much. At this moment, Anthony shouted what the main character was doing and why he was not following his actions. But in response, he heard that the guy was too slow for this training. The guy continued to shout that the newcomer should listen to him and continued to remind him of this. The teacher's first task ended, and he ordered everyone who could not pass the first stage to leave the site. All participants were expecting a second attack because it could come from anywhere, and only Skylar suspected that a monster would now attack them from below. Literally in 1/100th of a second, the guy jumped out of the air with a sharp jump, grabbing his partner, who would obviously have already been late. Suddenly, an ancient sand monster in the form of a worm, a stone eater, appeared from underground. Such monsters hide in the ground, and having caught the vibration, immediately attack and devour the prey. They are a terrible predator that lives in dungeons, rank B and above. Other hunters began to shout that the rock eaters immediately after the wyvern were too tough a test, and that such a thing could not be found even in a B-rank dungeon. But the trainer was persistent and shouted that if they could not react even to this, then they had no right to be called hunters, and instead of grumbling, they would rather focus on training. Suddenly, Skylar heard a question directed at him. He immediately turned around to see who was asking it. Ahead was a hunter of rank B. Morris, he asked how the guy guessed that the monster would come out from below. Skylar replied that he heard a sound. The guy wondered if it was all martial arts. The main character offered to help Morris, since he was so interested in this, but the coach immediately shouted for the guys to get ready for the next stage. So the clan's training continued. The next thing was dodging the three of them, training in resisting magic, and restraining comrades who fell under the influence of illusion magic. Each of the hunters was very exhausted, and then the coach shouted that the warm-up was over and they could rest a little before they went to clear the dungeon. Skylar couldn't believe that they would actually go into the dungeon. But Morris replied that in their time, the dungeon could be simulated in the underbelly of the world. The main character pretended to be surprised and asked what kind of sport it was for hunters. Morris replied that everything was true and said that since the guy returned from the abyss, he must have seen a lot of things and asked which team he supported. Then the main character remembered and named his favorite baseball team, and Morris laughed hard in response, because this was the first time he had heard of such a thing, because for him, a sport was considered where there was a team of 6 hunters. Skylar remembered that baseball and football had completely lost popularity, and among team sports, hunting took first place. The rest of the sport existed only nominally. At one point, the guy decided to study the personality of his new opponent and saw that he was also a melee fighter and was much stronger than the main character thought. Morris turned to the main character and asked if his new friend could really teach him martial arts, because in their time, few hunters would agree to share their own knowledge. Skylar thought it was useless, because even if he taught him, the guy wouldn't achieve anything without effort, because out of 100 people, about 1 achieved success, and he suggested Odegan go have something to drink. The guy added that, in addition, it would take at least 100 years to master the highest category, which was too slow for Morris. When the guy caught up with the main character, he talked about how he was a fan of martial arts as a child. Skylar asked why he didn't study them then, but Morris replied that in his time, almost all of the first-generation martial arts users had retired and there was nowhere to study. Then the main character came up with the idea to teach the guy and become his personal mentor, and maybe after that the prestige of martial arts will rise to a higher level. Sometime later in the training room, Skylar continued to whip Morris in the face so that he could feel the flow in his own body. He asked the guy to hold a pose and asked if magic users really don't use mana to strengthen their own body. But Morris replied that this is not done through the body, but using their own mana, they attract magic from the outside. Then the main character figured out how it works, but it was still a little difficult for him, because he could simply start the circulation of his own mana. The guy reassured Morris by saying that in any case he should not rush, and even if he could not control her, he could restrain her, although this could lead to rupture of blood vessels and internal organs. As a result, Morris decided to trust Skylar and mana cultivation occurred, which meant manifesting martial arts using mana, and the higher the user's understanding, the lower the chance of failure. The main character decided to take a risk using this chance, but fortunately for him, everything worked out. Morris's mana consumption was simply enormous, but this was the best way for a magic user to master martial arts, and there was nothing wrong with such a large consumption, because the main thing was that the blow should turn out as it should. A few seconds later, Maurice received the skill of a blow of shrouded mana, and Skylar's plan really worked, and everything worked out for him. The guy's sensations were completely different than from a simple blow. This was all great. The use of mana in martial arts was cool, and it was good that Morris had mastered the technique, but his skill level was too low. A short time later, in the indoor training room, the coach announced that the break was over and that the participants get ready for the next training session. When everyone had gathered, he briefly explained what training awaited them. The rules were that 6 would form one group and enter the dungeon, and their task would be to clear it quickly and safely. Each of the participants wanted to succeed in this training and be sure to enter the first team. Morris said that in their clan, only the first team participates in real battles, and if you show your skills well in training, you can easily get there. The guy replied that, unfortunately, he is not a member of the first team, he is not assigned to it, but quite often participates in real battles. Skylar added that he sees nothing wrong and there is no need to be ashamed of one's own weakness, because all this can be compensated for with great effort. Then the trainer snapped his fingers and said that he was starting to form groups and ordered to find members of his own group and start training. Odegan noticed that he did not intersect with Skylar in any way, and for him it was a mystery whether this was done intentionally or not. The main character saw that Eliza held her head and said that this cleansing group was doomed to failure. He replied that with such an expression on her face, she greatly offended him. Her team included Skylar, who had recently returned from the Abyss, a newcomer hunter, Richard Parker, a guy who completely lacked team spirit under the name Anthony. A weasel and the only adequate person, the girl had never been pushed out of the first team, but this time she had to worry about it. Morris inquired that no one was against Anthony going to take the leadership position. Skylar added that if he liked to point things out that way, then he was absolutely fine with it. The guy asked Eliza how his abilities were, and she replied that he liked long-range fighting, but he also excels in close combat. Despite his very strange character, he possessed rather rare skills. The main character didn't plan to recruit him as an avatar, so he wanted to skip it, but it was better to test his skills as an opponent. The more Skylar used his vision to study his opponent's personality, the greater his strength. But at this time, Anthony was running around the field, waving his arms and shouting for everyone to just trust him, because in front of them was a real captain, and Skylar thought that there was a natural psycho on his team. The strength used by a hunter can be honed through certain training, and Anthony had two skills: mind protection and narcissism. Apparently, both skills were aimed at maintaining mental control. Suddenly, Javier joined the conversation, saying that he was looking for friends and asked to take care of him, but everyone reacted sharply negatively to him and asked him to just leave here and not even hope to join them. Skylar could not understand this reaction from his partners, and Eliza said that this guy only knows money and divides people according to profit. Javier said that he was not so bad, because everyone knows the principle of mutual concessions and others simply cannot accept it. But if you get something, you have to pay an equal price. Morris did not want to listen to this and reminded him that when he was in the first team, Javier built a good guy, and when the guy dropped to the second, he immediately threw him on the blacklist. Despite the fact that the guy was in rank B, he was a truly valuable doctor who could heal anyone at the right time. He asked to team up with him, and then Javier would help during training. But Skylar did not need this at all, because he was already good in battle and Javier could only wave his arms. He warned the main character that the guy could help him just once because he still uses magic, because when he really needs it, his services will cost twice as much. And at that moment, Javier left. He understood that Skylar still did not understand reality after so many years of wandering in the abyss, but soon he would understand everything. When the team found themselves in the Crossroads test dungeon, they had not even heard of this name. The rules were to clear the dungeon as quickly as possible and avoid fighting with the opposing team. There were enough provisions for essential goods for 2 weeks, and Eliza offered to divide them among everyone and carry them. But Anthony did not agree with this, because his body should be focused on magic, and there should be no baggage on it. The guy didn't want to listen to anyone and moved forward. He was not afraid that he might be attacked, because his body could cope with any such trifle. But the girl was a master of close combat, and she could not allow the guy to walk in front of her, because Anthony was much inferior to her in this fighting technique. The man added that he was better than her in any case, and that there was nothing to be ashamed of, and the mere possibility of comparison with him made her a great hunter. The guy insisted on his own and went forward and ordered the others to be behind him. But Morris interrupted the guy and said that his words had already been ignored, and one of them simply went forward. Ahead of them was a stone chameleon, which was very dangerous for the rank of this dungeon. Anthony screamed for Skylar to stop, and he would cover him with powerful magic of anger and chaos. The monster was very smart, and, thanks to its unique properties of blending into the landscape, everyone lost sight of it except Skylar. Thanks to his powerful acceleration skill, in a second he found himself right in front of the chameleon and made a crushing blow. In his hands was the sacred moon sword, which was the national treasure of China. The main character upgraded the subspace necklace he received from Onyx and attached it to his belt, and thanks to this, he could get the item he needed at any time. When Anthony approached Skylar, he shouted that this monster was his because he was the first to discover it, but the guy replied that shouldn't he save his strength to meet a stronger monster since he is such a master. This turned out to be perfect logic for the guy, and he asked to be given the opportunity to catch him with his own hands when he showed up. The whole team went straight for Skylar deep into the dungeon. Along the way, the guy met several of the same stone chameleons, which he successfully dealt with alone. The whole team was taken by surprise, because the main character dealt with them alone so quickly that they only had time to reach them. At one point, Anthony realized that his body had powerful strength and there was no way it would lose. He approached Skylar and said that the guy was determined and offered to show him the ability of his own body. And at that very second, the two of them rushed off somewhere and their team was left behind and did not understand what they could do. Eliza thought that in this regard, only Anthony worried her. But who would have thought that there would be two psychos on the team? At these moments, all the actions of the participants in the operations room were observed by the coach and the team. They talked about whether they were going to keep Anthony in the first team. After all, if you look at all this objectively, then the guy has outstanding all-round developed abilities, but he greatly lacks a sense of team spirit, and with his participation, the team game will simply collapse. The man noted that his progress had slowed down significantly. It was clear that he had no desire to give all his best in training, but his transfer to the second team could have the opposite effect. The man asked to observe him a little more, and later he would personally make a decision if there were no changes. Then the guide turned to Ernest and told him to look carefully at the screen. They noticed how the guys began to get along with each other. They turned to each other and did everything together. The guys carried out joint attacks, and because of cooperation, they were ready to give up several kills. They actively helped each other and covered each other on both sides. The teacher carefully watched all their actions and could not believe his eyes, because what was happening on the screen was called teamwork. Eliza couldn't have thought that with such a team, the cleanup would go like clockwork and everything was carried out cleanly and as a team. Anthony agreed with her and added that Skylar in his heart thought it was a great idea to trust him with the rear. After several hours of wandering around the dungeon, the girl suggested taking a break because they still needed to restore mana. Morris offered to stand guard, but was immediately interrupted by Skylar. Everyone stopped abruptly and the guys shouted that the enemy had surrounded them and that they should prepare for battle. Suddenly, Anthony shouted for everyone to move, because didn't they hear that the enemy was approaching, and Eliza couldn't believe that he started listening to others. The guy got to the main character and told him to look at him carefully, because now he will show him what he is really capable of. Anthony added that Skylar should not be discouraged. Of course he is fighting hard, but there is still a long way to go. And at that very second, the main character dealt a crushing blow to the monster. Anthony said that he could easily dodge, but Skylar insisted that this monster was not familiar to him, because in front of them was a stone gargoyle. The stone gargoyle was a demonic-looking chameleon monster with enormous strength and endurance. This opponent caused a lot of trouble with the ability to completely merge with rocks. The guy added that they have nothing to worry about because they are very cowardly and almost immediately run away and have already retreated. The entire training staff watched with pleasure the actions of the main character and wondered where this guy came from. The teacher looked at him and thought that he was a born leader, powerful, worthy of the chairman's recommendation. The only thing he didn't like was that the guy was a martial arts user. Skylar's team quickly passed the dungeon and the headquarters was sure that they were not doing this thoughtlessly, and moreover, destruction would also be a lesson for them. The Crossroads Test is one of the secret dungeons, which 17 years ago China hired hunters of rank A to storm. Despite the fact that the monsters of the dungeon did not exceed rank B, its complex structure with many pitfalls is worthy of a high rank. The mentor understood that everything would soon begin and the team would have difficulty coping with the new trap. Suddenly, a gargoyle attacked Skylar and he immediately parried its quick blow. Ernest watched all this and was shocked that the guy managed to block the blow, and apparently he knew what kind of monster was in front of him. The man came to the conclusion that perhaps the guy dealt with them in the abyss, because his reaction felt experience. One question tormented the teacher. How many years had he stayed there? Eliza said that most likely it was a trap, and it might be better for them to set up camp now and, instead of going ahead, explore the area a little. Skylar said that it all sounded good, even though they were open on all sides. But if things didn't work out, they would have an escape route, and besides, they wouldn't have to worry too much about the gargoyles, because he could sense if they will come closer. The main character asked not to be surprised, because if you don't lose calm, then you can easily cope with the monster, because their strength does not exceed rank B. At that moment, Eliza thought that, judging by the level of difficulty, they were simply sent to their deaths and whether anyone would even be able to survive. When the guys folded the tent, Skylar was very surprised, because before they assembled everything by hand and asked if it was really a self-assembly one. The girl looked at the guy and showed him the drone and said that it could be installed as an alarm signal. The likelihood that it would work on the gargoyles was small, but still it was better than nothing. At this time, Javier used a barrier that would detect the life energy of the approaching creature. He demonstrated magic and tried to show how useful he was for the team, but Eliza upset him that if a guy only used magic once, it did not make him an important member of the team. But despite all the guy's merits and opportunities, the girl left him on guard, and all three who were behind the lines of the battle remained at the post. In this team, the guy was perceived as a crazy person obsessed with money. A guy for whom only money and just garbage exist. No one could understand why Javier was so open with Skylar. Perhaps it was all after he saw his value during today's hunt. Today's campaign allowed everyone to feel who played the biggest role, and the main character was Skylar, who led the team on the front line and is the martial arts user who returned from the abyss. Javier asked the main character not to build iron walls and asked what he liked. The guy didn't think for a long time and answered that his favorite activity is the bench press, but he especially loves doing dumbbell lateral raises. When the tent was set up, everyone went together to eat the specially prepared food. When Skylar picked up this bag of food, he felt shame. At the same time, other hunters were amazed at what they would now have to eat because they believed that this was the most delicious dungeon food in the world, and this food was not suitable for such an ideal hunter like them. It tasted disgusting, but it was hard to make the trek without food, and besides, it contained beef. Then the main character turned to everyone and said that since they couldn't eat it, he would now cook something. Morris turned to the guy and said that this is unrealistic, because there is not even food here. But Skylar was surprised by this, because they got so much food today. As soon as the team heard that the guy was going to cook stone chameleons, they were horrified. They understood that he had been in the abyss for a long time, but eating them was somehow too much. But the main character calmed everyone down and said that this could be eaten and proudly took out the branded dishes. At this time, in the operations room, the instructors turned to the head coach and warned that the other teams were also approaching the center, and the gargoyles were slowly starting to move, and the other teams would need to find a way to stop them. Several teams were destroyed, a couple more participants were dilapidated, and they immediately began to retreat. Ernest felt that he had chosen too high a difficulty level because it all looked too harsh. One of the assistants said that since the rest of the hunters were retreating, the remaining ones would have a hard time, especially in the other team, which surprised him greatly by the fact that they were doing something strange. The whole team watched as Skylar began to prepare the food. They thought it all looked pretty good. The participants got closer to the homemade cauldron and began to guess that risotto or paella was waiting for them. But then they came to the conclusion that in Asia, rice is the main dish. A few seconds later, Skylar invited everyone to try his signature dish. No one could fully believe that the guy really cooked meat from monsters and decided to prove to the guys that it could be eaten. Anthony was too confident in himself and therefore had every right to eat. And besides, he highly appreciated Skylar's cooking abilities. When the main character gave him a bowl of food, he thanked him and said that it was really tasty and wished him bon appetit. Due to the fact that the dish contained a high amount of mana, it was immediately replenished, and he could not believe that this was possible. At one point, Skylar suggested that the wrong side of the world is virtual reality, and maybe the used products can be restored back, and then he decided to use more of everything and fry the rice along with the meat. After some time, everyone refused to say that they did not want to try the monster and immediately asked to try a bowl of delicious food. The main character replied that everyone should just come up and take food, because there is enough for absolutely everyone. At this time, everyone at the training headquarters was in shock, because they could not understand what they were doing there, how they could set up a cafe right in the dungeon. One of the employees asked if it might be worth stopping them, because it is unknown what poison is in this food. But the teacher reassured his partner and said that they would really eat with such appetite something that was not suitable for food. If there was poison in it, they would have already spat it all out, and he was sure that the guy had a rare skill in cooking monsters. The man thought that he must have acquired it while he was wandering through the abyss, because there is absolutely nothing to eat there. The abyss is simply replete with mana, so there is no special need for food. After a hearty dinner, Skylar heard someone sigh behind the tent, and Richard Parker was there. He came out of the tent and said that after mastering martial arts, he only needed to take a little nap. The main character asked if something had happened while he was on guard here. The main character turned to Richard and asked him if he felt depressed, being surrounded by hunters who were stronger than him. Skylar reassured the guy and added that this bothers every hunter and should not bother his head with thoughts and would rather start training. Richard was touched by these words, because such words had never been spoken to him, and on the contrary, in his family he was nicknamed a genius. At that moment, Skylar took out a Chinese sword and ordered Richard to wake up all the guys. The people in the tent heard that the attack was beginning, and with difficulty opening their eyes, began to come to their senses. The main character warned his partners and said that apparently, there are not only stone gargoyles here, and that someone much larger is approaching. The stone gargoyles led the dungeon boss to them, because they had excellent intelligence and apparently realized that they could not cope with this team alone. The boss of the dungeon was a stone predator. It had the shape of a huge worm, and this monster had an order of magnitude higher power and was able to break through the earth and stones. Its main food was stones, but it could easily tear the hunters to pieces. Ernest looked at all this from the headquarters and said with regret that it was quite annoying that this training would have to be completed. Because besides, the gargoyles did something to bring the boss straight to them. When the gargoyles got close to Skylar, he used Moonwalk to quickly and suddenly attack several monsters together. Richard Parker did not want to stand aside and also began to use the magic of ice bombs when suddenly the scanner screamed that something would burst out from below. The main character barely saved Richard Parker, and when they landed on the ground, he screamed in horror that there really was Onyx in front of him. All his partners shouted at Skylar to get out of there immediately, because the boss of the dungeon was in front of him, but he didn't think about it but fought with this monster. At one point, the main character thought about whether it was worth catching him without using the aura of the sword, since he was still a rank B hunter. But then he thought that the energy of the sword would also work in this matter. A few seconds later, the powerful blows of the sword cut the monster's stone flesh. The team couldn't believe that these were the abilities of a B-rank hunter. Skylar did not doubt the monster's strength for a second and decided to end it all with one powerful blow. When the main headquarters observed all this, they could not believe that Skylar was far from some uncut diamond. But he could already be called reaching the perfect limit of a hunter, and they could not understand how the chairman brought him to them. A few hours later, the chairman of the main headquarters came to visit Sam right in his office. The men were not very surprised by his visit and asked how he thought about the boy's abilities. The teacher said that he had recruited a rank A hunter. The man added that in the future this could cause some difficulties with the government, since they did not report the A-rank hunter. But Sam said that it was not their fault, because the government overlooked it. The teacher said that it would be a hassle to confirm the A rank, but it was only a matter of time. But he was worried about whether a hunter of that level would continue to work for Sam. But Sam calmed him down and said that he didn't even have to worry about it and asked him to trust him. At this time, a list of names of the first team appeared in the lobby of the clan building, which included all members of Skylar's group. Other hunters could not understand why martial arts users were on the first team and how well he demonstrated his skills, because most likely he was simply dragged through. Anthony overheard this conversation and said that since they themselves lack the abilities, then there is no point in denigrating others. How can a hunter think so narrowly? Anthony walked around campus and thought that newcomer Skylar was the only opponent worthy of him, and the guy decided to help him in a friendly way in honor of joining the first team. At this time, Skylar was driving in the car with Javier and Odigan, and he turned to the guy, saying that he immediately saw his abilities. Odigan lost again in the game on the phone, and Javier's mouth was not going to close and kept telling some boring stories that no one wanted to listen to. The guy didn't pay much attention to the main character's partner, but wanted to maintain a good relationship with Skylar in any way. A few days earlier, at the strength training gym, Javier discovered that Skylar had come there to train. The main character was glad that someone came to him and decided to immediately start training with leg presses, but that's not what Javier came for. But the guy was already doing the bench press and yelling at Skylar to stop training him. Then Skylar shouted that he understood what he wanted and suggested doing deadlifts and starting with 30 sets to warm up. Between breaks and approaches, Javier found a moment and asked if the main character wanted to take a ride around the city with him. After all, he had returned from the abyss not so long ago. But the guy didn't care at all and thought only about training. In the end, the guy agreed, and now Javier was talking about this city of hunters, where there is literally everything connected with them. He talked about the fact that they are considered aces of the Icaros clan, which meant that wherever they go, they will be received with joy. Skylar believed that the title of hunter did not give a person a special status, but in their world it did, because they were aristocrats of that time. At one point, the car stopped, and Javier got out and said that Chinatown begins from this line, and it is known here as a black market. The main character could not believe that the government here simply turns a blind eye. But Javier replied that the main thing is not to sell it abroad, and then the government will not touch anyone, even if organizations trading on the black market live by the law. First of all, the guy noted that the main advantage of the market is the ease of obtaining very dubious artifacts. When the guys were standing near the bench, the hooded people were watching all this. They could not understand how this non-entity could boldly humiliate their master, and they decided to wash away the shame with his blood. And all this was revenge for the constellation of a warrior shrouded in madness and blood. Javier met the guys with large bags of food, and Skylar replied that they would meet the same fate as the dish they tried in the dungeon. The guys shouted that they should hurry up, because soon they would go to the auction and they should go underground. Odaigon noticed that there was serious magic here, which was of a high level. The guys were greeted with pleasure, and Javier told the two newcomers to rent suits. He told them that basic etiquette should be observed here, and besides this, there are several more rules. Do not talk about them outside the walls, do not confess even if caught, and do not make noise, and these rules must be followed. The guys entered a luxurious hall, which was made entirely of marble. They had to wait a little before the auction began, and Javier offered to while away the time on roulette, because he, like a true master, had never lost and would show what it was. One of the guards saw that 3 from the Icaros clan had arrived and immediately reported this to his superiors. He also added that among them there are 2 newcomers, one of them who won the qualifying stage of battles and debuted in the Major League and is a martial arts user. One of the schools that was currently running the illegal auction was a representative martial arts clan in China, and even in the era of the decline of martial arts, they steadfastly maintained their own position. And in such a situation, they could only admire the hunter of the Icaros clan, martial arts user Skylar. One of the men asked if it was possible to approach this hunter and ask what martial arts he uses, but the second calmed him down and said that it was better to stay put, because no one wants to find out who runs this auction and suggested starting it. A few minutes later, the auction host came out and began presenting one item after another. One of the lots was sold for $50,000, and Skylar could not understand how this spear, which looked cool on the outside but had absolutely no effectiveness, was sold for such a crazy amount. When the next lot was brought onto the stage, the main character could not believe his eyes. He saw a Thunderflame dagger with various skills available, which were very necessary and useful for Skylar. When the guy looked in his wallet, he only had 1 bank card, which he received from Sam and didn't know if he had enough money. Sam was very generous and gave this unlimited black card so that Skylar could spend the money on what he needed until he received money from the clan. But the guy decided that he wouldn't need the money anyway, and then the man ordered him to take this card because he was trying to be good and there was no need to refuse it. At this time, bids continued to rise at the auction and the lot amount reached $7,000. The main character did not understand why no one gives more, but Javier replied that this thing is not very good, and people with a trained eye or those with the appropriate skill gather here. Javier tried to dissuade the guy from buying it because the auction was full of other cool goods, but the main character was decisive and took the number to raise the price. There were a few seconds left before the deal was completed, and at $8,000, Skylar raised his hand and won the lot. Despite all the reproaches from Javier, the guy was calmer when he had such an artifact in stock. Suddenly, someone put a hand on Skylar's shoulder. He looked in that direction and saw a man in a cloak with a hood. The madman turned to the guy and said that he really thought that he could leave unharmed after insulting the master warrior shrouded in madness and blood. When the guards saw that some kind of battle was starting at the auction, they immediately moved towards them and shouted at them not to move and to remain in place. Skylar thought that the warrior was not acting rashly and sent people to take revenge for that incident. The warrior grinned and said that now the guy can only survive if he can. But he takes into account the fact that he is hiding behind the warrior. He was a complete coward, and the main character decided to use this chance. He shouted loudly that in the name of the constellation of the invincible god of training, he was challenging him to battle. He, like an avatar, would instantly deal with him at that very second. Odaigon was shocked that the guy would resort to such a deception, but the warrior ignored the guy's words because he had never heard this name. The main character added that he was really afraid of a one-on-one battle and sent the killer like a cowardly chicken. Then the warrior immediately replied that he would accept the Battle of the Constellations if the guy in it survived. Suddenly, The light in the auction hall went out and all the people were frightened by this and immediately shouted to be escorted out of here. The warrior was infinitely glad that he was now locked up with the guy and he would finally have a feast on his blood. The main character grinned and replied that he was the one locked with him. Odaigon took out a powerful staff and shouted that they were all locked here with him. Of course, Skylar was pleased that his partner stood up for him. He thanked Odaigon and suggested that it would be better to save his strength. At the same second, the main character used the blow of the Milky Finger, the force of which collided with the powerful defense of the warriors. After this blow, the guy immediately ran at the enemy, took out his sword, and dealt a crushing blow to the warrior. All the people in the auction hall were surprised because they saw martial arts, and at the highest level. When Skylar came close to the warrior, he felt someone take his hand and say that they would take his blood. The main character asked whether it was really only blood, dreams, and desires that awarded him this right of the great law of absorption. Thanks to this skill, he could use this power in reverse. And the guy did it, and literally in a second and the main warrior was not there, Skylar destroyed him in front of everyone. The rest of the wars began to shout for him to be stopped, but it was too late, because they were already the next target for the main character. The warrior could no longer look at it and gathered all the power of the avatar and concentrated it on one avatar. A few seconds later, the warrior descended to the ground and independently controlled the killer. He collected the spattered blood and immediately increased the avatar's power. Skylar thought that controlling an avatar by inhabiting his body seemed rather cruel. In terms of the collected mana alone, he was superior to a rank A hunter, and even if left, he would self-destruct and the best option would be to avoid the fight. But in this case, the people present at the auction would die. The guy immediately activated the Good Giant Slayer skill and received a notification that if he did not avoid the avatar and fight him in battle, his strength would be increased. And the battle between the avatars began. The skill of divine cosmic art helped the guy to perfectly repel the enemy's attack. But no attacks could penetrate Skylar's defense, and he destroyed the enemy with a powerful blow. The main character saw a message that the warrior recognized his abilities and thereby accepted the battle of the constellations. He pointed to Skylar as an avatar who would take part in the battle of the constellations. At this time, the magma and lava kitten said that everything was going according to plan. Perhaps everything looked reckless, and Skylar first needed to become a top-level constellation and then enter into battle. But the kitten said that everything was fine. One of the organizers ran up to the guys and asked for forgiveness for this incident, that they did not check and allowed strangers to enter. But the guy replied that everything was fine and he would keep it a secret. But before letting the guy go, the man asked to ask him a couple of questions about martial arts and spend some time if the main character doesn't mind. After the men moved to another room, Skylar turned to him and said that it had been difficult to meet martial arts users lately and could find out why he started studying them. The guy apologized again for such a tactless question, because he was just glad to meet martial arts users. But unexpectedly, an elderly man appeared from behind the guards and asked the guy if he had ever heard of a clan called the School of Masters. Skylar replied that isn't it one of the Chinese clans that was famous 30 years ago, as famous as Master Li. At one point, the guy jumped up and shouted that he couldn't believe his own eyes, because this was really Master Li in front of him, and the man replied that everything was true and thanked him for remembering it. The main character didn't think for a long time and immediately tearfully asked the master for an autograph. The guy was surprised by this, that he really couldn't ask for an autograph from his childhood idol, but it wasn't like that and he could take as much as he wanted. But the man was not the one to sign autographs, and Skylar thought about how it took 10,000 years to meet in person and even get an autograph. Hunters from the School of Masters were present in this place, and there was some business with the guy. The elderly man approached Skylar and asked permission to learn martial arts from him. China was merciless towards hunters who did not obey the government, and the Great Invasion became a reason to leave China for many hunters who dreamed of self-affirmation or revenge. And the School of Masters gathered such hunters under their own wing. They firmly decided to become stronger in order to return. But the reality was not so simple. The founder of the School of Masters lost an arm and a leg during the invasion, and moreover, martial arts began to decline. It was already too late to switch to magic. They had to go with martial arts to the end. The students had the task of reaching the level of the great, but they did not know how to reach it, because even Master Li failed to rise to this level. But at that moment, Skylar appeared, and all the elders came running to the noise and could not believe their eyes when they saw this guy fight. and the masters immediately ordered to immediately bring this man to their hall. The old man said that the guy is the strongest martial arts user they know. But the main character was wary of this, because the master was the only one who reached the perfect level. But this turned out to be a lie, after which the number of martial arts users decreased noticeably. The men began to wonder if he was by any chance the avatar of the constellation of the invincible god of training, and what needed to be done to reach his level. Lava and Magma Kitten told the guy that he would help them and guide them personally, and that someone like a training god was quite closely related to martial arts. The guy replied that he could help them, and immediately faith in the god of training increased, and his strength was greatly increased. The main character became interested in whether other constellations really receive power in the same way. It was quite invigorating, but he knew nothing about it. And then the Magma Kitten replied that this road begins with the first step. The old man added that they are asking not only to train them, but in return for this, they promise unconditional loyalty. The words of the old man greatly alarmed the guy. It was too unexpected a proposal for him, and he replied that he would think about it and give an answer later. The masters replied that they would wait for an answer from Mr. Skylar and said goodbye to him. The next day, the guy came to Sam because he wanted to find out if he managed to settle down in the Icaros clan. The main character replied that everything is fine and there are quite a lot of strange guys there. Skylar decided to ask Sam if he remembered a clan called the School of Masters. The man replied that perhaps it was that ancient Chinese clan of martial arts users. They were defeated during the first wave of the Great Invasion, when all of China was on edge, and later Master Li falsified the rank and was defeated in the second wave. And most likely the falsification of the rank was the work of the government, because the master would not have agreed to this. Sam wondered why the guy suddenly remembered this, whether he had finally decided to go in search of this master, but Skylar replied that he met him here. The man said that there was no news about him, and he decided that the master had either dissolved the clan or died, and he had been in the city all this time. But the guy replied that for the owner of this city, his knowledge was not very good. Sam then pointed to the large stack of reports he receives every day, where he tackles America's big political issues and reports on other major issues and pressing city issues. The man told how the day before yesterday he had dinner with the American president and even went to the sauna together. But the guy had a hard time believing it. Sam advised the main character to use the master if he needed it, and if not, then just drive him away. The guy also said that he had agreed with the warrior about the battle, but Sam said that since he was his only avatar, he was not ready yet. The guy said that it's okay, because no one knows that he is a constellation and therefore will personally take part in this battle, to which the man thought that in front of him was a cunning and calculating asshole. The next day, at the Game of Stars, the god of training accepted an application for a battle of constellations from a warrior. The type of competition must be fair, because all the constellations guarantee the fairness of this battle, and the god of training proposed a one-on-one duel, and the avatar whom God will send will be Skylar. The warrior happily announced the battle to the other constellations, and the watching constellations exploded with joyful shouts. The warrior set up a bloody fortress for this battle, and if Skylar defeats him, he can receive it. This was the land of the orcs, so vile that the guy didn't even want to get it. But the Lava and Magma Kitten admired the high cost of the land, and only a constellation of at least a high level could possess this territory. But in response to such good possession, the main character had absolutely nothing to deliver, and he decided to deliver everything he had to match this scale. The guy put the divine space art, the voice from the depths of the sea, and the one who turns back time, all three of the most important skills for him. The two constellations came to an agreement, and the agreement was successfully drawn up, and if one of the parties loses, its influence will weaken significantly. The kitten said that he should easily defeat such a trifle, with which Skylar completely agreed. Suddenly, the warrior presented an opponent with whom the guy would have to fight. His name was Akarat. He was a berserker and had high magical defense. With powerful regeneration, he would be good even in close combat. He was surprised that the god of training turned out to be stronger than he expected and crushed other constellations. But they were all weaklings, and besides, his avatar, although he fought well, barely exceeded level 300 and he would never defeat Akarat. The warrior ordered the avatar to destroy the guy, take his life and trample his corpse. He will show all the constellations watching the battle his strength and power. At this time, The harbinger of the plague was resting in a swamp pool and reasoning that he was simply in despair when he was defeated by the god of training. But everything turned out to be not so bad, because the guy turned out to be quite generous since he did not take his avatar away and did not start Demand Land. And at that moment, the messenger saw a message that if the god of training was defeated, he would become the avatar of a warrior shrouded in madness and blood. The messenger turned to Skylar and said that this is not how it works, and if he decided to fight, then he should have called him too, because he could lend him several avatars. But the guy was least interested in these avatars. Moreover, they even frightened him a little and he would not be able to borrow them. The constellation realized that he would only find more problems if he became subordinate to this monster. The battle between the avatars has begun, and it will continue until one of the parties admits defeat or dies. The berserker began to attack mercilessly, attack after attack. He did not give the slightest chance for the guy to start counterattacking. The avatar was very surprised that the guy was able to dodge all of his blows and still remained on his feet. As soon as the berserker began to approach the main character again, he, using the skill of divine space art, reflected the magic of Akarat. All the constellations who watched this ruthless battle admired the skill of the protagonist and complimented this scene. But Akarat was a very strong warrior and quickly restored his health by using Scarlet Resurrection. At one point, the guy realized that the more he wounds him, the stronger he becomes, and if we compare him with a hunter, then he has an S rank, although given the complexity of the situation, perhaps even higher. The berserker used a 6-level magic skill and collided with the protagonist's milky finger. Their blows were equal and no one could properly hit the enemy. Then Skylar decided to apply the great law of absorption with the help of this skill. He began to absorb Akarat's mana, and at that moment all the constellations began to say that this plan was too reckless. And the warrior laughed and added that he would die from an overdose of power. But at one moment something went wrong, and now Skylar could not let go of his hands from the berserker's body. But it only seemed to Akarat, because the main character suddenly absorbed all the warrior's mana and gained the skill of blood mineralization. Skylar thought that this was a very questionable skill, because when the blood boils, the mineralization process starts and he loses his mind, but his combat skill is rapidly increasing. The berserker turned to the guy and said that if he was going to kill him, then let him finish him off because he is a great warrior soldier and will never admit defeat. The guy didn't know what to do with this because the fight could only end after he finished him off. Then all the constellations agreed with Skylar's words and accepted the fact that the battle was over and offered to finish it with dignity. In the end, the warrior declared defeat and the battle of the constellations was over. All the constellations began to praise the courage and sent soul stones as gifts. One from the constellation paid respect to his battle, and another offered to become his avatar. Skylar received a notification that the bloody fortress that the warrior had built came into his possession, and since he survived the first battle of the constellations, he was included in the ranking of earthly constellations. The main character was surprised when he saw the ranking of constellations and did not understand that he was currently in 127th place. The guy saw a notice that the virtuous goddess of Libra was inviting him to her own domain, and he was happy because it meant she was still alive. And so, negotiations began between the Association of Medium and Small-Sized Constellations on the topic of how to deal with the goddess. The Magma and Lava Kitten asked to speak and said that he warns to be careful with stupid constellations. The Mistress of Dreams and Desires said that she completely agrees with this, because clearly the goddess lacks intelligence. The girl added that you should be very careful, because the absence of evil intentions does not mean that she does not pose a threat. And if everyone suffers losses from the connection with the goddess, then it is better to forget about the alliance. But the guy thought that there was a very high probability that the goddess would guess about his true nature, and it was worth trying to lure her away, at least for the sake of the future. The main character said that he was included in the rating of constellations, and whether they both knew anything about it, and then the kitten suggested asking the goddess about it, and the owner confirmed the cat's words. And the guy immediately went to the goddess's possession, and he did not fully understand why his partners did this. When he arrived at the place, he didn't understand where all the avatars and subordinates had gone. The kitten thought that it might be a trap, and the owner suggested that the goddess's affairs were going well. Skylar suggested not to rush to conclusions, because the absence of subordinates does not at all indicate a deplorable situation, and there is a high probability that they may simply be busy with something. When the guy entered the center of the hall, he saw the goddess standing in front of him, and he did not know what was best to say at this meeting. But at that moment, the goddess began to shout that the main character would forgive her and that she should send him straight to the tower. The girl was upset that she didn't drop him off right at the training tower, but Skylar reassured her and said that everything was fine and that this was a long time in the past. The goddess asked if the invincible god of training knew about this visit here, and the guy decided that she thought that he was an avatar of this god. He replied that God was very generous and courteous, so he gladly allowed him to meet her. But in fact, there was another reason for his visit, because his master wants to cooperate with the goddess of Libra. The girl began to argue that the god of training had recently arrived on Earth from the distant edges of the abyss, and perhaps that's why he suggested something like this. The guy was surprised by this train of thought and asked what she meant. Then the girl said that she was very burned out. Once she was a strong constellation among the constellations of a high and highest level, and even other constellations, wanting to know their own future, bowed their heads before her and sacrificed untold wealth and each time significantly increased the strength of her influence. But this story is already in the past, and now the goddess has difficulty maintaining the level of the lower constellation. It all became due to the fact that she kept losing in the battle of the constellations. But this is a terrible thing, and even strong constellations can lose their level in the blink of an eye after a couple of losses. The goddess sent the most powerful angel in search of the main character, and because of this she always lost. And when she realized what the problem was, it was already too late. But Skylar said that his master still prefers those he can trust with a strong constellation. The goddess was touched, and at the same time felt jealous, and asked if this constellation had any traits that she did not like. For example, a bad character or strange habits. The guy said that his master is an ideal constellation. He is grateful and protects the avatar, and is also impeccable in battle. The goddess didn't mind, but she didn't know what the god of training really needed from her and was very worried because she might suddenly disappoint him. And besides, her ability to foresee the future was now greatly weakened. Skylar reassured her and said that it did not matter, because his master wanted her to give instructions regarding the participation of constellations in the battle, and, moreover, although she was weakened, she still has the ability to see into the future. The girl rose from her knees and said that in this case she would gratefully accept his offer. The constellations have been arguing over the Earth since the first passage opened on this planet, and about 10 billion souls became a real treasure that could not be obtained anywhere else. However, the dispute between the constellations could not be resolved so easily. In the end, under the leadership of the strong constellations at the origins, new rules were introduced, and since the strongest constellations took an oath, putting their own existence at stake. The rules, incredible power, and they should never be broken. In other words, this rating distributes the locations of constellations on Earth. The guy asked if the constellation that took first place would really become the owner, but the girl replied that the first place was still empty. This is not the only condition. But other constellations are also not very knowledgeable, and one can only assume that for this you need to have incredible power of influence. But the goddess also could not know who was in second place, but she could guess who it could be: the master of laziness and silence. This constellation is powerful and evil, which captured the northern lands of China, and the guy could only think about how many battles he needed to win in order to rise to second place. Then the guy asked where the goddess was, and she replied that she was at 198, and Skylar added that the rating is not that important. Finally, the girl decided to share her own rules with him. The goddess wanted the guy to accept them as an apology for everything that happened to him. And the girl touched the main character, and he immediately received the legal capacity of a goddess and learned the skill of predicting the future. When the guy was returning back, he asked what his colleagues from the Alliance thought about the goddess. They thought that she was not so bad, as the constellation goddess had existed since the stock. And besides, she has the gift of seeing into the future, so she is more trustworthy than they thought, and most likely she is too stupid, so not will be capable of betrayal or trickery. The kitten said that he believed that the goddess did not like the unsurpassed god of training at all, to which Skylar was very surprised. But it was obvious, because he took the person whom the goddess planned to make her own avatar, and it was not a hopeless situation. Perhaps that's why she didn't say anything. The girl added that in any case, he found an advisor and asked him not to forget that he needed to increase faith and consistency, because they are very far away and are unlikely to be able to help in a difficult situation. The guy asked why they shouldn't also take part in the battles of the constellations, because a nightmare would be quite enough. But his colleagues from the Alliance pretended that they had not heard anything. When the main character returned back to Earth, first of all he came to Sam, who was certainly glad that the guy was alive and well and had won. He patted the guy on the shoulder and said that he believed in his result and asked him to tell him everything in detail. Sam listened carefully to all the details of the battle and asked what Skylar would do next. But the main character decided to check what he received for the battle and then gather strength and prepare for the next battle, which was clearly not going to take place in the near future. Then the man asked to borrow his strength, but the guy asked what had already happened to him. At that moment, Laura burst into the door and screamed why her father wasn't answering the phone. Sam got nervous and said that he always answers the phone, but the question was not addressed to him at all. Laura said that she tried so many times to get through to the guy and reproached him that if he didn't want to work with her, then just let him say so and there was no need to ignore her calls. But when the guy took out the phone, he saw that its battery was completely discharged and he simply forgot to charge it. The girl returned the phone, calmed down and said that she was calling about the fight schedule. She added that he passed the qualifying competitions and was now included in the main roster, and of course, he was included in the fight schedule, but the guys didn't think about that at all. Then Sam shouted for Laura to wait because he wanted to ask him for a favor too. But the girl was persistent and asked him to forget about it because the hunter Skylar was now busy with his career and asked him to strain someone else and nothing would happen to it. When the main character was leaving, he asked Sam to call him if anything happened, but the man remembered that he didn't even really use the phone. That evening, Laura and Skylar arrived at the port where a luxury cruise ship was docked. All the servants happily greeted Laura. The main character was surprised by the size. He was brought here just to have dinner. The girl said that she usually comes here when she needs to talk in a quiet environment, so that no one will disturb her. She introduced the guy to a haute cuisine chef and wanted the main character to appreciate his skills, which were at their best. But at that moment, Skylar spied the dormant skills of an ordinary person and his power of influence increased, because the more he improves his vision of the constellation, the greater his power becomes. When the guy carefully studied all his skills, he was pleasantly surprised by the one she invited. The girl laughed and asked if he had ever heard of him. The main character added that he realized this when he looked at his posture and energy. The girl was surprised, and she thought that he had used martial arts here too. But that was not the case at all, and the guy added that it was just intuition. When several dishes were brought to the table, Skylar happily began to try one after another in order to taste them and come up with a new recipe for his own pancakes. The guy was surprised why she didn't eat this food, because everything was very tasty and the proportions were perfect, and the taste was excellent. Then Laura leaned over to him and whispered that it wasn't that at all, but that there was absolutely no mana in these dishes. The girl added that if the guy had prepared this dish, she would have eaten it with great appetite. Then the main character offered to feed her next time, but the girl refused and said that she wouldn't do that, because they must maintain a working relationship, and if the manager allows the hunter to treat her, then this will immediately be disqualification. After all these words, the girl decided to get to work and talk about the schedule of battles, because usually beginners rarely participate in them, especially for hunters who have not yet become famous. But Skylar couldn't understand why he was involved in all this then. The girl asked the guy not to be angry, because at the moment there are opinions among athletes and fans that his rank is rigged. She meant that he has abilities that can compete with rank B, but is deliberately hiding behind rank C+. But Skylar was not at all surprised by this, because he was no longer at the age where something like this could confuse him. Laura said that the guy had the innate character of a star. The main character agreed with this and even offered to try to become a star, which the girl had not even thought about doing this and that it might interest him. Then the girl showed a short interview with one hunter, who insulted Skylar and said that he did not have the courage to participate in the qualifiers of rank B, and therefore he decided to take the simple path and rise from rank C. The guy challenged the main character and threatened him that if he rejects his proposal, then the whole world will know that he is a coward, and it is better for him to accept the challenge and accept the loss. The main character asked how many elves were on Earth now, and Laura replied that after the passage opened, they could be seen quite often. Skylar said that the elf's words did not offend him at all, because he understood that when he met him, he would tear him to smithereens. But now there was no need to be angry. Laura liked his words and said that this was an absolutely great idea and that a bastard like him should be beaten to a pulp. And the guys came to a decision to schedule the fight within these 2 weeks. And before that time, Laura will collect all the information on it and send it to Skylar. A week later, Skylar was already standing in a beautiful tuxedo and did not understand what he needed to do next. The girl explained that the guys should come out, listen to all the questions and answer in moderation, stare provocatively at each other and pose for the camera once, and that will be enough. When Skylar sat down at the table, the presenter announced that people could ask questions in the established order. The main character received various questions, some of which sounded like he was thinking about whether a martial arts user could hold out in the B-rank league or whether he thought he could defeat a hunter ranked 21st. Questions from journalists did not stop coming, but the guy answered them briefly and laconically. One of the journalists asked a question about the fact that he deliberately underestimated the rank, and after winning the qualifiers for the league of rank C, measured it again. The main character believed that this was not his fault, but that the only fault was that he was measured incorrectly, and that you should ask about this not from him, but from the one who did it. At this time, the elf took the microphone in his hands and said that he was a shameless asshole and looked down on the league because he had rigged his own rank. The guy challenged him to a fight because he left evidence of fraud and is going to personally punish him, and this match will not be a test for Skylar, but a sentence. Then the guy answered him that if he was so unhappy, he could have found him a long time ago and attacked him, and not pour out his anger after waiting until the match schedule was set. The main character immediately suggested fighting here and now and not in augmented reality. But the elf could not hit Skylar since it was against the rules, which greatly disappointed the main character, because he continued to be angry, but still followed the rules. Suddenly, Skylar stood up and shouted that he gave him a chance to fight, but this idiot got scared and ran away, and he doesn't even have experience in clearing a dungeon. If he were in such a situation, he wouldn't even show his nose. The words of the main character were broadcast on regional channels so that everyone would boldly come if they doubted his abilities or were dissatisfied with something, because Skylar was not going to shy away or run away. But the guy was not going to fight with them in the underbelly of the world, but wanted to fight only in reality. After Laura heard Skylar's interview, she decided that the other side would also try to trample him, and he must win by any means necessary. They hastily began to look for someone who could help them in this situation, who could put up an equal fight and be at least like a level 21 fighter who would be faster and more agile. Meanwhile, in the waiting room, Skylar apologized for the interview and suggested that it would be better if they didn't schedule a practice match. The guy understood that this match would not help him in any way and he would only waste his time, but the girl asked him to think again, because he has a lot of experience in battles and a fight with a hunter is a completely different level. When the main character left, he thanked the girl for having such an understanding manager working with him and promised that he would train alone before the match, and if he was needed, then just let him call. Laura's team didn't understand why they let him go so easily, because entering the arena without a training match with a hunter of a similar type was already doomed to failure. But the girl reassured everyone and asked them to trust him. In this situation, little worked, because she could not even detain him and force him to listen to her opinion. This man was completely different. When the main character returned to the Icaros gym, he was immediately met by other hunters and were delighted with the way he conducted the conversation during the interview and that it was a cool provocation on his part. Skylar asked what Anthony was doing here and was he really waiting for him here? But the guy answered with a grin that he wasn't even going to help. He just decided to give a couple of tips for good growth. Anthony added that in any case, he is the best because he can reproduce all the fighting methods of a future opponent as they are. But Eliza screamed that he was an asshole because he didn't even fight him, and she was able to defeat him. The main character heard their dialogue and warned that he plans to train alone until the start of the match. When the guy entered the ring, the guys clarified what he was doing, but as it turned out, he turned on his own imagination. The image he drew in his head was successfully transferred to another, and the power of the constellation increased by a step. The principle of spiritual training was also learned, and the A-rank skill, spiritual training, was obtained. The girl was very frightened by this, because she did not understand what it was and why she also saw it. And from that moment on, the guy began training right in the training room with a terrible monster. The clan partners stood all this time and were delighted with how the main character carried out such a training. They were simply silent and were both amazed by it. Finally, the day of the competition has arrived, where the long-awaited battles will take place in the Hunter's Stadium. Before the start of the battle, Laura gave the last instructions about whether Skylar had a good breakfast, because you should not skip breakfast even if you are afraid that it will not be digested. She asked the guy not to be nervous and assured him that everything would be fine, but in the look of the main character, one could read absolute calm and confidence in battle. When the main character walked out to the center of the stadium, he thought that in the past, hunters died in battle with monsters, but now they have turned into celebrities. People in the stands booed Skylar and shouted at this cheater to get out because he belongs in the C League and how dare he use tricks. But out of the entire crowd of rude and angry fans, there was someone who loudly shouted for Skylar to go forward and everything would work out for him. It was one of the members of the Master Clan who wished him good luck and shouted for him to show the true power of martial arts. This cheered up the main character well because he hadn't even signed a contract. But someone was already rooting for him, and he decided that today he would show what martial arts means, and today's match will be a signal for the revival of martial arts. The host of the fight loudly greeted all participants and spectators, because this fight was very long awaited, and today they will be able to see the match from different sides. The commentators began introducing the fighters and speculated a little about whether Skylar really rigged his own rank. After all, this guy returned from the Abyss after 30 years. After spending so much time in the Abyss, it's no wonder that all sorts of complications might arise. There might also be some strangeness with the rank measurement, and in the end, if the guy wins, it will be proof that he was right all along. The presenters greeted the guy because for the first time in a long time, a martial arts user was entering the arena and everyone was looking forward to it. When the guy went inside, he was very surprised, because he observed the ruins, which inside actually implemented virtual reality. The elf was determined and was sure that he would definitely emerge victorious and that this village from the Abyss did not belong here. A few seconds later, when the battle began, Skylar almost managed to catch up with the enemy, but he used flight magic and ended up in a different place. He was very surprised by this and did not understand where the guy got such speed, because a little more and he would have already grabbed him if he had not immediately taken off. Skylar simply stood still and waited for action from the enemy, and then powerful magic arrows flew towards him. The main character thought that his ability had excellent penetrating power, also a homing function. It all looked like the constellation bow was too fraudulent, and immediately used the divine space art skill, which allowed him to deflect all the arrows. After the elf saw how the guy easily deflected the shot, he was very angry, and he immediately started to take the next shot. But the main character was already ready for this and quickly figured out his location and immediately rushed straight towards him. The main character turned to him and asked what else he could do, because he was ready to repel all his attacks. But unexpectedly for the guy, he fell into a trap with thousands of arrows that were about to fall on top of him. But these arrows were too slow for the main character and lacked a bit of agility. The guy repelled the entire volley of arrows and, thanks to his high self-control, remained safe and sound in the same place. The elf could not believe that he had succeeded, because he had already used up all his mana. But fortunately for him, the first round was completed and the B rank competition begins. Here the rounds appear. The elf was furious, because it seemed to him that this guy was just a monster and he used a trick in order to check him. His trainer tried to defuse the situation and asked him to listen to him carefully. From now on, he had to forget about the bow and keep his distance and focus on restoring his mana reserve, which was already less than 10%. The man recommended forgetting about the magic of the 4th and 5th circles and stalling for time with the help of the 1st and 2nd. But against this guy, everything seemed unrealistic. The man believed that this was a better way than losing the fight, because without victory, he was nothing. But the elf shouted at him to shut up immediately, because the constellation had chosen him as an avatar. And then the bell rang that the second round was about to begin. When the elf heard the call, he immediately rushed away from Skylar using acceleration. The guy was not satisfied with these catch-ups, and he suggested ending everything before he finally disgraced himself. But his opponent was not satisfied with this, and then Skylar decided to catch up with him and convince him again. The commentators couldn't believe their eyes, because they had just seen steps, one of the movement skills in martial arts. They couldn't believe the speed that the guy had developed. When the main character finally caught up with his opponent, he immediately dealt him a crushing milky blow. The elf was lying on the floor unconscious 100 meters from the guy. The commentators couldn't believe the outcome as Skylar finished off the hunter in the second round. The commentators added that now the top 10 hunters should start to worry, because they have a new opponent who has outstanding martial arts. The host took the stage and put a microphone in his hand to ask Skylar how he felt after a perfect match where he didn't take a single hit and ended the second round with a knockout. Skylar surprised the host because for him it was an ordinary fight and his opponent turned out to be too weak. Suddenly, all the people in the stands started chanting his name and celebrating his success. Since the crowds of people were chanting his name, the power of his essence increased greatly. All this was meant by gaining popularity, and his essence power definitely increased. And suddenly the guy's skill of predicting the future was activated, and he did not understand why he had acquired this skill now. The main character saw Las Vegas, which was engulfed in flames and evil monsters. They all escaped because they failed to clear the dungeon in the limited time, and a disaster occurred. At that moment, in the office, Sam was watching an interview with Skylar and laughing loudly throughout the entire office, because he hadn't had a blast like that for a long time. Suddenly, one of the workers came to the door and warned that a call had been received on his personal phone. Sam thought that his ex-wife was calling again, and he was ready to give pocket money without questions. But he was interrupted and told that there was a man there who introduced himself as the Korean hunter Chwan. The man immediately understood who we were talking about because he had a fight with him when he moved to America, and they did not contact each other for a long time. On the phone, he immediately heard a question about why he didn't warn him that Skylar was back. But Sam replied that he didn't remember them being too close, especially after he scolded him just before leaving. But Chwan was not bothered by this answer and asked to pass the phone to Skylar. But Sam said that he was not here and next time he should call him personally on the phone. Sam was waiting for an apology for what the man said to him when he left for America, and then he could help him contact Skylar. But the man did not want to apologize for anything, and then Sam replied that from that moment on, he was on his blacklist. When the guy and Laura went to Sam, the girl reasoned that he could not deprive her of her rights as a manager, even if she could not determine the client's ability. She should have trusted Skylar more. The guy asked the girl what chances she gave him of winning, and her answer beat him because she gave 9-1 for losing. On the way, the main character was met by students of the School of Masters. They immediately fell to their knees and asked him to teach them martial arts. Skylar didn't understand, because they had a teacher and why they needed him, and then they told the story. The events took place in the main residence of the Master's School. The students honed their fighting techniques and recorded every movement that the Master showed. But as soon as they made just one mistake in a word, the Master immediately scolded them and said that they were shameless people who didn't even know the basics. At that moment, they realized that they wanted to learn martial arts, but the elders' training was too outdated and they begged Skylar to teach them. For the main character, this was a chance to solve their problem and at the same time increase his faith in his own authority, and he immediately agreed. The guy replied that he, as an avatar of the invincible god of training, would teach them martial arts and those who would become followers of the god of training. The students were very happy with this answer because they loved martial arts. The next day, Skylar decided to visit the Bloody Fortress, which he received in a duel with a warrior shrouded in madness and blood, and this place turned out to be too vile for him. These possessions were obtained after the Battle of the Constellations, and he entered the territory of the orcs for the first time. But since the guy was too busy, all matters were entrusted to Odigon. But at that moment, Odigon tore and tossed all the orcs, because they were still fools who could not learn an easy spell, and it seemed that he could not cope with them very well. Skylar suggested that if learning magic doesn't bring any results, then why don't they just learn martial arts, since they all have axes? But since everyone had little understanding of the true art of wielding an axe, the main character took the axe in his hands and showed how to use martial arts skills and showed the green dragon axe technique. Then the orcs asked several questions about where they should jump forward or backward and how to swing their axe to the right or left. And then the guy realized that there was nothing to be done. And since they didn't understand in words, he would have to master everything with his body. And one by one, the orcs learned the green dragon axe technique. And at this time, the strength of the protagonist's essence only increased. But one of the orcs was no longer interested in training, but Skylar continued to insist that he learn and complicate the fighting technique. And from that moment on, the orc territory forgot about a quiet life under the constellation of the god of training. When Skylar took a closer look at this place, he realized that he wanted to build a training base for orcs here. Odigon also warned the guy that the construction would take a long time, and if he wanted to quickly get the building, he could visit the constellation store where various deals would be available. When the guy joined the game of stars, he began to carefully study the constellations that were selling buildings. A young guy saw how one constellation said that he was selling a beautiful building and he immediately wanted to look at it. Immediately in front of him was a girl who was a little drunk. She was ready to show off a special building with pleasure and invited the guy to look around here properly. When the scanner began to look at all the buildings, he saw that he was sorely short of funds. It seemed to him that he had earned a lot of soul stones, but this was not the case. The guy apologized to the constellation and said that, unfortunately, he couldn't buy any of this because he simply didn't have enough soul stones. Constellation was satisfied with the answer because she thought that the main character simply did not like the buildings that were built. The guy also added that he really liked the pond with life-giving alcohol and asked if she could wait until he scored enough points. The girl was very happy about this and, as a token of gratitude, gave him the excellent rice vodka of the 8 sins. One such sip was able to heal all wounds. The main character was very happy about this gift because he received it from a very unusual constellation as a sign that he had fought with the warrior. A few moments later, the girl disappeared, but the guy's problem was still not solved and he began to think about what to do next because his glasses were hardly enough to buy. Suddenly, a traveling merchant selling fates appeared and asked Skylar if he was looking for any item. The guy was only too glad to buy something, but he did not have enough soul stones. But the traveling merchant told him not to worry, because he was looking for everything necessary for the constellations from the highest to the lowest rank. And then the merchant opened his cloak and immediately showed several boxes with a random building of low, medium, and high level. The guy was too surprised that the boxes were random, but the traveling merchant swore by his name and reputation that there was no deception here. The main character decided to try his luck and purchased several boxes, and a traveling merchant wished him to use these goods for a long time. Skylar didn't fully understand what to do with this box, but when he found himself on the ground, he immediately threw the cube directly onto the ground. And then chaos broke free from the box, deciding his fate, and it was a model like a small temple, an ancient warrior sanctuary. If installed, all the inhabitants will receive the skill of the strength of the ancient warrior. But due to the fact that the building was too old, it will collapse in 30 days. The guy thought that everything was not so bad and decided to open another box with a building. And in front of Skylar lay a gorgeous temple of a shining elf. And if installed, the guy had the opportunity to learn the skill of a shining elf bow. The main character thought about it because it was most likely the building of that elf from the duel, and his shining bow was the magic that the elf gave to his own avatar. The guy didn't think for a long time and decided that he needed to install all this right now and placed everything on his own land. But the kitten said that there was a huge problem, that among the subordinates of the god of training there were no people capable of mastering the shining elf bow. But the main character decided that this would definitely not make things worse and could be used a little later, and he also decided to tell his friend Sam about the future. When Skylar returned back to Los Angeles, he immediately came to Sam and he joyfully greeted him and asked the Fist Star in Korea to give him an autograph. The main character asked what kind of nickname this was, and the man said that now everyone calls him that. Sam asked the guy not to relax because ahead of the top 10 real strongmen who are avatars, Skylar was at peace, and now, first of all, he was a constellation, and somehow he would definitely deal with this. Between words, Sam said that Chuan recently called him, to which the guy was very surprised. The man did not like this reaction, because he feeds, helps, and acts under the name of Skylar's avatar and also provides him with financial support. The guy was very surprised that Sam had become so petty, but he asked just not to hang out with him because Chuan is such an asshole. And then Skylar said that he was here for a different reason and told everything in detail that the goddess's gift had shown him. The guy talked about Las Vegas drowning in fire and the invasion of rock drakes, and he was very surprised by this because he could not believe that all these events took place in Las Vegas. Then Sam almost spilled the beans and said that you can't do something in Las Vegas. The man replied that this territory is not under his jurisdiction and he does not decide anything there. All they could do was go there and explain the situation and try to convince everyone. But the guy didn't understand this because Sam recently told how he went to the sauna with the president, and now he has no influence. And then the man suggested that it would be better for Skylar to go instead, because in his appearance they would not see sincere thoughts, unlike the guy. The guy exhaled and said that he would try to figure it out and go to Las Vegas and talk to them. In Las Vegas, the guy immediately came to a large clan that controls an entire city called Black Cactus. He was met by security and asked what he needed. The main character said that he was from the Icaros clan and he needed to see the head of the clan, but he was told that he could not come here at his first whim and see the head, and first he needed to make an appointment. The men didn't like the guy's impudence and asked him to introduce himself first. Skylar then said that he was a B-rank hunter and a member of the Icaros clan. The man from the clan could not believe that in front of him was the same fighter who had outdone the elf in the duel. The guy said that this fight was simply killer, and he really regretted that he did not attend this match, and immediately added that the security had nothing to worry about, because even if he wanted to do something, they still couldn't get this guy stopped. Skylar once again clarified whether the head of the clan was in the building, and the man replied that he was inside, and that all sorts of scum often visited him. They said over the phone that the head of the clan could receive the guy and he was now being kindly escorted to him. When they went inside, the guy saw the hunter being loudly and strongly scolded. He was surprised because he could not understand that the head of the Cactus clan could really be a girl with such a character. The guy thought that perhaps it was worth measuring her level. And indeed, it was the head of the Cactus clan, Roxana, with level 288, who asked what the man from Icaros was doing here. The girl asked the guy to skip the formalities and get straight to the point, and then Skylar said that their clan would lose to the monsters and he was here to offer help. The girl was very angry with these words, and she asked to repeat these words, because they really couldn't clear the dungeon. A rank B or higher dungeon will soon explode in their vicinity. If the dungeon is not cleared in a timely manner, then hordes of monsters will pour out of it, and the freed monsters were nothing more than a natural disaster for human society. Roxana asked if the guy had found out about the appearance of a dungeon that they didn't know about, and the guy added that he used the latest magic from the dragon industry. The Icaros clan did not intend to destroy the dungeon and ignore the clan located in this city. The guy asked in return to simply allow him to watch all this from the outside so that he could react in time if an explosion occurred. Just one mistake could lead to the death of many people. The girl said that the guy returned from the abyss and stayed there for 30 years, and now he can be considered a first-generation hunter. She meant that most of the first-generation hunters are considered heroes, and they have always been on the side of the people. The guy was ready to intervene if they couldn't close it and not just watch from the sidelines. The girl stamped her foot and added that she would believe him, but threatened that she had never forgiven those who lied to her. She will be ready to go even to hell to punish this person if someone deceives her. When the guys were walking through the streets of Las Vegas, Skylar asked that if the dungeon was rank B, then the boss was rank B, so the head of the clan should intervene and how her abilities were going. Then the guy replied that Roxana's sister is the best in this business and immediately blabbed about their relationship and asked not to tell anyone, and if this information leaked out, then he would be finished. Suddenly, someone radioed that a dungeon had been discovered and a gathering of all clan members was required. A portal opened in an abandoned building right on the outskirts of the city. The hunters were happy that the guy from Icarus told the truth, and they were incredibly lucky that they quickly found the dungeon. As soon as they paid attention to it, they realized that with so much mana, it was definitely not a B rank. As soon as they got a little closer to the dungeon, they saw a message that it was called the Thicket of Endless Predators, and they had 6 hours and 11 minutes left to clear it, and the entry limit was 1 person. This was the first time the hunters had encountered something like this, and only 1 warrior could enter there. At this time, an emergency situation began on the streets of Las Vegas, and there was an evacuation order. It was necessary to close all hotels and casinos and clear an area 10 kilometers long. Skylar noticed a strange thing. All the people were not running anywhere, but rather continued to flock to one point. On the contrary, people were looking for where the best view of the battle spectacle would be visible. When the main character asked why they were not evacuating, he was immediately told that he was apparently some kind of coward, because there was no difference in all this, because they would all be broken anyway before it became dangerous. The lava and magma kitten, when he saw this, irritably advised him to leave all these idiots, but the guy could not let them die so easily. Then Skylar could not stand it and again approached this couple and ordered them to quickly get out of here. People rushed away from this eccentric in horror and fulfilled his request at that very second. Then Roxanne intervened, who announced through a megaphone that if they did not want to evacuate, they would kill them before the monsters. The guy was surprised that there were too many people here who stayed just to stare. But this was a common occurrence, because many in this city were fascinated by hunting monsters. It was all due to the fact that during this time people were too accustomed to dungeons, because in the old days everyone stood on their ears in order to quickly escape. Suddenly, a loud sound was heard from underground and the walls began to shake. There was a frantic vibration around and it all came from the underground. Roxanne immediately yelled for them to turn the screen and send drones to check the monsters so as not to miss anyone, and also activate the thermal imaging system. Monsters began to rush out of the building. 5 red poisonous raptors were discovered and rose to the surface. Much to the surprise of the clan, there were much more monsters than they thought and they could not find the main boss. The lizard mage used an artifact of a thicket subject to erosion, and until the lizard mage is caught, no one will be able to get out of this thicket. And at that moment, the entire city was shrouded in hard bars through which it was impossible to break through. Not a single car could drive into these features, and it was all because of the monster. The head of the clan decided that they could not do anything with people, and everyone who did not have time to evacuate would die. At that moment, Skylar approached and asked if his help was needed, because it seemed that because of the barrier, their headquarters had noticeably decreased. But the girl replied that without an agreement between the clans, everything could end in a lawsuit and recommended that he go somewhere safe. The guy turned to the main character and said that it was quite annoying because he wanted to see his martial arts. And the battle between the clan and the monsters began, and Roxanne screamed loudly for everyone to run to the attack. First of all, Class C monsters appeared, who immediately felt the magic of the Chaos Spear and Ice Arrows and killed him at that very second. But there were 4 more ahead, and Roxanne decided to deal with them as quickly as possible and used an increase in magical power. The girl temporarily increased her own magical power and, thanks to the fiery whip, struck several more monsters. Her blow was really on point, because no one expected anything less from the clan leaders. Exactly 6 monsters were approaching from behind, and the girl decided that it was time for them to leave, and that's enough talking. She turned to her brother and shouted that he was now a hunter from Icaros. If something happened to him, they would have a lot of problems. But when they looked around, Skylar was not next to them. And at this moment, the main character bravely and mercilessly defended ordinary people from monsters. They were delighted that the guy protected them and saved them from death, and next time they would definitely obey and leave immediately. People immediately rushed to the new idol and shouted that he was now their new hero and thanked him for saving them for such stupidity. The main character approached the girl and asked her not to worry, because he would take care of the problems on the other side. Roxanne thought that with his abilities, he could be one of the strongest hunters in Icaros, and with such a guy, she could turn a blind eye to what happened. The girl thanked him for his help and, as a sign of gratitude, allowed him to formally thank him. But Skylar decided to leave all this for later, because there were still many monsters that needed to be killed. The guy came to the conclusion that judging by the movement of the monsters, someone controls them all, and in this case, someone must be behind it. Roxanne thought that this idiot of the clan was completely reckless and could not understand where they even found such a monster. There were monsters ahead on the left and at the intersection, and the guy ordered everyone to prepare for battle. But unfortunately, all the hunters missed, and then the guy decided to engage in close combat and hit one of the monsters. On the streets of the city stood a huge monster that was capable of trampling any person under it. The people stood in a stupor and did not understand who was in front of them, because the scale of this monster was comparable to the boss of the dungeon. Then Skylar remembered that it was he who saw him in that prediction, and that such a monster was under someone's control. The owner must be somewhere nearby. On the roof of one of the buildings, he noticed the boss of the dungeon, a small lizard with a staff in his hand. The main character immediately approached the lizard and took off his head with a powerful blow of his sword. At this time, the clan's hunters simultaneously began to attack the huge monster, and Roxanne incinerated the monster with powerful magic, which left him no chance. The lizard mage was defeated, and the artifact of the Forest of Corrosion was successfully destroyed and immediately disappeared. News journalists reported that the barrier was destroyed in a very short period of time, and people finally began to come out, and now they will continue to reconnoiter the situation. The guy began to wonder how many people died and whether there were still survivors. Some people said that they thought that they were already finished, because the sky suddenly changed color and monsters fell from everywhere. The man was surprised because he definitely heard the sound of an explosion, but as it turned out, no one died, and it was all a hunter with brown hair. People began to say that an Asian hunter with a sword saved the entire people and he is a real hero. Journalists asked Skylar to give some comments, because people believed that it was he who made an invaluable contribution to closing the dungeon. The main character replied that he did not try to save people, but got rid of the monsters before they started killing, and therefore it might seem to everyone that he saved the city. Skylar didn't like the fact that he was considered a hero, and he denied it and immediately closed the journalist's mouth and hit him lightly, because the guy wanted that they wouldn't try to make a hero out of him, because he most of all could not tolerate this. He could not turn out to be a good-natured person in the eyes of people, because otherwise he would be criticized immediately if he did not help at least once. The brother of the girl from the clan immediately wanted to be like the main character, but she asked him not to talk nonsense, because this only happened because it was Skylar and his existence was unique. Martial arts masters are now extremely rare, and the strength that has reached its peak as a result of hard training and enormous combat experience can make him an absolutely unique person. Roxanne thought that after meeting him, she no longer understood why there were so few martial arts users left, and the idea came to her that it was worth getting close to the Icaros clan, and there was nothing wrong with that in order to make friends with the hunter Skylar. At this time, in the office, Sam was reading the news about how a hunter attacked a journalist in Las Vegas and laughed out loud about it. Then Skylar reminded him that he too once hit a journalist. Sam said that this time they properly divided the reward for going to the dungeon, but the main character was of little interest in this. The guy did not manage a multi-million-dollar company and was least interested in how much money he brought into the account. Skylar was more interested in when he would be raised in rank, but it was very difficult, because ranking above rank B was all about clearing dungeons. Then the guy decided to leave the office and go teach martial arts to several guys. Sam thought that he was training the hunters of the Icaros clan and considered him a good guy. The guy led the students directly to the training field, which was controlled by the Icaros clan, and asked them not to worry about anything here. To the guys, all this equipment looked super cool. Before that, they had only trained in dilapidated gyms. Skylar said that from now on they can train here as much as they want and use this center to its fullest. Unexpectedly, among the guys there was a girl who introduced herself as Iris and represented the young hunters from the School of Masters. But as it turned out, she was the daughter of one of the most famous masters in China and was the best among all the students at the school. The guy was very embarrassed because he could not expect such a person to come here. The girl apologized and said that she didn't want to embarrass him and asked when they would train. First of all, the main character began exercises with squats with a barbell and decided that since everyone here is hunters, this should not be difficult for them. Then one of the students asked when people use one of the advanced techniques and pointed his finger at the cool modern simulators. But the guy had no plans to take them there, and they lifted weights for several hours, because they hoped that they would finally be able to work out on modern machines. The next exercise began with a squat, and they had to feel their own strength of internal energy and muscle strength. Due to the fact that the guy had the title of training avatar, his subordinates received an additional bonus during training and became stronger at a rapid pace. Little did they know that the training they were going through was an amazing opportunity for them, because no constellation would suit them as well as Skylar. The guys trained like madmen and had no mercy for the body and trained like no martial artist, but everything that the coach did not tell them was ordinary training. After several exercises, all the students quickly became exhausted and could no longer practice further, and then the main character approached them and said that they could move on to the main training, and they were done with the warm-up. The next training was held in the training room of the other world of Icaros. For martial arts training, there is no better way to use the terrain of the area. Suddenly, the students found themselves knee-deep in a swamp, and it was simply impossible to move here. In the distance, they saw the silhouette of some kind of doll. This silhouette seemed familiar to them, because there was something similar in the hall too. But suddenly this doll flew at them at breakneck speed and delivered several powerful blows from its knee. The goal of this workout was to fight against a dummy, because first they trained their muscles in the gym, and now they have to pass this step in order to move on to the next workout. The main character left the arena and said that if any of them cope with this guy, then let them come out and tell him about it. The students had no choice but to simply defeat him, and they immediately attacked him with the whole team. Meanwhile, in the Icaros clan's recreation room, the guys sat and discussed Skylar's excellent work in Las Vegas. Anthony added that despite the excellent victory, the main character is still far from him. But Eliza did not agree with this and said that he could never have done better. Then Skylar told them to stop and asked which of them wanted to learn martial arts. The guys sensed a catch, but the guy said that he was not going to force anyone to do something in return, and if they don't have the desire, then let them say so. Eliza replied that she did not mind, and in return would be happy to teach him some techniques in magic. The protagonist's entire alliance was not against him learning something new, and everyone agreed that it was a great idea. When Skylar accepted their offer, they immediately began recommending their own magic. Eliza offered to study defensive magic, and Anthony suggested long-range magic. But when the guys heard that the guy wanted to study healing magic, they were a little shocked. But judging by their reaction, the main character realized that none of them knew how to use it. Realizing that no one here would help him, the guy left them. He thought that it would be a good idea to ask the constellation goddess for some training lessons, because she probably has some healing skills. At this time, in the territory of the goddess constellation, the girl was sitting at the table and dozing slightly. The guy turned to her and asked her to teach him healing magic. The girl was very happy with this proposal. It seemed to her that the training avatar could not teach him this and agreed with pleasure. And at that moment, the virtuous goddess of Libra began to grant the main character divine healing of the fifth circle. The main character was surprised, because it is not so easy to immediately master such A-rank power. The girl apologized, because at the moment she did not have much strength to give him more powerful power. The goddess continued to feel a sense of guilt, because she was the one who had to teach him everything and immediately began to look for something else. But the guy reassured her and said that everything was fine, and thought that next time it would be better not to ask her for help. The next day, there was a large meeting in the main hall of Icarus, where the head trainer gathered all the hunters in one place. Unexpectedly, an endless tower dungeon was created. The hunters could not believe their own eyes, because it seemed to them real madness. But for the main character, it was not so famous, because he heard about it for the first time. A couple of decades ago, a dungeon appeared of such complexity that it broke an infinite number of hunters. And if monsters of rank F lived on the first floor, then as they ascended, their strength increased, and it was a dungeon of rank A, which subsequently simply exploded because not a single hunter was able to clear it to end. The head coach announced that in this training, the winner will be the one who gets ahead of his opponents and reaches the highest floor. And he immediately warned that this dungeon is much more complex than its original. When the trainers left, the hunters immediately began to think about how they would defend the dungeon, and perhaps it was worth forming groups. As it turned out, this dungeon had too terrible a reputation, because there were reasons why no one could completely clear the dungeon. No one even went there as a team. There was talk that this was due to the fact that the more people, the higher the complexity of the floor. For a second, the guy began to admire this dungeon because it looked amazing, but the kitten of lava and magma asked him not to admire such things. The main character suggested that in any case, you need to go in a group, and despite the fact that the difficulty would increase, he believed that if the team cleared it, they would gain an advantage in battle. Anthony was sure that no one would want to join teams and everything would be as he said. But Eliza gladly agreed to try her luck in the team, and as soon as Anthony saw this, he screamed loudly but still joined them. Suddenly, in the crowd, Skylar noticed a girl who was wearing student clothes and looked like a schoolgirl or student. When he looked at her through the entity, he saw that she was currently a servant of the constellation and he could not see her completely. The girl noticed that the guy was carefully examining the stranger and added that judging by her clothes, she was made of ivy, to which the guy was very surprised. Then Lisa told what she meant, because lately there have been a lot of private schools that teach awakened ones. Among them, one of the most popular is Ivy. At this point, Anthony said that he saw no need to hide it, because he also graduated from an Ivy school, although no one asked him about it. When the guys were talking, they attracted the attention of the girl and she quickly approached them. But as it turned out, the girl did not speak any English and they began to communicate using a special skill. The guy did not tell her that thanks to the power of the constellations he understood her. Then he asked if she knew other languages and the girl replied that she knew Russian, but because of the contract she could not speak it and spoke a little more Korean. The guys from the clan stood aside and could not understand what language they were speaking, but nevertheless they looked very happy. When Skylar decided to ask what constellation the girl served, she could not tell him because of the contract with him. The main character said that they were currently forming a team and invited her to join them, to which the girl gladly agreed. The guy added that it would be inconvenient if they couldn't communicate with others and suggested switching to Korean, but the girl didn't know him very well. But thanks to the translation device, it was possible to communicate. Suddenly, Skylar's old partner overheard the conversation and said that if he doesn't go with them, then who else will? As it turned out, more people gathered than the main character had planned. At this time, on the territory of the Avatar training in the Blood Fortress, Autogon continued to train the orcs. Skylar turned to him and said that he needed help with something, and the goblin gladly agreed. He was infinitely pleased, because finally the owner needed him. He thought that the guy must have had a big crisis. As soon as Autogon found out that they were going to go to the dungeon, he was very surprised by this. The guy saw the battle as Skylar fought with the big boss, and he was next to him, and Autogon suspected that everything would be like that. All his teammates took him for a cute boy, and no one saw what he did at the previous training session. Skylar introduced him to the team and said that he would be replacing another person in the squad and would serve as a healer. The goblin was very surprised that he would be a healer, because he knew a little how this magic was used, but mainly did not specialize in it. Before the whole team decided to go into the dungeon, Skylar wanted to show them something and offered to take the books that he received from the owner of the training avatar as a gift. Everyone took a book and began to study it carefully, because the gift from the constellation turned out to be too priceless for them. No one understood why he should teach them martial arts, as if he had nothing else to do in the world. As soon as everyone entered the first level, monsters immediately appeared, and the guy suggested keeping them under his own control and distracting them. And everyone immediately began to attack the monsters in order to move to the next floor as quickly as possible. When the main character looked at the schoolgirl, he saw that destruction was much easier for her than he thought, and she was not a mistake at all. Everything happened so quickly that some of the team members were even left without work and simply watched from the sidelines. On the second floor of the tower, a herd of wild boar monsters was waiting for the team, and everyone did not understand what this type of monster was doing here. Then Autogon decided to demonstrate what he could do and used the great illusion of deception, which instantly destroyed the entire mind of the monsters. As soon as the boars saw the formidable demon in front of them, they immediately stopped and fell to the ground. Using this time, Skylar immediately rushed between them and destroyed each of them. But as it turned out, these monsters were Class B and had the status of special wild boars, which were not so easy to deal with. Unexpectedly for the main character, they slipped past him and headed straight towards his team, and the girls decided to stop them together. In order to activate the magic, Eliza needed a little time and decided to start with the initial sword technique. And after a few seconds, she finished off the merciless boar on her own. After the fight ended, the girls were pleasantly surprised that the martial arts had a very powerful ability and were so good that it was too easy to use. On the third floor, blue lizardmen were waiting for the team, which were cleared out after a few minutes. On the fourth floor, a Class B monster, an ice wyvern, was waiting for everyone. This scared some participants greatly, because how could an ice wyvern, which is a Class B monster, be only on the fourth floor? And at this time, the monster made a lightning attack, and no one had time to react and put up magical protection in time. The guys were very surprised why they did not receive any damage, but when they turned back, they saw Autogon using magic to heal them. The guy used an ancient magic circle, which was very different from what ordinary people use. Then Skylar shouted for everyone to quickly focus on the attack and immediately attack the wyvern at once. The main character ordered not to stop and continue to the fifth floor and continue in the same spirit. But his partners did not understand how they were protecting him so quickly, because it seemed to them that the guy was some kind of monster. On the fifth floor, another monster was waiting, and as soon as they entered this floor, they immediately felt some strange sensation. Suddenly, a banshee appeared, and since she was a spirit, most attacks did not hit her. The team was terrified, because the banshee was a Class A monster, and for them it seemed real madness. But only Skylar thought that today was an excellent training session, and an excellent battle awaited them today. This monster was known for the fact that its scream was capable of bursting all eardrums in a second, and no one could withstand it. Skylar asked Autogon to use the healing while he bought them some time. Thanks to excellent footwork, the main character used a sky jump and was behind the monster in a second. And then he stabbed him in the back with a sword. But as the guy suspected, she had to be finished with only one blow, and the first was completely insufficient. While the guy was trying to heal his partners, he heard that Skylar screamed for help. And at that moment, he immediately dropped everything and ran to help the owner, and the guys could not understand how he could just give up using his own restoration magic halfway. But some miracle happened, and the magic still worked on them. It was a shock to them that the guy could use such high-level restoration magic right on the move. When Odegan came running, he heard an instruction that he should use enhancement magic directly on the main character so strong that it would work on the Banshee. And the guy immediately used a blow from the spirit, a luminous sword, and an illusory clone. And the main character's damage increased significantly. Now the magic was so strong that the main character could fight it without any problems, even with restrictions, because the enhancing magic was much stronger than he thought. Suddenly, a notification appeared that the dungeon had been cleared and the alternative world had ended, and no one could understand what was happening here. When everyone returned back, they were unhappy that there were only 5 floors, because the name had a different meaning, namely the Dungeon of the Never-Ending Tower. The head coach announced that the past hunters were preparing to go to New York because the plane was already waiting for them. They received a new task since a new dungeon appeared and the clan responsible for it failed, and now the time has come for Icaros to try his luck. Everyone was incredibly happy about this, because despite the fact that they would find themselves in a real battle, they were also in the first detachment. When the clan arrived at the site, Skylar noticed that there were too many people near the dungeon. The trainer received information that initially the dungeon was Class B and 300 people were allowed, when 23 were already inside. Suddenly, Skylar's clairvoyant skill activated, and he saw that the other hunters were shouting to someone that a traitor was there. He saw a constellation of a demonic god with a crazy bastard who made a contract with him, and it was all a trap and everyone was screaming for an immediate evacuation. Then the guy realized that one of those who entered the dungeon had entered into a contract with the constellation of the demonic god, and the kitten of lava and magma asked him to be careful. After all, if a guy goes into a dungeon, he won't be able to help him in any way. After all, these were the rules that if a minion entered the dungeon, then the constellation could only observe him, and this worked even with a strong constellation of the demonic god. The kitten asked the main character to be extremely careful, because even the constellations were excited about all this, and the guy asked not to worry about him, because today the constellation personally enters the dungeon. Suddenly, Eliza came up with 2 glasses of beer and offered to drink before entering. Of course, Skylar immediately refused, because he was afraid of losing his own muscles. But few people understood his humor, and he simply wasn't a fan of alcohol, but he definitely wouldn't refuse a protein shake. At that moment, a girl approached the guy and asked if these people were going to come up with some kind of plan. But the guy replied that he was no one here to teach them how to act correctly in battle. At this moment, it dawned on the main character, because now he really thought about the fact that perhaps Ilea could be a servant of the constellation. After all, she could just as easily enter into a contract with the demon god constellation, even though the clan scout had checked her. The main character invited the girl to join them and go into the dungeon together, and the girl was very surprised at this, although she clearly did not expect such a question. The whole city watched as the Icaros clan entered the dungeon. Other hunters also watched all this and believed that whoever cleared the dungeon first would win. When the clan entered inside, they found themselves in a place called the Sanctuary of Defeat and Laziness. Suddenly, a strong wind of chaos blew in, which soon separated all the clan's applicants, and this was not very good news. At that moment, Skylar realized that he was completely alone in this strange place. A few meters away, he saw a hunter who was lying on the ground and asked the main character for some water. The guy immediately reached into his bag to get a bottle and help the unknown hunter. He immediately went up to the guy, carefully lifted him up and advised him to drink slowly, because in such a state it was dangerous to drink quickly. Then the young man said that he was one of the hunters of the detachment at the New York Lights. After this, the guy asked if Skylar had seen other hunters from his clan, but the main character replied that he had not seen anyone. A few seconds later, the young hunter realized that standing in front of him was Skylar, the most famous Korean hunter and martial arts enthusiast from Las Vegas. But the main character suggested that it would be better to tell about what happened here, because it was completely incomprehensible. The guy said that the first one who entered the dungeon was also divided like they had just been, and while everyone was looking for their clanmates, they were the first to be attacked by a monster. The hunter unfortunately lost his weapon and broke his leg when he fell. Then Skylar began to think about which of the monsters it could be, and came to the conclusion that most likely it was a 2-headed chaos hound, and after that, it would be quite difficult to teleport. The main character also added that he didn't see the New York City Lights Rescue Squad from the outside, and no one outside had any idea what was really going on here. Suddenly, Skylar rose above the guy and shouted menacingly that now he had nothing left to do. The hunter tearfully asked that Skylar not kill him and take his equipment, but the main character was going to heal his wounds, and besides, he had nothing to steal from him. The young hunter could not believe that there were people so friendly as to do such a thing. First of all, the guy checked where the bone was broken and began to heal it. After he successfully did this, he decided to use healing magic, but he needed to concentrate because he was not that good at it yet and asked the guy to be quieter. And then the healing of the goddess occurred. Skylar managed to heal the man and his power instantly increased, as well as the healing power of the goddess. After the hunter got to his feet, he could not believe that Skylar was able to heal him so quickly, and it seemed impossible to him. The guys said goodbye, and the hunter continued to think that Skylar had simply used high-level healing magic on someone he had first met. The guy couldn't miss such a moment and immediately asked Skylar to join him. Besides, he knew quite well about the monsters and the territory where they were located. At this moment, the main character decided to contact Odagon, who immediately answered the owner and asked if everything was fine with him. He said that he had already found other Icarus hunters, and the main character asked how quickly he could do it. But since Odagon trusted few people, he marked all their things with magic. Skylar said that he was going to go deep into the forest and asked Odagon to bring the entire clan to him. Suddenly, the main character heard some kind of roar of dogs, and he immediately shouted that there was a two-headed chaos hound next to them. When the hunter turned around, he saw a huge two-headed monster standing behind him. The main character, without thinking for a long time, used the magic of the heavenly finger and immediately attacked them and cut them with a sword. When the hunter saw all this, he considered the guy too strong. Skylar shared with him that if you know how to defeat the monster, then everything will not be so difficult, because you just need to calculate the attack, parry, and counterattack. The young hunter watched in horror as the guy butchered the monster, but the main character calmed him down and said that in any case they needed food, and there was absolutely no poison in this meat. Of course, the guy had heard that being in the Icaros clan meant knowing something like that, but for them to eat monster meat was too much for him. Suddenly, the main character heard someone speaking and rushed in that direction, because it seemed to him that hunters were gathering there. A few dozen meters later, through the dense forest, they discovered a clan of New York Lights. When the hunter saw his teammates, he immediately screamed and ran towards them. They could not believe that their fighter was alive. The New York Lights clan was not very happy that a hunter from the Icarus clan was approaching them, but their clan brother told him that he had saved and healed him. The other hunters did not believe this, because for them it was some kind of nonsense that someone helped a hunter from another clan. At this moment, Skylar felt his existential power increase because someone bowed to him, but he could not understand who again this time. Right in front of the main character stood the same hunter who stood up for him and shouted that the guy used magic to heal him, although they were in no way related to each other and called his clan scum. The main character didn't like it. The hunter defended him so vehemently and asked him to just keep quiet. But the guy didn't stop doing this, and then the main character had no choice but to simply hit him and forcefully shut him up. Others from the clan did not understand where this crazy man came from and began to beat another hunter in front of everyone. Then everyone remembered that this was the guy who got into a fight with the reporter. The main character asked why so many people had gathered at one point, and then he was asked to look at the reason for this. Not far from this place, there was a golden hourglass that hovered in the air and attracted with unusual energy. Skylar clearly felt the magic of the call. People suggested that the sand had been falling since they arrived. Most likely some boss will be summoned here, and they have gathered here to crush him. There was a high probability that the constellation of the demonic god and the person who entered into a contract with it were right here. The main character decided to try to look at this entire constellation with his eyesight, and even it could not help or advise him. Then he decided that they would show who was who when the time came. The demonic god constellation that made a contract with the ambitious hunter was a traitor with a poisonous dagger and was called Eunice. This constellation was not very strong, but it is much stronger than all ordinary mortals. Eunice mistakenly thought that his master was one of the strongest in the abyss, and he wanted to make his master happy with him. As soon as the grains of sand in this hourglass ran out, a boss should appear, and then the main character would have a chance. The guy was greatly bothered by the martial artist and made him seriously nervous. One of the clan's hunters invited Skylar to join their team for a while, because walking alone in the dungeon was tantamount to suicide. Despite the fact that the guy was very confident that he would be fine, and in general he didn't care at all, he agreed to this proposal. The hunter was kind and offered Skylar some food and took out some dungeon food from his backpack. At this moment, everyone was too hungry, because everyone tried to rationally eat their own lunches. Then Skylar reached into the bag and said that since they had met, he would be happy to feed them a little. He took out the meat of the two-headed chaos hounds and offered them to dine on. The guys said that there was too little meat in it and there were monsters nearby. Just recently, they saw several red-horned turtles in the swamp. But no one was going to cook turtles, because the most delicious thing they had was that the eggs had quite useful properties. A few seconds later, as if the hunters did not want Skylar to go after these turtles, he immediately appeared in front of them with eggs and meat. Once the main character had all the ingredients, he decided to start cooking, and for this he needed a few spices. The hunter was very surprised by this, because it was the first time in his life that he had seen a spatial artifact. Then, using the magic of pure fire of internal energy, the guy began to fry the meat over the fire. Few people understood why a guy who uses martial arts uses magic to cook. After some time, the main character prepared a delicious meal, which consisted of monster meat and turtle eggs and looked really appetizing. As soon as the guy took a small piece of food directly into his mouth, his pupils immediately dilated and he was enveloped by the feeling that he had replenished all his own magical power. The hunter was very pleased with such tasty food and asked for more. Skylar could not resist such a compliment and gladly offered another plate. And at that moment, the main character fed the entire clan, and it was not the invention of the Icaros clan for preparing such dishes, but simply Skylar's usual hobby. After a delicious lunch, all clan members began to communicate with each other and discuss tactics for the next battle. Suddenly, one man approached the main character and introduced himself as the leader of the Ambitus clan, and offered to unite with him into a clan, because the other guys didn't even have a person who would treat the fighters. The clans began to argue with each other, because the ability to lie and represent their own clan was their main feature. Skylar suggested everyone to calm down, because this was not a way out of the situation, and killing each other's clan was clearly not the best idea. Then Eunice approached the clan commander and suggested that they needed another hunter, since there were a bunch of other clans besides them. At that moment, the last grain of sand in the golden clock fell and time was up for all the clans. The clock suddenly rose in the air, because the night of laziness and defeat should soon appear. All the fighters actively began to prepare for the battle and be in anticipation of what would happen next. A knight of laziness and defeat appeared from underground. He was majestic, and in his hands he held a huge sword. All the clan hunters were incredibly surprised by this appearance, because they had never seen such a monster and did not know what to do with it. As soon as the knight rose above them, he immediately turned and asked who would be the first to pass his test. This knight was a servant of the constellation, and although the dungeon was called the Sanctuary of Sloth and Defeat, there was a possibility that it was a trap of the demonic god constellation. Although it took a huge amount of existential power to create a dungeon, only a strong constellation could do this. One of the clan leaders did not wait to see who would be the first to take the test and immediately used the magic of the fifth circle and sent all the fighters to attack. But the monster easily blew up the magic and didn't even move, and everyone thought it was an S-class monster. The monster added that only one person could take the test at a time and immediately chose him. He pointed at the hunter, but he was completely unprepared for this and used forced teleport. The magic was so strong that none of the hunters could withstand this test, and time after time the hunters lost. No one understood what this monster was actually testing, but fortunately everyone remained alive. When the guys were asked what happened to them, they answered that as soon as his sword touched them, they lost all their strength and could not move. This monster was much stronger than they all thought, because if you attack it, it will force you to pass its test, and it is better to try to find a way out. At that moment, Skylar shouted that he would go to him, and everyone was sharply surprised, because no one expected such persistence from the main character. One of the hunters whom he saved shouted that the guy should not do this, because that hunter was just lucky, and he could die. When Skylar approached the monster, he immediately asked him if he was ready, and the guy confidently replied that he was. Then the knight took out a huge sword and announced that he was starting the test. As soon as the sword was pointed at the main character, the knight used the power of laziness restraint, and Skylar was immediately bound with chains. And the guy at that very second understood how the knight takes away the will to fight from others, because the hunters immediately want to rest, sleep, and just do nothing. These were the restrictions that are difficult for mere mortals to avoid. But Skylar was the constellation of the invincible training avatar, and his properties were completely opposite to this constellation, and there was no way he could lose. As soon as the main character began to think that he always wanted to become stronger than others, this gave him additional strength to get rid of this trap of chains, and he was freed. After this, the knight announced to the guy that he had successfully passed this test. He added that it is quite difficult to free oneself from laziness, and this test shows the desire of the subject to fight it. And since the main character passed this test, he will allow him to meet his master. And at this moment, the power that supported the sanctuary suddenly disappeared and the dungeon would soon be closed. Skylar thought that everything couldn't happen so quickly, because for him it was too simple and something was wrong here. Suddenly, the main character felt like dozens of two-headed monsters were rushing right at them, and it turned out that these monsters were also part of this test. The knight raised his sword into the air and shouted that he could already feel the presence of his master, because everything would not be as simple as they thought. A huge horde of monsters ran straight towards the place where all the clans were. The guy understood that they would soon be here, and he should protect all these people. But the other hunters did not feel this. They rejoiced and laughed, because now they could safely return back, and this was the long-awaited moment for them. The main character has activated a skill, thanks to which, if he protects the weak, his existential strength will greatly increase. At this time, sensors noticed monsters several kilometers to the east. All drones were destroyed, and thermal sensors detected medium-sized monsters in the south. The hunters were very surprised, because it seemed to them that they had already cleared the dungeon. But since this was a special dungeon, they had to hold out until it disappeared, and they immediately prepared magic for the battle. Suddenly, the main character shouted for all the hunters to gather in one place. The guy added that although this may provoke monsters, they are coming here anyway, and if everyone wants to live, he asked them to listen to him and gather everyone in one place. This was a very important part, because the guy had reached the peak level and he didn't know what martial arts he could use at that level. And then he decided that he was sure of only one thing: he needed to attract all their attention. When the guy ran towards them, he began to use the techniques of the heavenly finger. He managed to defeat several monsters, but the rest were too fierce and immediately began to catch up with him. Other hunters could not understand what was going on there, because they had never seen such trips to the dungeon in their lives. One of the guys shouted that they needed to help Skylar immediately and not just stand still. Since the monsters were in one place, it was decided to use magic in the area. But if they start using magic and don't stop, Skylar could die. But the guy shouted at them not to worry about it and continue attacking the monsters. One of the hunters shouted at the guy to be careful, because there was another huge monster right behind him. The main character managed to dodge his attack and immediately began to counterattack. The guy shouted for them to attack with everything they have and use magic to the fullest. Due to the fact that the martial artist was much stronger than they thought, he distracted all the monsters, and they could calmly concentrate on the attack. Skylar took his own sword and flew straight at the terrible monster and knocked him to the ground with a powerful blow. The guy exhaled modestly and dreamed that this was already the end, and that it was all over for him. But suddenly he heard screams and chanting of his name. Suddenly, several hunters came running to him, who shouted that the martial artist was really cool and admired him in battle and recognized the guy as the best. But only one hunter stood aside and thought that he should kill as many people as possible before the dungeon disappeared, because otherwise his owner would simply go berserk. But all this will not work until he gets rid of the main danger, and he looked towards Skylar. Then the guy found a moment, and while no one was looking, took out a knife to unexpectedly attack the main character. He attacked from behind, and it seemed too simple and uncomplicated to him. But at one moment, Skylar felt something was wrong, turned and grabbed the enemy's hand when he hit the dagger directly into his own hand. He ordered the guy to kneel down and put the dagger on the ground, and if he was an accomplice, he would spare him. But the guy did not want to listen to the main character, because he had no idea who his master was. But even with all this, he could not do anything in this situation. The man turned to him and said that everything was just beginning for him, because he was just a pathetic hunter capable of nothing. He had no choice but to shout to the whole neighborhood that Skylar had attacked him and stabbed a dagger right into his hand. The other hunters did not understand what was happening there and who attacked whom. Then the guy showed his hand and shouted that Skylar had attacked him with a dagger and asked him to come take a closer look at this weapon. The main character shouted that this guy was an idiot and tried to attack him, and the dagger got stuck because he fought back. But the hunter denied all this. because he could never have pulled off such a thing if he had really attacked him from behind. Then the man turned to the head of the clan and asked for help, but doubted his words, because he believed that Skylar would never do such a thing. But no one believed these words. Everyone thought that the guy, despite the fact that he was a whiner, simply attacked Skylar because he was jealous of him. Then the guy began to ask if they really believed him because the main character gave them some meat, but in response he heard that it was he who ate more meat. Then the hunter realized that he could no longer gain trust here, and he decided to go according to Plan B and shouted that he was releasing a poisonous fog. The other hunters were glad that he turned out to be bad, because now they could deal with him. But Skylar warned that no one should approach him. The main character said that he most likely made a contract with the demon god constellation and should not underestimate him, but it was already too late. The guy used the magic of the fourth circle, the fang of a wavy snake, which headed straight towards the other hunter. Despite the fact that the man had a protective artifact, he could not save him, and the guy fell sharply to the ground. The man could not believe that the B-rank hunter was writhing in pain after his attack, because at that time he was a C-class hunter, and he was glad that he chose this constellation. The next attack was interrupted by Skylar and shouted that only he would die here now. But the guy didn't believe it and laughed and cast the cursed dagger spell directly on the main character. Skylar caught the peak of light martial arts and used a full stance and activated the ideal body for martial arts. He realized a perfect understanding of the principles of martial arts and a state of perfection. Thanks to the fact that the guy was able to combine all this together, he received the master sword technique and created a new martial art, and his strength increased significantly. He easily deflected numerous blades that flew towards him. For the guy, this turned out to be impossible, because this skill was given to him by the constellation. The main character came closer and said that you shouldn't rely so much on the constellation and use the soul origin palm strike. But despite this blow, the traitor's magical power protected the hunter's body, and he was able to avoid instant death. He stood up and added that he would take as many hunters from here as he could, and he would not just leave everything here. And immediately after these words, he cast a poisonous life force transfer cloud. Suddenly, from afar, Skylar heard the voice of Odegon, who ran straight towards him with joyful cries. He began to wave his hand furiously and shouted that he was sorry that he was late and now he would take care of everything. Odegon carefully studied what the hunter used and cast a detoxification rain spell, and a huge rain cloud hung directly over the poisonous one. The guy couldn't believe that everything would end for him now, but unfortunately it all happened like that. The guys defeated him. The main character asked why they walked for so long, whether they had really met huge monsters, but Odegon replied that that was not the point at all, because no one listened to him. Each of the clan replied that a doctor could not be a leader, and Eliza believed that she could lead the clan perfectly, because she is a melee fighter, and the third girl did not trust anyone at all. After these words, Odegon tearfully asked that Skylar never leave him with them again. All the hunters successfully cleared the dungeon and walked to the place from where they came. And since the main character passed the sanctuary check, he was given a dungeon reward, which was given to the one who fulfilled certain conditions. This was not just compensation for survival, because this time Skylar was the only one who received it, and he chose the reward of the goddess of defeat and laziness and received the power of the said constellation. And then a beautiful girl appeared right in front of the guy. She turned to her successor and said that quite a lot of time had passed since the last awakening. The guy ended up in her dimension, and the girl asked not to be too surprised by this, and now she will teach him everything he should do as a servant of the constellation. But the main character interrupted her and said that he was already a constellation. The constellation thought that something was wrong with her ears, because only mortals could enter the dungeon. Then she understood everything and screamed that it was all terrible and why did he do it? But Skylar replied that it was all for the sake of deceiving other constellations. And the girl added that whatever the reason, the guy definitely had great ambitions, and for her, he was a real charming constellation. Skylar wondered if this is how constellations usually find a successor and grant them powers, and wondered what kind of place this was all about. Then the girl replied that this place has too long a history, and a long time ago she acquired the strongest kingdom of the abyss. But despite her desire to lose and be lazy, she simply continued to win over and over again, which led to an increase in the work assigned to her. In the end, Any person will get tired of victories and power, and after some time, the girl got tired of it all and sealed herself. The goddess added that since the guy pretended to be immortal, he was involved in all this, and he also could not be called an ordinary creature. When the girl added that in any case, she could not think that her successor would be a constellation, and she decided that there was no need to chew on anything further and offered to awaken the power on her own and increase it. Then she began to watch TV. The main character did not like that she tried to dump her own responsibilities as a constellation on someone else, because he still had many questions. He inquired, because it was said that he received power, but his existential power did not increase. And what happened? But it turned out that the whole point was that the girl did not have much existential power, and he received it in the amount that she had. The girl added that the most important thing is power, and he can get any power whenever he wants. But the main character did not agree with this, because he was an avatar of training, and how could he receive the power of defeat and laziness? Then the constellation gave an example, because it seemed to her that her successor did not understand something, and said that victory and defeat are two sides of the same coin. The same applied to training and laziness. For example, if a guy loses to cheat someone, will it be considered a win or a loss? Or for example, someone decided to rest in order to become stronger, whether this would be considered training or laziness. The main character was a young constellation, and he needed to train in accordance with his characteristics. Many constellations spend time increasing their existential power and waging war. But in the end, what matters most to the constellations is awakening the power of their own specialness. And at that moment, the guy seemed to have an epiphany, because he came to understand the characteristics of the constellations, and his existential power increased, and now the skill of enlightenment had no restrictions. The guy thanked the girl for explaining everything, but she wanted to continue watching her favorite TV series as soon as possible. Skylar asked if, as her successor, he could call the girl when he needed it. At this moment, the goddess replied that of course she could, but since the guy was kind, he would not do this. But the main character resolutely replied that he would call her anyway if he needed her. Then the goddess of sloth began to beg him not to do this too often. And the main character understood the essence of all things, because before he would have devoted all his time to martial arts, but now he is trying to cook, learn magic, and much more. When the main character left the space of the goddess, he returned back to Earth, where reporters and a journalist were already waiting for him, who was eager to find out what happened to the last survivor. Skylar could feel it instinctively, that training is not just some part of life. Anything a person can go through in their own life can be considered training. He came to the conclusion that he needed to think bigger and train without any restrictions, and then he could still become stronger. The main character visited the alliance of smaller constellations, and the girl was surprised that the guy was here. She said that as soon as they left the dungeon, they immediately lost contact with him and were constantly waiting for him. They began to reason that if there was a real demonic god constellation contract and a sloth constellation contract in front of him, then there was nothing wrong with it, and as long as he made good use of it. But the main character still could not understand how he could use the power of defeat and laziness. The girl invited the guy to experience defeat, but the main character thought that there was no point in this and asked if they had learned anything about the traitor holding a poisonous dagger. The goddess replied that he did not seem to be such a strong constellation. Judging by the ranking of the constellation war, he was somewhere on the same level with him, and the guy did not need to worry about it. But there were bad rumors about this traitor, because he specialized in deceit and tricks and could be annoying, and servants and subordinates could attack unexpectedly. And now the name of Skylar and the name of his constellation began to flash in the game of constellations. Lava and Magma Kitten added that something happened to the warrior of madness and blood in the dungeon, which inevitably led to attention from the constellations, and now one should be careful. The next day, the Icarus clan bus arrived at the parking lot of a public place. The main character could not understand why they should eat here, because they could eat anywhere. But the guys from the clan convinced him that they were in New York, and they had to try the food in this restaurant called Hunter George. Hunter George was one of the few restaurants in the world that served monster meat. When the guys came in, they saw how one of the guests was dissatisfied with the food, because in his opinion, a steak should be fatty and the fat should leak out when you bite into it. No one understood why it was here that he decided to complain, because of all places he chose the Hunter George and did something stupid. This young man recognized the people who had just entered, because he had heard a lot about the Icaros clan. The guy asked Skylar about what happened in the dungeon and asked what was wrong with the food. He said that he asked them to repeat the monster dish that the main character did, but no matter how much they tried, all attempts were unsuccessful. The restaurant owner and chef George came out and asked if it was he who had prepared that very dish. This chef specialized only in monster dishes, because the skill of cooking them was very rare. For a man, the existence of someone capable of preparing monsters besides him was something that caused excitement, and he immediately asked Skylar for one favor. He asked the main character to teach him how to cook that dish in the dungeon. The guy didn't understand what he was doing in the chef's kitchen because he was supposed to be a student, not a teacher. The man looked kind of crazy, waiting for a miracle, but the main character warned that he was not a chef and asked not to expect too much from him. On the cutting board was minotaur meat. It was the best piece that could be found in the entire city. The main character poured internal energy into it to make the meat soft. This was his personal recipe for meat, perfected in the abyss. The man was surprised by this, because they usually pour mana into him for hours. But Skylar added that the method is really similar, but he uses martial arts for cooking. Next, the main character took out a knife and began to cut the meat into perfectly even pieces at such a speed that they literally flew into the air. The main character used everything he needed in this kitchen, and for this he had no restrictions. To light the fire, the cook used magic to give the meat a unique smell. Skylar used the same, but used martial arts. After all this, he turned to the boss and showed that there was nothing like that here, and they completely agreed with him and added that he was simply excellent. When this dish was reserved to the guest, he shouted that this was exactly the taste that he felt again. Anthony added that this was a wonderful dish. The restaurant chef thanked Skylar for learning a lot from him. And as soon as the chef recognized his culinary skills, the existential power of the protagonist increased, and at that moment the guy realized what was happening. When the main character came to Sam, he told how it all happened and he chuckled slightly. After all, he remembered how quite recently a guy ate a chicken breast with a chicken breast and did not understand how he became like that. The main character told what happened in the dungeon, that he was attacked by a servant of the constellation of the demonic god. But he was not so strong. The man found it difficult to talk to the guy because he answered him in 3 lines, which infuriated him wildly. But he added that in any case, he called him at the right time. And then President Thomas from the Dragon Artifact came through the door and Sam kindly began to introduce them. Sam asked if the guy knew what the Dragon Artifact was doing, because he had obviously heard about what a monster core was. The man said that this is something like a clot of monster mana, and now many companies are developing an energy business using them. He added that now they are even creating artifacts from them, and one of the best companies in the field of creating artificial artifacts is a branch of the Dragon Artifact. The main character continued to not understand why he needed this acquaintance with a person, but Sam added that there is nothing wrong with acquaintance with people, and the production of artifacts always needs hunters to help with tests. The man added that he wanted to introduce them to each other in the hope of fruitful cooperation, and the guy quickly agreed with this, which even surprised Sam a little. When Skylar left with the president, the man was very happy about this, because one day he would make him the president of the company. The main character asked what his role would be in improving their artifacts, but the president replied that research and development are important in this business. But due to the fact that quite a lot of people are interested in it, we must not forget about what is happening behind the scenes. And the help was to find a researcher. One of the researchers by the name of Ronald was outstanding in the field of artifacts. He managed to put the new magic of the third circle into an artificial artifact, which meant that he had all the superior current technology. The president added that their company tried to conclude a contract with this person, but unfortunately they lost contact and it seemed to him that another clan could get to him. Among them, the most suspicious was the production of myth artifacts, because the Parkers own it and they are very authoritative in this field. The man wanted Skylar to penetrate the myth and take Explorer Ronald out of there. Then the main character waved his hand and said that it wouldn't be too difficult and he'd be back soon. The man asked if he would go alone, and then the guy remembered that he had fighters who would benefit from taking advantage of this opportunity in training. That same night, near the Myth Research Center, Skylar and her team decided to begin the operation. The main character said that the goal of the training was to get inside and take the man. The guy couldn't take everyone, and he decided to take those who fit certain conditions, namely, he was confident in speed. 2 people raised their hands, because they had no problems with speed, as well as with secrecy. The guy added that he was not forcing anyone and they could stay, because he did not need loyalty, which would put their lives at risk. Then the girl replied that everything is fine, because they do it because they want to. The other team members did not understand how they were going to slip through, because the myth is the most impregnable and hoped for a smart plan. But at that moment, the alarm went off and the red lights came on. A voice behind the fence said that someone was on the other side, and the guy ordered to stop first. He decided to go into a trance and use telepathy to see what was on the other side of the fence. The guy saw several men who were shouting that they had signed a contract with the Master of Perverted Illusions. They urgently needed to run after him. The Master of Perverted Illusions was a strong, evil divine constellation that took over Mexico, and the kitten added that in order to take over a country on Earth, it must be in the top 20 constellations. The guy decided to ask the goddess of laziness about this, because he is in 127th place and it will be difficult to deal with him. At the moment, the goddess was having unbridled fun. She was eating chips and watching her favorite TV series for several days in a row. She turned around and reproachfully asked if he shouldn't call her once every 1,000 years. But the guy replied that he would call her as long as he needed and asked for information about the Master of Illusions. The goddess answered without emotion that it was that brat. But the guy did not understand how a constellation from the top 20 could be a brat. When the girl was active, she worried a lot about the opinions of other constellations and followed many of them. And this guy was too willful a child and was constantly with the Master of Slowness and Silence. It was one of the most famous evil divine constellations on Earth, although it had not done anything like that. But during the Great Invasion, it had conquered northern China with stunning speed. The guy thought that the Master of Illusions must be quite strong if he was a subordinate of the Master of Slowness and Silence, and asked what about the Master of Silence. But the goddess replied that now it was the Master of Illusions that was important to him, and advised him to concentrate only on him and finally leave her alone. But Skylar added that most likely he would call her until the battle was over and asked her not to go anywhere. When the main character returned, he told his colleagues that someone was fighting the Hunters of Myth and they had time to take Ronald. Then the guy decided that it would be easier if he took everyone by the hand and ran with them. According to the president's information, the prisoner was in one of the towers, and Skylar immediately rushed at the speed of sound straight there. The speed was so high that he could easily climb up the building with his feet, and his team screamed in horror, because carrying such a speed was a high load. As soon as they reached the desired floor, the guy broke the glass with his hand and they saw a man. The man asked who was here, and the guy replied that he was from the dragon artifact and was looking for Ronald. The man shouted joyfully that the dragon artifact had really come to save him. Ronald didn't understand how they could be here if the battle was still going on outside, but he was immensely grateful to them. But as it turned out, it wasn't their people outside, and the man was asked if he was going to sign a contract with the dragon. As soon as Ronald agreed to this, Skylar shouted that they would immediately take him out of here. Soon, the man remembered that his friend was in the next room and asked to save him too. The main character could not refuse help and immediately destroyed the wall with a powerful blow of the sword. In this room sat a guy a little younger than Ronald, who was also tied up and couldn't see anything. The man ran up to the guy and shouted that these people had come to save them and he should get out of here as soon as possible. The young man was too strange for the main character, and he decided to scan him and found out that he was a hunter of rank C+. Skylar didn't think for a second and immediately threatened him if he didn't tell him about the purpose of being here. The guy was very surprised by this and began to prove the opposite, that he also came here to save Ronald. The main character was wary of this because he could be an industrial spy, but he did not believe that the Korean clans had such people, and it seemed surprising to him. Then Skylar sharply shouted to everyone that they needed to get out of here, and at that moment the walls shook sharply, and it seemed that the floor under them was about to collapse. When everyone looked out the window, they saw a bright flash and destroyed buildings. It was the eye of the Radiance of Illusions, which meant the coming of the minion of the Master of Perverted Illusions. When the eye got a little closer to the building, it saw a target for destruction. It immediately rushed to kill Skylar, but he managed to get his sword and stuck it right into it. The main character managed to repel the attack, but the blow was so destructive that the building began to collapse. Skylar yelled for everyone to follow him if they wanted to get out of here. The guy grabbed everyone by the arms and with the help of his strong legs, went straight down to the bottom, where the guards were already waiting for them. The men asked who they were and what they were doing here. But instead of fighting them, The guy had a different plan and shouted to them that they were now being threatened by a servant of the constellation and they were here to help. But they had no idea who was standing in front of them and were negative. And then Skylar decided to deceive them with the fact that there might be spies among them. The security believed the protagonist's words for a second, because although he looked suspicious, he spoke quite confidently. As it turned out, this thing appeared because the guys unexpectedly performed a summoning ritual and it suddenly appeared in the air. Kotick added that the summoned servants would not last long and the guy was sure that after some time it would definitely come back. The only question was how long it would take. The eye dropped down from time to time and purposefully approached the guy, and he did not understand why it treated him this way. The cat suggested that apparently he was being kept under control, since Skylar was a servant who had been receiving a lot of attention lately, and besides, he was too interesting to the constellation. The eye wanted to find out what Skylar was capable of, and if he was capable, it was going to ensure his place among the lower servants. Then the guy gave the order that his team should protect Ronald while he dealt with him. Skylar immediately rushed to the eye to be sure to defeat it, but it turned out to be not so easy, because the stone had powerful power that was on par with the main character. As soon as the eye felt that it was weaker, it immediately rose into the air and released magical chains, which immediately enveloped all the people. The main character asked the goddess what kind of skill he had just seen, and she replied that it was power that forced others to temporarily betray their own allies. And a few seconds later, zombie people who were already under the power of the eye approached the guy. Zombie people began to sharply attack their colleagues, and they did not understand what was happening because they were fighting in the wrong direction. The main character signaled for the team to come in, and at that time he activated 2 strong skills to fight these zombies. Skylar immediately began to protect all civilians from this insane attack. He flashed between them like lightning, striking everyone, and no one had time to strike him. The team from the Master Clan was incredibly surprised by this, but they did not understand how long the guy had trained to reach such a level. When the eye saw Skylar fight, it was delighted with his abilities and said that the guy was good enough to become his servant. Skylar was of little interest in this and replied that he would take especially good care of his master during the Battle of the Constellations. The main character decided to pierce him with one blow, collecting all the energy of the ball. But this was never successful, and the eye managed to activate the protective circle of magic, and there was not a single scratch on it. Octahedron replied that this attack was not bad at all, and immediately decided to demonstrate his master's power in the form of a red hallucination. The main character did not understand why he needed a sudden gift, and Octahedron said that they would have to say goodbye. The guy didn't understand what all this was about now because the eye simply said what it wanted and just went away. All this was watched by people in black hoods, and they were furious, because the guy drove away the servant whom they tried so hard to summon. Then one of the guys told them not to worry, because Pavel's hunters almost all died after the battle with each other, and now all that remained was to finish them off. And the hooded people immediately rushed forward and were confident that they could cope even without the help of the constellation servant. Then Skylar ordered everyone to line up behind him, and at that second he trained and led the mortals and awakened a new power that opened the skill of sword construction. It was a building skill in which the power of mortals was collected in the name of the training avatar. All people believed in it, and in addition to the skill, they also received additional bonuses. And a ruthless battle began where Skylar's team acted as a single fist. They easily managed to counterattack the enemy because they did not understand what strange combination the guys were using. One of the leaders shouted for everyone to retreat, but there was no time and nowhere to retreat. And the girl from the clan of masters finished off the enemy with a powerful blow. After all the events, many people who were related to this place gathered at this place. One of the men thanked the hunter for his help and was glad that they had all come to help Richard Parker and announced that he would give them a reward later. According to their calculations, none of the teams suffered a single loss in the battle. The man did not believe this and asked to double-check it again, but this information was reliable and people simply fainted and no one died. The man thought that all this looked more like some kind of aimless rampage because he could not believe that the hunter had not killed anyone, and yet everything was just as fine with the team of masters. At that same second, Parker appeared in front of them and asked if everything was okay. He was surprised to see Skylar and asked what he was doing there. The man added that the guy had an excellent friend, because he came here to help because he found out that there would be an ambush. But Parker had little faith in this, because a guy from the Icaros clan couldn't just come to the rescue. Then Parker suggested that the main character step away for a second to talk about something. In a quiet garden, A guy took Skylar by the collar and started shaking and screaming that he was completely crazy. But the main character didn't understand what was wrong, because the other guys kidnapped him first. Skylar did not fully understand what the problem was, as if a war had broken out. But Parker replied that the whole point was that this task was entrusted to him by the chairman, but not by Sam, but by his father. Parker's father was a very influential man. He asked his son what he had achieved with the help of power during all this time, and was sure that it was nothing. He suggested that the guy stop doing all this nonsense and return to the family, because a place had already been prepared for him long ago. And his father warned him that this would be his last chance to reform. The main character asked why stay in a family where they think so poorly of you, but everything was not so simple. Then Skylar gave advice to Richard. If he cannot stand firmly on his own 2 feet, he will soon reach the limit of strength, and if he wants to break all ties with his own family and remain in the clan, then Sam will help him. Parker thought this was very funny, but the main character suggested that they think about it carefully, and now they are returning home. When Skylar's car drove away, the guy remained standing on the street and thinking about what to do next. The next morning, the director of the Dragon Artifact Company stood on the porch of the building. Suddenly, a car pulled up that turned out to be very familiar to him. When the limousine door opened, Ronald came out and the president quickly and joyfully walked towards him. The man said that there was a disturbance due to the appearance of the constellation servants of the demon god. But Skylar replied that everything went smoothly and his guys from the master team helped him a lot. Thomas was incredibly glad that everything happened this way and suggested that everyone take a look around here in company. The guy gladly agreed to this proposal, and when he went inside, he saw where artifacts were being created and it looked like some kind of forge. The kitten was looking forward to seeing the human blacksmiths, because he was an outstanding blacksmith who made Skylar's equipment. The man took the people to the laboratory where they created prototypes. Many scientists worked there and only the best equipment was located. But the guy wanted to throw one of the artifacts closer. The main character couldn't believe it because he believed that only blacksmiths worked here, but it turns out they use robots. As soon as the cat saw this, he almost went crazy because for him, it was never a forge. For him, the forge was a place where blacksmiths work right in front of a burning flame, and he did not understand how vile people dare to use robots because it was all completely wrong. Then the kitten said that he would show these little people what a real forge was. The lava and magma kitten added that he would help them, and the guy decided that this could be an interesting solution in creating artifacts. Skylar asked Thomas if he could come in and also try to create an artifact, to which the man was too surprised and did not understand why he should do this. The main character added that he always wanted to try it at least once, and it would be great if he allowed him and the man could not refuse such a persistent guy. All the scientists who were in the laboratory grinned a little, because it was so easy for them to create artifacts and decided that the guy pretended to be like that only because he was a hunter. The main character began to mercilessly use his fists and hit the artifact that was in the center of the machine. Scientists immediately began to stop this madman, but the guy added that you should not worry, because if he breaks anything, he will make up for everything. People were shocked that the guy used martial arts to create artifacts, but the kitten exclaimed that martial arts are very useful, because a fist saturated with internal energy is stronger than any blacksmith's tool. The main character managed to create a small blade, and the kitten suggested filling it with some attributes. He suggested adding laser iron stones that have an ice attribute. For this, the guy needed to use martial arts with ice energy. And soon the guy managed to create a short blue ice sword that can be used with the Ice Energy Storm Blessing skill. Thomas approached the guy and asked if he was doing this for the first time, but the main character waved his sword right in front of him and asked him not to be surprised and to first check its characteristics. But when the director took the ball in his hands and looked at it, he immediately realized that this did not need checking. Everything was already clear, because the sword was simply incredible. The man handed the sword to the specialist and asked him to tell him everything after his assessment and to make it as detailed as possible. Suddenly, the man received a phone call and he replied that the guy was right in front of him and was inspecting the company. On the other end of the line was Sam, who asked the guy how he was doing and whether he was worried about the amount of money earned by their company. But the guy wasn't particularly impressed, and the man added that he received an invitation from Alex Parker. The main character was surprised that the chairman of the Parker group needed it, but none of them really knew why. The guy suggested that perhaps he wants to take revenge on him for the incident with Ronald. Sam did not think so. because they kidnapped him first and all this is no longer in their competence. The next day in the Icarus clan, the guy left the campus in a chic, expensive suit and no longer looked the same as in everyday life. A limousine was already waiting for the guy near the road, and a gorgeous girl greeted him and told him to get into the car. Skylar asked that Sam hates the Parkers and whether Alex Parker is such an evil person, but the girl could not answer this. The girl said that all rich people are greedy, heartless, and cold-blooded, and perhaps the man invited him only to find out what he was capable of, because rich people hate being curious. The guy didn't have to worry, because next to him there would be a gorgeous girl who would teach him all the manners in a rich society. When the guys arrived at the reception, they saw very successful company presidents, but their names and faces meant nothing to the guy. Suddenly, someone crept up behind them and asked if the hunter Skylar was in front of him. Butler Parker greeted the guests and asked them to follow him, because his chairman wanted to see him. When they moved towards his office, the guy didn't understand why he had so many hunters and guards. It seemed too much for him. When the guys were brought into the office, the man asked to wait a little longer for them. Skylar was very surprised, because he felt a similar level of magical power from an ordinary person, which seemed incredible to him, and he clearly had no problems with artifacts. One of the wards said that in this case, trust him and thanked the chairman for the reception. When the man passed by Skylar, he looked at him and saw in him the power granted to the demons of contracts and desires, as well as the power of a traitor holding a poisoned dagger. The guy was quite surprised that the man had signed a contract with 2 evil constellations, and it was very exciting. Skylar also wondered why he saw right through him, because really his information should not have been hidden by the mask skill. But all this was thanks to the goddess of laziness, who helped him in those moments when she was busy with incredibly important matters. The chairman invited the guys to sit down, and Skylar gladly agreed. The man said that Skylar had recently been nicknamed the first star of Korea, and he called him here to thank him. After all, the main character not only saved his research laboratory from the attack of the constellation of the demonic god, but also helped save his hunters. The guy replied that he believed that he really could be thanked for this, but the girl knew that it was he who broke into his laboratory. As a sign of gratitude, they rolled out a large divine sword, which is durable and strong in attack. Thanks to it, it was possible to use the skill of the path of the divine sword. And when the user did what the sword wanted from him, his magical power was instantly restored. The main character said that he heard about this artifact and that Chinese hunters used it before. The chairman confirmed his words and added that this is how he expresses gratitude to him. Laura knew that if the guy did not refuse this gift, he would immediately become a puppet in the hands of Alex Parker. But unfortunately for Laura, the main character gladly accepted this gift, since the chairman decided to give it away. The man was glad that the guy liked his gift, and in this case he had one more request for him. The girl said that Sam was deceiving him, and the guy was very indignant at this. Even though he was an amazing person, when it came to his future boyfriend, he should have been more cool-headed with him. The man took out the core, which was obtained 20 years ago thanks to a revolutionary purification technology, and invited the guy to look at it, because its frequency is 88%. The company that did this received endless offers to buy, but they were all rejected. The next year, they will introduce technology that allows them to achieve 89% frequency, and a little later, they even reached 90%. But in the end, they went bankrupt. And in the end, this core is here, and people from all over the world are actively looking for it right now, but no one has any idea what will happen to it tomorrow. The man led this dialogue to the point that the guy should choose a place where he is more appreciated. Skylar was interesting to him firstly for the development of martial arts users, because the man wants to cultivate numerous users of this art. The chairman believed that martial arts were very useful, and one of the biggest advantages was that they could be used everywhere, and if he established a monopoly on them, he would definitely benefit greatly from it. There was less and less time left for conversations, and the chairman added that in any case, he hoped that the guy would think about everything carefully, because it would bring him unprecedented benefits, and Skylar replied that he would keep this in mind. Laura was incredibly upset that the guy was planning to move to another camp, but this was not in his mind. The guy replied that if he had rejected his offer right to his face, then all the negotiations would have ended, and he needed to give him at least a drop of some hope. The girl was furious. Going to play games with such a person was very dangerous, but not for Skylar. Suddenly, the kitten began to urgently call the guy. It was all because the main character needed to prepare for the battle of the constellations. And this time, his opponent was a traitor holding a poisoned dagger who challenged him to battle. Skylar did not understand why there was such a sudden battle of constellations, and right now he was called to fight. But the goddess of laziness added that she was simply angry with him, because it was the main character who pushed her intermediary to the wall. The battle of the constellations must be fair, and all the constellations on Earth guaranteed this. The constellation understood that it was impossible to engage in a frontal attack with this guy, because this would be beneficial to the training avatar. And the traitor decided to create a conspiracy of traitors, which meant a battle of the constellations, where victory was determined by the ability of the constellation to convince its own servants to betray them. The traitor created a private battle of the constellations, and therefore other constellations could not just watch it, and all the constellations began to insult him with dirty words for this. The main character thought about this proposal, because convincing the enemy's servants to go over to his side was very strange. Then he remembered that the people who directly entered into a contract with him were only Sam and Otagon. But more importantly, he already knew the person who entered into a contract with this constellation. Skylar agreed to this proposal and immediately put up blood strength as a bet. The constellation was very surprised that the guy agreed to this and considered him a real idiot, because did he really think that the conspiracy of traitors could be defeated through force alone? The traitor understood that an easy victory awaited him and set up the storage of fated relics as a bet. The main character was surprised that he left the territory, but the contract had already been concluded, and in case of defeat, the existential power would be significantly weakened, and there would also be a chance of losing the constellation title. Suddenly, a traitor contacted Skylar and thanked him for accepting his offer, because the betrayal of his minions was predetermined. At this time, his servant was returning from Parker's mansion, who was impatiently waiting for the old man to kick off his skates. Suddenly, on the highway, a car was stopped by a police checkpoint and said that they had exceeded the speed limit and asked to get out of the car for a moment. When the security got out of the car, they immediately turned to the employee menacingly and asked how he dared to stop him, because he did not know who was sitting inside. The security guard took the police officer by the shoulder and said that he was making a mistake and asked to tell him his name and place of residence. But as it turned out, the guys made a mistake and immediately received a powerful blow from Skylar. The guy got into the car and immediately ordered the driver to drive off. The man shouted that the main character would regret this because he didn't even know who was in front of him. But the guy replied that if he didn't know, would he be here? The guy didn't like making so much noise and lightly slapped the man in the face to finally shut his mouth. When the car drove to a more secluded place, Skylar asked to stop. The man did not understand what the guy wanted from him. Then the main character asked why the man betrayed his own constellation and entered into a contract with another. The man was very frightened and asked how he knew about this and whether a traitor had sent him here. But Skylar denied it. And not even a demon of contracts and orders, but a guy who came here to recruit this man to the constellation he serves, namely the invincible avatar of training. The man first heard about such a constellation and said that it was an amazing and very strong constellation and he had no choice. Indeed, if he refuses, he will kill the constellation he serves no matter who it is. The man guessed that the guy knew that he served two constellations at once and accepted the offer to trust the training avatar. Suddenly, Skylar felt his existential power instantly increase. The main character added that most likely killers would come for him due to the sudden change of sides, and therefore he would take care of his protection for a while. Suddenly, the guy received a call from an unknown number. The voice on the other end of the line said that Skylar really didn't want to take everything that the dragon Sam had. The guy realized that this was the constellation of the traitor. Apparently, he called him without knowing that he was a constellation. After all, the only known minion of the training avatar is Skylar, and that is why the traitor constellation called him to force him to betray his own avatar. The traitor constellation will never guess that Skylar is the training avatar. The guy was asked to think about it because great wealth awaited him. Then the main character replied that his owner said that the battle of the constellations was over, and for a second there was silence on the phone. The man asked not to bluff and asked if the training avatar had asked him to tell him this. But according to the rules of the battle of the constellations, which all the constellations swore to abide by, the avatar of training won and declared victory, and the battle of the constellations was over. The traitor could not understand how quickly he managed to do all this and how he could lose everything. The main character immediately received a reward for the fight with the constellation, which went straight to him, and he decided to open it a little later. Skylar was surprised that the constellation was so weak, because after his victory, he only moved up 2 places and is now in 125th place. The traitor was indignant. He believed that this was impossible because the guy really found out who was who, otherwise it was impossible. But the guy decided not to reveal all the secrets and simply asked the constellation to get lost. Suddenly, Skylar noticed how orcs were working on this land, harvesting the harvest by the sweat of their brow, and he couldn't believe that it had once been a terrible fortress, and Otagon had really done a good job. When the orcs saw that Skylar was approaching them, they immediately ran up to him and joyfully began to greet him, because their master had finally returned to his homeland. They thanked the main character for the fact that now they could collect stalks of grain with one swing of the axe, and this was just a great training for them. The orcs were ready to work even harder to make even more land and collect much more grain, and at first they were not very trusting, but now they began to train so hard. The guy made them happy and said that they would increase the sowing and harvest even more crops, and all this would be training for them. But first, Skylar decided to test this rice in cooking. Unexpectedly, one of the orcs turned to the main character with a request to raise animals in this area. They said that Otagon once said that his race fattened and killed livestock for food, and they would like to try it too. Skylar figured that if they wanted chickens and cows and the like, this might be a good experience for them. The main character promised that he would get a couple and bring them to them. And for the orcs, the owner's kindness knew no bounds, and they once again swore allegiance to him. The guy was still worried about the chest. He was interested in what was inside, and the desire to look was great. When he removed the seal from the relic, he immediately saw a sacred object. It was a sacred necklace containing the power of light. The goddess of sloth said that the sacred object was created for the minions of the constellations, so that they could use their powers and similar artifacts, since they contain part of the existential power of the constellation. The girl added that the constellation does not think as much as it may seem, and it is likely that he simply stole it and was not noticed. Then the guy decided to take this necklace and do something with this territory and take something for the orcs. Skylar decided that he would bring cattle from the ground and immediately decided to check the soul stones, and it turned out that he had exactly 8,200 stones on his account. Although the traitor constellation did not place many soul stones, but he did not understand where such numbers came from. All this money was as gifts from other constellations, and the guy decided to return what the goddess gave him, because she was already quite poor. Then the guy decided to give the orcs buildings so that they could use them. Suddenly, a traveling merchant selling destinies appeared and asked what the main character was looking for. The goddess was very interested that this guy was still in business and always appeared at the right moment. The girl said that she knew him a little because it seemed to her that he had stopped doing business because he had made too many enemies, but apparently she was wrong. The guy said that he had already made a deal with him in the past and believed that everything would go fine. The main character asked what he had for him this time, and the traveling merchant recommended him a decent box of servants, which he had just received. But Skylar said that he needed a building, and then the merchant replied that he just needed servants who were good at constructing buildings. The guy thought it was a great idea, and he didn't see anything wrong with it if a servant capable of teaching orcs how to build buildings would help him. But it was really so. Thanks to the power and training avatar, the orcs were happy to farm, and it was truly incredible power. But the main character was a little short of money, and he carefully asked for a small discount. But the merchant was slightly confused by this question and asked if he had just won the Battle of the Constellations and what kind of discount he wanted. Skylar said that he could not give more than 7,000 for it, and the merchant was shocked by such shamelessness. And the traveling merchant replied that he was providing such a service only this time, and Skylar thanked him for such great generosity. When the main character successfully received the treasured chest, he immediately began to open it, and opening the door of the chest, he saw bright flashes along with smoke. A golem of a wonderful mountain appeared right in front of him, which was several dozen times larger than the main character. The kitten immediately suggested calling him Rocky, but it seemed to the guy that even the most devoted servant would hate such a name. The main character decided from that moment on to call him the Heavenly King of the Weather Keeper. This meant that he would be the Heavenly King who guards the weather. The golem was greatly touched by the name given to him and swam a little. The golem was able to control stones, and the guy asked if he could teach the orcs how to build buildings from them. The stone servant was slightly taken aback by the idea and asked if he really wanted him to train the orcs. But the guy was completely serious, and the golem was not ready for his idea, but he had no choice. The next day, the guys were sitting in a cafe inside the Icarus clan building, and Laura congratulated him on Skylar being promoted to B rank. The girl was wondering why the guy was not happy at all, but he replied that with age, you stop enjoying promotions. Laura was amused by this, because it was strange to hear such a thing from a person who looked so young. The girl also added that a request for a match appeared, and this interested the main character. It was about hunters' fights, and this time it seemed to her that the guy would be able to refuse him. The fact was that this time the hunters simply wanted to recoup the previous battle. Besides, this time the main character's opponent would be a hunter who had entered into a contract with an elf of an ambitious color. The opponent turned out to be Christopher, who had the rank of Hunter B, but was not included in his rating, since he received it relatively recently, and this battle could have been refused, since it was offered suddenly. It wasn't just a match for the protagonist. He also wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to promote martial arts. This was all Skylar's plan, because before the fight, he will tell people what skill he is going to use in the arena, and then with his help, he will win it, and from this, people will be delighted and interested in martial arts. But Laura believed that although it sounded great and could increase the interest of the crowd, there were also a lot of people who could analyze his skills, and that should be taken into account. The girl understood that in any case, the guy would not listen to her, but she would still prepare everything he needed for him. She asked if the guy couldn't train alone and if he had anyone in mind. And the main character with a smile on his face replied that of course there is. At the Icaros Training Center, Eliza was happy to help Skylar with his training. But this was not just a training session, but a promotional video for advertising purposes. But the girl was still happy with it, and they decided to go to the ring. Eliza asked the guy to take a closer look at how much she had been training all this time. The main character immediately realized that the girl had done a great job and realized that she would be severely beaten if she closed the distance too much with a martial artist like him. The girl was not going to close the distance, and then the guy decided that he would go into battle first. Even so, Skylar was too fast, and she was lucky that she was able to block the attack, but the push was still too strong for her. The girl decided to calm down and start the magic counter, so that she could soon increase the blow and deliver it. But even this did not help to deliver a powerful blow. And since she did not have time for magic, all that was left was to convert the remaining magical power into martial arts. And as soon as she succeeded, her sword almost cut off Skylar's head. Despite this, the guy managed to block the blow and said that it turned out quite well. But a counterattack from the main character quickly occurred, and the girl was already a few meters away from him, since she did not have time to return from the kick, and at this point, the alternative world was closed. As she sat in the break room, she was sure that this time she would definitely win. The main character carefully studied her card and saw that the girl's martial art from rank F had become rank B. The girl was flattered that the guy saw progress in her skills. It seemed to her that it was all thanks to the fact that she had reached some level in martial arts. But she did not know that Skylar used the eyes of the constellations. Her goal was filled with respect for Skylar, but she hid it for the sake of her own pride. The main character did not believe that he also heard this, and that's what it meant to be a constellation. Suddenly, a future opponent appeared in the room, greeted Skylar, and added that he was very glad to meet under such circumstances. The man introduced himself as Christopher, and the guy asked if he had permission to enter the clan's private territory. The guy replied that since they were fellow hunters, there was no need for this. This seemed insulting because he believed that he could do whatever he wanted if he was a hunter. But the guy shouted that he was a nobleman with dignity, and this is the pure truth, because he is from the United Kingdom and is a count. But the main character was persistent and replied that in any case, a hunter from Great Britain should not be here, because the United Kingdom is one of the places where the constellation of the demonic god is located. Then the guy replied that the guy could be glad that his master wanted to see him in the role of his own servant. The hunter understood how surprised everyone was now, because they most likely thought that they were unworthy of his master, who was chasing beauty. Skylar replied that he already has a master whom he serves, and this is an invincible training avatar. But this was completely unimportant to his master, and the guy didn't ask, because he was really asking him to betray his own constellation. But it was possible to have as many as 2 masters, of course, if no constellation was against it. But due to Skylar's previous battles, the constellation liked his fighting aesthetic and decided to go that far for it. And all this was true, because the martial arts that he had honed for more than 10,000 years had beauty of the highest grade, and the elf of light, who appreciated this beauty, noticed them. The main character wondered if he could get something from the help of the elf of light, and the goddess of laziness added that there is no useless power from the constellations. Then Skylar decided to accept this offer, which greatly surprised Christopher. And the guy immediately added that right now he cannot become his servant, because first he needs to show true beauty in the battle with him, which will happen soon. No one understood what the guy meant by the word beauty, because perhaps he asked to be beaten half to death, as the main character had done before. As soon as the guy decided to leave, Skylar immediately asked him for help in filming. At this time in Korea, in the Office of Ultimate Fighting, the head of the company was watching a video. He watched the hunters who could not coordinate their actions and did not understand what to use in battle against their opponents, and simply cursed at each other. The man did not understand how this could be called a team, because these participants did not have any teamwork. Suddenly, he saw a popular video about the basics of martial arts, where Skylar was the author. When the man opened it, he saw the main character addressing everyone and saying that he would like to take the chance to tell people interested in martial arts what it is and how to practice it. His opponent and assistant was Christopher from Europe, and they immediately began to start with basic brush techniques. The man was horrified, because he didn't understand how they could really teach this for free, and he was furious that the head of the clan was doing this chaos. Meanwhile, Sam was furious when he saw Skylar post a similar video for free. But his daughter Laura replied that what's done is done, and nothing can be taken back, and this will become part of his advertising image. But despite all this, the comments were very positive, because modern selfish hunters were not even close to the hunters of the first generation, and Sam thought it was pretty good. At the press conference, Skylar was asked about the release of a martial arts video right before the fight, whether this meant that he was confident of his own victory. The journalist added that he was surprised that the hunter Christopher appeared in this video and whether they knew each other. The guy replied that Christopher was looking for him to help him with the video, but the guy completely disagreed with this statement and was slightly surprised by the main character's answer. The journalist also asked why Christopher chose Hunter Skylar as his opponent, because he had a huge choice. The guy was very confused by this question and did not know how to get away with it in this situation. Skylar then decided to take personal control of the situation and replied that he just wanted to learn from him. The whole hall was in shock, and no one could have expected such an outcome of events, and the journalist demanded a comment from the hunter Christopher. The problem was that Christopher could not answer anything, because his constellation really wanted Skylar and the guy wanted to start a fight with him as soon as possible. The next day, a huge crowd of spectators gathered at the Hunter's Battle Arena, rejoicing and welcoming Skylar's main favorite. The guy couldn't understand why there were so many people there if this fight became known at the last minute. But the girl made him happy that he should be happy, because this speaks of his popularity. And at this crucial moment, the guy felt huge fluctuations in loyalty, and if he won, he would be able to maintain it. This was Skylar's advantage over the rest of the constellations, because he could receive devotion from mere mortals. Laura wished him good luck and asked him to do everything as usual because in any case, his opponent had no idea. When the main character entered the arena, he immediately saw Christopher, who was looking forward to the fight. At this time, in the stands, someone was discussing the video that Skylar had uploaded to the portal, and some even tried to repeat after him, and for them, it turned out to be too simple. The guys discussed various techniques and where they could use them to defeat various monsters. They didn't understand why the guy opened this to the entire public, but Skylar did it out of love for hunters and humanity. And finally, the judge gave the final count of 3 seconds, and no one could relax, and everyone was focused only on the fight. Christopher waited impatiently for the main character to pass his test and began to use the power of the fragment of light. After all, he was given the power of the constellation and a powerful force that was difficult to fight. Suddenly, the guy began to be attacked by a whirlwind of bullets of light, which took the main character a little by surprise. Everyone in the stands admired the incredible attack from Christopher because it was a completely new technique that proved that the guy was really strong. Skylar then decided to counterattack and immediately attacked Christopher in response. But this speed was not enough to hit the enemy, and now the hunter was on top because this speed was not enough to try to strike. The problem was that Christopher borrowed the powers of his own constellation, and Skylar's powers were limited, and he fought this battle with interference. A few seconds later, the hunter said that now it was his turn. Powerful energy began to appear from numerous portals, which was directed at Skylar. The main character was wondering what kind of power the elf constellations had, and now he saw that it was quite complex and had a number of applications, and he was much better than a warrior. The guy suspected that there might be some small problems with him, but since it was not magic, but a borrowed existential power. The main character used the Force to compensate for the power of the light bullets. Christopher was very impressed by such quick thinking in a dangerous situation, and he praised the guy for it. Then he decided to switch to close combat and see how well he would pass this test. And the hunters came into contact with each other in close combat. And Skylar understood that the Constellation sword was very powerful, and he had plenty of such battles in the abyss. And thanks to experience and accumulated strength, the guy made a powerful blow right in Christopher's face, which instantly struck him down and he fell to the ground. The hunter could not believe it, that his recovery speed could not keep up with him. And at that moment, he realized how powerful martial arts were, and the elf of light added that it was beautiful. When the guy stood up, he noted that it was incredible, and he would never have thought that he would win so gracefully. The main character thanked him for these words and dealt the final crushing blow. But Christopher was not ready for this and asked the guy to stop because the battle was already over. When the guy got up, he immediately said that he didn't remember anything and didn't understand why his body hurt so much. But all this was expected for the main character. And then Christopher added that his master recognized the beauty of Skylar's fight, and he successfully passed this test. The people who gathered in the stands were delighted with this match, and the guy's existential power increased. At the end of the battle, the Elf of Light granted the guy the skill of the nobility of light, thanks to which he became stronger in using the power of light to protect his own beauty and dignity. Skylar was amazed by such generosity because he granted him an A-rank skill. The next morning, something strange happened in Sam's office. He called his daughter to talk because Korea had contacted them. The girl assumed that the Korean government asked to return Skylar to them, but that was not the case at all, but that they asked them for sparring. During the Great Hunter era, the countries decided to work closely with each other. America and Korea became so close that they even held international clan sparring matches. But all this was not so easy and simple, because they could not simply refuse their request, because there was another reason for this. Then the girl added that if there is a reason for this, then why not just take it and accept the offer? Because sparring is needed so that both sides can learn something from it. But Sam was very afraid that the guy would get too close to these people. Over the phone, Sam warned the guy not to get too close to them, and the main character understood everything and was even happy about it for a second, because he hadn't gone to Korea for a long time, and it would be great if someone went with him. He began to ask his clan colleagues if they would like someone to keep him company, but Eliza immediately rejected his offer, saying that she was busy honing new skills. The second one really liked Korea, but this time he couldn't, and Anthony was out of the question, and for the main character, it was very unexpected that no one was found. The guy was extremely dissatisfied that the main character didn't even ask him, but Anthony was ready and wasn't even going to refuse and, moreover, was ready to demonstrate the result of his training in martial arts. Then a new girl from the clan heard the conversation and asked to take her to Korea and give up on this annoying person. The guy thought that taking Leia was also a pretty good idea. Besides, she spoke a little Korean. On the plane, the girl asked because the sparring was supposed to take place in Jeju, but they were flying to Seoul, and the guy replied that he needed to go somewhere first. Upon arrival in Seoul, the guys visited the National Cemetery in Seoul. The main character really needed to meet someone here. He approached a large monument that was dedicated to the hunters who died during the invasion. The guy thought that most likely, if he had not gone into the wasteland, he still would not have saved them, but their death would forever remain a heavy burden on his heart. When he put the flowers down, he saw that someone had also come here, because there was a bouquet of fresh flowers nearby. When Anthony turned around, he couldn't believe it, because in front of him was the first-generation rank A hunter, the Iron Blood Ice Emperor. When the man came a little closer, he saw Skylar and immediately recognized him. The man said that quite a lot of time had passed and suggested that we skip the empty talk and asked why the guy had come to Korea. It was incredible for Anthony to see the Iron Blood Ice Emperor right here, and he wondered if he was Skylar's friend. Anthony added that he still clearly remembers the blow that killed the demon during the invasion. The most beautiful blow in the history of hunters. The man thanked the guy for such devotion, but asked to talk to an old friend whom he had not seen for a long time, alone. At that moment, Leia remembered that she was supposed to prevent the conversation with the Iron Blood Ice Emperor when they met. The main character was surprised that the man was here and asked if he was really waiting to meet him, but the man replied that the events coincided and he did not think that the guy was in Korea. The man asked if the guy had thought about returning to Korea, But the main character was not sure about this and had not really thought about it yet. And then the man added that in case he changes his mind, he shouldn't even come back. The main character did not understand what this meant and asked a question. Then the man replied that since he was doing well in America, there was no need to return to Korea, and added that with the strength of the head of the current clan, it would be much more comfortable to live in America. But in response, Skylar said that in any case he would come to help if needed. The man thanked him for this and said that in any case he hoped that the sparring would go well, because his martial arts would be a good experience for Korean hunters. After this meeting, the protagonist's plane headed to Jeju Island. When the guys arrived on the island, no one understood what they were supposed to do in the international battle, and only Anthony was shocked that they never took part in it. He said that usually each clan or their hunters share a video of one of their adventures in the dungeon, and they can choose to show their own skills or not, but most just show a small part, and there have been many cases where important skills were hidden and then they were used. Negotiations were underway. Negotiation meant using things like money, artifacts, and skill information that could be exchanged for whatever you wanted. Suddenly, at the airport, the guys were met by a guy named Lee, and he seemed very familiar to the main character and somewhat similar to his old friend John. Skylar asked if something connected him with the hunter John, and as it turned out, it was his father. The guys were very surprised by this because the guy looked a lot like him. Lee came to the airport just to say hello to him, even though his father asked not to do this. The main character suggested having lunch together and invited the guy to go with him. In one of the cafes, Skylar entered the kitchen and began to look around to see if there were all the necessary kitchen utensils for preparing lunch. He offered the hostess a large sum of money so that she could borrow her own kitchen for a while, and was very worried about whether everything would be all right. To prepare a delicious soup for a deep taste, it took a long time to cook it, but the guy didn't need this because he used martial arts. Next, rice, which was grown by orcs, went into cooking. While the main character was eating at the table, there was complete silence. There was an awkward silence between the guys, and everyone was impatiently waiting for Skylar to return. After some time, the main character returned to the guys and filled the table with delicious food, and everyone was very grateful for this. The guy asked if he was so hungry that he thanked him so generously, but replied that that was not the case at all, and he simply thanked him for the food. As soon as Lee tried 1 spoon of rice, his hair stood on end and he was ready to scream from such a taste. The guys really liked this food. They found it too excellent and they could come here again for this. The hostess in the kitchen was wondering why they were so noisy there. She decided to check the ingredients and poured herself a small bowl. And at that moment, she realized that in such a long life, she had never tasted such delicious food. Lee thanked the guy for preparing such a delicious meal, and the main character replied that he could consider it just like a regular lunch with his nephew. Suddenly, the guys felt an increase in strength, and for Skylar it seemed impossible, because they received the blessing bestowed by the land of learning. The main character realized that this was due to the fact that they ate the food that he prepared from the rice where it was grown by the orcs, and their abilities grew from eating the food. At this time, the goddess of sloth suggested that all this is the power of the constellation, and it is common for things created by constellations to influence others, and added that the power of the constellation has no limits. The guy said goodbye to the guys because he had business in his own clan and he left, hoping that they would see each other again soon. The guys stayed in the same place and planned where they would go next. Suddenly, Skylar's clairvoyance activated and he immediately saw terrible events in the future. He saw an underwater dragon monster that would cause enormous damage to the coast of East Asia after breaking out from the sea dungeon. This is a wild monster that spreads destruction, and it was at least a B+ class, and the size of an A class or higher. People were screaming about an emergency, that a dragon had appeared near Jeju International Airport and screaming for help from a hunter, but the radio waves were not working well due to the weather changes near this dragon, and no one realized that this huge monster was coming straight towards them. The guy decided that first of all he needed to let his friends from Korea and Sam know about this, because it just couldn't be ignored. At that moment, Sam read a message that an underwater dragon would soon appear, and he asked to start preparing for this without unnecessary panic among them. The man did not understand what the underwater dragon was doing there, because he sent him to an international battle and what was going on there and why the guy was sending such important information in such a simple manner. At this time, in one of the city's restaurants, hunters boasted to each other that they could clear as many as 15 dungeons. When the main character passed by these people, He realized that the hunters were quarreling, and he did not see anything new in this. The guys immediately found out that Skylar had come to them, because he had already become famous thanks to the fights of hunters and his videos using martial arts. One fairly large hunter from China, rank B, greeted the main character. This hunter was a close combat professional who was famous in these parts. After a strong handshake, the guys realized that each other had more than enough strength. Unexpectedly, at this place the main character met Lee and asked if he knew what the international battle would be this time. But the guy could not answer, because first the head of the clan had to say at least something, and they came to the conclusion that it could be climbing the mountain. When other hunters heard about this idea, they immediately laughed, and for them, it seemed too funny and found it completely nonsense. They ridiculed the hero with this phrase and said that if this were really true, then they would climb this mountain naked. Suddenly, an A-class hunter, the Korean Azure Dragon Sword, who was the leader of the team that was holding the international battle, walked into the hall. This man was known for being an artist in battle, as he used dozens of types of magic to tear monsters to pieces with his sword. Then Skylar remembered that he had met him in the past, because he was the man who wet himself right in the dungeon. Next to him was a girl hunter who received rank A at an early age. There was a feeling that she had already been seen somewhere, and it seemed that the twin sister fought in the battles of the Class B Hunter League. The man greeted everyone and thanked them for participating in the international battle, and began to explain the events that would unfold in this battle. The man asked everyone to pay attention to the mountain that was outside the window and was called Sankal. It was a beautiful spiritual mountain of their people, and it was so until the gates appeared, and the mountain was influenced by the abyss and began to seem strange. Climbing a mountain was always a great workout, and so the man wanted to declare it his first event. The hunters thought that he had gone crazy, because it seemed to them that it was nonsense to climb the mountain. Then the main character turned to the hunters and reminded them what they needed to do with their clothes before starting the climb. As the guys started to leave to start their journey, they met a girl. The girl approached him and said that Skylar knew who she was. The guy only assumed that she was an A-class hunter, but the girl did not mean that. The girl was very surprised that the guy did not know who was in front of her. Anthony noticed that the guy was very worried, and apparently he had done something to her. The main character asked what her mother's name was, and the girl replied that Emily asked not to make any further assumptions because she is not even 30. This girl's name was Emily. She was a hunter, and also Skylar's ex-girlfriend. The main character remembered her last words before she left him, because she was the first to confess her love to him. He continued to drink a chicken breast cocktail. It seemed to her that this was too much. He asked if it was she who left flowers on her grave, on the grave where he had also been recently. When she was little, her mother died, and it was very sad to hear about it. But the girl added that everything was normal and there was no need to talk about it, because she just came to say hello to him, since her mother talked a lot about him. Anthony turned to the main character and said that of course he didn't really understand this situation, but it seems he was a little mistaken. The guy asked if Skylar was sure that she was definitely not his daughter. The main character was haunted by this thought, but he was absolutely sure that this was not his daughter, although he did not fully know what Emily was telling her about him. At this moment, the guys asked if Skylar would really be able to climb that mountain. If it was difficult, then they would rest. The entrance to this mountain reminded the guy of an abyss, because he couldn't believe that it had turned into such a state. Skylar ordered everyone to stay alert and continue following him. At this time, from the International Battle Control Room, Emily's daughter was closely watching Skylar. The man asked if she knew him because he saw them talking at the hotel. The girl replied that she had a feeling that, on the contrary, the man knew him and had seen him in the past. When the man laughed loudly and added that he knew him a little and had met him a couple of times in the dungeons, Jane became incredibly interested in who this person was and asked to tell us more about him. But the man only remembered him as being hanged during constant training. He said that the guy had always been a hunter who made every effort to do whatever he took on and had a really good character. Jane liked it because it was similar to what my mom was talking about. She often praised him for taking care of his own body. Then the girl suggested that since they knew each other, they should meet and all talk together and tell the guy why she was good and everything else. At this time on Mount Anthony, it seemed that the path they were following was much worse than the one he found. It seemed to the main character that she would really be better, and at that moment someone flew in the sky right above their heads, and it was flight magic, which was not a very good idea to use here. Due to the fact that there was strong space magic, The hunters who were in the air immediately fell to the ground, and this was too predictable for Skylar. Then the guy took out a sword and chopped small stumps from the trees, which later served him as heavenly steps. Thanks to them, he began to move through the air and be at the level of the air steps. It was one of the highest level martial arts, the owner of which was capable of walking on air, but Skylar simply used infinite internal energy to fly through the sky, and that was air walking. Thanks to this, he took off, grabbed the hunters, and gently landed them on the ground. He warned them that the competition was important, and they should refrain from using flight magic in such unstable places. The guys were grateful to the guy for saving them and wondered if he was really using the air steps right now. Skylar replied that it was something else and asked not to say anything strange about it. The other guys thought it was impossible because they didn't believe that a guy could use aerial steps and that this was possible for a person who had reached a level incomprehensible to them. The hunter asked the guy to step aside and not interfere with them climbing the mountain. Then the guys turned around and said that they had arrived just in time. The guy was horrified because he realized that they were getting rid of other teams by force. And that was absolutely true, and the hunter was done with him. At this time, one of the hunters whom Skylar saved was walking next to him and lost a significant flow of mana. The guy said that he had better rest because it was just a friendly competition and there was absolutely no need to get injured here. The hunter agreed with these words and asked if he was Skylar by chance, because he constantly hears a lot about him and sincerely thanked him for everything. After these words, the guy's skill increased. Obey the strong and help the weak, and his strength increased and the skill of the dignity of light was activated. He received more light power, and at that moment he realized what it meant. The kitten said that this was a skill of creation, but the guy did not specialize in this at all. The main character picked up the sword and decided that it would be difficult to make it right away and decided to put light on top of the sword's energy. Suddenly, someone shouted that they had a problem and that someone was fighting upstairs. When they ran upstairs thinking that there was a monster there, they saw a clan of hunters lying on the ground. Skylar assumed that these were Japanese hunters because he did not think that monsters had tried here. After all, having lost to the monster, it was simply impossible to survive, and most likely they fought with Chinese hunters. The guys tried to figure out who their opponent was, and Skylar saw the wounds left by martial arts. Fortunately, one of the hunters was conscious, and he confirmed the words of the protagonist that they were attacked by Chinese hunters and suddenly went against them. Anthony thought that eliminating competitors in this way was very smart. The main character could not just leave them and decided to provide first aid using healing magic. The guy had an ordinary fracture, and using the goddess's magic was a big overkill. And so Skylar simply decided to force his arm back. The hunter shouted something in Japanese, and the main character decided that he thanked him and immediately offered to help him with his leg. After these manipulations, the hunter lay almost unconscious. Then the guy looked at the others and said that now they are next. But the hunters shouted that they were fine and nothing hurt at all. But Skylar didn't believe it, because he noticed how their arm was bent and said that he just wanted to help them. At this time, the hunters were glad that now there was no one better on this path except them. Suddenly, one of the fighters yelled that that man had appeared again. It was Skylar and his team, and it seemed to the guy that he was using air steps to move through the air. The main character was a man who began his own training with an abyss tornado, and some kind of space magic could not stop him in the air. The hunters did not understand what he was doing and shouted that they needed to run after him urgently. At that moment, Skylar's team landed near a small crater where no one had ever reached. The team heard that it was usually always dry, but today the crater is somehow filled with water, and perhaps this was due to the influence of mana. Suddenly, some bubbles began to appear from under the crater, and Skylar ordered everyone to prepare for battle. A huge monster, Argo, which was rated as A-class, appeared right in front of them. As soon as the dragon appeared, he immediately began to use flames to destroy the entire team. Skylar then responded by using his own magic to prevent any damage. The guys were shocked that he also knew how to use this and shouted that this A-class monster they should retreat. Then the guy realized where he had come from. Although it was unexpected, it was necessary to stop him here so that civilians would not get hurt. The main character confidently said that they would kill him, but Anthony replied that he was crazy because there were only 3 of them. At this moment, Skylar calmed him down and said that he would use the power given to him by the constellation. Anthony was surprised that the guy would use the power of the constellation and shouted that he too would fight and was not going to retreat. Although it was dangerous for him, Once they had the power of the constellation that Skylar served, he began to be overwhelmed with curiosity. And at that moment, the guys began to use spells to destroy the huge dragon. When Skylar went to the dragon and dealt him a crushing blow, the guys did not believe it, because it turned out to be too powerful and too simple for the power of the constellation. Then the girl invited Anthony to look at his mana reserves, and they shocked him, because only hunters of rank A could have such a reserve. At this time, Skylar was fighting, and for him it seemed more difficult than he thought. But there was nothing that he could not kill. Thanks to advanced martial arts and internal destruction techniques, the guy could ignore muscles and armor, and Skylar learned this technique to survive in the abyss. Then the monster Argo summoned an ice storm and a huge whirlwind, and the weather in this location became simply terrible. The main character realized that the monster was trying to destroy the surrounding area and return back to the sea to recuperate, and this should have been stopped. And Skylar began to use the existential power of the constellation to capture the territory of the invincible training avatar. Thanks to this power, this world changed, and a place was created for a one-on-one duel, where no one could leave until the end of the battle. Then the guy turned to the monster and invited him to try the same thing again. But here, at this time, the organizers ran straight to the mountain, and Jane asked the man why this particular test. But how could he know that a rank A monster would be hiding at the top of this mountain? This was too much of a problem for them, and they didn't think that a couple of Ikaros clan's hunters would be able to stop him. He knew that the scanner would not escape and would fight to the end, and wanted to help them as quickly as possible. But when they found themselves in place, they were surprised and did not understand what was happening here. At this time, the girl was filming everything on her phone and asked him to stand somehow differently so that the photo would turn out more beautiful. The main character stood right with the monster and posed for the best shot, because all this was for a long memory. The organizers could not believe that the main character was being photographed against the backdrop of the huge monster Argo. They did not believe that they had defeated Argo, but Lee replied that the hunter Skylar had done it completely alone. The main character admitted that he borrowed power from his own constellation to win this battle. The organizer couldn't believe that the guy defeated an A-rank monster single-handedly. Skylar said that he would definitely tell everything, but first he needed to butcher the beast himself. Everyone around was in shock, and for them it was very surprising that even in the abyss the guy succeeded in this. It turned out that he was also a professional monster butcher. When the guy was cutting up the monster, he saw a small soul stone inside and believed that a constellation had put it there. The soul stone can only be used by the constellation, and thanks to it, it could control Argo, and the stronger the monsters of the abyss were, the more difficult it was to control it, and most likely someone was going to somehow use this monster, but eventually abandoned it. The guy will return to this later, but for now he will finish cutting up the monster, and after a few tens of minutes, a huge skeleton of a monster lay in front of him with fresh pieces of meat nearby. The main character decided that he would be happy to feed all those who worked hard on this. When some hunters went to the top, they saw the scum who attacked them. The hunters were surprised at how quickly their rivals recovered and decided to break everything for them once again, since they did not understand it the first time. But their argument about who was stronger was stopped by the smell that came from the top of the mountain, as if someone was frying meat. They immediately decided to postpone the fight until later and check where this smell was coming from. When they ran to the place, they saw Skylar frying huge steaks right on the fire. Skylar was glad that more people came here, because there was enough meat that he could share it with everyone. The main character said that there was a monster here, and this was his meat, and offered to eat a few pieces. For the first time in his life, the man held a large plate of monster meat and was afraid to taste it. While some were thinking, others were already gobbling it up on both cheeks because it was too good. When the man tried one small piece of this meat, he could not believe that his strength was restored so quickly, because it melted in his mouth and the taste was incredible. When the chairman saw all this, he could not understand what was happening here. All the hunters were having fun, eating meat and dancing around the fire. Just recently, they all fought each other like dogs. But now they have concluded a truce to eat, and as soon as they return, they will most likely fight again. Still, the man found it incredible and asked if he could have a couple of pieces. The guy agreed with pleasure and asked to give it to his daughter Emily and tell her to strengthen her own body with the help of it. When the guys returned back, they were already at the international airport and thought that this time the international battle was very interesting. Although a monster appeared unexpectedly, everything ended very well. Right at the airport, the guys were met by a man from the Bureau of Hunter Affairs in Korea and invited Skylar to talk a little. The man's goal was to resolve the misunderstanding, but the guy could not understand what kind of misunderstanding he was talking about. The man then added that they know that Skylar hates Korea and he is here to talk about it. The man was referring to the Great Invasion in the past, and due to the fact that their country did not take any serious countermeasures, other great hunters left this side. The government acted very badly at that time and there was no excuse for it. The man continued that the system had already completely changed, and from now on everything would be different. But Skylar could no longer believe it. The main character apologized, but he didn't need anything. Of course, he was sad to see his former clanmates die or how they were denied compensation, but at that time, he wasn't even in Korea. The man didn't know how to persuade the guy because he needed to resolve any misunderstandings and build a good relationship with him, but he didn't even hold a grudge. The main character asked that if this was all he had, then he would go, since his flight would soon be announced. Skylar was surprised that he had met such a strange man and could not understand how he could even rise to this position. When the guy returned back to Las Vegas, Sam immediately met him in the office and asked how he liked Korea. He replied that overall it was pretty good, and some things had changed, but some remained the same. But Sam was more interested in the question of what happened to the monster Argo. The guys decided that that monster was sent by the constellation of a demonic god, and this version turned out to be the most likely, and they decided to figure it out as best as possible. Later, the man added that one hunter wanted to meet with Skylar, and the guy was not at all against this meeting. At that moment, the door opened and a man entered the room and introduced himself as Mackenzie. He was a B rank plus hunter from the United Kingdom, a promising and first-class hunter who ranked 4th in the B rank Hunter Battle League. Sam decided to leave the two of them alone so that the guys could get to know each other better. Mackenzie said that he had been watching Skylar for a long time, at which time he took out a ticket and said that the guy probably knows what it is. It was not just a ticket, but the right to challenge the B-rank league champion, Glenn. If we talk about the hunters who adore America the most, then he will always be at the top of this list. The fighting arena is a place where fights take place only by agreement of two parties, and in order to fight him, you need to be the chosen champion. The guy added that due to special circumstances, he could provide him with this ticket. The main character did not understand why he needed this, and Mackenzie replied that the guy was aiming for rank A, and if he used this chance and became a champion, it would greatly help in achieving this rank. Skylar thought that indeed, defeating monsters alone would not bring him rank A and asked what he wanted in return. Then the guy invited Skylar to take part in a 2x2 constellation battle. It was important for the main character to know everything down to the smallest detail, and it turned out that the guy served the constellation, a fighter of sweat and blood. Skylar wanted to take on the challenge and help the guy in any way he could, but participating in the Battle of the Constellations without knowing anything was a little stressful for him. And then the constellation fighter turned to the guy and said that he would promise him a huge number of soul stones, and would also tell him who was behind the incident with Argo, and would pay for everything that was needed for the Battle of the Constellations. The main character did not lose anything from these conditions, because even the constellation was going to tell him who was behind the incident with Argo, and apparently it really wanted to win. When Skylar asked who his opponent would be and what the battle was about, Mackenzie replied that it would be a race. Their opponents will be endless explosions and an observer returning from a cold place, and they will fight with their minions. Skylar became interested and wondered if the goddess knew anything about this, and she thought that perhaps this was an offer made by the constellation who had taken possession of a useful toy for fun. The rules of the race were too simple. Each of the minions of the constellations will strive for the finish line, and whoever reaches it first will win. Not only is it difficult to even run in the territory of the abyss, but there was also the opportunity to attack other participants in different ways, although there were direct attacks prohibited. The goddess asked if the guy had anything to ride on, but he replied that he could just run. The main character didn't think for a long time and eventually agreed to participate in this 2-on-2 battle of constellations. The guy was incredibly happy about this and thanked Skylar and added that he would contact him as soon as the exact date was confirmed. Finally, the day of the Battle of the Constellations came, and all this took place in the dimension of the abyss. Skylar carefully studied the opponents who were next to him. One of them was on an ice dragon, and the other on a mechanical one, and it all looked quite majestic. Previously, the guy believed that there was no civilization more developed than the Earth, until he saw the mechanical civilization of the Abyss, which was really impressive. Mackenzie looked at Skylar and asked if his constellation had given him anything to ride with. But the main character came on foot, and this did not make the guy very happy. And then he wished him good luck and suggested just trying hard in the race. Skylar asked why the Mackenzie constellation hated him so much, because his animal did not look very fast and clumsy. Suddenly, the robot turned to the guys and said that people are weak flesh, bones and fatigue cannot defeat them. Then the guy realized that for the constellations, it was just entertainment. But for the servants, it was a real battle. And so the battle was about to begin. Both sides placed equal stakes. A contract was drawn up, and in case of defeat, the existential power would not decrease. And then the start of the race was announced, and everyone except Skylar rushed off on their own pets. At that moment, the main character realized that this pig was much faster than it turned out, as were the other two animals. When the robot turned back, he realized that this race would be between the three of them and that martial arts user could not be counted. The guy couldn't believe that his constellation didn't give him anything to ride with, and it seemed completely heartless. Unexpectedly for all participants, the boulder rain of the Abyss began to fall. It was a phenomenon in the Abyss in which clouds appear from other territories and rain from boulders. To deal with this danger, the mechanical dragon fired several projectiles that smashed boulders right along the way. Skylar said that it was amazing, and then the robot returned and could not believe his own eyes and shouted what he was doing here. The main character suggested we go for a ride together because it was quite cozy here. At that moment, a quarrel began because the robot was not ready for this. When the constellation of explosions observed all this, he ordered the servant to get rid of him. Then the mechanical dragon stopped and began to get rid of the guy, trying to shake him off his head. At this time, his rivals were already slightly ahead, and Skylar advised him to concentrate on the race rather than lagging behind. The robot decided that nothing could be done in this situation, and they continued racing together on the dragon. Suddenly, a danger zone was detected on the radar. It was the poisonous fog of the Abyss. After some time, the robot carried out an analysis and there was no longer a threat, but there was a chance to get rid of the intruder. As soon as he launched the program, he turned back and saw that Skylar was still sitting behind him, although he should have collapsed from the poison a long time ago. Then he decided to study him carefully, and as it turned out, he had the skill of resistance to poisons, and for a robot, it seemed impossible that a person was immune to the poison of the Abyss. Further along the route, a trap awaited the riders. It was a swamp that sucked in the dragon's legs. Then the main character realized that this was all and he should run alone further. The guy ran so fast that he could easily overcome the trap in the swamp. When the robot looked at the guy, he didn't understand how he did it, because he had a weak human body that was capable of this. The main character decided to use some internal energy to break away, even though it could lead to exhaustion. Then the kitten asked the guy to look ahead and slow down a little. Directly in front of them was a mana tornado that was moving towards them. But while others were screaming in horror at what they saw, for the main character, it turned out to be at least somewhat familiar. The main character immediately rushed forward. It was similar to what he had encountered before in the Abyss. And the guy decided to follow this flow and then get ahead. Mackenzie screamed while Skylar jumped right in, because surviving the mana tornado of the Abyss was incredibly difficult. Despite all the warnings, the guy managed to get out of the tornado and, moreover, increased his own mana volume. All the competitors were shocked by the speed they saw because it was simply incredible. And in the end, thanks to this action, the guy ran to the finish line first and won the Battle of the Constellations. All the constellations recognized his ability and also admired what the main character had done. The constellation was incredibly grateful to him for the victory, because he never wanted to lose to them. The constellation could not give much, because it had little and really hoped that such a number of soul stones would be enough as a reward for the main character. Skylar was wondering how much the constellation gave, what said so, and when he looked at his own balance, he saw 50,000 points of soul stones in his account. The guy was shocked that 50,000 was not enough for him, because he had done so much before to get at least a few thousand. Constellation also added that he promised him as a reward to tell him about the constellation that called Argo to Jeju Island, and he was a collector of noble crowns. It was the constellation that destroyed the hunters of Europe and captured the United Kingdom. The guy wouldn't be surprised if it was a constellation of a demonic god, but he didn't understand why a constellation from Great Britain would bother with Jeju. The constellation also added that the enemy with whom the guy will have to fight is Glenn, who serves the collector. As it turned out, the rank B League champion entered into a contract with the demon god constellation. One had to be extremely careful when fighting him, as his powers are both incredibly powerful and evil at the same time. When the guy arrived at the dragon's office, he was immediately met by the president of the company and congratulated him on winning the battle with the constellation. As it turned out, the man made an unexpected meeting with him because he had something for Skylar. When they proceeded to the research laboratory to continue the dialogue, in the distance, the guy saw a frosty blue short sword. It was several times stronger than all other artifacts made from the existing azure iron rock. The main character was asked how he could create something like that, and he realized that now it would not be possible to focus everything on martial arts. Then the guy decided to say that the constellation he served taught him all this. The man believed that creating such an artifact for the first time was only possible if the constellation truly loved him. Skylar smiled sweetly and said that everything was so, although he understood that only he was this constellation. The man took Skylar tightly by the hand and said that perhaps the path to creating artifacts had been prepared for him. Next, the man showed the guy the core of the monster, which supplied energy to the entire huge city. He shouted that the work of hunters makes everyone proud, but technology like theirs is the foundation of the civilization in which they live. The man suggested that the guy create artifacts, because this way he did much more for humanity. But these words didn't bother Skylar one bit, even though the man assumed that it wouldn't work and the guy wasn't going to stop working as a hunter. But in any case, the main character was ready to help him from time to time, because it was not so difficult. Skylar understood that by killing monsters, he would not go far in pumping up his strength, and he needed to try different options. Then the man asked to take this card. It was the name card of the main character, and he asked to use it everywhere he went. Skylar didn't understand when they managed to do this, or why he was the CEO. The man promised that everything would be fine, and he would only need one thing from the guy, and that was the creation of artifacts like a sword, which were highly valued on the market. Skylar understood that they were talking about production, and it had to be massive, and whether human technology could copy what he had done. At that moment, the goddess appeared, who added that she remembered the deeds of the past, but had nothing to do with blacksmithing. It was about a very long time ago, about her servant. The goddess had a servant, an outstanding black magician, but servants tended to resemble their own masters. And the black magician also became lazy. He simply ordered the living workers around him to do work and take care of food. He could not cope with many tasks. The guy thought that the undead had gone crazy, but the undying and ageless undead should have been a fairly effective workforce, and also wondered what happened to that servant. The girl kept him away because he was useless and a pain in the ass. At this moment, filming was taking place, where Glenn played the main role. The entire crowd was absolutely crazy about the lead role in this drama. The man invited him to take part in the dungeon, because then even more people would come and they would scream even louder when they saw him enter there. Suddenly, a small admirer, who was his ardent fan, snuck through the security and asked him to sign the sheet. The arrogant boy was almost thrown out when Glenn asked him to stop. The man gladly gave an autograph because he had a wonderful character and was #1 in the B-Rank League. But for Glenn, it was still a headache, because all this was necessary in order to maintain popularity and reputation. Glenn's assistant reminded him of the challenge ticket he gave to Mackenzie and added that the guy gave that ticket. This ticket was now in the possession of Skylar, that guy who was a user of martial arts that had recently become wildly popular. The man could not understand why the guy did this. Glenn was a great fighter, and in every battle he always gave 100%, and it didn't matter who he was fighting against, he always tried. Then the man made a call and said that he wanted to organize a fight and show the arrogant upstart what kind of dough champions are made of. The man decided that he should simply be defeated, because all this would be for the sake of the collector of noble crowns and just for fun. On the day of the fight, the Ikaros clan was in the stands, who did not understand why the stands hated Skylar. But among the fans, there were those who continued to support him. Skylar thought about how they didn't like the fact that the first rank was fighting the 20th, and continued to go to the center of the stage and thought about how he just needed to win the fight. When the guy stood up, Glenn immediately greeted him and said that he hoped for a good match. And the long-awaited countdown of the match for the title of League Champion of Rank B began. The man believed that the guy did not know that he had entered into a contract with the constellation of the demonic god, and was preparing to smear him in front of everyone. When the fight began, Glenn immediately rushed towards Skylar and was ready to punch him directly. No one expected to see this. neither the stands, nor the commentators, nor the journalists, because it was simply an incredible match. It seemed that everyone was seeing such a match for the first time in the league, and everyone would understand everything if the fighter Glenn did it. But Skylar, the main character, killed his opponent literally in a second, and he was already lying in the ring completely not understanding what was happening, because he could not believe that he was the collector's minion and lost so quickly. It was an absolutely incredible match. If we draw analogies, this match was like a spear versus a count, because Glenn was a little aggressive. While the man attacked, he used parallel defense magic on numerous parts of his own body. It was perfect. However, he did not hit with a single attack, and Skylar only moved slightly, and everyone around was shocked that the guy demonstrated such high martial arts. And at that moment, when the fighter Glenn got tired and stopped for a moment, Skylar struck with one quick and sharp blow right from the blind spot. Due to the fact that the fighter did not see where the attack was coming from, all his defensive magic turned out to be useless, and this victory was decided in an instant. The spectators in the stands did not understand what they had just seen. It seemed to them that perhaps Skylar was simply lucky with the victory. This was an unexpected outcome for everyone, because the fight took place between the top 1 and top 20 fighters of rank B, and no one could know for sure what would happen in this match. Glenn was in severe shock, and no one could guarantee whether he would be able to bounce back after this. Laura was furious because she didn't understand why the commentators wouldn't just say that Glenn would have lost even if he were twice as strong as he is now. In the waiting room, the main character was congratulated by the clan of masters on his victory, because the match was simply magnificent. A few minutes later, the others also joined in and added that the fight was truly incredible. Skylar believed that Glenn was much stronger than he expected, and did not think that it would be easy with him and sent him flying with one blow. But he still couldn't believe that he had a contract with the demon god constellation. After all, it turned out that they still have many servants on Earth who are stronger than him. At this moment, the main character's vision suddenly turned on and he saw dead people lying on the asphalt. All this was the work of Glenn, who stood on a pile of corpses and rejoiced at it. The guy knew that although the vision may be unclear, it never just appears, and if it was true, then he urgently needed to stop it. And then Skylar turned to everyone in the room and said that they should prepare for battle. At this time, in Glenn's room, his assistant reassured and encouraged him that the fans were still rooting for him, and just this time, they had no information about his opponent at all. The man offered to leave and prepare well so that later he could take back the first place again. But Glenn didn't seem to be listening to him, because at that moment he was at a meeting with the constellation. The noble crown collector was greatly disappointed by his loss to a low-grade constellation servant. The man asked the owner to give him another chance, because he simply knew nothing about it, and at the same time it was difficult to find a person as talented as him. The constellation did not agree with this, because since he is of no value, he should at least entertain him. At this moment, the assistants tried to bring the man to his senses, but they were unable to do anything and they did not know what happened to him. Then Glenn suddenly turned around and said that it was all their fault. The guys tried to calm him down and asked him to take a break and later return to this conversation again. But the guy did not want to listen to them and took out a demonic sword in which he was ready to kill them. The man did everything to make his constellation happy, but this was not enough for him. The constellation ordered him to grant as many victims as possible right now. At this time, Skylar and his team rushed to the stadium. He ordered everyone to go to the arena and immediately evacuate all people. A wall broke right in front of the entrance, from which Glenn jumped out along with other assistants. But at that moment, Skylar appeared and managed to save one of the assistants right in front of Glenn's face. Then the man activated a black hole, thanks to which he could direct magic balls with the same energy directly at the people in the stadium. But thanks to the instructions of the main character, Anthony was already on the spot, who activated the protective circle of magic and prevented casualties. None of the people could understand why the hunters suddenly became ferocious, and they decided to simply evacuate everyone from here as quickly as possible. At that moment, a battle broke out between Skylar and Glenn. The guy turned to him and said that he should have just quietly returned home and slept instead of smashing everything here. And the main character was furious and used a powerful force that threw Glenn far away from him. But despite this powerful blow, the man calmly stood up, because for him, this blow was completely insignificant. The goddess warned the guy to be careful because this mana contained existential power. The main character began to use undying regeneration and his wounds began to quickly heal. The guy could raise his own level and start fighting with him, but this could hurt the others. At this time, everyone quickly tried to evacuate the fans from the stands. At some point, Eliza shouted that they had evacuated everyone and there were no civilians left here. For the main character, this was a signal that he could calmly begin the battle. A column of enormous energy came straight from Skylar, and no one nearby believed that it could be such pure and large sword energy. Glenn was sure that the powerful energy of the sword would not work on him. But he underestimated this energy. He replied that people are too interesting creatures. He was sure it was because the guy had returned from the abyss, or because of the constellation with which he had a contract. But either way, he really felt good about receiving such a blow. But Skylar was not interested, and he struck another blow at the enemy. Glenn didn't like that the guy interrupted his speech and thought it was too impudent, so he used acceleration using existential force. Soon, the man opened a portal through which he was able to summon the rest of his own servants. The main character could not understand why this constellation would go so far for Glenn. Was he really doing it for his own pleasure? The guy entered into battle with these servants and easily dealt with them one by one. The constellation turned to the guy and told him who he had just killed. One of them turned out to be a member of the royal family of the United Kingdom. After all the summoned servants were human, and the collector was currently ruling the United Kingdom. But Skylar said that all people die sooner or later, and he didn't feel much about killing other people. The main character fought with each of the servants and defeated them with great ease, without experiencing any difficulties. The constellation could not think that this good-natured hero would not even hesitate. Apparently, he was completely heartless. The constellation added that he really thought that he would be afraid of his master. And then the main character saw something extraordinary, because he clearly could not have expected such an outcome of events. Right in front of him was a giant of such size that it was larger than the stadium where the competition took place. All the hunters who were outside the stadium saw a healthy giant, but then looked closer and realized that it was Glenn. And all this was due to the fact that the forces of his servant were gathered together. The giant shouted menacingly that today this earth would clearly hear his name and immediately hit the ground with his fist. The man outside screamed for help and asked the hunters to stop him right now, otherwise soon there would be no living place left here. The hunters were not against help, but even they did not understand what they could do with a giant of such size. Suddenly Skylar came running to them and asked if everything was safe. The main character turned to the hunters from the School of Masters and asked them for help, but warned that they could refuse because he does not force anyone. The request was that they go with him to put an end to this evil giant. The girl immediately shouted that of course they would all help him because they were waiting for him. Then Anthony turned to Skylar and asked if he needed them, and he replied that no one asked them and they were going with him by default. And at that moment, all the hunters as one unit rushed towards the giant. Skylar commanded that the hunters from the School of Masters make the construction of the Azure Prison Sword. Skylar created the Azure Prison Sword formation specifically for martial arts users, because it increased the strength of the weak several times so that they could fight the strong. The guys both attacked and defended together because it was not so easy to break this giant, and sometimes they were completely not enough to win. The entire team continued to maintain formation and use martial arts in battle. Suddenly, Skylar broke through under the leg and with a sharp blow of his sword, cut off half of his right leg. Then the main character gave the next command for the second attack, led by Iris, and they attacked from the other side of the leg. After these attacks, the giant fell to the ground and could no longer rise on his own. Constellation did not understand how this happened, and why simple martial arts could create so many problems for him. The moment came for the final phase, and the Icaros clans began to use magic for the next attack. At that moment, the guy pulled straight behind the giant's back and tried to get through to Glenn so that he would not listen to this evil collector constellation. But the giant did not want to listen to him, because he believed that Skylar was again playing some kind of trick and his servant should not hear him. The guy made another attempt and turned to Glenn, asking what he thought his master would do to him if he really was him. Wouldn't he really have helped him much earlier? Wasn't Glenn upset that he got involved with some strange constellation? Because someone like him most likely could achieve great success if he signed a contract with another constellation. The constellation understood that every minute it was becoming more and more difficult for him to control Glenn, and he ordered him to obey only him and no one else. After all, if he continues to use this power in this way, then he may lose all the glory that he has deserved and achieved for so long, and his time will be wasted. And then Glenn realized that this was true, and it was not too late to return everything back. because the collector was simply using him, and Skylar was right, that he was a victim. At one point, the giant shouted that he had regained control of his body and asked him not to attack him anymore, because he was not going to destroy anything anymore. The main character could not believe that his words had an effect, and the constellation of the demonic god disappeared. Glenn added that all this time his mind was controlled by the constellation and asked not to beat him anymore, because he would have to pay for his own sins all his life. The hunter has earned a very good reputation over the years, and now he will have a chance to justify himself by blaming the god's constellation. But Skylar was not impressed by these words, and he delivered a powerful blow to the jaw with his fist, because did the giant really think that everyone would forget what he had done with a click? The guy beat the giant until he turned back into his previous form. Suddenly, a demonic spirit began to emerge from Glenn, which began to gradually get rid of this body. Everyone who stood nearby did not understand what was happening, because it turned out to be very strange for them. They had never seen the expulsion of the spirit from the body. Suddenly, Skylar saw a constellation that was next to Glenn and turned to the guy saying that starting from Jeju Island and until now, he would never forget what happened today. After these words, the constellation left the earth, as well as the hunter's body, but it believed that someday it would definitely finish off the guy. The next day, already at Sam's mansion, everyone joyfully congratulated Skylar on becoming a rank A hunter. All this seemed to the guy too early for rank A, but he still thanked the guys for the holiday. But Sam explained to Skylar that this is usually the case. But this time the scale of the incident was too great, and if it weren't for the main character, a great misfortune would have happened. In order to present the guy with a certificate of promotion to a hunter in rank A civil servant appeared and was happy to notify him of this. The man handed the guy a new hunter's map and documents and asked him to look at them. But due to the large number of pages, the guy replied that he would definitely read it all, but later, because he didn't see any pleasure in it. The man left and finally said that he hoped that Skylar would continue to serve for the benefit of humanity and civilization. When the civil servant left, Sam turned to the guy and said that he couldn't believe how quickly he received rank A and that he would soon become a real hunter, because there are two dreams. The first of them is to return all the territories of the earth captured by the constellations. The guy doubted this, because despite all this, the earth was teeming with the servants of demonic gods, and it seemed that it was completely impossible to win these lands back. Then Sam added that there is a battle of the constellations that he wanted to talk about, because now Skylar has become rank A, and people will ask him to participate in the battle of the constellations, and if this happens, he will have to refuse at every opportunity. The main character did not understand why he should do this, and then the man replied that most of such proposals were garbage, and while he was not on Earth, quite a lot of repulsed people had increased in the world. Sam decided to give an example and reached for Skylar's phone and asked to look at the Knights of the Sacred Temple. After the demon god constellation took over the United Kingdom, the exiled royal family and their hunters founded this group with the main goal of reclaiming the United Kingdom. The main character did not see anything wrong with this, and then Sam added that they had kidnapped the US president and tried to fire nuclear missiles at Great Britain. He asked the guy to be careful, because now they would fly at him from all angles. Skylar heard the request and replied that he would be careful and asked what the second dream was. It was a trip to the gates of the abyss, because the first gates appeared in the middle of the earth, which were connected to the abyss, and most trips there failed. This abyss gate is one of the businesses that their company has invested heavily in before, but the expedition there completely failed and there was almost no information left, and Sam demonstrated everything that they managed to get. Among all the abyss territories being watched over, the first one will be the Abyss Kingdom. When the guy took a closer look at the picture, he realized that this was the territory of a warrior of sweat and blood. One evening, quite a lot of hunters gathered near the Icaros clan. All this seemed a little strange to others from the Icarus clan, because they did not understand why they were all here. Then the girl suggested that most likely people were waiting for the hunter Skylar, who was promoted to rank A. Then in the distance, the guys saw Skylar running towards them. The main character did not understand what the commotion was near the stadium, and then the guys asked if he really left the car and ran here on his own. Skylar seemed to relax a little and decided to exercise a little. Colleagues in the clan gladly congratulated the main character on receiving a new rank. Skylar was incredibly pleased to receive congratulations from everyone, and he sincerely said thank you. Suddenly, the guy clapped his hands and said that now, since he was an A-rank hunter, he no longer felt the responsibility assigned to him. The main character will do his best to help other hunters of the Icaros clan become stronger, but in exchange, they will strictly follow the commands of the main character. After all, from now on, Skylar will control the Icaros clan. Sam transferred all powers to him, and now he becomes the main one and warned all clanmates to prepare for the consequences from now on if they do not show up when he asks them to. When the main character left the hunter's dormitory, a man met him and said that he had a guest. A man appeared in front of the guy, who looked many times larger than him, and said that he was looking forward to him, because he really wanted to meet no matter what, and introduced himself as West. West was one of America's premier A-rank hunters, known as Ominous Rock. The man asked for help, and then Skylar offered to go to his room and discuss everything there. When they entered the room, the man congratulated the main character, because he had heard about how he became the manager of the dragon artifact, and added that he was now working with the Parker family. No matter how good a hunter is, what matters is the power in the hands of the company. Skylar agreed with these words, but wondered where he was going with this conversation. West added that he also wants power because he never received the shares of the company that he was promised. One day, Sam walked by and threw the phone right into Skylar's hands. The main character saw the company's shares because they were absolutely his, but despite all this, the guy didn't need it. The main character replied that this story is not about him. He has had his shares for a long time. The man grabbed his head and said that Energy Park should have given him all the shares and forced him to work for them, and now they are simply paying him hundreds of millions of dollars so that he would not have any complaints, and the guy thought it was a little too much. That is why the man wanted to work and fight with the main character, but he never thought that he would be treated so well. He immediately offered half of his shares from Parker if the guy would help him, and Skylar saw absolutely no reason to refuse. Then the main character asked how he was going to convince the chairman. The man took out a folder with paper and added that although it would be difficult, he had a way to negotiate with him. In his hands, the main character held information about the White Dungeon. All dungeons are divided into two large categories: red dungeons having restrictions on the number of people and time, and white dungeons, which are many times safer due to the absence of any restrictions or prohibitions. It was clear that the white dungeons had special value because they could hunt monsters without any time limits or clearing the dungeon. This dungeon was rank B and meant almost an endless golden duck. Parker's company has illegally acquired this dungeon and is using it to finance its own factories. West decided to organize a campaign against him in order to negotiate with him, since they had already gotten their hands dirty and was sure that they would try to hush up the problem quietly. But the problem was that this dungeon was guarded by a rank A hunter, and even for a man it was difficult, and so he decided to ask an expert for help in the fight against people, and then the guy asked if he knew what kind of hunter he was. And this hunter's name was Jane, who was from Korea. The main character could not understand that it was she who guarded the white dungeon of the Parker family. Then the main character replied that he could not interfere with her work, asked for an apology, but the man would have to forget that he even started such a conversation. The man offered an additional proposal and asked to think about it again, because he could include Jane in the share and then it would be possible to divide all the shares into 3. In any case, there was little difference in dividing them between 2 or 3, since there was a lot of money at stake. Then Skylar told the man not to have much hope, because even if she refused to join them, their chances of success would not increase much and they could forget about this idea. The main character dialed Jane's phone and approached her with an offer to work together on a small matter. The girl did not have time to listen to the guy's proposal. She already agreed, no matter what it was, and shouted that she would come now, let him just wait. The main character was shocked that the girl didn't even listen to him and immediately agreed. At this time, Jane had a great opportunity to show Skylar her abilities, which were supposed to make a good impression. When the girl arrived at the office, Skylar immediately told everyone about the rough plan. She replied that the plan was really cool and was looking forward to its implementation. The main character didn't mind if she didn't want to go with them, just let her know about it. But at stake was 10% of the Energy Park shares, which were worth at least a couple of $1 billion, so it was much profitable to participate in this. Then Jane immediately took the phone and decided at that very second to break the contract with the Parkers. That same night, the guys decided to enter the territory, but 2 guards stood in their way. But Jane offered an alternative and said that we could just come in and showed her ID. After the security confirmed her identity, she and 2 visitors successfully entered inside. The guys couldn't believe that everything was so simple, and it looked like these people had not yet been told about her termination of the contract with the company. When they walked through the territory of the plant, the guy realized where materials from the White Dungeon were processed. And the most surprising thing was that the dungeon was located right at this plant. Jane warned that the dungeon could appear anywhere and even on the wall of a house. When the guys went upstairs, the girl was greeted by a security guard and asked where the director of the laboratory, Locke, was now, and the man replied that he was talking with the general director right now. Then Skylar asked if by CEO they really meant the first son of the Parker family, and everything was just like that and quite unexpected to come here so suddenly. The main character couldn't understand why this was so important, because they could just knock everyone out and take everything they needed. But if they did that, they would arouse great suspicion. Then Jane made the guys happy by saying that this plant was illegal and they would get absolutely nothing for it. When they went towards the meeting room, they were met by a security guard and ordered to stop, because right now there was a meeting taking place there and entry was prohibited. But this didn't really stop the girl, and she immediately went into battle with the guards. After that, they kicked out the doors, broke in, and ordered everyone there not to move and stay in place. But at that moment, there were already other hunters there, who had already tied up all the company representatives and were ready to leave the plant. One of the hunters immediately began to attack, and the man immediately built a defensive wall for protection. And then the guys realized that these were unusual guards, and they needed to take them as soon as possible and run away from here. Jane screamed that they weren't going anywhere and used magic on one of them, and the man, along with the wardrobe on his shoulders, flew up into the air. Then the man took one of the chairmen of the company hostage and threatened that he would kill him now. But the girl did not appreciate such a threat, because she did not care about some two old men. Then Skylar joined the dialogue and asked why they needed this closet, but as it turned out, this was a dungeon, and the spatial gate was in this closet. The guy assumed that there were industrial spies in front of him, and he said that he would save their lives if they gave him the cabinet. Skylar said that they also came here for him, and said that they should do whatever they want with them, because they only need a dungeon here. Suddenly, at the same second, a powerful explosion occurred throughout the entire territory of the plant. The guys shouted that this was the work of those hunters, but they denied it. Because they were going to get out of here quietly, they had no need to cause such a powerful explosion. Skylar noticed a strange slime that was dripping down the windows, and he thought it was a monster, and asked how they ran the factory to have such creatures in it. And it was really a monster, and the main character shouted that he was coming after them and ordered everyone to follow the exit. When they successfully got out of the building, they were slightly shocked, because he could not have expected liquid slime. Jane decided to attack first and summoned an advanced wolf, who immediately rushed at the monster. The girl couldn't believe it, but there wasn't a scratch on the monster. She didn't want to embarrass herself in front of the guy and warned him that she was not that weak and wanted to try again. But at that second, Skylar shouted carefully and miraculously managed to save her from the poisonous mucus. The main character told the girl to concentrate. He himself did not understand who he was, because even in the abyss he had never seen him. Then he suggested that this was another attempt by another constellation to cause a disaster for the city. This monster absorbed energy from the core of the refinery and became stronger and stronger every second. At that moment, West approached Skylar and said that something terrible had happened, because all the nuclear factories around the world were attacked at the same time. The main character did not know who was behind all this, but this man was very smart, because the summoned monsters became stronger if they were called to the core factories, and something had to be done about this. But for this, it was necessary to quickly finish with this monster. Then the main character decided to cut him until he died. Skylar immediately rushed straight towards the slime to deal crushing blows to it. Unexpectedly, other hunters came running to help, but they were too late, because the guy had dealt with him a long time ago, and for him it turned out to be surprising, because in other regions there was a fierce battle. Jane approached the main character and showed the main news at the moment, and it said that all factories in China, Korea, and other countries were attacked by monsters. At that moment, Sam called Skylar and asked if the guy knew anything about these monsters, but no one fully knew where they came from, and the man suggested that some idiot could have done this, and the stock prices flew into some kind of abyss. Sam simultaneously talked and fought with the slime, and he realized that in order to defeat them, it was necessary to burn them until they stopped regenerating, and asked the guy if he had tried this. Then the man asked where Skylar was fighting now, but in response he heard that he was a little busy and would call back a little later. Jane invited the guy to go to Korea, and he thanked her for her help and added that he would send her share as soon as he finished dealing with all this mess. The girl was embarrassed by this, and she replied that she was not here at all for the reward, but would gladly accept it. As the guys loaded the closet into the pickup truck, Skylar said that he never thought that a dungeon could be in the closet. Then the men heard some mooing from the side, and it turned out to be those hostages, and then they remembered that the representatives had not yet been released. The representatives asked how they knew that this would happen. Skylar replied that they quickly received information through their own sources and came to help for joint defense. The man was glad that Wes saved him. He was really sorry that he was delayed so much and promised that he would definitely be able to convince the other directors to give him all the shares. But Skylar whispered to him that most likely it was just dust in the eyes, because sincerity was not felt even a single inch. And it was all true, because Skylar was a constellation, and he was able to recognize Jacob's lies as soon as he said those words. After all, advanced martial arts users were able to read the thoughts of their opponents, and this seemed amazing. Then West turned to Skylar and said that they were done with everything here and they needed to move on. And after that, they left in a pickup truck. And the company representatives remained in the same place, because everyone had completely forgotten about freeing their hands, and they had nothing to do but just look at the car driving away. After all these events, Skylar returned to the Union of Minor Constellations and said hello to the girl and the cat. The main character was called here because there was a big commotion among the constellations. The kitten added that there was a bounty on the head of the constellation that caused all this mess. Skylar dreamed for a second that soul stones were not so easy to get, and it would be great if he managed to catch this constellation. The main character asked how they were going to look for him, or whether he would have to do the search himself. But this was not necessary, because the constellation participating in the agreement non-stop sent him an invitation to the Battle of the Constellations. But the constellation avoided these battles for too long and risked losing the chance to stay on Earth. Skylar thought at that moment about fighting him head-on, but in the abyss that was too rare. After all, no one would agree to put their own life on the line, which was great stupidity, and the constellation would not turn out to be arrogant or reckless. Then the girl introduced the guy to some information. It looked like one of the most cruel constellations, and for a monster, the guy thought he knew the Earth too well and suggested that perhaps there was some kind of constellation from the Earth helping him. Then the guy decided to try to view some information through the constellation channels and saw that everyone was only talking about him. And unexpectedly for the main character, an invitation was received to a meeting with the goddess of Libra, and he was a little surprised, because why did she suddenly decide to meet? At this time, the goddess of Libra was trying on another dress and asked the servants how it fit on her, and once again heard that it looked perfect on her. Danielle, who had returned from a 1,000-year search for Skylar, was delighted with the dress and said it was truly excellent. The goddess of Libra asked if Daniela could now take part in the Battle of the Constellations, and she gladly agreed to act for the goddess. She warned the servant that she would still have a training avatar with her and that she would have to give her 100%. The angel asked if she really still wanted this servant so much, but she pretended that she didn't understand anything, because she didn't feel anything so special about him. When Skylar saw Danielle for the first time, the goddess of laziness was very surprised, because she had never seen such strong servants. The goddess was not surprised if other constellations tried to get her, but this could only happen if the angel wanted it. When Skylar saw the goddess, he thought that she did not look the same as before, but still had a powerful existential force. The main character greeted the goddess and said that it was a great honor for him to meet her again. The goddess said that she called him in order to resolve the issue with the formless comprehender, because the constellations are hunting for him and not many people risk calling him to the Battle of the Constellations, because they really don't know anything about him. But since the reward offered was quite substantial, they would be better off if they won. Therefore, the goddess offered to join hands in order to participate together in the Battle of the Constellations. But of course, first she needed permission from the constellation Skylar. The kitten warned the main character that this could be a trap, but the guy thought that the goddess was slightly underestimated, and it was not in her style to do something like that. Skylar said that he would ask his own constellation about this, and the goddess was happy about this, and the guy added that most likely he would agree. The goddess also added that the shapeless constellation accepted the challenge to battle and asked the main character if he knew in what format all this would take place. It was a sport in which hunters fight in a 6-on-6 format and was also a type of constellation battle. But since the entire Korean team was defeated, the guy was not very familiar with this sport. Then the goddess suggested that he take part in a training match so that Skylar would understand what it was, because he had not been on Earth for 30 years. When the main character walked to the place where the training battles were taking place, he noticed how there were more cool-looking buildings and strong servants, a little different from what he saw last time. Upon arrival, the guy saw Daniela, who told him that she was waiting for him. The girl was very happy when she saw the main character, because she was happy that she met him. After all this time she really wanted to meet him. It was a journey that stood out for centuries. The guys immediately began to start a practice match. But not all skills were allowed, and restrictions were also placed on statistics. This field was divided by 3 lines, namely top, middle, and bottom. Restrictions will be gradually lifted after killing monsters and leveling up. But after leveling up in this way, someone attacks the enemy base and the first team to destroy the constellation sanctuary will win. Skylar immediately understood the essence of the training, that he needed to kill monsters, pump up and destroy everything. After this, the main character chose the desired skill, namely Heavenly Strike, and prepared for the start of the match. The guy's energy dropped sharply. All the effects were greatly reduced, and for him it was surprising, as if he had become an E-rank hunter again. The girl reminded that the guy should just take the top lane. She wanted to give some advice, but Skylar quickly rushed to the line, and since this was a training match, perhaps it would be better for him to experience everything on his own skin. First of all, the main character met ghouls, which were used to raise the level, since he needed to conserve internal energy. He decided not to waste his skills on these monsters, and decided to rely only on the muscle memory of the body. It seemed that Skylar had finished with the entire camp, when suddenly another one appeared from behind and sharply attacked him. But the tower, which looked like a street lamp, helped the guy and destroyed the ghoul, thereby saving him from harm. Evil ghouls still came to the main character, and he defeated them each time. But he did not understand whether he was making progress from this, since he had absolutely no experience. He could not even understand whether everything was good for him or not. On the other line, the protagonist's opponent raised his level by killing ghouls, and he was doing very well. His strategy was that since his opponent was human and even a complete beginner, he decided not to stay long, get as much experience as possible, and go into battle. But at that time, Skylar appeared right on his line, who thanked him for the experience points and struck him right in the jaw. The blow was so strong that he died instantly and was reborn right on the sanctuary. The guy did not understand what happened, because he was unable to do anything to Skylar. Even though he had relaxed greatly, this man was clearly not new to him. At some point, Danielle decided to contact Skylar, because it was his first time in the Battle of the Servants. The guy replied that he was fine. Right now he was defending himself from a ghoul, and had recently killed some angel. The girl screamed in horror how he could kill an angel so early. But this was not against the rules, but rather the opposite, and the main character decided to continue in the same spirit, because the positive feedback about his training from the angel gave him relief. Suddenly the angel returned and stood directly in front of Skylar. The main character considered him fearless since he came back so quickly, although in appearance he seemed like a dead man. But the angel replied that he was not going to run away with his wings tucked, because a couple of blows does not solve anything at all in this training. The angel tried to provoke the main character and shouted for him to try to hit him again and see if this time he could do something critical. Skylar became curious about where the guy got such skill at provocation and headed straight at him. The angel understood that in any case he had no chance in close combat, and he decided to simply lure the guy into a trap and limit his movement. He placed a magical speed reduction trap right in the path of the main character and waited impatiently for the guy to step on it. The guy looked at it like a little child and couldn't wait for the guy to step on the trap. But this never happened, because instead of provoking so stupidly, he should have learned to control his emotions. And then the main character used the celestial finger spell, and the guy didn't understand, because only recently he was waving his fists, but he was already attacking using ranged attacks. In the middle line of the training battle, 2 angels were also dealing with ghouls. Suddenly, their friend flew into them and asked for help on his line. They asked why he was not on the top lane and what was wrong with that new guy who should also be on it. At this time, Skylar was already moving towards them and said that it would be difficult for him to answer this, because when he asked him to show the way, he refused him. The main character was here because he had already captured the top lane and was moving on to the next one. The angels did not understand why such crazy energy was coming from the guy, because it was impossible to reach a high level so quickly. The guy did not wait for the fight to start, and in this case started it first. But as soon as Skylar approached the angel to strike, a notification suddenly appeared, saying that the training match had ended with the consent of the two parties and they would soon be teleported out of the arena. Suddenly, the servant of the Libra goddess appeared, and the main character asked him why the training match ended so abruptly and what happened. Then the angel showed a notice that said that the formless comprehender who pierced everything had surrendered. The guy asked if this really happened, and the angel replied that no, and most likely this could be some kind of plan of the goddess, because she is the best in this matter. No one could have expected such an outcome. But suddenly Skylar received a notification that a formless comprehender was requesting a meeting, and the guy did not understand what he was up to and what he needed. The kitten suggested that this might be an attempt to negotiate due to the feeling of being squeezed into a corner, but the main character did not think so. When Skylar and the Libra goddess arrived at the meeting place, she became suspicious of why the training avatar had sent him instead of coming in person. Skylar was not taken aback and replied that his constellation trusted him in many ways. At one point, the guy saw a huge rock, but it was a formless comprehender piercing everything, which greeted both constellations. The main character was not going to spare him since he gave up, because he was aware of the damage he caused to the Earth. The formless comprehender replied that he had no other choice to contact the constellations that had established themselves on Earth. He added that it was dishonest, because he was not the only one who planned all this, and the goddess of the scales screamed that it could not be that the monster did not do this alone. The main character asked who was in the deal with him, and the comprehender replied that he was not going to hide anything, and the collector of noble crowns persuaded him to do it. Everything became clear to Skylar, because he set him up big time in order to use him to anger other constellations. The comprehender replied that he had guessed so, and said that other constellations now did not speak to him, and began to beg the main character for help. Skylar thought that he was stupid, but was it related to the fact that he is a monster? But still, if the guy can take revenge on this collector, then it will be great, and the main character decided to help him with this, and then everyone around was shocked by this answer, because the goddess of Libra said that he didn't even need to help him, and if he got into a battle of constellations with a collector, then it would definitely not be better. But the guy replied that the goddess should not worry about it, because he was not going to participate in other people's battles. He added that he was going to ask a kitten he knew for help, and at that time the kitten, stunned, asked if it was really about him. When the guy returned back, his rank was currently 98%, and he was glad that he finally had a double-digit number and would soon be able to target high-ranking constellations. The goddess of laziness warned the guy not to rush to go to Olympus. Otherwise, other constellations would not be happy with this, and it would be better to take a short break. And the guy really thought about it and therefore decided to look at the territory that belongs to him. When the guy arrived in these territories, he was very surprised, because it seemed to him that a lot had changed here and immediately drew attention to the cow that he had brought. Suddenly, a chicken appeared that he had recently brought here, but they didn't even raise birds. The fantastic rock golem greeted the main character and said that he was glad to see him in this territory. Skylar replied that these territories had changed greatly, and was it really he who did all this? But the golem replied that it was not him, and most of it was done by the orcs. The guy had a hard time believing this, because honestly, if he had been told earlier that the orcs were an agricultural tribe, he would not have believed it. The orcs were very happy that their master had finally returned, and immediately offered to take a look at what they had achieved. The guy noted the orcs for their good work, because while he was flying here, he saw what a colossal job they had done. He also asked if they really raised the cows and chickens that he gave them, and everything was exactly right. The main character wanted to cook something out of them, but the orcs thought differently and raised them so that they would be strong and fit the main character's reputation. But as soon as they heard that they could kill them, they were quickly overwhelmed by the rage of the berserker, and all their efforts went down the drain. This was not very normal, because soon they would eat all the livestock that they had raised for such a long time. But this did not stop them in any way, and a few minutes later they were already eating the delicious bull and thanked the owner for such a divine taste. But at some point, the main character suspected something strange with the orcs, because they began to release stronger energy than before and did not understand what was happening here. The guy decided that this was all due to the fact that they were his servants, and under his influence they became stronger while they worked and ate delicious food. But he was not a farmer. Although it was not bad, it was still a little strange, and unexpectedly a portal formed. He was a traveling merchant selling destinies, and he was looking for a meeting with the main character, and also congratulated him on his victory in the Battle of the Constellations. He added that to celebrate his victory, he could buy something that would give him a new building and showed him a golden box of buildings. But there weren't very many soul stones, and then the goddess of the scales reminded him that it was still time for him to take care of the defense territory, and it would be nice to acquire some kind of building. But the guy lacked several thousand stones to complete the transaction, and then he asked for a discount, but the traveling merchant was unhappy that he was constantly trying to reduce the price. The merchant realized that it would be difficult to make a deal with this guy and said that next time it would not work, and with tears in his eyes agreed to it. This chest looked quite ominous, considering that the guy gave all the money he had and perhaps he was in a hurry with the purchase. The main character decided that he already bought it anyway and would soon find out and threw away the chest, and now his fate is decided as chaos flows out of it. And suddenly, a barrier of a great warrior appeared from the chest, which shone with a bright golden light right above the head of the main character. The barrier of the great warrior protected from the storm in the abyss and granted strength to all servants, and it was also possible to transfer this skill to followers. This barrier was really good and useful, because thanks to it the main character could defend his own territories even when he was not around. The goddess of laziness added that what could be better for her busy receiver, who constantly feeds on other constellations from the earth, and for the guy it felt like she was insulting him. But in any case, it was a sin to complain about a good subject. At this time, Sam was sitting in the office and watched how the prices for kernels rose despite the fact that the prices of his shares sank quite so much because of the stupid slug. Skylar said that maybe this will calm him down, but now he is receiving the full benefit from other constellations. The main character helped him, but this is only because they are using the monster against the collector's constellation. The kitten, in shock, asked if the guy really believed that he was spreading these rumors. But the protagonist replied that the sudden attack at the core factory caused harm not only to the good constellations, but also to the demonic god constellation. Therefore, if rumors spread that the collector's constellation is behind all this, his position will definitely be shaken. And it all sounded like a great plan, but the kitten said that he got the idea, but didn't understand why exactly he had to do it. But Skylar said it's because the kitten is an expert gossip and he leaves it to him. The news broadcast urgent events that a moment earlier, A-rank hunter Joseph Grant had announced that he would participate in the campaign to the Abyss Gate. When Sam heard what this guy said, he was very indignant and the two of them began to watch the news. At this time, in the conference room, a man was talking about how for too long humanity had been under the control of the constellations of the Abyss, and they were constantly being attacked by monsters. The reasons for all this lie in the hands of the Abyss, and for quite a long time, out of fear, they avoided the truth by all means. But perhaps it was too late. But the guy decided to fulfill his own duty as a rank A hunter. At this conference, Joseph Grant stated that he was going to the gate, and of course, he would not be able to do it alone and therefore would need help from other hunters. He, along with other hunters of rank A and above, will fight, and the rest will be responsible for support. The man added that if someone has a sense of duty as a hunter, no matter what rank he is, then he asked to join him and liberate the land together. The guys replied that the guy was really passionate and Skylar didn't understand what the problem was, and Sam replied that he had always thought about something like that, but it was all a problem. The costs of all this were simply astronomical. It was necessary to hire civilian technicians to install the main objects in the Abyss and people to screen them, and there were just a lot of problems. But the biggest problem was that Joseph Grant was not the kind of A-rank hunter who would take care of civilians or low-rank hunters. In fact, he would rather use them as bait to achieve his personal goals. And Sam advised not to get involved in this matter, but the guy's eyes were already burning and it seemed that he was already about to do whatever came into his head. The guy thought that even though Joseph was an unpleasantly vile person, his success would be useful to absolutely everyone. Skylar reassured Sam by telling him not to worry and that he would take care of him if the man tried to be stupid. Joseph is driven by his personal goals, and the fact that he decided to take action only signified his confidence in this. All this was exactly so, but only this confidence had to have a reason. At this time, at the headquarters of the Parker Group, Joseph Grant was thanked for his good speech because he had blown up the press. But it turned out that some countries were unhappy that he would be the leader. But for the guy, it seemed completely unimportant because he was not going to take command of foreign hunters. The only thing that was important to him was that they join the raid and distract the enemies. And while they are busy with this, his master is a general of iron blood and he will carry out his plan. Parker Group Chairman Alex Parker said no investor would miss this opportunity. And in return, if there is something valuable in the raid, then its owner will share everything with Alex. The man called his son and asked Jacob to provide support this time and not think of it as a simple raid, because this battle would go down in history, and the guy replied that he would not let his father down. But while they are hanging around there, the man will think about what to do with that land and slowly make plans for it. At this time, the leadership headquarters was located next to the Abyss Gate. The main character said that he will not look after the clan of masters at all. But the masters unanimously shouted that all this does not matter, because wherever they go, they will fearlessly follow Skylar. The guy was satisfied with this answer, and then he decided to go there as a small group of elite hunters. And they went straight to the center of the portal to conquer the Abyss. The man at the entrance confirmed the identity of Skylar and the team of craftsmen and said they could enter. When they entered, they saw the first kingdom of the Abyss, where there was no maximum number of participants and no time left. Skylar told the guys not to worry. Since they trusted him and followed him, he would do everything to protect them. Not far from the entrance, the guys saw the Icarus base, which was built by Sam's company. The main character was glad that the team of masters had a place to gather and ordered everyone to come with him for training. At this time, at the command base of the American expedition, Joseph was asked when the campaign would begin. The man asked everyone to wait because the time had not yet come. There were many more other expeditions here than they expected, which meant there would be many people he couldn't control, and it was better to let them act on their own. They can take care of the orc forts in the surrounding area, and as soon as all the obstacles are cleared from their path, then they will appear here. At this time, at the Dragon Base, Skylar observed hunters from other countries who showed strength better than he thought. The Icaros clan joined Skylar a little later, and they immediately asked if it was normal for them to just be here doing nothing, because there were some useful items in this location, and it would be too late if everything was snatched up before them. But the guy did not think that there would be anything valuable in the orc forts. The main character had a plan, and he wanted to watch it a little and wait. They decided with Sam that the best thing would be to covertly observe what Joseph was doing and then use it against him, because this way they could reduce the number of victims, even though it seemed sneaky. Skylar said that in any case, now it would be better to wait, and if anyone hears anything about the Korean expedition, they should immediately report it to him. Suddenly, the system sounded the alarm. It turned out that the monsters had united and were heading straight for the hunters. Skylar couldn't just watch all this and ordered them to get ready to leave, because in times like these, they should help each other. When the hunters saw the horde of orcs, they shouted that all this was expected and everyone should get into formation and not panic. To begin with, they activated the magic of protection, and if the orcs get here, then there will be nothing left of their base. But despite the fact that this was indeed expected, there were too many of them, and the hunters were still in a panic and did not know what to do in such a situation. And then Skylar appeared and said that a team of masters would support the formation, because on the other side, the monsters were too weak to break through their defense. And at this time, Skylar said that he would take care of their leader, and if the man wants to fight with him, then let him get into formation and continue to support the magic. It was easier for the guy to go alone, and for the man it turned out to be complete madness. But Skylar didn't see any point in delaying it. And the main character found himself right in the epicenter of the battles. And after he had scattered several orcs, he menacingly asked where their leader was. But the orcs did not listen to him, and then the guy decided to deal with them and use the heavenly finger. The guy decided to continue in the same vein and drive them into a corner and eventually find their leader. The warrior of madness and blood was impressed by how he dealt with his army. At that moment, the guy realized whose territory this was. Skylar came across a huge orc and asked him if he was the leader, because from his size, this could be understood. The main character praised the orc for his positive attitude to kill him, but unfortunately, it was not this time and he blew off his head. When 100 orcs saw their leader fall, they immediately began to run away from the guy, and only a column of smoke was visible from them. Skylar decided that that was it, and after that, it was up to others to take care of the rest. And in this case, he decided to look at the site of the Korean headquarters, where large-scale battles also took place. One of the A-rank hunters in Korea had already personally killed 100 enemies, and he didn't even have time to rest. At that moment, A huge orc with a powerful axe suddenly attacked him from behind, and he barely had time to block this blow. The man realized that since he was definitely stronger than the other monsters, he was their leader. The enraged orc shouted that he would kill him right now and raised his axe right above his head. He barely had time to take a few steps before Skylar's sharp sword struck him right from behind and killed him immediately. The hunter was happy when he saw Skylar, because the guy came to their aid to help deal with all this. And the hunters immediately entered the battle, because Skylar killed the leader of the orcs, and it should have been much easier with the rest. And all the hunters should have taken advantage of this moment and pushed the orcs back. After some time, Skylar successfully helped the Korean hunters in this location. The man generously thanked the main character and could not believe that he personally came to their aid. Soon the main character recognized this guy because he was part of the representatives of the fighting team in Korea, and he had already seen him before because he always got punched in the face. The Korean base was heavily damaged, but the hunter said it wasn't that bad and there was no need to worry about it. Suddenly, another hunter came running, who shouted that they now had a big problem, but the guy did not understand what problem they were talking about. Had they really found some other orcs who were hiding? But all this was not so. But to the great surprise of all of them, the gate of the abyss connected to the earth was completely blocked. Skylar could not understand how this happened, because when he tried to enter inside the portal, he was immediately pushed back. The Korean hunters suggested that, apparently, while the orcs were attacking their base, several of them secretly entered here and they cast some kind of spell. But Skylar couldn't believe that they had blocked the gates of magic and how it was even possible. And the goddess of laziness added that, of course, if this is temporary, then some magic can block them for quite a long period of time. The main character thought that a warrior of blood and madness was most likely involved here, and this definitely could not be ruled out. The guy believed that the warrior was just a fanatic obsessed with battle and did not think that he was capable of such tricks. The goddess of laziness said that it is also not worth using force to break through, because no one knows what could happen to the guy in this case, and in this case it is better to either defeat the creator of the spell or remove the warrior from this territory. After talking with the goddess, the guy decided to return back to the base to think it over, and when everything returned to normal, get together and solve this matter. At the dragon's base, the guy shocked everyone by the fact that the gate was blocked. Eliza was very surprised by this. The issue of food had to be resolved. After all, despite the fact that they had hunters here and too many technicians needed to be fed, the guy asked her not to worry about it, because since he was here, he was responsible for everything as a leader and would not allow his comrades to starve. And with the help of the portal, a mountain of provisions appeared in a second. The girl was shocked that he had been wearing this all this time, but the guy replied that cooking was his hobby. But carrying so many things for the sake of some hobby was a little strange. Skylar ordered the hunters, who had nothing to do, to move everything inside, and the technicians to start repairing the base. He also asked Eliza to warn the Korean Expeditionary Force and tell them that they could use their base while they were repairing their own. But the girl did not understand why they needed this. But the guy reminded that the Korean squad suffered the most from the attack, and since they are fighting together, they should help each other, because they are neighbors. The main character added that he knows that they will not do this, but if anyone dares to humiliate or bully Koreans, he will take it as disrespect for him, because he is also a Korean. But none of the hunters were going to discriminate against them and were willing to accept them with open arms, and there was no need to worry so much. When the Korean hunters arrived at their headquarters, they were greeted with balloons and a huge banner, and everyone hoped that they would get along until their base was restored. The hunters began to kindly offer fried rice with kimchi, packaged for consumption in the dungeons, and the hunters did not understand what all these joyful greetings were for and sincerely thanked them for everything. They did not understand why the Americans greeted them so well, but in any case, they needed to rest and explore the entire base. The man was wondering how well everything was arranged here so that they were able to receive hunters from other countries, and this place was truly gigantic because he wandered around it contentedly, but there was no end to it. Suddenly, the man reached what he thought was the training center. Suddenly, Skylar appeared, who was delighted at such a meeting and did not expect to meet him here. The man thanked them for their invitation, since he should have gone to greet him as soon as they arrived here. But Skylar told him not to take it to heart, because they only invited them to share resources and asked them not to worry about it, and added if he really came here to train. But the hunter replied that he had wandered here by mistake, and he was not one of those who train a lot. Skylar didn't understand what the guy meant and why he didn't train. As it turned out, he was already quite strong even without additional training. Then the main character said that he always wondered why their squad constantly failed and why people criticized him, and it was all because of people like him. The guy grabbed the hunter by the clothes and said that right now he would go train with him and stop only when he allowed him to do so. At this time, at the American base, people looked at how insidious the orcs were. After all, they moved in small groups to steal supplies and were much smarter than usual, and at this rate the American hunters would very quickly run out of all provisions. Joseph then ordered the expeditionary force of each country to be contacted and informed of the proposal to begin preparing for the final attack on the organs. The man added that if they promised to carry out their orders during the operation, they would hand over all the supplies. It didn't matter to them at all, despite the fact that they themselves did not have enough supplies. But they needed to reduce the number of mouths in the form of low-ranking hunters and civilians. But they had one goal. As long as there was at least one worthy hunter, they were obliged to conquer the orc fort located in the center. At this time, Skylar was training the hunter. Did he really think that his opponent would just stand there and wait for his high-level magic to fly at him? The guy added that he should learn to force him open to keep his opponent under control. But the hunter had no experience in one-on-one fights, and the main character left him no choice. To train every day until they returned to Earth and undergo special training with him. Suddenly, Eliza ran into the training room with urgent news from the American base and was surprised what the two of them were doing here. The girl said that in order to receive supplies from them, they would have to join the final attack and unquestioningly follow their orders. And all this sounded more like a reminder of the threat slipped under the guise of an offer. Skylar decided that they must be slightly underestimated, because he would never have thought that he would be so openly treated like a non-entity. The main character turned to Eliza and said that since an offer had been made, it was worth giving a respectful answer and asked to make sure that all the words were conveyed exactly as he said, word for word, and to send someone to watch him in reconnaissance. At this time, at the American base, the men accepted positive offers from troops from other expeditions. Everyone seemed to be seriously affected and almost immediately responded to the offer, and the offer of help worked perfectly. Even hunters from Germany and France, whom they contacted through a special channel, accepted their special offer and everything went just fine. But they did not receive a response only from China, Korea, and the Dragon Company. But for them, this was absolutely expected. Unexpectedly, the dispatcher said that they had just received a response from all of them, and everyone immediately rushed to see the response to their proposal. Skylar recorded a video message where he said that they would join the final attack, but since they already had enough supplies, they would not listen to orders from someone like them. The guy also added that if they did not want to follow them, then they would show mercy and consider such an opportunity. The man was skeptical about their proposal and said that they could do whatever they wanted, because nothing would change if someone like them refused to join them. He also added that the dispatcher should tell all the expeditionary forces who accepted their proposal to gather and bring all the hunters here. And as soon as everyone gathers, they will begin the final attack. The main character paid attention to the orc fortress and realized that they had quite a lot of people. Then he looked at the exhausted hunters and realized that they would not be able to fight in this state. The protagonist's team said that everyone had finished preparing and were ready to move out. The main character asked Eliza if there was any other intelligence news. And at that moment, a powerful explosion thundered. This sound came from the great fortress. One of the hunters ran up to Skylar and said that the Expedition Alliance had begun their operation. But the guy didn't understand how they could start the operation if they hadn't even moved out yet. But it turned out that this was a bait and switch strategy, and the low-ranking hunters making up the vanguard would lure the orcs. And as soon as the orcs are surrounded, everyone else will deal with them at once, and they will soon move out to set up an ambush. But with this strategy, most of the vanguard hunters would die, but this was their own choice and there was nothing to talk about. Orcs were fairly simple creatures, so it could work, but they were also too quiet despite the fact that the fortress gates were under such attack. The main character suggested that it felt like there was no one inside, and everything was exactly like that. On a high mountain, the main orc watched all this and laughed at the stupid people, because their master said that they would all gather at one point. And the great warrior orc shouted about the start of the operation, and his master's devoted servants ran after him to kill every last one of the hunters. At this time, the vanguard of the hunters heard a loud stomp on the ground. When they turned around, they saw a horde of orcs that were rapidly approaching them. They could not understand why the orcs were here, and after a few seconds they realized that it was an ambush and the orcs had already arranged it for them. The constellation watched all these battles and did not understand how stupid people were that they could think so about the orcs, that they lay so openly in ambush and relaxed their vigilance so much. After all, no one could even guess that among them there were a bunch of spies from the constellation of warriors of blood and madness. But for the constellation it was even better, because in any case, the more deaths they bring, the stronger he will become. Suddenly, another squad appeared among the crowd of people, which greatly surprised the god of blood and madness. He saw the main character and immediately recognized him and realized that now everything would not go according to plan. In this situation, it was reasonable for everyone to retreat. But then all the hunters who were in the ambush were lying, and Skylar began to go forward with the squad. The guys walked around the battlefield, because everything was because since ancient times the house should be stormed while it was empty. The hunters did not understand why the barrier was so strong and they could not get inside. After all, if they fail or escape, the detachment will not only not receive supplies from Joseph, but will also be obliged to issue compensation for insubordination and violation of the contract. It was necessary to destroy at least the gates of the fortress, since they could not lure the orcs out. At that moment, Skylar appeared and asked the hunters that they still could not break through the gates of the fortress. The man said that they attacked as much as they could, but the barrier was too strong. Then the main character thanked them for their efforts and offered to rest while he finished everything here. Gathering powerful force into one fist, he launched a heavenly strike that destroyed the barrier in one blow. The main character said to follow him, because now they had to destroy the gate and quickly break through, and in comparison with the barrier, it was nothing. The guy asked not to worry about the other hunters, because he was also going to help them so that they could rest. At this time, on the battlefield, Joseph was already fighting with a large army of orcs and did not understand how they knew about their plan. The retreat might not work, because their base was too far away, and by the time they got there, they would all die and no one knew what to do. But thanks to Skylar, who used existential power and captured the great fortress, he was able to reach out to everyone below. He shouted that those who wanted to live quickly ran to the fortress. The man couldn't understand what he was doing, and when he managed to get there because he wasn't even here. At this time, all the orcs were shocked by the conquest of the great fortress and were also slightly stunned. Then the leader of the orcs shouted that they should stop standing like a pillar, because they would easily win it back after killing several hunters. The orcs were not particularly smart and asked various questions about what they would do if the owner got angry because they gave up the fortress and what they should do. First, recapture the fortress or kill these people. And the man made a strong-willed decision and gave the order to everyone to immediately stop fighting and retreat to the great fortress before the orcs came to their senses. When everyone arrived at the fortress, Joseph was glad to meet the hunter Skylar. He thanked the guy for the fact that while they were fighting, he was able to secretly and brilliantly capture the great fortress. But just gratitude was enough for him, because at such a time in such situations, everyone had to help each other. The man asked what they would do next, but the guy replied that he had nothing to do with it, and he would assign a region to each country and asked him to make sure that they defended their own well. The man was furious, because Skylar really wasn't going to take control of the fortress despite the fact that he captured it. But he didn't need it at all, because no one here wanted to listen to him. But the main character also added that he needed something from Joseph. Namely, he heard from the hunters in the vanguard that the reason they were risking their own lives was because he threatened them with fines of an astronomical amount. But the man replied that someone dared to set him up, and this operation was completely agreed upon. And then Skylar warned that if he tried to somehow deceive him, he would throw the man out of the fortress at that very moment. Then the guy shouted for everyone to take their places. He knows that it was hard, but he doesn't think that now there is time to rest. But at that second, the whole earth shook, and this meant only one thing: the advance of the orcs, who decided to attack with everything they had. None of the hunters had any strength left for the next attack of the orcs. They fought non-stop all day and didn't even eat anything. Skylar approached the guys and asked if anyone here was hungry. The main character used the portal where he always kept prepared food and offered to try the rice balls, which he constantly made as a hobby. The hunters were surprised that the guy did so much because of a simple hobby, and the rice in these balls was special because it restored mana. One of the hunters could not understand why the guy was sharing something so valuable and why he needed it. to which the main character was very surprised. But the guy has already said this many times before, that at such moments they should all help each other. Joseph and his partner looked at all this from the side and did not like that this hypocritical guy was playing some holy man. It seemed to them that he had lured people over to his side. But for them, everything went as it should have, because it was better while all the hunters' attention was focused on him. The man decided to quietly get closer to the other hunters with whom he had previously made a deal for priority in obtaining the reward in the dungeon and carry out the plan. And at this time, a huge crowd of orcs was still trying to break through to the fortress. Due to the great pressure, the barrier slowly began to fall and the command was given to everyone to focus. Anyone who could use defense magic had to go forward and do everything as Skylar said, and now they need to help each other, because everything will be over for them if the orcs break into the fortress. For the guys, the orcs turned out to be too ferocious, and looking at them how excited they were, one would think that they wanted to finish everything with one blow, because for them, they were like rats driven into a corner. But the guys were worried about the fact that all the orcs were moving too coordinated, although they never listened to anyone. The main character suggested that a warrior of madness and blood was behind all this. And in a special tent behind the army, there was a boss who received instructions from him. There was a constellation behind all this, and it was really difficult to get out of this mess. But Skylar decided to personally go and finish him off. Eliza thought this was stupid, because how can you go and kill the boss on your own? But the guy replied that it would be even better if he went alone. At that moment, the guy noticed how Joseph and other hunters ran out of the fortress, and it seemed to him that they were planning something again. At this time, the great leader of the orcs, Igor, rejoiced as the stupid people fought with them, because he understood that soon they would still dance to his master's tune. After all, as soon as they give up, he will personally break into the fortress and smear their heads, and thanks to this will increase the reputation of his master. When the constellation heard such words, it was once again convinced that making him the boss was a great decision. The constellation waited impatiently for the simple people to be precisely and completely defeated. At this time, Joseph was watching all this and saw how the orcs relaxed, as one person said. The man asked hunters from France, Adeline, and Germany, Ben, if they were ready for the attack. And everyone was extremely ready, and then they decided to go over the plan for the last time. As soon as the man gives the signal, Adeline, who is good at ranged magic, attacks the guards near the orc boss. After this, Ben, a melee fighter, quickly approaches him and uses force to detain him. And finally, Joseph will follow Ben and use the artifact he received from his owner and has the effect of instant killing. He uses extinction poison to suck the life out of him. Ben asked if one blow would be enough to defeat him, and the man replied that, of course, because this dagger is the same as the cloaks they received from the owner. It was a special cloak that allowed them to feel incredible power, and the stealth skill of this cloak was simply amazing. After all, thanks to him, they were able to make it all this way without using magic and were as if invisible. This artifact could not be revealed unless there was a constellation nearby, and the man was calm that the orc boss was definitely not him. This entire dialogue was heard by Skylar, who was on a tall tree directly above them. The main character did not think that Sam's plan would work, and he could not expect this even in his own dreams. The man reminded the other hunters that if the boss had the blessing of the constellation, he would see them if they approached him too quickly. If because of this they screw up, his security will be tightened. Then they will no longer have a chance to kill him, and the operation should be successful on the first try. And then they began the operation, and Adeline began the attack as planned with ranged magic. The orc boss was furious and did not understand what was happening here. He was informed that the people had decided to attack them on the sly. The next stage of the operation was up to Ben, who used a rocket dash and came close to the boss. When the guy approached him, a fight immediately began. He turned to the orc and said that he was wondering if he was really so strong, and that's why he was here. The orc boss was shocked that such a vile rat began to compete with him in strength, and said that the man had no bounds of arrogance and immediately began to surpass him. At that moment, Ben realized that despite the fact that he was under numerous enhancements of magic, the orc was much stronger than he expected, and if he did not end this now, it would be very dangerous later. And fortunately, Joseph jumped out from behind with a powerful blade, which was ready to attack the orc at that very second. When he plunged the blade straight into the back, the orc's strength began to slowly leave him, which meant that the poison had entered the body, and now he just had to wait for it to spread throughout it. When the constellation observed all this and saw the blade, It suspected that it was covered in disgusting existential power, and it must have belonged to the General of Blood and Steel. In the entire abyss, it was difficult to find such a monster that could withstand such poison, and most likely they could simply be counted on one hand. For him, it was surprising that a powerful constellation would give such a valuable item to an ordinary person. Could it be that this time the general decided to give it his all? But only the constellation knew that Igor was the strongest of that handful of monsters, and he was a warrior with the strongest life force. The orc grabbed Joseph by the throat and began to hold him in front of him and shouted that he was a servant of the warrior of madness and blood and would never lose until he died. He threw Joseph towards the hunters, and they could not believe it, because they were confident of victory. Since the man said that he would die from one blow, then why is this monster still alive and full of energy? But his master told him so. Even for him, it was a big surprise, and he suggested it was better to run away from there. The orc boss Igor said that if this was the case, then it was time to pay for their stupidity, and now he would bring down even greater force on them and finish them all off. The mad orc ran towards them, and in gratitude for the blessing that his master had given him, he would cut off the heads of these rats and present them as an offering. And at that moment, the hunters realized that they had no choice but to simply start running away from here. But Skylar suddenly appeared and asked the orc, because he was the one who said that he would not lose until he died. He presented the sword directly to the orc's neck and added that now he could fall with peace of mind. And for the orc, this was a great surprise, because the guy found himself behind him and he didn't even feel it. And in an instant, the main character blew off the head of the orc boss, which flew straight towards the fleeing hunters. Joseph, just like the constellations, were furious and did not understand why Skylar was here again and defeated this orc with ease. The great leader of the orcs, Igor, fell. The warrior of madness and blood lost this battle, and the first kingdom of the abyss became the territory of the earth. For the constellation, this was impossible, because all the orcs were expelled from this territory, and at that very second, this only meant victory for the people. At this moment, the orcs, one after another, began to disappear and disappear from this land. But Joseph was not very happy with this turn of events. He did not understand how Skylar got here. The guy replied that apparently they were both thinking about the same thing, and thanks to his distracting maneuver, it was much easier for him to convince him. But the man didn't want to admit it, because according to him, he just snuck in and took all the cream. Joseph could not let the main character take the title of clearing the first territory of the abyss alone. After all, this meant only one thing: to give away the rights to all the resources of this territory. The man had only one plan left, which was to intimidate him with their force in order to share these rights, since he was here completely alone. But none of the other hunters shared this point of view, and moreover, they had no claims against the main character. Then Ben recalled that because of the irresponsibility of the owner, Joseph, they were seriously screwed, because if it weren't for him, they would all be dead already. The hunters did not agree that the main character took all the cream and said that Joseph was completely ungrateful. Ben turned to Skylar and asked for an apology, that he was a little late with his gratitude, and today was not the first time he found himself in his debt. The main character was surprised why not for the first time, because had they really already met? But it turned out that the man ate one of the rice balls that he shared with him, and thanks to this, he was able to significantly replenish all his energy. Also, a large number of Adeline's comrades survived only thanks to this food. The man wanted to repay when the opportunity presented itself, and he was incredibly glad that he could help him right now. Joseph was perplexed that Ben was really ready to give up rewards for going to the dungeon because of some rice ball. But the man was categorically against cooperating with someone who threatened others with supplies. He added that if Joseph was unhappy about something, then he should have prepared better for the boss fight instead of blaming others for it. The man couldn't believe that this whole game of kindness and mutual assistance was needed only for something more. It was up to that moment that he considered Skylar a cunning kid. The main character didn't understand why they were fighting with each other, but for him, everything went as it should. A few days later at the Icaros clan, Laura read a news report that Skylar had saved everyone in the dungeon, causing a lot of commotion around. When she entered the training room, she saw how the main character was training again, and not resting, because for him, training was already a rest. The guy asked what the girl was doing here and shouldn't she be doing business, but she came to him to invite him to dinner. Skylar wondered if she felt lonely because she was eating alone, but as it turned out, dinner was not just for the two of them. It was about an ordinary banquet where the directors of the Dragon Company gather. And since Skylar was one of the SEOs, she did not invite him until now, because she was not sure that he and such meetings were a good combination. But he accomplished one of the greatest feats, and because of this, people became more interested in the artifacts of their company. But the main character thought this was an opportunity to see if he could be an SEO or not. The girl warned that as soon as he sat down, a lot of aggressive questions would fly towards him, and she tried to refuse until the very end. But Skylar calmed him down and said that everything was fine, and he would start preparing right now. He already had everything planned, and Laura didn't have to worry about it. At the banquet, one of the company's SEOs congratulated the chairman on his successful trip to the gates of the abyss. Sam suspected that all they were doing was just raising the issue of efficiency and bickering, calling it all business advice. But today, they suddenly became quiet. And were they really all on the same side? The man added that the recently successful campaign is truly a huge opportunity, and now they can dominate the market for the next 20 years. And one cannot help but agree that the hunter Skylar made the greatest contribution to this. It was incredible to think that such a hunter could do such a thing for them, and he was delighted with it. But the man was also interested in whether his skills would be useful in business, and they should find out this, since they were his colleagues, and everyone was aware of what happens to a business when people trust the reputation of a famous hunter and hire him as a CEO. Sam replied that this happens in the case of small and medium-sized businesses, and it is very different from their situation. After all, their branch was the main one responsible for the equipment needed by other industries. They needed a professional, and if something happened to the company, it could cause serious damage throughout the corporation. And they asked Sam to think again. But at this time, Skylar was operating in someone else's kitchen and preparing another masterpiece. The chefs did not understand what was happening here. They knew who was in their kitchen, but did not understand why the A-rank hunter was cooking here. Suddenly, there was a knock on the banquet hall and said that the food was ready and they could set the table, and Sam was surprised that they prepared everything so quickly. Everyone was a little excited because they hadn't eaten anything yet, and the man suggested continuing the conversation after eating. The men, one after another, said that they had no appetite or that the chef's skills were not so good, and that, to put it mildly, they did not like the food here. When the cooks were allowed to enter, they wheeled in large cast-iron pans. Sam asked the chef why he suddenly decided to bring them, because he asked to cook some Western dish, but the man replied that it was not he who cooked all this. Then Skylar came into the hall and shouted that it was he who prepared all these dishes, because it seemed to him that coming empty-handed would be completely wrong. Sam was shocked to see the main character here and loudly asked what he was doing here, as if hinting that he shouldn't be here. The man asked why he was preparing this when he didn't ask to do this, but he just had to come here right away. But the main character replied that it was all because of the directors who had gathered here. But they didn't understand why Skylar was late because of them. Then the guy began to list various diseases, such as anemia, hypertension, chronic fatigue, insomnia, and asked if there was anyone who did not have at least one thing. The directors were surprised that the guy named these diseases and did not understand where he learned all this from, because information about their health and diseases was strictly classified. But there was nothing to be surprised about, because when you study martial arts, it becomes easier to obtain information about the environment and people with just one glance. But since he found out all this, he simply could not leave it as it was, because the future of the company directly depends on their health. And therefore, to capture the first meeting, the main character prepared dishes that could help with their problems, and it was spicy beef soup, which could be called a unique medicine. After all, bracken helps with insomnia and heart problems, and bean sprouts remove toxins from the body, while beef strengthens the immune system and prevents anemia. And if you add to all this rice, which the main character specially grew, it will create an ideal combination with spicy beef soup. The main character recommended that we hurry up before the food gets cold and let us know if anyone wants more. One of the directors thanked Skylar for his concern, but they weren't here for the food. Skylar understood what kind of person approached him and advised him that since he occupies such a significant position, he should first of all take care of his own health. The guy continued to convince the man that if something happened to him, their company would suffer huge losses, and he hoped that he would eat everything, and they were doing all this in order to continue to live and eat. Despite the fact that the director loved Korean cuisine, he smelled an unusually pungent smell that began to fill his nose, and the man simply began to salivate from such an aroma. He replied that it smells really good, and despite the fact that he has no appetite, he eats it because the guy put a lot of effort into it. Having eaten 1 spoon of the spicy soup, he screamed from the taste because the vegetables were incredibly soft, and the tender beef complemented this charming aroma. And all this, together with the hot soup, fell straight into his mouth and caused an explosion of unprecedented spiciness. It was really spicy, and so the man decided to eat it all with rice so that it wouldn't feel so bad and it would be incredibly tasty, because the rest of his colleagues also couldn't stop eating it. Their reaction was much better than Skylar imagined, because he knew that the cows and plants that the orcs grow have a mana restoration effect. But just think that they also help ordinary people restore energy, and most likely the taste was really excellent, since even the picky rich people ate it with great pleasure. Thanks to all this, the guy had a lot of useful information, and it was great that he had prepared all this and was able to learn something. Sam thanked the guy for the delicious food, because he had not eaten like this for a long time, and the main character was glad that everyone liked it. One of the directors said that the guy is the director of the dragon artifact and lacks simple cooking skills, so they decided to find out about his future plans. Then Skylar replied that of course they were all worried that the company would fall in value if it was headed by an ordinary hunter like him. And if you dive deeper and deeper into the details, then the rest would be meaningless. And so he would promise one thing: if the new artifact that they will soon release does not take first place in sales, he will personally resign from his post. And for everyone, this turned out to be a very bold decision, because no one thought that the main character would be indifferent to business. Sam couldn't suspect that this guy had an ace up his sleeve, because he didn't think he could convince them otherwise. But still, the first place in this industry is not so easy to get, and he didn't understand what Skylar was thinking. At this time, a meeting was also held in Parker's office, and they discussed Joseph Grant's failure in the dungeon. They suggested discussing some countermeasures that they had prepared in advance and were based on research into Parker artifacts. Recently, the number of walker hunters in order to gain combat experience has been growing steadily. Representatives assume that there will soon be a high demand for artifacts, and therefore, based on this information, they are going to release new products. Parker was interested in all this and asked what exactly they were going to create, and his colleagues were in the process of discussing this issue. It was impossible to give an exact time. There was also no information about the advertising strategy, when everything would be ready, and what about the production timeline, and there were still too many factors to consider before they could all come to a common decision. Then Parker could not stand it and asked that they were all idiots, because discussing the plan without a single detail was their countermeasures. The man no longer had the patience to listen to the others, since the plan of the one who volunteered to speak first was so bad. And with this, they ended the meeting and hoped to collect a little more of some valuable plans for the next meeting. Each of his colleagues knew what would happen if nothing worked out, and he immediately ordered everyone to get lost, because he no longer wanted to see anyone. All the directors did not understand why they had to take the rap, because the contract with Joseph was concluded by the chairman, and it now seems that the team from the artifacts of today will have to work night shifts, and they began to walk on thin ice. Suddenly, one of the men saw Odaigon, who asked him if the meeting really ended so quickly. The man asked why he was standing like that. Odaigon said that he doesn't know how much longer to protect him, despite the fact that his master ordered to watch him, because so many days had already passed and the man screamed in horror that he couldn't just leave, because who knows when the traitor will come for him. Odaigon was appointed Jerry Cooper's bodyguard after he betrayed a traitor holding a poisonous dagger. The goblin wanted to follow Skylar everywhere and was very dissatisfied, but he could not disobey his master's order, because for him it was simply unthinkable. The man was ready to steal all the company's top-secret files just so that the guy wouldn't leave him alone. And Odaigon only agreed that he would get away from him, because he should participate in great battles with his master, but he was forced to be here. Meanwhile, in Sam's office, Skylar said that that whole shrill speech to the directors was just a bluff. The guy simply shared his ambitions because he strives to become better, but he did not yet have a plan for this. But Sam was sure that this guy already had some sketches in his head, and he completely believed him and told him to do whatever he saw fit. But the only thing the guy thought about was that if nothing worked out, he would simply leave. But as you know, the main character was not completely new to creating objects and believed that something would come of it. Then they came to another topic that many hunters began to visit the Abyss, and they had many opportunities. Because on Earth, they simply cannot get into the dungeon, and mostly people go there to increase their capabilities. But in the end, they get stuck there and die. On the other hand, there is an abyss in which the entrance is always open to them, so much so that they can only fight those monsters that they can handle. And this is the best environment for hunters to gain experience. And if they show their skills well, then they may even be noticed by some constellation. And not one ambitious hunter would refuse this. The guy didn't understand that they really shouldn't stop them, because underestimating the abyss was not a very good idea. Sam replied that he had ever seen hunters take advice, and so he suggested sending their hunters there so that they could gain combat experience there. And he offered to go with them and said that Skylar didn't have to worry about finances, and that sounded really tempting to him. But first, the main character needed to check something, and he saw 99 unread messages. These were the messages where the warrior of madness and blood complained several times that he lost because of other constellations that taught people magic. The main character was wondering whether the constellation would be wary after his defeat, but it seemed they didn't care much. Suddenly, the kitten's rumors began to take effect, and the six-winged dragon-hunting angel asked the collector to explain the rumors that he was behind the attack on nuclear plants. After all, it was one of the most powerful good deities in the constellations, which had an aggressive character, and it truly took the bait. The collector tried to come up with an excuse and said that he knew nothing about it, but the angel asked him not to avoid the question and answer clearly. The main character was looking forward to them starting a fight, because at this rate the constellations would fight each other. And at that very moment, the angel said that he could no longer tolerate this and replied that he would immediately attack the collector's territory on Earth. The main character was surprised that he would attack his territory on the ground, which meant that their servants would fight right in the middle of the cities, and this was very bad. As Skylar expected, the war between the constellations had serious consequences and, first of all, his shares fell in price again. At this time, anxiety was growing on Earth, because at this rate the Earth could be destroyed, and many problems bordering on a global crisis occurred. But the worst thing about this situation was that because of this, no one went on dungeon trips between the constellations, and the monsters that came out of them began to rage and attack civilians. The first sparks of this general catastrophe were in England on the territory of the Collector, to whom war was declared. Many people thought so, but in fact they started in France. At this time, the President of France could not understand what was happening here and why monsters emerging from the dungeons of England attacked their territory. He ordered the Minister of Defense to immediately explain himself, but judging by his analysis, the monsters felt threatened by the conflict between the two constellations and fled to the territories closest to them. That is why they sent all the hunters to the sea, and fortunately these monsters were all only C rank, and therefore it was not difficult for them to deal with them. But the problem was different, because they sent all the people there, and at the moment there was no one to defend the city. If a rank A monster appeared and broke through their line, then things would not go very well in such a situation. And so they contacted various clans abroad and asked them to send hunters to help with the defense of their territory, and to prepare for the worst they also asked to send A-rank hunters out of the country. The president did not understand why they needed their help if they had 3 rank A hunters. The only one with whom they kept in touch was Adeline. These people lived in the most luxurious conditions for hunters, but at the same time, when necessary, it was impossible to contact them. Then the Minister of Defense delighted the president by saying that despite the fact that their hunters did not listen to them at all, one hunter did not refuse to help them and happily agreed. They received a report that he would arrive soon and happily agreed to help them. He was a man who achieved great success, who combined competence and great character and is now more popular than ever. At the airport, they waited impatiently for Skylar and thanked him for having come a long way, and he really got there comfortably, because he was paid for a business class ticket. The main character immediately apologized for not being able to take his clanmates, but they were too busy in the Abyss territory, and so he had to go alone. But the guys were still incredibly glad that such a hunter like him came to their aid, and first they offered to stop at the hotel that they had prepared especially for him. The guy didn't understand why he should go to the hotel if only a strategic meeting would be held there, because it seemed to him that he was required to destroy monsters. When the main character arrived at the hotel, he saw this mess, because all the hunters were relaxing and drinking alcohol, and he didn't understand that they weren't getting paid for their help, why they were all having fun and not working. Suddenly, Skylar saw a second acquaintance, who also recognized him and greeted him and could never have thought of meeting him here. The guy offered to drink a couple of glasses and talk about life, but Skylar was not interested in drinking and wanted to ask one more question. Why don't they all kill monsters? But the guy answered that they are the rescuers of this country that made a great decision to help them. And if we were talking about special monsters from which they can get excellent materials, then this would be a different matter. But about weak monsters, rank C France can take care of it on its own. Therefore, they can only kill those who penetrate the city. The French government will be furious when they find out about this, and it won't end so easily. Suddenly, on the streets of France, a monster appeared in the sky, and numerous portals formed next to it. The dead began to appear from these portals and entered this world, and it turned out to be an ambush. After all, in front of them was the collector's servant Markel, who asked where their king was now. The president summed up that they were able to get the support of foreign hunters, and he also has one hunter of rank A. They thought that they had taken care of all the pressing problems, and now everything would be fine, and there was no need to discuss anything else. The president wanted to end the meeting as quickly as possible, because from all these thoughts, his head was bursting at the seams. But suddenly a portal appeared right behind him, and his colleagues shouted to him to be careful. A huge and powerful shot rushed towards him, which destroyed half of the building, and the Minister of Defense miraculously saved the president from death. And right in front of the King of France, there was a servant who turned to him, saying that his master had business with him, and it would be great if he humbly listened to him. As the guard ran into the room where the hunters were, he shouted loudly that there was an emergency and all the hunters needed to prepare for battle. But they were not inspired by this, because they understood that it was not worth making all this farce because of C-rank monsters, and now monsters are not a problem at all. Then the man could not stand it and shouted that their president had been taken hostage by the collector's servant. This excited the hunters a little, and they decided that now was the time not to fool around and began to quickly get ready to return back to the country as quickly as possible. The president's assistant began to tearfully beg them to stay, because before they left, they first had to save the president. But the hunters understood that they were doomed to failure, because he himself said that there was a servant sent by the constellation, and there was no way to fight with him, since he was on a completely different level. The hunter added that if they want to send someone, then let them send their own, and left, because it was no longer his business. And suddenly their savior appeared. It was Skylar. Because he had rank A, this was not a problem for him. Then the main character asked if he was on the front line. Would they be able to fight him? And the second hunter did not believe that he was going to understand this situation. It seemed to the hunters that even an A-rank fighter would be dangerous to confront the servant of the constellation, because they did not come here to give their lives. Then the main character realized that these guys were even more unscrupulous than he thought, and he needed people to take care of the small monsters. And unexpectedly for everyone, an angel appeared in the air, who asked people to fight and not run away, because her owner saw with his own eyes the hard work of these lands and personally sent her here. It was a servant of a 6-winged angel hunting dragons, and on the orders of her master, she came to them to help deal with the collector's servant. And then the hunters realized how extensive this battle would be, since the constellation sent a second servant here. She asked the hunters to take care of the little ones, and in the meantime, she would independently fight the collector's servant. But the hunters were not very happy about this, because even though she was a servant of the constellation, she could not give orders to do anything. And then the girl told them not to worry, because she had prepared an impressive reward for them for their help. And at that very second, she strewn the room with the most precious artifacts, and all the hunters felt mana from just looking at them, and for each artifact they could buy an entire building. She invited them to join, and then she would give these treasures to her owners. The servant added that in return she would choose who would be the first to choose items in the order in which they would swear to fight her. And a few seconds later, all the hunters immediately swore allegiance to the servant, because they were ready to save France, since they were here. The servant thought that people were too simple, just as her master said, because they were blinded by their own greed, and if she used these people to get rid of the collector's servants, then they would be able to greatly reduce the ranks of opponents without much loss. And at that moment, he asked one question. What exactly was the angel going to do? Because the president was being held hostage by the collector. He asked what plan she was talking about, since she was so actively inviting hunters to join, and the servant was worried that the man was too calm in front of all the master's treasures. She saw that this man was too different from everyone else here and always remains a man. And then the soldier said that there was no need to worry about this yet, and rather than explain in words, it would be easier for her to show everything. This was the current situation in the Elysee Palace, where a barrier was installed by the collector's servant. He was needed to use the return magic, because he absorbed a lot of mana to connect the earth and the abyss, so he uses it to buy some time. And then Skylar said, whether he likes it or not, he will have to stay here. Suddenly, the president's assistant ran into the room and shouted that new monsters had appeared in the city. The crazy dead attacked the entire city, and the main character did not understand where they came from, and most likely they were brought by the collector's servant. The guy decided to get rid of them first, rather than go to the Elysee Palace, because if left as is, there would be numerous casualties. And the servant shouted that he should not make her laugh, because it was much more important to get rid of the collector's servant, and not to protect anyone. At one point, Skylar could not stand it and turned to the angel, saying that she was a servant of a six-winged angel, and he was an avatar of training, and he was not going to listen to her orders, and asked her to get lost for a while, because she was starting to get on his nerves. And then the angel began to feel pressure from an ordinary person, because his aura was very strong. The other hunters couldn't believe their eyes that Skylar had just defeated an angel whom the constellation had personally sent to Earth. The main character asked everyone to get ready, because from now on the hunters will exterminate the dead in this area and move towards the Elysee Palace. The guy will distract the dead, and at this time others will just need to support him with magic. The hunters did not understand why an A-rank hunter had to do such a trivial job, but Skylar was one of those who hated people who shirked their own work. And he added that if someone suddenly thought of something like that, he advised them to quickly change their mind. The hunters immediately began to listen to him in everything and follow his commands, and the guy was glad that everyone decided to work together. Skylar yelled for them to take advantage of this moment and get this over with quickly. But the hunters had not yet managed to conjure an increase in magical power when the main character had already burst into battle. Skylar rushed past them like lightning, because these damn corpses should have stayed on the ground, and now it was their turn to go back to their own graves. At that moment, the main character was attacked by the local boss. It was a huge wolf, who immediately received a heavenly blow. After several minutes, all the opponents were ready, and although from the outside it looked like recklessness, Skylar defeated them all almost single-handedly. The hunters were inspired by this moment, quickly gathered and entered into battle to kill every last one of the dead. At this time, in the Elysee Palace, the servant believed that everything that people possessed was just low-grade garbage. But while he was collecting mana for the magic circle, this alcohol brought him true pleasure and people no longer seemed so bad. The servant rarely and not so often praised people so much, and they could consider it as something great that happened to them in life. The president of France shouted to the demonic god because he couldn't just leave after causing all this destruction in France, because they didn't deserve anything for him to do this to them. And then the servant replied that if he only wanted, he would take over their country, because they are pathetic people capable of maintaining their own autonomy only thanks to the generosity of his master. And how dare they show ingratitude and take the side of the good gods? After all his master wanted was to just talk to the king of these lands and wash his brains to get rid of these obscene thoughts. The president of France was surprised what it meant to rinse, and in this case, the servant gave him a little taste of it. The servant asked to stop resisting and just accept this magic, because the effect is still incomplete, because he temporarily borrowed power from his own master, and this is how he will become much quieter. The president was trying to say that he couldn't get away with it so easily, because right now the hunters and servants of the constellations of their allied countries were already heading here. But it didn't matter to the servant how many pawns would come here, because the barrier covering the palace drew the existential power of its owner. And inside this barrier of the ominous night, he had absolute power, and even he wondered what kind of warrior would come to his aid. After all, whether they are low-grade hunters or servants of arrogant gods, you can call them here as much as you like. Until the real constellation of the current servant appears here, no one can defeat him. At that moment, Skylar was fighting the dead, and something itched in his ear, and, according to an old saying, he thought that someone was remembering him right now. Regional news channels carried urgent information for the residents of Paris that the Elysee Palace was currently closed by a barrier installed by the collector's servant. Presidents and other important people are being held hostage, and new monsters are also emerging from this place and are attacking people right now. If anyone is in the threat zone, they must evacuate immediately. If they cannot get out on their own, then wait for the hunters to rescue them. Luckily for the civilian, Skylar was there just in time and managed to protect him from the attack of a ferocious monster. The main character turned to the man and said that it was too dangerous to walk the streets now and recommended going into the building, and he immediately ran there. At that moment, other hunters ran up to Skylar and reported that they had studied the entire situation here. It was a great surprise for the guy that they followed his instructions perfectly because he considered them much lazier. And then the hunter replied that they initially began to follow because they were a little scared, but killing monsters and saving people without counting profits and losses was not so bad. And the guys were optimistic about this situation. That is, since they got involved in this matter, they stand and carry it to the end as professionals. Angel didn't understand what was happening here, because just recently they were drooling over her treasure. She couldn't believe that people didn't put their own comfort before others, and yet they followed Skylar doing useless things and didn't even complain about the man. Then the girl flew up to the guy and asked how much more time he was going to waste, because she did not feel the energy of the dead in this area at all. Skylar replied that her character was too vile for an angel, and he heard her and asked her to calm down. He would proceed to the instructions of her master. Soon, the barrier of the ominous night was discovered, and everyone felt a strong existential force from this barrier. The goddess of sloth thought that it would be more difficult than she expected, because in order to defeat the servant inside this barrier, the main character needs to use existential power and quite a lot so that people can understand that he is a constellation, and this will put him in a difficult position. The barrier was so powerful that it seemed to block the vision of the constellations from the outside except for the collector, and she figured that if the guy used the power inside, the other constellations would not know about it, but he would need to avoid being caught by that angel. And just at that time, this angel found Skylar and asked why he was standing and idle. At one point, the guy just wanted to gouge out her eyes, but unfortunately, it was impossible to do that. And since it was impossible to lose more time, the guy decided to enter the barrier. The servant immediately sensed the new guest, and he was wondering, since he was the new owner of this place, whether he should follow all the formalities and meet him personally. At this time, the bewitched president sat still and asked the owner to be extremely careful. When Skylar went inside, he was surprised that it was much quieter than he expected because he suspected that there might be some kind of trap here. But the angel screamed that there were no traps here, and she would now just go to the servant and ask the guy to follow her and cover her. The servant suspected the vile Mana because she was one of the servants of the six-winged angel, and he decided to get rid of her first. The girl didn't even feel the presence of the servant's power, and first decided to get rid of it as soon as possible and tried to fly higher. But the servant was not so weak and could not allow her to simply fly away. The angel could not move, and at that moment the main character shouted for her to duck down immediately because he was ready to deliver a powerful blow. And the collector's servant shouted loudly that he dared to challenge him like an ordinary little man. He could not believe that he was losing in strength to some person, and it was completely impossible. When Skylar threw it into the distance, the moment came to use a ranged attack, because it was the ideal distance for the Skyfinger. And to avoid this, Markel used the shadow of a collector of noble crowns. He could not believe that such a person existed, because in addition to incredible strength, he also had an excellent sense of battle and was not at all open to attack. For him, the angel's servant was never a problem. All this was too unexpected, and the collector's servant needed to retreat, and in an instant he disappeared. Skylar realized that he quickly assessed the situation, and he fought quite well, and it would indeed not be easy to deal with him, as expected from a servant of the abyss. But at the moment there was a more complicated problem, because there was something wrong with the angel. The servant's mana was rapidly absorbing her mana, and although he was much stronger than she expected, this ominous energy was definitely the control magic of a necromancer. If this continues, then she may become a puppet of this servant, and all the hunters around are scared because of this. One of the hunters approached Skylar and suggested that if she was right, then maybe it would be better to kill her right now. After all, if she becomes a dead man, then they will have one more problem. The angel heard this and added that the man was right and asked to kill her, and she spoke in all seriousness. She is a servant serving the six-winged angel, and she will die if necessary. But she will never become a toy of the constellation of the demonic god. The guy was happy because it was cool that she made an incredibly strong-willed decision. But as he said, he does not intend to obey her orders and will do as he sees fit. He suggested using even greater power to erase that bastard's mana from her body. The angel felt that it was not so simple, because even she could not do anything with this mana. And then the main character began to use his own internal energy and try to do something. He warned that there would be a clash of completely alien forces in her body, and therefore she might experience excruciating pain. But in any case, it was better than dying, and she had to just endure it. All this healing was observed by the collector's servant and was shocked that this man was refining his mana. Although it was just a part of his master's power, it still contained his existential power. He needed to have a strong body to use the Dark Knight, and he did not believe that someone like him could exist, because Skylar was only a mortal and he would do anything to get him. After some time, the main character was able to heal the angel, although it turned out to be incredibly difficult, and she was infinitely grateful to him for this. After all this, the girl promised that she would listen to him in everything and asked what he was going to do next. The main character replied that since their goal was first to free the hostages, they would simply break into the central zone where this bastard was located. And at that moment, Skylar felt strong magic behind his back. It was a servant who thanked the people for the journey they had made, and now he wants to make them a very tempting offer. The servant said that since they were here to save the king and his subjects whom he had captured, he would release them right now so that they would not risk their own lives. But for this, he will have one special condition. He wants them to sacrifice the person who just fought him, and that was Skylar. After all, if they give him up, then he swears in the name of his own master that he will return the hostages and all the others back safely, and then everyone will become heroes for saving the king of these lands. The servant was pleased to see the shocked face of the protagonist, because this was his ideal strategy for defeating people using their own ambitions, and now he was waiting for his comrades to be captured and thrown into a terrifying hell as a living sacrifice. And the servant will simply have to look down on all this and look forward to victory. But everyone unanimously said that this was nonsense and he would not receive any consent, because it was too brazen to exchange politicians of another country for a hunter of rank A. Even a truckload of these politicians is not enough to buy even a fingernail from the hunter Skylar. He couldn't believe that the king really wasn't important to them, and that Skylar was a being superior even to the king. The hunters immediately began to argue that frankly their president is still a bastard, and someone heard that half of France can't stand him. It has reached such a point that perhaps it will be easier and better for the French to elect a new president. But all this time, Skylar carefully analyzed and came to the conclusion that he agreed, and he was ready to agree to the servant's proposal. The angel shouted that this was nonsense and that in this way he would fall straight into his trap. But for the guy, it seemed like an excellent solution to end it instantly. This was too dangerous for the main character, because this was an unusual servant and even he would have problems. He asked the girl not to worry too much because he had a plan, but she was not worried and did not want to show it that she would worry about some person. Then the servant turned to him and said that he had noticed a faithful man and he was very impressed with him, because this is how heroes must sacrifice to save the king. He hoped that he and Skylar could create a truly strong relationship and told him to apply for one of the symbols in the center, and after that, he would immediately meet with him. And he immediately, as promised, immediately freed the king of these lands and his subordinates. The main character did not think for a long time and stepped onto the circle, and the servant liked how quickly he acted. The main character turned back and confidently said that he would definitely return, and even if they didn't worry. And then Skylar appeared inside the core of the barrier, and although he expected it to exude darkness, it was only that much. Right behind him was a servant who turned to him and said that it was a little sad to hear him say this, because he had put a lot of effort into decorating this place. It seemed to him that despite the fighting skills of the main character, he was not getting enough in his body, but it didn't matter, because as soon as he made him a death knight, everything would be perfect. The guy was surprised that he was trying to turn him into a dead man, and that is why he brought him here, because initially the servant did not plan to turn people into death knights. But it was all due to the fact that Skylar was able to surpass even the warriors of the Abyss. And it was from that moment that his power attracted him so much, and because of this, he decided to free the hostages just to bring him here. The servant hoped that the guy without tricks would become his soldier, because although he promised to free all the hostages, no one said that he could not capture them again. Then the guy asked what would happen if he refused, and the servant was greatly amused by his audacity, because of course he could refuse. But this place was created thanks to all the power given to him by the master, and it was created especially for him, because even the constellations cannot look here, and the guy is completely isolated here, and he will have no choice. He silently ordered to give his own body to Skylar and accept all the conditions. But the main character liked the fact that this surrounding world was completely isolated, and for him, it was just great news. And then he used all the existential power that he had, and the servant could not believe that he had removed all the shadows created by the power of his master. The main character was not going to explain to him how an ordinary person had so much existential power, because he would soon die anyway. Without the servant, everything happened completely differently than he expected, and he decided that it was time to retreat. But Skylar was so fast that even shadow teleportation could not allow him to escape. And then the guy dealt a powerful blow, and in that moment he realized that he had used too much existential power after a long break. And the servant was still intact after all this, and then the guy decided to finish him off with the next attack. The servant's thoughts were that he could not cope with this hunter and that he could not even stop him. But there was only one way among the shadows that he could call upon, and it was the strongest shield that should stop him. The main character was surprised by this magic. He did not understand what the servant had pulled out this time. It seemed to him that he had one more trump card up his sleeve. And this trump card was an angel who suddenly appeared from the portal and suddenly began screaming in horror what was happening here. The girl couldn't understand how it all happened, but the guys really underestimated the servant's strength too much. But as it turned out, anyone who has ever touched his shadow will not be able to escape his submission. And the servant turned to the guy and told him to get out of here as soon as possible, otherwise his partner would end. Then the angel screamed loudly so that Skylar would never listen to him, because he already knew everything, because she was ready to die for the sake of her owner. And the main character is already very bored with these words because she's been dying like this all day. Then Skylar shouted that he understood her and would do everything in the best possible way. The guy quickly attacked the angel to punch him right in the face, but at one moment his fist stopped right in front of her eyes. The servant laughed loudly because he knew that the guy was just pretending to be tough, but in fact, he was a simple and weak person who controlled affection for his allies. And the demon again announced that he could still become his soldier, together with his partner. The guy turned to the angel and told her to hold on a little because now it would hurt a little. The main character began to use the celestial finger directly on his partner and energy was absorbed. And in addition, not only mana was depleted, but also the power bestowed by his owner. Skylar's energy was so powerful that he instantly absorbed all of his shadows, and the power of the Shadow Crown was also absorbed. And thanks to this, the guy managed to save the angel, and he also saw a message that he had absorbed the enemy using a shadow, that he had power, and the absorbed opponent became a devoted servant. And for this, the guy was very grateful to the demon for such a wonderful gift. But was it worth it now for Skylar to give something in return for such a generous gift? And it seemed to him that it was worth it. And he dealt a crushing blow directly to him, and the servant could no longer do anything without the power of his master, and did not have a single chance of victory. And then he decided that he needed to somehow escape from here and called upon the elite warriors of his shadow army from the portal. The servant ordered them to stop this brutal man who was threatening their master. But all this was useless, because it was just a pathetic attempt to gain some time to escape. And if the protagonist's assumption is correct, then he can no longer play master for them. The servant could not understand what the main character was talking about, because these were his soldiers who had just been called up. And at that very second, Skylar shouted for them to grab Markel, because it was he who was threatening their lives at this very moment. The servant could not understand what these scum were doing to him and tried to stop them in every way, but everything was absolutely useless because they were no longer under his control. Apparently, he did not fully understand the essence of his power given to him by his constellation. But everything was in the description, because when a skill is stolen, all subordinates also pass to the new owner. The main character asked Markel not to be too upset, because he didn't care much about his puppets and he was just going to finish him off along with them. At that second, he noticed that the angel was unconscious due to the art of absorption, and therefore there was no need to worry too much and use all the existential power. Markel screamed in horror, who was in front of him, and even the Lord of the Abyss did not have such power. And Skylar told him that he had already said in advance that he was not going to explain this to someone who was going to die anyway. And the owner of the power, Markel, was killed, and at that same moment the entire city began to be cleared of dark and gloomy shadows. Following this, the barrier of the ominous night also began to disappear. All the servants and monsters began to evaporate right before people's eyes. Suddenly a man came out of the palace, holding a girl in his hands, and all the hunters paid attention to this and looked there. As soon as the silhouette approached, they saw that it was Skylar, and they shouted joyfully that the main character had returned, and could he really defeat the servant of the abyss alone? At that same second, the angel woke up and began screaming that she remembered that something had happened to her, how she was grabbed by the collector's servant, and the main character calmed her down and asked her to relax because he had already defeated him. But the girl did not relax and asked the guy to let her go right away because she could walk on her own. One of the hunters was glad that everything was fine with the guy and he returned to them safe and sound. The main character reciprocated and asked if they had returned all the hostages, and the man replied that he kept his promise because it was quite unexpected for a servant of a demonic god. The hunter added that only the president was still in a strange state, but this was quite expected because he almost died. All this could not be denied because it was the greatest success. But the main character was worried about another question. What kind of nuclei lay all over the earth? These cores fell from the dead they killed while the main character was away. They didn't pick them up because of the commotion, so there should be a lot more of them there. The main character asked everyone to look for these cores for him, because even though they were of so-so quality, it was simply a shame to throw them away. Angel thought about why people are so greedy and they need these simple cores. And at that moment, when Skylar asked to find them and bring them to him, something seemed to click in her head. She snatched one cannonball right out of the hunter's hands and said that it belonged to her. It seemed to her that her body was moving of its own accord and did not obey her in any way. She approached the guy and offered to take this core, and the main character was very surprised that this was happening to her. Why was she giving it to him? Skylar was wary of this, because perhaps it was because of the power that he stole from that scumbag. But when Markel used it, the effect was not so strong. Then the goddess of laziness told the guy that this was all due to a change in the user's power level, and he had taken possession of a very useful power, and while she could not observe him from behind the barrier. Most likely, this contract worked at full power only when the constellations used it. This is probably why the collector tried to drag the president into the abyss, because brainwashing cannot be done through contract forces alone. His goal was to bring back the brainwashed president and use him to drag France into a war against the six-winged angel. But he could not imagine that in the end, Skylar would steal this power from him, and now he could only wait until this effect subsided. The goddess advised her to first take this core, and then the girl would come to her senses, because she had fulfilled his order. And at that same second, the angel seemed to wake up and ask the guy what it was just now. Skylar replied that all this was due to the fact that he absorbed his power, and in the process, power over her also passed to him, and in other words, her body was no longer hers, but his too. The angel was horrified by what she heard and asked her to stop it immediately. But the main character did not know how to remove this effect, because it can only go away with time, and asked her to calm down. And the girl immediately screamed for him to stop giving her orders and not force her to calm down. After that, the angel flew into the sky, because she could not believe that this man had seen her in all her worst states, and now he was also commanding her. Skylar watched as the angel moved further and further away from him, and thought that the distance between them was a great way to solve the problem, and they would definitely see each other again. At that moment, the president's advisor ran up to the main character and said that the president was behaving a little strange, because he was collecting every core he came across. And it seemed to him that his behavior was similar to that of that angel, and he came to the conclusion that the servant of the demonic god could have done something to their president. And now the guy could control the president of France, and if he said something wrong, an international conflict could begin. And in order not to create problems for everyone, Skylar asked them not to worry, because everything would be fine, and he would just leave it a secret. The main character was not going to order the president to do anything, and therefore he should be fine, and this A-rank hunter should be trusted. Back then, Skylar had no idea that the Shadow Crown had an additional effect, and it created strong feelings around the user among her servants. And all this could become the starting point of unprecedented decisions that will go down in the history of France for a long time. A few days later, restoration of the building began at the Élysée Palace, and builders began to actively repair damaged areas. The president of France read the news that a true miracle had occurred, and there were only 0 deaths thanks to the achievement of the American hunter Skylar. This incident was very serious for this country, and everyone realized how useless the selfish hunters of France are. And all this time, the president said that it was pointless to be kind to hunters. The president's aide understood that he was starting to complain again about the uselessness of the hunters. But with every second, it was getting worse and worse. Although this made sense, considering that no one from the A-rank hunters appeared besides Adeline. The French president admired Skylar because he flew from another country to protect civilians and risked his life to defeat the servant of a demonic god and is a true hero. And so he ordered the preparation of France's most honorable medal, which will be higher than the Legion of Honor. Giving away a simple medal when he saved the president and representatives of the nation was a disgrace for all of France. At that moment, another assistant knocked on the door and said that all preparations for the medal ceremony had been completed and Hunter Skylar had already arrived at the scene. The French president proudly presented the medal to Skylar as a thank you to all the foreign hunters who protected French citizens. From the monsters that occurred in the incident, they awarded the representative of the hunter Skylar this medal. The president did not have enough words to describe the guy's entire character and brave deed, but despite all these words, the main character simply did the job. The president added that the guy is very modest because he cannot be compared with hunters from France, because now the entire internet is teeming with similar comments and texts. And the main character also felt this, because now he is famous throughout France and therefore his existential power has increased several times. The president added that this incident is that the hunters of his country are inferior, and he decided to offer Skylar a business on which the future of France will depend. The man wanted the guy to take responsibility for building a French base in the abyss. All the reporters and journalists were shocked by such a statement, because as a foreigner would be in charge of a base in the abyss, this was complete madness. And although Sam asked not to create problems, the matter already smelled of kerosene for the main character. Building a base for any country in the abyss was of great importance, be it a clan or a business. And all this not only because it required the best people and machines and guaranteed fabulous money, but also because those responsible for construction receive privileges for more convenient trips into the abyss. That is why bases in the abyss are always entrusted to national clans or enterprises to reflect the power of the nation. When Sam heard about this news, he realized that Skylar had destroyed this tradition and received a contract to build a French base in the abyss. And Sam liked this news very much, because he had done something that would bring so much profit. Thanks to his tricks, several of their branches will not have to do anything at all to survive due to so much money. Then the main character added that perhaps he should have refused some gifts, because the offers were too strange. After all, the president took him to the museum and took out several things and gave them to the guy. These were artifacts of the cultural heritage of Korea, to which France did not allow anyone to approach. Sam couldn't believe that the guy succeeded, because France believed that any cultural value was their property. In France, at the Louvre Museum, the director of the museum begged the president to leave treasures of immeasurable historical value. But the president believed that these were the jewelry of Korea, and the only right decision would be to give them to the Korean hero. Even though Skylar was an American, he simply remained silent about this. When Sam began to look at the jewelry, his passion as a collector made his heart beat faster. And at that moment, the guy immediately stopped him, because he was going to return them to Korea to their rightful owner. And then Skylar had a great idea about what he could do with them. The main character decided to return the image of the Korean fighting team because he was not so good, and as soon as the match starts, he will definitely be criticized by Korean citizens, and thanks to this, all this criticism will fade away at least a little. The man didn't like this idea, because the guy knew how much he loved antiques and did everything to prevent them from falling into his hands. The guy added that he did the wrong thing considering how much profit was received from the station in the abyss. And then he thought about going to another company, but Sam stopped him and said that his side of valuing relationships truly made him beautiful. Then Skylar was glad that Sam was not against him giving everything to the Korean clan. Speaking of the station, the outpost of their base was already completed and the man invited him to take a look at it. At the entrance to the station, the man personally checked Skylar, and for him, it was an honor to meet him, because it was his first time arriving at the temporary station. This was the first station where one could use a teleport, and to do this one just had to go into the magic circle and then name the place where he wanted to be sent. When the guy entered the teleport, he asked to be transferred to the Dragon Company outpost. And then at that moment, teleportation occurred from one place to another. When the main character saw the new outpost, it reminded him more of a whole city. Elizabeth and the team of craftsmen were already here, and they greeted the hunter with pleasure. The main character asked why she was here and not with the Icaros clan. But as it turned out, others had gone to explore the territory and were already quite far from this place, and there was no one else here. So Elizabeth was in charge. This station was very cool. Especially everyone was impressed by the barrier that could constantly withstand defense and use the mana and company accumulator. The lava and magma kitten was impressed by the technology. They were truly amazing even for an abyssal blacksmith. The main character became interested in how strong the people here had become, and he noticed that the entire team was trying to become rank B hunters, and their internal energy had increased noticeably. Skylar expressed pride in them, because after training with him, they should have at least become stronger. And since everything was fine with the station and he didn't see any problems, he asked why they needed him here. But as it turned out, it wasn't the station at all, but the visitors who came to see it. The problem was the inhabitants of the Abyss who came here, although traveling through the lands of the Abyss was difficult, but not impossible. And since they saw human civilization for the first time, there was nothing surprising in their curiosity. But the problem was not this at all, but the fact that they constantly got into fights and were at enmity with the Earthlings. Not long ago, they secretly entered some establishments and tried to rob them, and if it were her will, she would completely forbid them to leave. But this would deprive them of the opportunity to learn about the Abyss and their technologies. In truth, brawling robbers were not as big a problem as information traders and scammers. There were too many of them here. At first, they purchased information about the location of the dungeon from the inhabitants of the Abyss at a fairly high price. And when they came there was nothing there at all. And now, although they do not fall for such tricks, they were still afraid of deception. Then the guy asked her not to worry about it anymore because he knew one person for a similar problem. He promised that she would see him soon, because he was the best person to know the Abyss than anyone and was also very obedient. At this time, Oraigon did not understand what he was doing on Earth, because he had to travel through the Abyss with his master and participate in endless battles. He couldn't believe that he had to protect this pathetic fool. At this time, the director did not understand why he had to do all this alone, because how could it be his fault? The financial hole arose due to stupid waste of funds and accounting fraud. But the guy understood that it was his fault, because he was stealing all this money and he did not understand how this man could become the owner of this company. Suddenly, Oraigon's phone received a message from the main character in which he asked if he was busy now. The guy was delighted and turned to the director and said that it had been very difficult until now, but of course not for him, but for the man. And the guy at that very second broke the glass and said that from this moment it was all over and he was leaving. The man tearfully screamed where he was going without him, but Oraigon replied that he had already said everything and he needed to hurry. He showed the phone with a message and said that he was returning to the Abyss to its owner, or rather to the hunter Skylar, who was waiting for him for a great battle. The president did not want to let the guy go because he could not do this to him, but Oraigon shouted to him that he could continue to steal money the same way he had stolen before. Then the man asked if Skylar, whom he loved so much, had not told him to protect him, and how he could abandon such a mission so irresponsibly. The director added that if he really needs to go, then he will go with him. The guy didn't understand how a member of the board of the Parker Group could go to someone else's outpost, because he might get caught there. But the director added so that the guy wouldn't worry, because he could dismiss it as a business trip. Oraigon underestimated him, because he was really cunning and dragging him there in any case was not so difficult and it was quite possible to do so. And then at any moment, at the behest of the owner, he will be able to get rid of it and perhaps he will finally be able to get rid of this burden. Oraigon decided that the man would go with him, but he would behave quietly and below the grass. And most importantly, if he dared to stand out in front of the hunter Skylar, then punishment would await him. The director replied that he didn't want to attract attention at all, and the guy didn't even have to worry about it. At this time, Skylar was looking at information about the Parker Group company, and he could not believe that the manipulation of financial statements, theft of funds, and all the stolen money went to shares of other people's companies. He turned to the director and said that he was much more talented than he thought. But in any case, he thanked Cooper for coming to him, because now he would provide him with housing and security and offered to stay here as long as he wanted. Cooper thanked the guy for the opportunity and said that he would go get some fresh air and think about a couple more ideas. Oraigon turned to the owner and asked if he should just throw him out, but the guy didn't think so because he was a spy for their competitors. And then Skylar said that's enough about this and it's time to get on with the real thing. Oraigon was very happy about this and began to list what they could do. Perhaps it was a trip to an unknown dungeon or maybe a raid on a super powerful boss, so that it would not be his servant who was ready to give his life for him. All this was too encouraging, and the guy was the only one to whom he could tell this, and this was an incredibly important mission on the outcome of which the future of their station may depend. Oregon could not believe that the main character was entrusting such an important mission to him. The guy replied that his master could entrust him with any task and he would do absolutely everything, and Skylar ordered him to get rid of the traitors. The next day, a line of traitors lined up straight to Oregon. One of the sellers convinced the guy that this was a fire spirit crystal buried here and that he really didn't need it. And in return, he asked to give him their mana battery, to which the guy replied that it was just ridiculous. After all, how can a spirit crystal be underground and all this was like an ordinary fire lizard gallstone, which is worth nothing? The merchant was very surprised that such a simple little man could know this. And then Oregon took a stick and hit it hard on the head and ordered this swindler to disappear. The guy ordered to immediately throw him out and blacklist him and prohibit him from entering here. He didn't understand how it was even possible that everyone who showed up with excellent offers turned out to be scammers, because there were about 42 of them on his account. Oregon already had a trigger for the word sentence that brought him out, and when once again a new merchant approached him with an excellent offer for Skylar, and it was about the possibility of mutual assistance. But the guy couldn't stand it and didn't even listen to him and hit him sharply right on the head, because to him, they all seemed like idiots of the abyss who decided to show up here and he didn't understand why there were so many of them. But the man started shouting that he was a fraudster and that he was an official from China and that he was an ordinary person. Oregon immediately stopped and apologized for all this, because he thought that the man had simply disguised himself as a person and should have reported this earlier. But he did not have the opportunity, because the guy did not let him begin the sentence. When Skylar walked towards him, he wondered what the official from China had forgotten here. The main character apologized that his subordinate showed disrespect to him and asked him to treat it normally, because he was a little overworked. But the man started screaming that the guy had attacked him and that he would file a complaint with the American government. Then the guy replied that perhaps this would not be enough and offered to talk about his proposal over a cup of tea. The conversation was about the fact that they had made a deal with a distant tribe and received information about a rank B dungeon, and they were going to organize a raid with it and share the rewards. The man added that this is all exactly so, and the contract is very profitable because they bear all the losses. But for the main character, all this was too suspicious, because the Chinese Hunters Association, which he knew, would never accept personal losses. And at that moment, Skylar became incredibly interested in what these scum were up to. In the current world of hunters, there is a customer whose requests will be rejected by even the most money-obsessed hunters, starting with false information to attract unknowing newcomers, and ending with a contract leaving them with a bare thread. Infamous and strange requests coming from the Chinese Hunters Association. The Chinese government is behind all this, and they still agreed to such a proposal, and there was a smell of something strange here. But it would be a shame for a guy to just give up a B-rank dungeon without any evidence. In addition, this was a good opportunity to find out how strong the team of masters had become. And the main character accepted his offer, but warned that if he tries to pull something off, he can immediately prepare for the worst. The man replied that they could not do this to an A-rank hunter, because it was simply unthinkable, and asked not to worry, because such a thing would never happen. At Skylar's request, the entire team of masters gathered in one place. They discussed how to go on a hike, and the girl assumed that they were plotting something against them or the elves. And this was also possible in principle, but in this case they would create enemies and a chain of first-class American hunters, and therefore they would be afraid to take such a step. That is why the main character asked the girl and the whole team to focus on gaining real experience. Suddenly, the guys heard the sound of buses, and Chinese hunters, who practically represented the whole of China, arrived at this place. These were hunters of the Shaolin clan, and they unconditionally carried out any order that came to them from above. They were like the watchdogs of the Chinese government. One of the guys approached the girl and said that they had not seen each other for a long time, and she was spreading such vile rumors about her former comrades and all this, only because she had gone to America and turned her back on her homeland. The guy added that he was very surprised that she achieved some success, considering that she was included in such an important mission. The girl replied that everything was fine with her, unlike the government dogs who combine some kind of pseudo-magic and not real martial arts. The guy didn't really like these words, and he replied that such a policy had been an excellent help for them for quite a long time, and thanks to it, they were able to learn both magic and martial arts. The main character has never seen Iris so excited, as if they were each other's worst enemies. Skylar decided to intervene in the dialogue and told them to stop empty chatter, because they needed to get to work, and the man apologized for such rudeness, because a rank A hunter should not see this. The young guy introduced himself as the leader of this expedition and added that their client was not far from here, and they could discuss all the details on the way. And as it turned out, their clients from the Abyss are elves, because they recently arrived from another territory and planned to settle in this forest. But they realized too late that there was a dungeon in the center of the forest, and although they wanted to make a trip to it, they did not have enough resources for this. But it was difficult for them to refuse such a good place, and they decided to hire them. For now, their camp has settled on the outskirts of the forest, because they have no access from the center and they want to complete the hike as soon as possible. But the Shaolin clan also had something to do, and there weren't enough hunters for this, and that's why they turned to the main character. It was strange for the guy that they tried so hard to please others. Perhaps they wanted to make an alliance with the elves. After all, the elves were still one of the strongest races, given their extensive knowledge and superior magic, and if China could form an alliance with them thanks to this opportunity. The reward for the dungeon will seem like baby talk. Skylar asked how reliable this information was, because he had heard a lot that the inhabitants of the Abyss were full of scammers. The guy replied that it was so, and because of them they had to sweat, so usually they do not take requests from the inhabitants of the Abyss, unless it is 100% reliable, like this time. It was strange for the main character that they were too sure about him, because there was some reason for all this. But as it turned out, they had already talked about it earlier. It turned out that their clients were elves, and Skylar was very surprised at this, because they really didn't know anything at all. The guy added that the elf race values honor above all else, and they definitely wouldn't lie, and everyone knew about it. Skylar was perplexed and did not understand what this guy was saying, because among all the elves he met in the Abyss, you can count the honest ones on the fingers of one hand, because the true appearance of the elves without a drop of doubt deceive any other races, just as they deceive foreign hunters. The head of the clan said that it was nothing like that, and for the hunters of the Republic of China, it was absolutely nothing, and asked everyone to hurry up, because he was sure that the elves already knew that they were here. And the main character knew that not all elves are scammers, so he could relax a little, although this situation stressed him a little. At this time, in the elf camp, information was received from a patrol that human hunters had arrived in their forest. The head of the elves was happy about this and asked to greet them personally, because they are very important guests. After all, for the sake of the home of their new tribe, they will enter the dungeon on their behalf, and they would sacrifice their own miserable lives, and therefore these guests had to be regarded as very important. Upon arrival at the camp, the tribal leader greeted the entire Shaolin clan. He asked to accept their gratitude for what they do for them, because it was difficult to express everything that he was experiencing, and for the Chinese hunters, it was nothing. The guy asked before going into the dungeon whether he would keep his promise about the rewards, and everything was exactly as they had previously agreed if they cleared it successfully. To the main character, the elves still seemed very suspicious, and he continued to wait for the guy from the moment he said that he would go to represent them. The guy discovered that the warriors near the elder were pleased to be strong, at least comparable to rank B hunters. Besides, there were several of them, and did they really ask for help from other races? Because they themselves do not have enough strength to clear the rank B dungeon. All this led to the idea that this dungeon was fraught with something more dangerous. In any case, it was a great opportunity to train a team of masters. The eldest elf asked the guy what kind of person was standing in the distance, and he was told that he was reinforcements, and they should not worry about him. The elf noticed how this man had incredible energy, because even in the Abyss, this could not always be found, and therefore everything would go better than he thought. Soon, the elf added that when they explored the dungeon, they discovered something, as they had said earlier, mainly animal-like monsters lived there. For the most part, they liked to attack from the rear, and although they turned out to be ordinary monsters, they made very cunning ambushes. And so the elder warned them that as soon as they go into the dungeon, they should put the Chinese hunters in the vanguard so that everyone can preserve their strength and succeed in the campaign. The guy thanked the elf for his advice and promised that he would never forget his help, and added that they were going to the dungeon and told the elves to prepare to move to the center, because they would return soon. One of the elves asked why the leader told about attacks from the rear, because usually these dogs attacked directly in the forehead. But the reason was that the weaklings in front would become bait, and this was precisely the Shaolin clan. The main character did not understand why there was such a rush, and the clan quickly ran forward. Skylar didn't like this and turned to them again and shouted why they were so far away from them. Then the guy shouted that he shouldn't shout so loudly because monsters might hear them. The main character replied not to worry, because he would take care of everything, and asked the question again why they were so far ahead. The guy decided to answer that since they were the main team of the trip, they should take the main risk. Skylar was surprised that it was a sense of responsibility, but the girl added that it was definitely not, because they had no place for such sentimentality, and she was sure that the clan was up to something and there was an ambush somewhere at the end of the path. The main character understood that it was no longer possible to lag behind in any case, because dangerous situations would be much more difficult to cope with. Skylar shouted for the clan to finish this and return to maintain the formation, but the guy shouted for the hunter not to cross the line because he had no right to order them. It seemed to him that since they proposed this campaign, they would command it. The main character couldn't believe that he was reacting this way when he simply suggested slowing down, and he no longer had the strength to argue with it, and he decided to let the clan do what it wanted. At one point, Skylar noticed that there was something strange under them and asked him to listen and come back. But the guy stood his ground and shouted that only he would give orders here and he was not going to repeat this again. After these words, the main character could not stand it and began to run straight towards him. The guy was surprised, because despite the fact that the hunter had rank A, he couldn't even keep up with him with his own vision. But all was not lost yet, because his clothes had high-rank spell protection, and therefore he could withstand one blow with ease. But how sad it was to realize that everything did not work out as he planned, and he received a powerful blow to the stomach, and his plan did not work. Hunters from the Shaolin clan were surprised how their captain could lose so quickly, because he was carrying expensive artifacts, and at that moment Skylar said that he would order them all. And he immediately ordered everyone to immediately return back if they did not want to die. But unexpectedly, numerous tree roots appeared from under the ground, which immediately tied up all the hunters. Skylar realized that he was already too late, because he knew that the elves were really hiding something. After all, right in front of him was a rank A monster, which was called like a carnivorous tree. This monster had combat abilities of about rank B+, but its marching class was raised to A, and one of its abilities allowed it to steal the energy of living organisms that came into contact with it, and after which it began to regenerate. When the tree grabbed all the hunters from the Shaolin clan, it immediately absorbed all their energy. The main character could not understand why the elves hid such information, because were they really afraid that China would not take on this because of the complexity? At this time, the goddess suggested that most likely they needed bait. Although the carnivorous tree was a monster, it was surprisingly quite cautious and would never appear in front of an enemy who was stronger than her. If the elves revealed the real level of the dungeon, that an A-rank squad could come to this place, and the carnivorous tree wouldn't even show up, and this hike wouldn't make any sense. Most likely they walked ahead precisely because the elf told them to, since the elves had planned to use them from the very beginning. One hunter from the Shaolin clan shouted for everyone to prepare for a general attack and destroy this vile tree. They activated the summon of sword and fire and immediately attacked the monster. The main character wondered what they meant by combining magic and fire, although it looked bizarre, their martial arts were garbage because they moved in a straight and predictable territory. The entire clan ran straight towards the enemy as he attacked from underground. At that moment, his students ran up to Skylar and thanked him for the training in energy detection and footwork, because thanks to it they were able to avoid death. Then the guy offered to show what they had learned over such a period of time and take it all as a real training session. They decided to show these pseudo-freedom what real martial arts are like. The hunters no longer had any strength left, and the strong branches hid their throats and exhausted them with every second. And then they saw Skylar and her squad running to save them. The guy shouted that in order to defeat the tree, you need to deprive it of the ability to use energy absorption. Otherwise, it will simply regenerate endlessly. In other words, they needed to first cut off those branches with Shaolin fighters, and only then the roots that absorbed energy from the ground, and then kill the tree. The main character ordered that as soon as they saved them, they waited for his signal, and the squad immediately made the construction of a jade sword and strengthened the user's internal energy several times. The fighters were too fast and unpredictable, and such tree attacks could only work on Shaolin boobies who couldn't even use their legs. Literally in an instant, everyone from the Shaolin clan was saved by a team of masters, and the girl screamed that the attack could be launched. and Skylar began the fight with enhanced sword energy and headed straight for the decaying tree. But the combination did not end there, and the next blow was a heavenly fist, with which he tore the tree from the root and it flew into the air. The guy immediately ordered everyone to finish him off as quickly as possible, because if he falls to the ground and takes root, he will quickly regain his health, and before this happens, it was necessary to chop him into pieces. And Skylar's clan successfully coped with this task, and this is what real martial arts were called. For the Shaolin clan, Skylar's team of masters was incredibly strong. They no longer believed that they would allow these traitors from the team of masters to take all the credit. And if their association found out about this, then they would all be finished and the guys did not know what to do. And everything would be fine. But in such situations, the leader should always take responsibility. But their leader lay unconscious. No one from the team of masters was injured in this battle. Everyone was ready for the next training, and they collected all the trees that were possible and loaded them onto their backs. At this point, they began to make their way back to their precious client, who had a lot of explaining to do. At the entrance to the camp, the elf greeted them joyfully and was glad that their heroes returned safe and sound, and apparently his prayers reached heaven. But unfortunately, one of the main hunters of the Shaolin clan was not in the best shape, but still he thanked the heroes for their help. The fighters did not understand this, because it was they who were trying to deceive them. But now their reaction turned out to be very sincere, and they suggested that perhaps the elves did not know about the carnivorous tree. Skylar couldn't believe that a bunch of hunters again fell for these words, and he understood why the elves decided to carry them out. But it was none of his business. The guy thanked the elder for such an emotional greeting and added that he would like to discuss the distribution of awards with him personally. He revealed that there were several amazing items of approximately S rank, and there were too many ears around to reveal such information about this, and he suggested that they and several members of the clan move somewhere more secluded. And then everyone moved to the elder's tent, because the magic of isolation was cast on it and a better place could not be found here. The elf was incredibly happy that they were not only able to clear the dungeon, but also got hold of S-rank treasures, and they had to make the most of this situation, leaving them with a couple of unnecessary treasures. When they entered the tent, the elf invited them to sit down at the table because the conversation was not going to be short. The elder was looking forward to how they would discuss S-rank treasures, but the guy interrupted him and said that he was lying about it. The main character immediately slammed the elf's head on the table and said that it was all a lie, just like the information about the dungeon that they gave them. Skylar knew that the elves knew that there would be a carnivorous tree in the dungeon, and therefore used them as bait and asked the elf to stop lying, because the slightest trick and he could say goodbye to his head. To which the elf replied that they knew about the existence of a carnivorous tree, but they used a Chinese hunter as bait. So he told them to go in the vanguard so that he could calmly finish the campaign. But the main character continued to be tormented by the question of how the elf had the courage to commit such a deception. Because if the Chinese Association found out about this, they would definitely take revenge on him. But the elder was sure that they would not dare to break in here, because their warriors would quickly stop them using the advantages of the terrain. People are not adapted to moving through the forest, and they were confident that they could stop them no matter how many hunters came. But apparently the elf was not aware of how many fighters we were talking about, because he suspected that China was a fairly large country and assumed that there were a couple of juicy fighters, or at worst, 2,000. Then Skylar said that if it were some kind of tribe from the abyss, it is unlikely that a couple of thousand warriors would have come for their heads. But the population density on Earth was completely different, especially in China, and amounted to more than 1 billion. The main character warned that after this they would have to deal with about 1 million hunters, and this was not a joke at all. The elf screamed in horror that it was impossible to give birth to so many people, but Skylar replied that this is how people are. The elder began to think that even if they mobilized everyone they had, and if only hunters were brought here, then his tribe would end. And then Skylar offered to help them defend against them, although his clan was against protecting such deceivers, but they could be used well. After all, if they could monopolize their knowledge of magic and artifact production, they would become an extremely useful asset. And since they went through such hardships to cover up their lies, then it was worth taking the reward, and it made sense. The elf was interested in this proposal, because if they protect them, they will share everything they have. And it seemed to him that this man was so strong that he could be used for personal purposes, and he would definitely become more useful than the Chinese hunters. But Skylar immediately warned him not to even think about being cunning just because it's a contract with people. As he said earlier, if he dares to do something like that, then his head will say goodbye to his body. At this time, one of the Shaolin clan told the commander that while he was lying unconscious, everything was over, and as a result, the hunter Skylar and the team of masters took all the honors for the campaign. And judging by the way Skylar spoke with the leader of the elves, it seemed to them that he was trying to monopolize relations with him. And then the guy shouted in horror that they should get out of here because they are stupid weaklings, they can't do anything about it. But all these were just his thoughts, and perhaps he wanted to say so. But it was better to refrain, because everything could turn against him. Then they decided to go back and think carefully about what to do and then return to this issue. The guy didn't know what they were up to there, but no matter what they did, they would still remain in his palm, and for such situations he placed listening devices in their artifacts. He was sure that a lot would spill out before him, so it would be impossible to use it in the report, but he needed to listen to everything. The guy couldn't believe that while he was passed out, his guys plotted against him and betrayed him. He was furious, and he decided to let them know that he was not some idiot, and soon there would be nothing left of them. At this time, Skylar carefully studied the contract that he would have to conclude with the elf. Suddenly, guys from the Shaolin clan burst into the tent and tearfully began to ask the main character to save them. Their commander demanded that they all take responsibility for the failure of the campaign and accused them of disobeying his orders during missions and abandoning the battle. The guy asked why they couldn't just give it up because there were many of them and he was only one. But they were sure that their commander-in-chief had contacted the association and told them a couple of stories, and they were already expected there for desertion. The girl added that this could have happened because this guy was capable of this, because he sucked up to his superiors quite a lot. The guys kept asking him for help and to talk to him because they were on a hike together, because the association would not be able to ignore a rank A hunter. The guy couldn't believe these words when these guys actually betrayed him, but pinning the responsibility for the campaign on them when they didn't make any decisions was clearly too much, and he agreed to help them. The hunters were very grateful that the main character would be able to help them and asked how much he would ask them for this. But Skylar had no self-interest and would simply tell the truth as it is. Although he was certainly infuriated by all their antics, they simply followed his orders and also fought with this carnivorous tree to save their comrades. The main character didn't need anything because he would simply tell the truth, and if the guys really wanted to repay him with something, they could help him at the station. The guy turned out to be some kind of holy man, nothing was even needed in return. And at that moment, he saw a notification that he had received existential power. That's how the hike from the elf village came to an end, and Skylar acted as a witness and refuted the story of the commander-in-chief of the Shaolin clan, which he told the Chinese association. The association was looking for someone to put all the blame on and made him a scapegoat and blamed him for everything, and no one knows what happened to him later. A few days later, everything calmed down and a new legend began on Earth. At this time, in the laboratory of Khan Energy headquarters, a man thanked quite famous hunters for their time. Indeed, 2 highly renowned rank A hunters came to this meeting. They were invited here to test one of the artifacts. After all, the procedure was such that before putting an artifact on the market, the laboratory usually invited hunters to check it. Jane wondered why shouldn't the manufacturer be testing it and why should they do this? But this was a different case. This company has more than just one main production facility. In addition, they also had a bunch of contracts, where they selected and conducted a test in order to get a better contract. Even though Jane was one of the successors of this company, she was not particularly interested in it, and only came here because of her grandfather's request. And the man announced that they could start the show, and this time their precedents would be these 2. He showed some artifacts from the Parker group, which were always good. One of the artifacts was a bracelet, and the other was completely new and was called the Dragon Artifact. The hunters were very surprised by this, because they were aware that Skylar had become the new director, which means this was the first artifact he made. The girl was glad that the Dragon Artifact won, because Skylar was now incredibly popular. But the man did not want to rush and suggested that he just watch it, because this time he would pass the test to remain objective. This artifact was tested for the first time, as ordinary people were unable to test its power. The products were selected by the candidates based on the technical specifications stated in their documents, and because they had the best contract terms. The man immediately put on one of the bracelets and decided to test its functions, which he was looking forward to. He was invited to go into the testing room, where dummies had already been prepared, which had the strength equal to Class B monsters, and they should have been perfect for artifacts. And everyone else had to watch from the observation post. First of all, the man started with an artifact that was created by the Parker Group. This artifact was truly better than he expected, and it simply incinerated almost all the mannequins that were right in front of them in just an instant. Only the main targets were partially destroyed, but the rest of the dummies remained unharmed. Such power required a small amount of mana, and the process of activating the skill was quite stable, and it seemed to him that Parker Group had gone out of their way this time. The scientists added that this issue can now be considered resolved and noted that even though this is Skylar, it will be difficult for him to show the best result. Skylar was truly an incredible person, but the creation of artifacts was a different matter. Jane, who was crazy about Skylar, couldn't help but agree that this artifact from Parker Group was truly magnificent, and she didn't understand how much money they threw into it. But despite all this, it was necessary to finish testing the weapons of Skylar's artifact. The girl shouted that the man should not be greedy and should use as much mana as possible and show all his strength. But no matter what she said, the man would be decisive and fair. Suddenly, the man felt the power of some other dimension. It was a hurricane whirlwind that flew out of the sword and was directed towards the mannequin. The girl thanked the man for listening to her and using a lot of mana, but he replied that he did nothing of the kind and used the same amount of mana as in the previous artifact. All the laboratories were incredibly surprised by this and thought there was nothing more to discuss here, because this time they should have concluded a contract with the dragon artifact. And on this day, the company announced that it was entering into an exclusive agreement with Skylar's company. Afterwards, the two companies were able to successfully cooperate without any problems, and thanks to this, Skylar's artifact successfully went into mass production. Soon, Skylar's epic work began to appear on the hunter market. At this time, at the headquarters, Skylar was reading the news and was not particularly sure that in the end they were dealing with the company that had always ranked first in the artifact market, namely Parker Group. When they received an exclusive contract, he was already pleased with the result. But his artifact ended up in the top sales with a stunning result. The guy wondered why this happened and whether someone had bought a bunch of artifacts without his knowledge. But the girl replied that of course not, and if he really wanted to know the truth, then she would assume that 80% of the matter depended on him. After all, many hunters left reviews on social networks, and this was an incredible case, because usually hunters do not share an opinion if it is not sponsored, and therefore they carefully studied this issue, and the reason turned out to be Skylar. From those with whom he shared food during the last expedition to the hunters of the Shaolin clan, everyone who left feedback is the hunters who fought alongside him. It might sound a little strange, but all his good deeds paid off, but the main character still wasn't very proud of it, because it was most likely a huge pile of money and he knew that she would have a similar reaction, and so moved on to the next question. And then there was an urgent call from Ikaros, where Eliza screamed where Skylar was now. Despite the important meeting, she interrupted it with the fact that something had happened, and there was a warning about the discovery of a large wave of monsters. And that location was in his homeland, right in Korea. When abyssal monsters invade the Earth through a crack in a dimension, the phenomenon is similar to a dungeon breach. The only difference was that the monster emerging from the cracks was at least S-class, and one such sign of such a wave was discovered in the Yellow Sea right in Korea. The Korean government has promised to generously reward every corner of the world that sends them hunters. All this only led to a huge wave of foreigners just because the monster showed up in Korea. But as it turned out later, most of them were here because of monetary rewards from the state, or because of a thirst for fame. But Skylar came here even before the government made a request, and even gathered the elite of their clan and brought them here. The girl suggested that most likely he was doing everything possible because this was his homeland. But this was not the case, because he was simply taking part in the cleanup. He wanted to take the opportunity for the guys to gain experience. Suddenly, other hunters appeared on the beach, one of whom was Jane, who was incredibly happy to see Skylar, and he reciprocated. The girl ran to Skylar in her arms to announce that the artifact he had put on the market was simply amazing. She was crazy about him, and even in this matter he was good, and she gave 5 stars when no one asked for it. She also took a photo and uploaded it to social networks and forced all the hunters she knew to buy it. Her partner could not understand that this was really the Jane who fought like a dog when she got even a little upset and knocked all the anger out of everyone who caught her eye. She had changed since the last meeting, and it was no longer a mad dog, but rather a tame one. Then she turned to her partner and said that if he dares to do something stupid and gets in the way of the hunter Skylar, then he will not leave her even in Class A. The main character also recognized the second hunter, and he was very surprised that he came to him without permission, because he was a little guilty before him. After all, if you look back, he was too rude to him, so he admitted that he would be uncomfortable when meeting him. But if he came himself, it means he liked the main character's methods of education. But in the end, everything was not as Skylar thought. In the clan of the Six-Eyed Demon, the guys attached themselves to Skylar in this wave of the monster. The CEO of the company and his father did not understand why his son was so surprised by this. He wanted the guy to fight alongside the most competent hunter class in modern times. He hadn't forgotten how the guy had complained about how difficult Hunter Skylar's training had been during his last trip into the abyss. The guy wanted to prove that he is not a slob and is not afraid to go through these trainings again, and he promised that he would try. He added that after he went through his training last time, he realized how lazy he was. That's why he wanted to be with them and watch them fight and learn how to do it. And Skylar thought that Chuan would be glad to hear this. Suddenly, the guy saw the bets on the monster wave, and it was like a competition to see which of the servants participating in the campaign would make the greatest contribution. And since all the servants of the constellation will be involved this time, it will be a big event, because they want to take advantage of the opportunity to see whose servant is the strongest. The main character did not understand that they were really bored with life. Although this was not bad, considering how passionate they were about this bet. They bet a fairly large number of soul stones, and the invincible training avatar also joined the bet. The rare opportunity to get a bunch of soul stones could not be missed. He invited everyone to gather here, but now they have more people, and so they need to discuss strategy again. Suddenly, the main character had a vision that one of the monsters would appear during this wave. But all this was quite strange, because this place was not even close to the sea, and if this was Korea, then why were people on the ground and, as it turned out, they were Chinese hunters? When the guy returned to his normal state, everyone around was scared and did not understand what had happened to him. But he said that he had just seen something. And at that moment, there was a sharp earthquake on the beach, and there was no time to be distracted by outside things. After all, a really huge turtle monster appeared, which no one here could have expected. It was a mountain turtle with an extremely strong shell covering all vital organs. It had a huge body that could destroy a building and was a Class A monster. She wasn't a Class C monster because she didn't have any special attack skills and moved quite slowly. But anyway, all the hunters who fought her complained about her category due to her incredible size. It was quite difficult to fight with her at close range, and therefore they tried to attack her with long-range magic, and together they tried to do this at the same time. But unfortunately, this method did not work. At most, it could have gained some time for further attacks, and the turtle began to attack people. After this magic, not a single scratch remained on it. And besides, monsters lived in the holes of the shell and pounced on frightened prey. The hunters were not prepared for such a development of events and began to run away from the monster. The main character heard that when she appeared before, even the hunters blessed by the constellations and leading the attack experienced difficulties. But they did not have such combat strength comparable to this, and hunters of higher classes began to play it safe and run away from the monsters. It was important for Skylar to study the situation at least a little more, but at this rate, everyone would die. The guy ordered the clan members to deal with the birds. This could lead to colossal casualties, and a Class A monster will be dealt with by hunters of appropriate rank. Everyone fought these idiotic pigeons with all their might and did not know how to stop this turtle. Skylar, along with a team of Class A hunters, helped them with the birds, and they went straight to the main boss. On the one hand, the hunters were glad that the A-class began to somehow move, but on the other hand, they did not understand what the three of them could do against such a monster. But the main character knew that killing the mountain turtle was easier than it seemed, because the source of energy moving its huge body was a vital organ that was hidden deep in the shell. And after the legs stop moving, they will deliver a powerful blow to one point and break through the defense. The guy wanted each of them to take a leg and immobilize it for a while, and he would do the rest. Everyone understood Skylar's order, but the guy didn't understand how he was going to break through the turtle's shell alone. Then Jay couldn't stand it and screamed that Skylar had a plan and that the guy should stop complaining and do what he was told. The girl used high-class fiery wolf magic and immediately summoned him, while the guy was using the dimension sword art. And thanks to teamwork, they were able to inflict significant damage on the turtle's legs. Skylar used aerial steps to climb right above the turtle, as mountain turtle trekking was not a new experience for him, because he had fought her in the abyss so many times, and now it was his turn to attack. Of course, he never had any difficulty fighting her, and with a little extra existential strength, he became so strong that he could break the shell with one blow. This time, he exerted too much force and therefore decided to combine it with his own martial arts and used the art of energy to protect the body and infuse power into it. He increased the weight of his own body by increasing his mass and increased the speed of his fall several hundred times. On the way, he shot down annoying pigeons, and one could say that Skylar had already become a projectile that was rushing straight into the turtle's shell. The hunters watched all this. The guy single-handedly killed the turtle with one blow. The guy showed everyone what kind of power lies in martial arts. After this victory, the guy saw a message that his trust in martial arts and faith in him had increased significantly, and his existential power had increased, and his current rank became 61. Because of this, he had gained martial arts territory, and from now on, any faith and trust in martial arts would be converted into his strength. The territory whose medium becomes the source of the constellation's power, it can be a sword, a spear, or any other weapon, even something like magic or magical arts. What they have in common is that the more people believe in the power of a medium, the greater the power of the constellation he will have. But the main character had no followers of martial arts or anyone interested in it, and therefore there was no territory for this. But this fight made a tremendous impression on everyone around, because they filmed it all on their phone cameras and admired the martial arts. And apparently, as the constellation seethed, the abyss also became interested in martial arts. And it was very strange that even the warrior of madness and blood expressed respect for him. And for Skylar, everything was not so bad. After the battle, Jane could not contain her emotions and immediately ran up to the main character and shouted that it was incredibly cool. Skylar thanked the guys for following his instructions and doing a great job. The guy was not going to come back because someone was still bothering him. Suddenly, Eliza came running to them, screaming that they had problems because she had just received a report. At this moment, a wave of monsters was also discovered in China, which was larger than in Korea. Skylar didn't understand how this was possible because just recently the monsters were here. But the girl replied that there were cases when breakthroughs happened in several places, and this shouldn't be particularly surprising. But this situation was unprecedented because there were two waves, one after the other. Surprisingly, the Chinese Hunters Association also sent a request for help. The waves did not appear at the same time as they were discovered, and it seems that they wanted to better study the situation, and the hunters were also doing this. During the monster wave was a good opportunity to increase their own value. They knew that it would be difficult for them to fight someone like the mountain turtle several times in a row. Eliza added that it was even worse that the help was needed by a Chinese association that is known for exploiting hunters unless they promise a truly attractive reward. The Chinese association was not going to take the initiative, and he saw this introduction as only Chinese hunters lay on the ground. And then the guys came to the decision that they should also wait and deal first with the monsters that came out with the turtle and take a short break. At that moment, the warrior of madness and blood made an offer and asked Skylar for a personal conversation, and the guy did not understand what was happening with the constellation of the demonic god. Considering that he didn't have a very positive attitude towards him after the last expedition into the abyss, he still needed something from him. The main character replied that he was very busy and did not understand what trick he wanted to pull off again this time. But the constellation replied that there would be no games, and this offer would be just as profitable for him as for his owner, if he really did not trust him. And the warrior swore with his own real name that he would not cause him any harm. While it was normal for the constellation to not keep promises to people, swearing a name was a completely different story. But it was a guarantee tied to their existence. If they break the oath, they will lose a huge amount of existential power, and all this turned out to be serious. The warrior said that if the guy agrees, then he uses his own existential power to invite him into his own territory. When the girls approached him and asked what was wrong with him, he turned away and said that everything was fine and it was time for a break, and he needed to clear his head. After some time, Skylar found himself in the territory of the constellation to meet with this madman. The demon god was quite pleased that they had finally met him in person, because what he had done the last time was truly magnificent. But Skylar didn't have so much time for idle chatter, and he immediately asked what proposal he had for him. The warrior was surprised that the guy was on his territory, but still remained arrogant and decided to get down to business. He proposed an alliance with his master, the invincible training avatar. His goal was that as long as he called it an alliance, they should only continue to punish the demonic gods as before. After all, after the Earth stole his territory, other constellations began to laugh at him, and the fact is that because of this, his followers on Earth began to leave for other demonic gods. Constellation was furious that the cunning demon gods dared to steal his followers while he was in decline, and took the opportunity to throw him out as the strongest in the abyss. And then the Constellation decided that even if he united with his past enemy, he would destroy all the demonic gods who dared to interfere with him and return his own followers. And at that moment, the Constellation showed the main character the first gift. It was the second territory that was connected to the Earth. After the Earth received the first territory in the abyss on the outskirts, another gate was discovered. Countries soon sent experts to analyze the energy of this gate, and a little later they announced that the gate was another passage connected to another abyss territory, like the one on Earth. Because of this news, society wondered who would be sent to the territory first. As a result, the pioneers were those who were already in the abyss territory and observed the others, and no one dared to take the initiative into their own hands or act too aggressively. Because going into the abyss is not something so basic as to go there without having any information, and everyone has long since learned this well from the last expedition. And the main character thought that if he wants to get more territory of the abyss, then first he needs to collect data, and this is the job of the hunters. But no one could have thought that he would be able to get these lands in this way. Most likely he created this landscape using magic, and it was incredibly amazing. This was indeed the territory of the second abyss of the Earth beyond the second gate. Something that was curious to all Earthlings. This was the territory of the demon of contracts and orders. It was a powerful constellation of a demonic god that ruled the African contingent, and it turned out that this time the territory was very difficult. Skylar was surprised and said that for the land of the demonic god everything turned out to be quite normal, because he was expecting something like burning sulfur. Then the demon invited the guy to take a closer look at the jungle and pay attention to the demon in the suit, who was a servant and collected contracts from monsters, with one condition: to give permission to drink from the pond, because all demons loved a contract, but this one was very obsessed with them, so everything on his territory must be sealed with a contract. And then the constellation added that his first gift would be this spectacle, because he had already spent a lot of effort on the next one. The identities of the other constellations of demon gods with whom they entered into a contract, he provided complete information from their contracts. There were a lot of them. The main character even recognized a Class A hunter from China, and no one would have thought that such a famous person served a demonic god. And this knowledge about another territory was already a lot for him, and he could not believe that the demon shared this with him as well. Apparently no one expected that he would betray his own colleagues so much, and the mere thought of other demon gods going through something like this made him already excited. The guy was sure that this demon was absolutely crazy, but despite this situation could play into his hands. A few moments later, the main character returned back to Earth and was immediately greeted by Eliza. She asked what was wrong with his face and whether he really went hiking alone or what. But the guy replied that he was at a meeting, which took all the energy out of him. Skylar asked who was standing next to her, and the girl added that these were guests who came because they wanted to talk to him about something. These were the servants of the six-winged angel, and the guy was wondering what business they might have with him. The guy asked what happened to Jane's hair. Did she really get chewing gum in her hair, and what was she doing here among them? But it turned out that it was her twin sister, a Class B hunter, Sayla. When the guy left, Jane was escorted out by hunters from the Korean government who called in all Class A hunters. Then Skylar apologized for this misunderstanding, but the girl replied that everything was fine, this happens from time to time, and suggested continuing. They came here because their master wanted to form an alliance with him and thereby gain some points. But technically, they were still rivals. But the man explained that in situations like a wave of monsters, forming an alliance would be much more effective. Moreover, now that he single-handedly killed the mountain turtle, it would be very difficult for them to become leaders. And in this situation, the gentleman decided that it was better for them to team up with the first number and guarantee second place, and added that the angel also trusted him and praised him very much. The main character was surprised that the cruel angel who took part in the French campaign suddenly praised him. She said that she wants and serves another master. She will gladly lend him her own shoulder in any battle. Then the guy replied that since they needed all the help they could, he believed that nothing bad would happen if they all united with a good god, and the man replied that this was truly a wise decision from the hunter. He said that in this case, they would create a patrol of 4 people and deal with the hidden monsters on the islands on the way to China. And all that remains is to wait until they receive information about the wave of monsters in China, and this plan sounded great and everyone supported it. Skylar needed everyone to communicate with each other to form squads because it was necessary. The guy brought him here to negotiate for him, but he turned out to be completely useless. There was nothing to be done, and when he asked questions to find out what topics would be interesting to her, she only nodded or shook her head, remaining silent. They had no choice if they continued to force her, because the situation could become even more awkward, and so they decided to forget about it. After the last meeting, Leia became much more capable, and the guy did not know who her master was, but he was probably very proud of her. She wanted to keep it a secret, so the guy didn't really inquire about what clan she was from. But the energy emanating from it did not look like it belonged to a demonic god, and therefore he was not entirely sure of it. But another ship began to sail to the same island, and the hunter was very surprised that they were late and asked the hunter Jerry what they should do. The man was very surprised that someone got to where he was going before him and ordered everyone to prepare for a fight. When the hunters began to approach the shore, they realized that, judging by the tower, it was a ship of the Icaros clan. The sponsors of their clan Parker groups were very upset when they lost the dragon artifact. If they defeat the scoundrels associated with them, then they will be in good standing with them. Then the guy asked what if the hunter Skylar was there, and Jerry immediately grabbed him by the throat. He was sure that he would never give in to this stupid jock. Jerry told the small hunter to shut up and do what he was told, and if he continued to get on his nerves, he would be sent to feed the fish. One of the hunters asked Skylar if they could move to another place, because it seemed to them that they were a little late here. But Skylar still felt the presence of many monsters here. Suddenly, the main character saw several ships that were about to land on the island. It seemed that there was a possibility that they would collide with their ships, and apparently these hunters were unfamiliar with the rules of hunting ground etiquette. These were the Western Shielders, a large American guild sponsored by the Parker Group and therefore often in conflict with them. And the one at their head was an A-class hunter, Jerry Gilbert. He was a highly skilled assassin with powerful enhancement and restoration skills. The man could control his colleagues with his own incredible support abilities, and was also notorious for forcing them to fight until they were on the verge of death. And this is why he was called the Puppeteer of Death. The guy asked the main character what they should do if they came into conflict with him, because it would be difficult with this guy, and first they decided to try to establish a dialogue with him. When the ship's crew landed on shore, Jerry immediately said that he knew that there was someone here, because there were ships off the shore, but he did not expect to meet such big shots. The man began to get acquainted with Skylar and began to introduce himself, but the main character asked without self-presentation, because he was not interested. He wanted to hear the reason why they landed on this shore, even though it was obvious that they were here. But Jerry replied that they didn't need reasons, because they were rivals and it was normal for them to intercept each other's prey. The man added that it would be nice if they crossed paths even by accident and they could contain them. Skylar asked what kind of trick this was, but Jerry asked not to worry, because they would just hold them, as he said, only until the monsters on the island were dealt with. They were only interested in the smallest things. They wanted to get all the points on this island. Although Skylar could have scattered them all, Jerry added that they were broadcasting live, which was transmitted directly to the headquarters, and if they attacked first, he would send this video to the media. They edit it very well so that no one will ever guess how everything really happened, and if this material is made public, the reputation of the main character will be tarnished and he will no longer be able to become a hero. The guys couldn't believe how this hunter dared to threaten them so dirty. They asked Skylar what they should do because he could very well do it and then they would be at a disadvantage if they acted rashly. But the main character didn't think so, because they would end up in deep trouble if they did that. And at that very second, they began to attack the unfriendly clan. Hunter couldn't believe that Skylar didn't care what happened to his reputation. He replied that if they asked him, he would answer that he was dealing with the servant of the demonic god and his subordinates. But for the man, it sounded like some kind of nonsense. To the boss's surprise, their secret was revealed, and Skylar pointed to his partner, who was serving the demon. The hunter could not believe that he had been discovered, because he was sure, since the master told him that no one would ever guess. But fortunately, the main character had a bird who sang all about it to him. Although she was a little eccentric, her abilities were quite useful, and he even knew that his master was the greedy master of the treasury. It was a constellation that owned the territory of greed. However, after the abyss became connected to the earth, it absorbed the greed of the crowds of capitalist society and began to grow at an alarming rate, becoming a powerful demonic god constellation. Unlike other demonic gods who love destruction and dominance, this one preferred to wreak havoc on the world of money through economic crises and was also known as the constellation of capitalism. And after that, the guy realized that his way back was cut off, and he took out the magic sword of the fallen Avenger, because he had no other choice but to immediately begin executing the plan. And then the guys grouped up to turn on their defenses and fight this hunter. But to the surprise of the main character, this guy did not come for him at all, but for Jerry, and his commander was shocked by this outcome of events. The man didn't understand what was wrong with this bastard and what he was doing, because had the guy really forgotten how Jerry cared about him all this time? But the guy did not agree with this opinion, because he called it a concern that he forced him to work for him during the campaign without stopping. The hunter longed for only one thing, the death of Boss Jerry, and was already ready to launch a close attack with his sword. The main character did not understand what was happening here, but ordered the guy to stop it immediately. The guy was angry about this because Skylar got into their affairs, although he was aware that men were also his enemy. But the main character did not have a goal to help him, and he decided to simply subjugate the servant of the evil god standing in front of him. But the guy didn't care much about this, and for that matter, he unleashed all the power of the Lord of the Treasury directly on them. Skylar said that he received a lot from the master, but among these gifts, there were probably no artifacts that gave him extra life, and he immediately struck a heavenly blow. The rest of the hunters stood in horror, because the guy defeated this monster with one blow and no one even had time to stop him. At that moment, Jerry realized that he had disgraced himself in front of his own subordinates, and now he was completely helpless in comparison with him. The man was safe and sound, and he added that thanks to the main character they avoided a disaster, although of course he could have completely figured it out on his own, but he still thanked him. Hearing the words of gratitude, the guy was glad that everything went that way, and after that he told him to get lost, because this was their place, and threw him straight into the sea. Skylar turned to the other hunters and said that if they get in his way again, he will pull out all their brains, just as he did with their leader. The guy was glad that everything ended well for them, and his team thanked him that he had dealt with everyone cleanly again. The main character was interested in the question of whether Sayla was interested in how he saved them, but the hunter replied that not really. She only asked why he was helping these bandits. But when he threw Jerry away, it seems she was a little pleased, because when he helped them, she was very upset. But now she's feeling better. The guy knew that she didn't look like Jane, but they really were completely different. The main character decided to deal with the remaining monsters and quickly return because they needed a break. But the man replied that most likely the guy would not have time for both because there was an urgent call on the radio. He added that China had finally contacted the overseas clan and other countries, and they had promised a very attractive reward and wanted Class A hunters to be sent to them. At this time, in the office of the head of the Chinese Hunters Association, the head of the Tao Association could not believe that they had to bow to other countries because of some monster. This was a great shame for them, but nothing could be done, because the monster that appeared during the wave was none other than an S-class dragon monster. This dragon torch had already destroyed more than 10 villages and was not going to stop there. And if that was all there was to it, they would have managed it without any problems. But the real headache was that he was going to where the foreign corporations were. It was about the heart of the Chinese market of Suzhou, which was famous in the economic market and was one of the 10 best cities in the world. If not for this, they would have allowed him to destroy as many villages as he wanted and head to other countries. But everything was getting worse every minute. The man asked what the countries and clans they contacted responded to and whether they sent Class A hunters. The countries were willing to accept the proposed reward, but wanted them to be sincere first. Since they were sending Class A hunters, everyone wished that they would equalize the efforts and send him. And in this situation, they had no choice, and the head asked to convey to the countries that put forward such a demand that if they send hunters, they will reciprocate. and they will send the strongest hunter, who was the symbol of the first-generation hunters, the S-class hunter Chan. At this time, in the center of Suzhou City, the meeting point for overseas hunters, no one could have thought that so many A-rank hunters would gather here, when usually there would be none. The guy thought that this was normal, because in China they not only offer an attractive reward, but also the opportunity to meet Chan. Jane asked if he was really that good, because she had only heard his name, and the guy added that this hunter was exceptional among all the first generation. The guys were amazed at how Skylar praised this hunter, and he must really be incredible. But the main character heard that his whereabouts have been unknown for more than 10 years, and the Hunters Association could simply be hiding him. But it was difficult to imagine who the Class S hunter needed to be protected from. Suddenly, all the hunters paid attention to the approaching motorcade. It seemed to them that it was just him. The long-awaited hunter of all times, Hunter Chan, came straight out of the car. It was really him, despite the fact that there were rumors that the man was dead. But he looked completely healthy. The main character could not believe that he was seeing the legend of the first-generation hunters with his own eyes, because, to be honest, he considered him much weaker. But despite this, the enormous amount of mana he emitted was the same as in his heyday. And it was very strange for the guy that he used protection when he was so strong, and perhaps there was something they didn't know about. When the man came out, he immediately drew attention to the hunters and asked what they were doing here, because he had never seen them before. One of the hunters replied that they were sent here to help deal with the Dragon Torch monster. The hunter did not understand what they were talking about and what monster they were talking about. Then he began to look around and noticed that he was really in China. While he was speaking, a security guard was already running behind him, who kindly asked him to just be silent and wait 1 minute. But there was a feeling that this great hunter was not here, and he immediately asked if anyone had any goodies. S-class Hunter Chan had heightened senses so that no one could follow him, as well as a strong and modern body from endless training. On top of that, he had a noble heart and put other priorities in life, and some could argue that all of his characteristics reached the pinnacle, but he remained a legendary hunter of the first generation. The main character couldn't wrap his head around the fact that his idol had dementia and was not in his right mind. None of the guards understood what happened to him, because in the morning everything was fine, and why he fell into madness again. One of the guards could not stand it and shouted at him and reminded him that he had come to take part in a campaign against the monster on the orders of the Chinese Hunters Association. But these words made him very angry, because how dare he lie to him? Because Chan did not look like the one who would listen to these rotten bastards. And now he understood why there were so many unfamiliar faces here. They must all be spies from the Hunters Association, sent to kidnap him. And the old hunter could not allow this to happen, and wanted only one thing, so that all the spies around would die and begin to use magic against them. The main character did not understand what this crazy grandfather was doing, because he was in a completely terrible state, but he could still move so perfectly. It seemed that this hunter was on a completely different level. But it was clear how strained his relationship was with the Hunters Association. And at this rate, all the hunters who were going with great difficulty could die at the hands of an S-class hunter, and not a monster. Skylar managed to stop him slightly and immediately asked Hunter Chan to calm down a little, because they were not kidnappers from the Hunters Association. The guy added that they were rescuers from abroad who had come to get him out of here. The historian could not believe that they had come here for him. Skylar continued that he had killed many hunters, and there were many foreigners here, and if you looked closely, many had huge noses. He quietly whispered that they, under the guise of a squad fighting the monster, would take him back after the battle, and therefore asked him to cooperate with them, because they would not only save him, but also feed him delicious food. The old man liked it and said that first they would kill the torch dragon and then have a delicious dinner. The security could not understand what happened there and what the guy said to the hunter, which is why he calmed down so quickly. Suddenly, one of the security guards received an urgent call from the department. He was told that the first Chinese detachment that was sent to stop the torch dragon had been defeated. The Chinese Hunters Association developed a plan to defeat the dragon with a torch, which on paper was incredibly simple. They wanted to use world-class anti-aircraft weapons, and also by gathering high-ranking hunters in China and beyond, who were divided into the first, second, and third squad for attacks. To gradually weaken him without leaving a single chance, however, this plan failed even before the foreign hunters got together. After all, The first detachment that promptly set off with the goal of stopping the dragon torch was completely destroyed. The main character did not know whether this was good or bad, because he thought that all the hunters were dead. But some of them were captured alive and held by some powerful magic, which was called spatial imprisonment. It was one of the most powerful spells and captured the victim and absorbed his mana. No one could believe that a dragon was capable of using it on multiple targets at once, and this monster was definitely on a completely different level. Skylar was asked what they should do, because there were a lot of hostages and Class A hunters would not be able to attack, and China would not be able to use anti-aircraft weapons. And at that moment, the main character regretted 1,000 times that he took these hemorrhoids and probably should not have accepted their offer. As it turned out, an hour ago, men from the Hunters Association ordered Skylar to take control of the campaign against the monster. Undoubtedly, it was strange for a foreigner to command the operation, and it was truly an unprecedented case. But they had no other choice, because the Chinese hunters had already been eliminated. And while they didn't know what to do, he was the only one who was able to keep Chan in line. That is why the Hunting Association in China decided that he was ideal for this task and asked him to take up this trek. And the main character had no choice but to agree. And first of all, he said that they needed to free the hostages and only then they could focus on the dragon. First, they will get closer and remove the spell and deal with this all together. Hunter Chan was looking forward to this, because as soon as they killed the worm, they could get out of this damned country. At that moment, Jane asked if they could really do it together, and Skylar asked her not to worry, because in such operations, when it is important to act quickly, the fewer people, the better. Anyone who could use flight magic, they should catch the hostages. The two hunters went into battle using aerial steps and headed straight towards the dragon. And the monster immediately began to use a massive magical discharge, and the main character liked it, because this is exactly how a dragon should act. Skylar decided to strike back and use his divine finger, but Chan stopped him and said that he would take care of it. The main character was impressed, because Hunter Chan was simply incredible. And then he added that if a guy really wants to see something impressive, then it should at least be something like this. And he instantly, using his own unique style, struck a magical blow to the dragon and shouted for the guy to take the chance and get closer. The hostages could not believe that the great hunters had come to save them and that there were only two of them. Both hunters began to use divine finger magic and a great chain of mana, thanks to which they broke the shackles and were able to free the hunters. And as soon as they began to fall, they were immediately captured by Skylar's squad, and as a result, all the hunters were successfully caught and were safe. And then the hunter Chan used powerful magic and chained the earthworm. Directly above the monster was Skylar, who was curious, because the turtle that appeared with him was thrown back by one heavenly blow. But would he be able to withstand it now?